The four campus beauties who once regarded me as an insignificant loser now begged me to be their husband and even offered me their virginity. It turns out that all these changes were caused by the fact that the world was suddenly shrouded in a deadly black fog, and all water and food were infected by an unknown force. If humans rashly consume these contaminated foods, they may die of dehydration at best, or become crazy, deformed monsters at worst. At this time, pure food became an extremely scarce resource, and sealed mineral water even became an addictive commodity. But the resources I have almost fill up the entire storage space. All of this is thanks to my infinite material system. I can get a bottle of Master Schwein mineral water every second, and if I lie down for a day, the system can drop more than 80,000 bottles of mineral water. In addition, as long as I successfully capture the beauties who meet the requirements, I can unlock more new survival resources. Traditional roast chicken, Alaska automatic rifle with unlimited bullets, and even Dongfeng missiles with free shipping worldwide. At this moment, I locked the dormitory door tightly with my backhand. With a click, the sound of metal collision was particularly clear in the silent room. I took a few steps to the bed, sat down, took out my phone, slid my fingertips across the screen quickly, and soon posted a striking advertisement in the Unsure University Student Exchange Group. Shun E, Class 301, Department of Foreign Languages. At all members, the doomsday is ruthless, but people are kind. I'm here to take in girls who are short of food and water. I have unopened bottled mineral water here, guaranteed to be uncontaminated. As long as you're pretty and have a good figure, contact me in private chat, and I will give you enough food and water. As soon as the message was sent out, the group immediately exploded. Leon from Class 202 of the Computer Science Department sent a message. Brother, do you have a fever? Wang Yu, who calls himself the most handsome boy in the Foreign Languages Department Class 301, also left a message. Fuck, Shani. Chun Xiao Xiao from the Literature Department Class 203 was even more blunt. What a jerk. He relied on the few bottles of water in his hand to threaten a woman. How disgusting. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because it's the end of the world? Even the president of the student union, Zhang Hao, criticized. At Foreign Language Department Shani, classmates, this is a special period. You should share food and help each other. Your behavior is immoral and violates school rules. Su Yao from the Literature Department laughed and said, disgusting, wretched man, are all Foreign Language Department boys so mean? After a commotion, Shen Yi from Class 301 of the Foreign Languages Department was kicked out of the group chat. I looked at the message without changing my expression and skillfully switched to my trumpet. Ever since the Black Fog disaster struck, I have applied for several small accounts to ensure that I can stay in the group to avoid the main account being kicked out. Right now, it's not just the Yamashing University Student Exchange Group that is scolding me. More than a dozen campus groups in the upper right corner of the mobile phone screen are marked with 99 plus in red. When I opened these groups, most of them were calling me crazy and laughing at me for showing off with only a few bottles of water in my hands. But even so, there are still many people who privately messaged me for water and even threatened to cause trouble if I didn't give it to them. I replied to them with an idiot and blocked them directly. Doomsday is coming, and water resources have become a scarce commodity. A dozen hours ago, a mysterious black fog suddenly appeared, covering the entire world, and most water sources were polluted. Drinking contaminated water will either result in poisoning or death. Well-preserved and sealed water and food are the only guarantee of survival today. Just now, a rich second generation offered 500 yuan for a bottle of mineral water in the group, but no one sold it. Looking out the window, I walked to the window, wiped the stains on the glass, and looked downstairs through the clean place I just wiped. As soon as my eyes touched, I felt like I was struck by a thunderbolt, and my heart sank. The once vibrant campus paths were now engulfed by thick black fog, as if ink was swirling wildly, and no scene could be seen at all. The black fog stopped on the 5th floor, a little distance away from the 6th floor where I was. I was glad that I took a leave of absence because of cold and stayed in the dormitory. Otherwise, I might be trapped in the teaching building like everyone else. It is said that once the black fog invades, those who inhale it will feel uncontrollable hunger and thirst, and if they cannot get water, they will die of thirst within a few hours. Generally speaking, people can endure 2 days without water, but if they're in black fog, 6 hours may be life-threatening. However, I am not afraid even if the black fog spreads to my floor, because I have endless water. Just a few hours ago, a clear and pleasant voice rang in my ears. Congratulations on unlocking the unlimited supply system. Currently unlocked supplies. Master Schwei's mineral water. Then another reminder came. Congratulations on unlocking the infinite system space. All the materials you obtain will be automatically stored in the system space, and you can use them at any time. What shocked me even more was that the amount of mineral water in the system space was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 bottle per second, 60 bottles per minute, 3,600 bottles per hour. This amount of water alone is enough for me to live for a long time. With this system, I don't have to worry about water resources. However, water alone is not enough. If I want to survive in this apocalypse for a long time, I have to unlock more kinds of supplies. And the key to unlocking them is to take in beautiful women. Every time you take in a beauty that meets the criteria, you can unlock a new item. Although I haven't found one that meets the criteria yet, I believe there will be one soon. At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from downstairs, followed by a deafening roar, as if a giant was ramming the house crazily, causing pain in the eardrums. I was so scared that I shuddered and rushed to the window and looked downstairs. A boy was trembling all over, holding onto the railing tightly, his eyes full of fear. Not far from his feet, vines sprouted out of an ordinary flower pot at an alarming speed, crawling all over the wall like poisonous snakes. What is even more creepy is that eyeball-like balls have grown on the vines, with twisted blood vessels all over the surface, emitting a faint green light. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? I murmured in a low voice. A strong sense of fear surged in my heart, and I unconsciously took a few steps back. Just then, a scream came from the girls' dormitory across the building, breaking the depressing atmosphere. The dormitory building of Yamashiro University was built a long time ago, and the distances between dormitories are very close. Even though there was a thick black fog blocking the view, I could still vaguely see the girls' dormitory across the street, but I couldn't see anything clearly. What was that screaming about? Could it be that he had encountered something mutated, just like the boy downstairs? I quickly closed the window, opened my phone to check the group chat messages, and after looking through several groups, I finally found the content. Wang Yuan from the Foreign Languages Department, Class 201, sent a message. Fuck. Zhang Yifeng was eaten by the cactus. He raised himself. Chun Xiao from the 203 class of the Department of Literature. What? What are you talking about? Such a niche word I don't understand. Zhao Tianlin, Class 101, Department of Physical Education. What's going on? Can you explain it more clearly? Wang Yuan, Class 201, Department of Foreign Languages. Monster. That cactus is simply a monster. It's scarier than the monsters in the movies. Who can come and save me? Then Wang Yuan shared a video. I clicked it immediately. The picture was shaky, but I could still see it clearly. In the video, vines spread out from a pot of cactus, almost covering the entire dormitory, and one of the corpses was dragged into the cracked mouth by the vines. The cactus became huge, and its appearance changed. It even grew something like a mouth and was eating. Zhao Tianlin from the 101 class of the Department of Physical Education left a message. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Is this a movie? The students in the group were full of questions, unable to believe it. Some people kept at Wang Yuan, but he never spoke again. My heart sank. Wang Yuan hadn't responded for so long. Something must have happened. The mutant cactus was on the 3rd or 4th floor. My floor was relatively safe, but I had to be prepared. I had to either move to another location or find a weapon to defend myself. Just as I was about to exit the group chat, I saw another video. In the video, a boy had a blue lightning flashing in his hand. He swung it hard, and the lightning shot out like a bullet, directly piercing through a can. Zhao Tao, Class 205, Department of Physical Education. Brothers and sisters, if you want shelter, come to me. I will lead the whole school. Mutated plants are nothing. Zhao Tianlin, P101 class. What the hell? What is this? Special effects? Or superpowers? Are you sure this isn't a movie? Zhao Tao, PE205 class. It's not a special effect. In the video, Zhao Tao once again proved his superpowers, with lightning surging in his palms, and he continued to show his strength as he responded to the message. Zhao Tianlin from the 101st class of the Department of Physical Education. Brother Tao is awesome. Isn't this the legendary child of destiny? Please take me flying. Chen Xiao, Class 203, Department of Literature. Wow. Brother Tao is so awesome. Please add me as your friend. Wang Yu from the Foreign Languages Department Class 301 also asked for a guide. Please guide +1. After watching the video, I was shocked and a little envious. Now, what I lack most is the ability to protect myself. With the system, we don't have to worry about food and drink, but without sufficient military force, no matter how much food we have, it's useless. Others hoard guns, and I hoard food, but in the end, I can only become someone else's granary. I carefully pondered how the superpowers were obtained. Was it the same as my system, awakened after the apocalypse? Or was there another way to obtain superpowers? I kept looking through the messages in the group, hoping to get a clue. Another day passed, and official rescue still hadn't arrived. The black fog downstairs was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed to be rising slowly, although it was very slow, but it could be seen with the naked eye. At this rate, the black fog will reach my level in 10 days at most. I thought while eating this self-heating hot pot, my eyes a little serious. I flipped through the screen all day, but couldn't find any clues about superpowers. The only one who seemed to have superpowers was Zhao Tao. In the past 2 days, almost all girls in the group added me as a friend, including many girls who had scolded me before. I accepted all the requests and asked them to send their photos first. But unfortunately, none of them met the system's criteria. So, I can only continue to post ads with my small account until no one kicks me out anymore. As time passed, and there was still no news of rescue, the survivors began to become cautious and thought that keeping me might be of use. 2 days later, on the 5th day of the black fog, the snacks and food supplies in my dormitory were almost gone. The situation in other dormitories is even worse, especially the water resources. Some students in the group have offered 3,000 yuan for a bottle of water, but still no one is willing to sell it. Many students began to have evil thoughts, and their original moral concepts seemed meaningless in the face of disaster and hunger. Hey, male classmate over there, can you hear me? I was replying to a message from a girl I just added when I suddenly heard a shout from outside the window. I walked to the balcony and first made sure that the cactus downstairs had not spread up, then opened the window and looked next door. The girl was wearing denim shorts, had long legs, and was pretty. I recognized her as Su Wanting, the beauty of the foreign languages department, who came from a wealthy family and usually ignored ordinary boys like me. Ding! A goddess who meets the system criteria has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name? Su Wanting. 95 points? I was a little surprised. I could finally unlock new supplies. There were more than 50 girls who added me these days, but none of them met the system standards. Although Su Wanting is arrogant, her score is very high, and I can unlock new supplies. When she saw me, she recognized me and continued to shout, "Hey, Shani, do you have any water?" We were in the same class, but we didn't interact much. I took out a bottle of water from behind and shook it. Yes, mineral water. I haven't had any water for hours. Can you throw that bottle of water over here so I can drink some? How about giving you $1,000? She licked her cracked lips, her eyes sparkling. She saw the advertisement I posted in the group and thought I was a scammer, but she didn't expect that I really had water, and it was unopened, obviously not contaminated by the black fog. I shook my head slightly and threw the water bottle on the table. No, I don't want any money. Then what do you want? 1,000 yuan is already a lot. Such expensive water. The price cannot be raised like this. She said in an unhappy tone, obviously a little angry. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to drink water, come to the boys' dormitory and I'll give you water for free. I said lightly. You're dreaming. Do you think a bottle of water can get me to the boys' dormitory? What do you think of me? She stomped her feet in anger. I pretended to bend down to get some water, but actually took out 3 bottles of mineral water from the system space. After seeing her reaction, I unscrewed one bottle, gulped down a big gulp, and then poured most of the remaining water directly out of the window. She watched the water flow down, and her eyes widened in anger. How can you waste water? Even if you have a lot of mineral water, you can't waste it. Are you sick? Remember, I'm in dormitory 606. If you want to drink water, come here by yourself. Otherwise, forget it. I closed the window coldly. She could either die of thirst or risk going to the boys' dormitory on her own. I didn't care about her choice. I have been busy these days. While the internet is still working, I searched for nearby group chats, applied to join a few, and then posted ads for beautiful women every once in a while, casting a wide net. My system has high standards for inclusion, so I can only use this method of searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as the net is cast wide enough, I can always catch a few good fish. I have a hunch that this disaster will never end so easily. It may very well turn into the end of mankind. If the black fog only made people hungry and thirsty, it would just be a shortage of food and water. But I noticed that the plants in the black fog seem to be mutating. Moreover, the black fog has lasted for 5 days, and no official rescue has arrived. All the information is just reminding everyone to stay at home, not to go out easily, and to abandon pets, etc., but there is no substantial assistance action. At the beginning, no one took it seriously, and many people did not stock up enough supplies. Until now, the black fog has become thicker and thicker, and most of the food and water have been contaminated, and it is too late to store them. Worse still, most people were afraid to go out. In the black fog, there was a deadly crisis, screams continued to be heard, and no one knew how many people had died. At this time, I was chatting with a new girl and drinking water when suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. Jean Rue, the eldest roommate. Shun E, do you have any water in your hand? Bring me a bottle of water. I'm on the 8th floor of the teaching building. Hurry. When I saw this message, I got furious. What the hell? Idiot. Get out. After cursing, I deleted the friend without hesitation. Before the apocalypse, Jean Rue was my biggest trouble. Jean Rue's family was rich. He was a second-generation rich man. He always liked to order others around, especially weak people like me who he thought he could bully. I'd fought with him several times, but I always suffered the loss because he teamed up with 2 other roommates. I once thought about fighting him to the death, but when I thought about my grandmother and sister, I couldn't bear to risk my life. I don't know how Grandma and little sister are doing today. I called Grandma again. I just called her yesterday. Grandma and little sister are hiding in the cellar. There are enough food and vegetables in the cellar, so they don't have to worry about food and drink. Although the situation was relatively safe, my grandmother and my younger sister were afraid to go out. We heard that the neighbor's dog had become abnormal and might have eaten someone. I was very worried and suspected that animals were also mutating. At the same time, Jean Rouet on the 8th floor of the teaching building looked at the message I sent and was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Damn it. He actually dared to scold me. He roared angrily, "Wait until I get back, and I'll kill you." Even though Jean Rouet knew that the black fog was full of dangers, he still refused to let me go. He wanted to take revenge on me and give me a good beating. Although he couldn't kill me, he still dared to break an arm. Brother Jean, don't be angry. We will teach Shun a lesson later and make him kneel down and apologize after the doomsday is over. The roommates advised Jean Rouet with a careful plan in mind. They knew that Jean Rouet's family was rich and well-connected, and that he might be able to get rescued through his family connections, or even get a chance to leave with the rescue team. So, while they were angry, they licked Jean Rouet and tried to please him. At the same time, Su Wanting was also struggling. As the sky gradually brightened, Su Wanting had not drunk any water all night and could no longer hold on. She has been without water since yesterday morning. Her stomach is empty, and she can't even urinate. She called the rescue line and her parents countless times, but received no response. Gradually, she began to feel desperate. She knew that if she continued to wait like this, she would really die of thirst. She lowered her posture and stood on the balcony, shouting at me to throw her a bottle of water, but after shouting for a long time, I ignored her. It seemed that unless she went to the boys' dormitory by herself, there would be no discussion. Su Wanting scolded me for several hours, even using swear words that she had never learned. But cursing can't solve the problem, nor can it quench your thirst. Finally, after careful consideration, Su Wanting decided to go to the boys' dormitory. She understood that taking a risk might help her survive rather than dying of thirst in the dormitory. Although she was unwilling, she decided to give it a try in order to survive. She didn't want to give me her first time, but she had no choice at this time. She put on white stockings and sneakers, cursing me while struggling in her heart. After getting dressed, she put the remaining snacks into her backpack. Although it wasn't much, it would at least last for a few days. She knew that without water, she would not be able to survive. Su Wanting hesitated again and looked at the fruit knife on the table. She pondered for a moment and finally put the knife in her arms. Then she took out her cell phone and sent me a friend request, but it was never accepted. She waited for a long time, looked at my dormitory building from the balcony again, and finally decided to go out before daybreak and take the risk to go to the boys' dormitory. She prayed in her heart, hoping that she could arrive safely. Meanwhile, I was also busy. As time went by, more and more people took the initiative to add me, and there were more boys than girls. But I only contact girls. In just a few days, I have received more than 200 friend requests from girls. Casting a wide net really works. Among these 200 girls, I finally found one who met the system standards. Ding! A goddess who meets the system criteria has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Joanner, total score, 93 points. I looked at the photo on my phone screen, which showed a girl wearing Lolita clothing. She's about 1.6 meters tall, not very tall, and her figure is not sexy, giving people a childish feeling, but she looks very cute, with delicate features and fair skin. Especially when she wears Lolita clothes, she adds a bit of playfulness. The white and tender calves covered with white socks that are faintly visible under the skirt are so eye-catching that one can't help but take a few more glances. Overall, this girl is very cute, and she's a freshman who has just entered college, young and tender. Joanner. Brother, do I have to go find you? Is there any other way? After all, the black fog is really dangerous. One of my roommates accidentally entered the black fog yesterday and never came back. Voice. Joanner. Brother, please think of other ways, please, voice. Her voice was very nice. A standard lowly voice, although a little coquettish but not obvious. Every syllable of her voice was well controlled. I could tell that she was trying to impress me with her sweetest tone. I calmly replied to her. So, you want me to take the risk to find you? I give you water, food, and even deliver food to your door. Joanner. No, what I mean is, voice. Joanner. I definitely didn't mean to put you in danger. Don't be angry, brother. I apologize. I'm sorry. Don't be angry, okay? Voice. Her voice became softer and more coquettish, as if she was asking for forgiveness in every way that could arouse my sympathy. But I didn't soften my heart just because her voice was nice, or she called me brother a few times. I replied without hesitation. A campus male dormitory, dormitory 606, if you can come, food and drinks are provided. If not, forget it. After I sent this message, I ignored her. She was so obviously afraid to go out, and she was trying to soften my heart by acting like a spoiled child. But this trick didn't work on me at all. It's the end of the world. I can't let these little tricks lead me astray. If something really happens, I will still be responsible for it. Who knows if she is afraid of the danger of the black fog and wants me to deliver water? I will not indulge her little green tea. Water and food are the most scarce resources now, and the demand is increasing as time goes by. A few days ago, when I posted advertisements, I was scolded by people in the group and kicked out of the group. But now, from time to time, there are people in the group who tag me to ask for help, and the group owner has even started to be humble. For me, taking in girls is not a problem, and I may even be a little too busy. After all, I now have hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water accumulated in my warehouse, and I can't use up all of it even if I wash my face and feet with it every day. Yes, wash your feet. Some people may not think that I would waste water like this, but for me, this water is my resource, and pouring out half a bottle of water is actually no big deal. As for deliberately pouring out half the bottle of water, it was just to provoke Sue wanting. I was lying on the bed, looking through the friend requests that had come in, and I saw a familiar one. It was from Sue wanting. It seems that this proud goddess can't stand it anymore. I just wonder if she's determined to give it a try this time. While thinking about this, I clicked on her friend request. Campus B, girls' dormitory, in a dormitory on the top floor. 3 girls were sitting together, staring at their cell phone screens and checking their chat history. This guy's simply a straight man, a short-haired girl complained. He's more than just a straight man. He's an iron straight man. He has no emotional intelligence at all. I bet he doesn't have a girlfriend. Another long-haired girl complained harshly. At this time, Jo Warner also frowned, not knowing how to reply to the message I sent. She had obviously realized that what she was doing seemed to have no effect, and the topic ended here. She tried to use her usual coquettish tactics, but it didn't work this time. In fact, Jo Warner had used this method before. A few days ago, she asked a boy in her class to bring her water, although the boy never came back after entering the black fog. But she didn't blame the boy. After all, she didn't expect that there would be such dangerous things in the black fog. At this point, she had already tried other boys and had also contacted boys who had pursued her before, but either she couldn't get in touch with them, or they themselves had no time for it, or they made all kinds of excuses to shirk their responsibilities, which made her very angry. Finally, she saw my advertisement in the group, took the initiative to add me as a friend, and specially selected one of her most beautiful photos and added a sweet voice message, wanting me to deliver water and supplies. But unexpectedly, I didn't react at all. No matter how she acted coquettishly, it didn't change my decision. Xiaomei, what do you think we should do now? The water is almost gone, and the remaining water is only enough for the 3 of us to drink once more today. Jo Warner asked hesitantly. She really didn't dare to go downstairs to find water. The screams in the past 2 days made it impossible for her to sleep well. The 2 roommates looked at each other. They had no idea. Although they had stored some snacks, they were running out of water and only had a few snacks left. If they were eaten, they would be starving. If there was no rescue, they would starve soon. I'll try calling the police again. The short-haired girl picked up her cell phone and made a call. When she got out of bed, she secretly hid a bottle of drink in her bedding. Jo Warner watched her 2 roommates busying themselves, quietly kicked a bottle of drink under the bed, pretending to be sad, as if she was about to despair. In the small dormitory, the 3 people have different thoughts. As rescue is delayed and supplies are becoming increasingly scarce, everyone's moral values are rapidly collapsing. In this disaster, the darkest side of human nature is slowly exposed. I receive a message from Sue wanting asking for help. She said there was a monster downstairs, and her voice was urgent and panicked. I quickly checked the video she sent. In the picture, there was thick black fog and extremely low visibility, but I could see a huge yellow dog. Its limbs were muscular, its eyes were red, and it was full of bloodthirstiness. It glanced at Sue wanting, and she screamed in fear. Fortunately, it did not come over, but picked up the body on the ground, turned around, and disappeared into the black fog. Watching the video, my heart sank. I knew this dog. It used to wander around the school. It was a stray dog. It was usually quite docile, and many students even fed it. But now, it has become so huge that it even eats people. Is it the influence of the black fog? Not only animals, but also plants are mutating. Could it be that humans will also mutate? Anyway, this disaster is more serious than I thought. My grandmother and my younger sister mentioned on the phone that the neighbor's dog eats people, and it seems that they're not talking nonsense. I quickly sent a message to Sue wanting, before it attacks you, hurry upstairs and don't waste time. Her response was, aren't you coming down to pick me up? I didn't reply. I had no intention of going out to take risks, not to mention there was a man-eating monster downstairs. Just now, I received a friend request from Xiao Tao. This person who had awakened his superpowers was obviously trying to get information from me. I quickly started chatting with him, trying to understand how he got his superpowers. Xiao Tao was obviously trying to show his ability. He said he could protect me, and he brought a group of people to the gymnasium of Campus A and invited me to bring supplies over. He posted a video showing a group of students together, which looked lively. I know very well that Xiao Tao's words are just to get my supplies. Although he seems generous, I know that in the end of the world, the most reliable person is myself. I replied, I still have a few bottles of water. Xiao Tao seemed very happy and continued. You can rest assured that I will protect you with my lightning ability. Come to the gymnasium, let's find supplies together and wait for rescue. He also mentioned, You should have read the Doomsday novels. Only if we unite can we find a way out. I pretended to be curious and asked him, can you tell me how you got such a powerful ability? Maybe I can also awaken my ability, and then it'll be easier to deal with these monsters. Zhao Tao was somewhat vague and said that he couldn't remember exactly how he awakened, and it was just an accident. Hearing him say this, I became even more skeptical about how strong his abilities are. If he was really strong, why would he need my bottles of water? He should have collected the supplies long ago. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Tao's ability was not strong enough to defeat those monsters easily. If he was really powerful, he would have been able to control the situation long ago. I thought silently and decided not to look for him. Anyway, his superpowers didn't seem to pose any threat. Su Wanning sent another message. Shun Yi, which dormitory are you in? Send me a reply quickly. She seemed very anxious and sent several messages in a row. I replied her with a short 606. Then I stood up and picked up the broom, ready to use it as a weapon. Listening quietly to the noise outside the door, I heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing in the corridor. Obviously, Su Wanning climbed very fast. She panted and complained. Damn you. You didn't even bother to come downstairs to pick me up? You deserve that no girl likes you. I listened to her complaints and felt helpless. She actually had the energy to complain at this time. She finally arrived at room 606 and knocked gently on the door. I opened the door, quickly dragged her into the dormitory, and locked the door. Don't move. I held her down and pressed her against the wall, holding her arms firmly in place. She was obviously startled and struggled hurriedly. What are you doing? Let me go. I told you don't move. I said coldly. Then I reached out and touched her body. Asshole, you're breaking the law by doing this. Stop touching me. Her face turned red and she struggled even harder. I ignored her resistance and continued to search her body carefully until I found a folding fruit knife. Sure enough, in the doomsday world, one cannot be careless. Even if you're facing a seemingly weak woman, you must remain vigilant. If the system hadn't asked me to take in women to unlock supplies, I would never approach them on my own until I had the ability to protect myself. No matter how beautiful she is, I won't consider her. But this is the rule. If I want more supplies, I can only follow the system's requirements. Fortunately, the system requires a woman. Usually women are not as strong and fit as men. As long as she's not attacked by surprise, I am confident that I can control her. So, I searched her body first to make sure she didn't hide anything dangerous. Give me the bag. I ordered her coldly, my eyes locked on the pink school bag behind her. What do you want to do? She held on to the bag tightly, refusing to let go. The bag contained the snacks she had saved up for her daily expenses. If it was taken away, she probably wouldn't live long. She regretted it. I should have known not to come here, or at least hide the food. How stupid of her to bring all the food with her. She actually expected a man she had no relationship with to protect her. If I really had a kind heart, I would not have threatened her to drink water. I sneered and continued searching, watching her grow angrier. Let me go. You stinky loser. Let me go now. Otherwise, I will call the police. She glared at me angrily and struggled more and more violently. She was tall 1.75 meters, about the same height as me, but men are always stronger than women. Plus, I was full and had good physical strength, so I was not afraid of her resistance. I forced her bag off, unzipped it, and everything fell out. Chocolate, potato chips, spicy strips, as well as lipstick, facial masks, sunscreen, and a whole bunch of cosmetics. I used my foot to flip it over, and after confirming that there were no threatening sharp objects hidden, I let her go. Asshole! Stinky loser! She slapped me angrily. I stepped back to avoid it, and took the opportunity to strike back. Snap! With a crisp sound, it hit half of her face. Her face immediately turned red, burning with pain, and her eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. Don't forget what you are here for. Don't pretend with me. You want to hit me? If you don't want to, get out. I don't want to accept an ungrateful person. I said coldly, without a trace of joking in my tone. How dare you hit me? She asked in shock. Why do you hit me? This was the first time she was beaten by a man since she was a child, and the first time she was treated so roughly. She was so angry that she almost exploded. Since you are unwilling to compromise, get out. I pushed her out without hesitation, threw away her bag and snacks, and locked the door. If she doesn't want to, there's no need to force her to stay. Keeping her here is like a time bomb, and I won't be able to sleep well at night. What if she gets mad at me and comes to harm me at night? Shun Yi, open the door. Open the door quickly. She shouted loudly in the corridor. I ignored her but cursed in my heart. What if this noise attracts monsters? I took out a fruit knife and put it in my pocket, then said coldly to the person outside the door. Stop yelling. Think carefully before you come in. If you don't want to compromise, go back. If you attract monsters, you'll be the first one to be eaten. When she heard this, her screams suddenly became much quieter, and her fear was obvious. I do. Please open the door. I was wrong. Her voice trembled, and she obviously realized that things outside were scarier than me. I didn't open the door. I let her calm down outside. The end of the world is different from usual. It's no small matter to be angry, especially in this environment. She has to learn to be obedient, Otherwise, I would rather not unlock the supplies than take in a brainless woman. Open the door. I'm scared. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Her body trembled slightly, and she kept looking back at the stairs. The occasional strange noises made her dare not speak. She finally understood that no one would indulge her in the apocalypse. She also realized that I was not like those men who pursued her and would not indulge her temper. Shunny, I know I was wrong. Please, open the door and let me in. I'm so scared. Her tears finally flowed out, and the fear on her face almost made her collapse. Just when Su Wanting was about to collapse, I opened the door and let her in. By the way, I also picked up the snacks and bag she had thrown on the ground. Occasionally, there were strange noises coming from the stairs, but those noises had been there before the black fog descended, so I wasn't worried about monsters. It was probably just the sound of aging windows. After closing the door, I locked it and turned to look at Su Wanting, who was sitting on the bed sobbing softly. I didn't try to comfort her. If she can't even bear this little setback, then she is doomed to die. The end of the world is cruel, and the dangers she will encounter in the future will be far more than the lesson she learned today. The reason she cried was not just because I slapped her or kicked her out. In that scene, she saw with her own eyes the monster carrying away humans, which shocked her deeply. Fear suppressed her, but in a relatively safe environment, all these emotions burst out at once. These days, she hid in the dormitory alone, listening to the screams coming from downstairs from time to time, and seeing people being eaten by monsters with her own eyes. All this had a great impact on her heart. Although I have seen man-eating monsters, I have a strong ability to accept it and quickly calm down. I can't fall down. My grandma and little sister still need me. At present, my most important task is to swipe out more supplies as soon as possible, especially weapons. If I can swipe out firearms, then I will have the confidence to go out. No matter how strong the mutant monsters are, hot weapons should be able to deal with them. Can you give me a bottle of water? Su Wanting cried for a long time and seemed to calm down a little and asked me in a low voice. I looked at the bottles of water on the table and knew that she didn't dare to take them without permission. I glanced at her swollen eyes and finally felt a little satisfied. Then I casually threw a bottle of water to her. I looked at her, noticing her appearance. She was indeed the sexiest beauty in the foreign languages department. Her height of more than 1.7 meters made her long legs particularly attractive, and her slim figure was perfectly proportioned. She was drinking water when she noticed me staring at her. She suddenly felt uncomfortable and her face turned red. In the past, those boys looked at her secretly, but I stared at her up and down without any concealment, as if I was looking at a commodity. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she didn't dare to say anything because of my temper. In fact, she thought she could control me with her charm, but after what happened, she no longer has this idea. In the apocalypse, being able to protect yourself is the most important thing. Brush your teeth first. I looked at her lips, thinking that she hadn't had water for 2 days and probably hadn't brushed her teeth, and I felt a little disgusted. She immediately understood and blushed. She was actually being disliked. However, she looked at the 2 bottles of water on the table and hesitated again. There are only 2 bottles of water left. Should we save some? She regretted drinking too hastily. The remaining water would be enough for us for 3 days at most. So how can we waste it? It's okay. There's plenty of water, I said, and waved my hand, and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air. This is also a superpower? She looked at me in shock, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yeah, that's about right. I nodded. My ability is to conjure up food and water. As long as you obey me, you won't have to worry about food and water in the future. I had long planned to expose this ability so that she would feel at ease. If I just used violence to make her submit, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Only by using a big stick and sweet dates can I really win her over. I actually have this superpower. It's amazing. She looked at me in surprise, with a glimmer of joy in her eyes. She realized that at least she would not be short of water or food in the future. The look in her eyes changed. Although I was still not handsome, at least I was reliable. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this ability without my permission. Understand? If I die, this ability will become invalid. I reminded her seriously. I understand. I will never tell anyone, not even my parents. She nodded seriously, obviously understanding the limits. Okay, go brush your teeth. Her face turned slightly red, as if she knew what was going to happen next. Ding. It is detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. You will start to randomly unlock a kind of material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Freshly baked roast chicken. Roast chicken +1, stored in the system space. I was holding the naked Su Wanting in my arms, and when I heard the system's reward prompt, my eyes lit up. Roast chicken. Chicken. Now I finally have meat to eat, and it's still hot. The time and space in the system are both static, so there's no need to worry about the food rotting. In a few minutes, there were already dozens of roast chickens in the space, and the number was still increasing. Not only roast chickens, but also mineral water was constantly increasing. I pushed Su Wanting away, sat up with my upper body naked, took out a roast chicken, and planned to eat it while it was hot. I haven't had any meat these past few days, and my mouth is almost dry. I've also used up a lot of energy just now, so it's time to reward myself. It's hot. It's indeed the roast chicken fresh out of the oven. I put the roast chicken on the table, and the aroma immediately spread. Sue Wanting opened her eyes and saw the whole roast chicken on the table. She couldn't help swallowing. Is this your superpower? She was a little surprised. Yeah. I nodded, tore off a chicken leg, and handed it to her. Do you want to eat it? Thank you. She sat up quickly. Although her movements were a bit violent, and she pulled the wound, she didn't care about the pain. At this moment, the delicious roast chicken attracted all her attention. She took a bite of the chicken leg and exclaimed, "It smells so good. It tastes just as good as a 5-star hotel restaurant." Her praise really came from the bottom of her heart. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was full of fragrance when you took a bite. It was so delicious. I was so absorbed in eating that I had no intention of looking at her. Although I only gave her a chicken leg, it wasn't because I was stingy, but I knew that people shouldn't be fed too much, especially since Sue Wanting had just compromised. If I kept providing her with supplies, she might make an irrational decision again. After Sue Wanting finished eating the chicken leg, she looked at the bones I hadn't finished eating and stared at them eagerly. "If you want to eat, go ahead and eat it," I said casually. She hesitated for a moment, but soon put aside her obsession with cleanliness, picked up the bone, and began to chew it. In the past, she would not eat something that others had chewed, but now, she actually found it delicious. I looked at her and smiled, then continued to eat heartily. It was so refreshing to be full and satisfied. This was the most basic enjoyment in the apocalypse, constantly unlocking supplies. Thinking of this, I picked up my phone and looked at another girl who met the system requirements, Jo Weiner. She was much smarter than Sue Wanting and was not easy to deceive, but after she was cut off from water and food, she would definitely compromise. After all, dying of starvation or thirst was better than compromising. I started accepting friend requests one by one. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but I had to try. Even if I could only find one person who met the criteria among 100 or even 1,000 people, that would be enough. While touching Sue Wanting's legs, I replied to the friend message that had just added me. Although she was a little embarrassed, she didn't think about it anymore, but felt a little happy in her heart. Shun-E likes her and her legs, which means he can live a stable life. I suddenly withdrew my hand. My face became serious, and I began to type quickly. Sue Wanting came over. "What's wrong? Put on your clothes." I looked up and said, deliberately preventing her from seeing my phone screen. She didn't doubt me, nodded, and put on her clothes. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she knew she had to obey. I stared at the screen, my eyes still serious. My attention was completely drawn to one piece of information. Shun-E from the Foreign Languages Department. "I can give you water and food, but how can you be sure that what you say is true?" Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. "I lived in the same dormitory with Xiao Tao. I saw the whole process of him gaining superpowers. I can guarantee that it is true." Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. "But you have to give me water and food first. Then I can tell you how to gain superpowers." A way to get superpowers. If this is true, it means I also have a chance to awaken superpowers. This makes me very excited. This is why I don't let Sue Wanting look at her phone. As long as I can get superpowers, plus the system supplies, then the doomsday will simply become a simple mode. I suppressed my excitement, quickly picked up a few bottles of mineral water, took photos, and sent them to Ma Tianming. Shun-E from the Foreign Languages Department. "Unopened mineral water is absolutely pollution-free. As long as your information is accurate, these 3 bottles of water will be given to you." On the other side, Ma Tianming saw the photo, swallowed his saliva, quietly took photos of the classmates around him, and quickly typed a reply. "Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. How do we trade? I must get the water first before I can tell you how to obtain superpowers. Otherwise, what if you go back on your word after I tell you?" Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. "To prove the truth of what I said, let me show you some photos." Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education sent several photos. In the photos, there are 2 boys standing side by side. There are also some photos that were taken recently, showing a tall boy talking to several students. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. "The one wearing the red short-sleeve shirt is Xiao Tao. You should have seen the video he posted before, so you can recognize him. The other one is me. We are roommates and have a very close relationship. I can't lie to you." I looked at the message from Ma Tianming and felt a little hesitant. If he really knew how to get the power, why didn't he just do it himself? Unless it was a very complicated method, or he was just trying to trick me. But even though I guessed there was more than a 50% chance that he was lying to me, I had to give it a try. After all, superpowers are so important to me in this doomsday. But I'm not stupid enough to go and give him some water. That would be stupid. If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the gymnasium, right? I replied, deciding to take a more cautious approach. "Let's each walk halfway to the garden outside the boys' dormitory to trade. I'll give you water, and you tell me the method." Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. "Well, although the method you mentioned is reasonable, it is too risky. So you want me to bring you some water?" I replied. "You're afraid of danger, and so am I." Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. No, brother, I have another idea." Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. "You are in the dormitory building, right? Can you come to my dormitory?" I have a drone in my dormitory, the kind with a long battery life. You can hang the water on the drone, and neither of us will have to take risks. Which floor is your dormitory on? I asked. Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. 5th floor, 509. There's no one in the dormitory. You may have to pry the door open. This method seems feasible. I originally wanted to ask Sue wanted to do the exchange, but she might not be able to pry the door open, so I decided to go myself. I'll contact you when I get the drone, I replied. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. No problem. Brother, remember to hurry up. I haven't had any water for more than 20 hours. I'm so thirsty. Oh, didn't Zhao Tao awaken his lightning power? Why didn't he go out to find water? There should be water in the supermarket, right? I asked back. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Don't mention it. His lightning can barely shock a bird, let alone a can. Okay, wait for my news. After proving that Zhao Tao's ability was too weak, I began to have some doubts. Are all superpowers this weak, or is it just Zhao Tao's? Anyway, let's get the drone first. I looked at Sue Wanting, who was getting dressed and picking up the trash, and asked, is your body seriously affected? Can you still walk? Yes, it hurts a little, but it doesn't affect you much. She responded immediately, obviously not wanting to appear weak. Okay, then pack up and let's go to the 5th floor. I decided to take her with me. After all, she might not be able to pry the door open. Okay. Sue Wanting paused, but secretly regretted it in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have said that she couldn't walk. She really didn't want to go out and take risks. However, Shun didn't seem to want to explain too much. I can understand that. After all, in the apocalypse, the most important thing is the chance to survive. I also put on my clothes and sorted out my equipment. The only weapon I had was the folding fruit knife that Sue Wanting brought with me. Although it was not enough to fight against mutant animals, it could at least protect me. Let's go. I packed my things and pulled Sue Wanting out of the dormitory. This was the first time I left the dormitory since the black fog descended. Going to the toilet was also simple. I put the food in a plastic bag and threw it out of the window. It's the end of the world. What's the point of being so particular? Shunny, what are we going to do on the 5th floor? Sue Wanting grabbed my arm in fear. She finally settled down and had no worries about food and drink, so she really didn't want to go out and take risks again. She still had illusions that the government would come to her rescue. Like most people, her internet and electricity were not cut off, and although rescue had not arrived, the official information made her feel that everything was still normal. I didn't explain too much. I just simply said, don't talk, just follow me. Although she felt a little uneasy, she didn't ask any more questions, but just follow me closely. The corridor was unusually quiet, and I walked carefully. The 5th floor should be safe, otherwise Sue Wanting would not have been able to come up so easily. But as we approached the staircase, a thick black fog had already filled in. I took a breath and stepped inside. Sue Wanting nervously grabbed my hand and followed me into the black fog. As soon as I stepped into the black fog, I subconsciously held my breath, but soon I couldn't hold it anymore. The black fog poured into my body, and although it smelled terrible, my body didn't have any other abnormal reactions. I started looking for the dormitory number in the low visibility environment and finally found dormitory 509. This is it. I pulled the dormitory door and pried it lightly, and the door lock opened. 10. Doomsday is also great. Quick, look for any useful supplies in this dormitory. If you find any, put them in your bag and take them away. As Shunyi spoke, he quickly walked to the first bed and began to search. Sue Wanting also reacted and realized that Shun-Yi was here to search for supplies, so she found a bed nearby and searched quickly. While turning over the bedding, Shun-Yi sent a message to Ma Tianming asking where the drone was. Ma Tianming from a physical education department. It's under the bed, right under the first bed near the door. After receiving the reply, Shun-Yi quickly found a drone packed in a white box under the bed. It looked new. It's a DJI drone, and judging by the packaging, it's not cheap. After picking up the drone and searching for a while, Shun-Yi and Sue Wanting didn't find any useful supplies, so they left. The original purpose was to get the drone, so I'm not disappointed if I didn't gain anything else. As soon as the two reached the stairs, they suddenly heard a bang, bang, bang sound from downstairs, like something was knocking on the wall, and the sound was very dense. What's that sound? Sue Wanting was startled and grabbed Shun-Yi's arm tightly, almost screaming. I don't know. Let's go upstairs first. Shun-Yi had no curiosity at all and immediately quickened his pace to go upstairs. If you dare to be curious at this time, you are simply courting death. When he arrived at the 6th floor, Shun-Yi heard slight noises coming from some dormitories, as if there were people inside. Shun-Yi secretly noted down the 2 dormitories where the sound came from. In this situation, no one knows whether the survivors will attack others for a bite of food. After quickly returning to dormitory 606 and locking the door, Shun-Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. We must unlock the supplies and hot weapons as soon as possible. We also need to find a way to awaken our superpowers as soon as possible. Only in this way can we protect ourselves at the end of the world. Shun-Yi made up his mind secretly. As long as you unlock any kind of hot weapon, you can stack it infinitely, and then you will never have to worry about not having the ability to protect yourself. After opening the box, Shun Yi found the instruction manual of the drone and flipped through it. He had never touched a drone before and didn't know how to operate it. After looking at it for a while, it didn't seem very complicated. Do you want to play with the drone? Su Wanting asked curiously. Yeah, but I don't know if this drone can hold 3 bottles of water. If the drone doesn't work, then Su Wanting will have to go downstairs to complete the transaction. Although there are risks, it is better than taking risks on your own. Yes, this drone can lift about 5 kilograms. 3 bottles of mineral water weigh at most 1.5 kilograms. Su Wanting, Zeepli. Really? Have you ever played with a drone? Shun Yi looked at Su Wanting. Yeah, I've taken landscape and short videos before, and I have over 100,000 followers on my TikTok account. Shun Yi's eyes lit up. That would allow Su Wanting to control the drone, so that I wouldn't have to control it poorly, and it would be embarrassing if it crashed into the wall. Then you do it, and help me deliver a few bottles of water to a classmate. Shun Yi handed the remote control to Su Wanting. Deliver water? Okay, let me see if the power is enough. Although Su Wanting was curious about which classmate Shun Yi was going to deliver water to, she did not ask any more questions and started to debug the equipment immediately. Judging from her operation, she is quite skilled. Shun Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ma Tianming, asking him to choose the transaction location. Certainly, Shun Yi wouldn't give him water first. Otherwise, if this guy cheats me, won't I be a loss? Although the 3 bottles of mineral water were not important to Shun Yi, he did not want to suffer in silence, and even less did he want to be cheated. Shun Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. The drone is ready, but I only have 3 bottles of water. You need to let me make sure that what you say is true, otherwise I can't give you all the water that can save my life. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the other party replied. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. The way to gain superpowers is to eat something. As for what to eat, I can't tell you now unless you show me water first. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Of course, don't even think about lying to me. If I don't tell you what it is, you definitely won't be able to find it. Don't even think about breaking the contract. Shun Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. Huh, the kind of thing you're talking about is hard to find, right? Otherwise, you would have eaten it long ago, and there's no way you could exchange it with me. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. That's true, but I can assure you that I didn't lie to you. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. My information is definitely very valuable right now. Even the official has not announced it yet, so you can use it to exchange for supplies with other people. You will definitely not lose out. Eat something to gain superpowers? Shan Yi frowned it. What could it be? Shun Yi, it's been adjusted. The drone still has more than half of its battery left. It should be enough. Su Wanting's voice came. But now the fog outside is very thick and visibility is very low. If the distance is too far, I don't know if I can deliver the water. Well, just try your best. It's okay if you can't deliver it. Shun Yi didn't particularly care whether he could get the water to Ma Tianming. Anyway, he has already obtained the general information. Fly towards the stadium. Okay. Su Wanting walked to the balcony and released the drone with 3 bottles of water hanging from a towel. Shun Yi took out his cell phone, took a photo, and sent it to Ma Tianming. Shun Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. It will only take a few minutes to get the water there. Now you can tell me the answer. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. Wait a little longer, at least until I can see the drone. Shun Yi glanced at Su Wanting, who was controlling the drone with the remote control. She frowned slightly, pursed her lips, and had a serious expression. How's it going? Can you fly to the stadium? Yes, but I didn't expect the black fog to be so thick. Shun Yi came over and looked at the image projected by the drone camera on the remote control screen. Looking down from the drone's perspective, the entire world was covered with layers of rolling black fog. The black fog was at least 14 or 15 meters high, covering most of the low buildings. What an amazing sight. Su Wanting sai sopti. If this wasn't a disaster, it would be quite artistic and a very pleasing sight to photograph. But who knows how many mutated monsters are hidden under this thick black fog? Shun Yi looked at Su Wanting's delicate profile and serious expression, and couldn't help but kiss her. All right, he admitted that he also likes beautiful things, especially when beautiful things are ruthlessly ravaged. For example, this delicate face. Beauties that you could never touch before can now be played with however you want. In a way, Doomsday is really great. Su Wanting blushed, glanced at Shun Yi, and then continued to control the drone carefully. Shun Yi's hands were not idle. Su Wanting blushed and couldn't help making a sound. At the same time, Shun Yi also sent a message to Ma Tianming. 11. Death of Ma Tianming. Shun Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. We have arrived. If you are outside the gymnasium, you should be able to hear the sound of the drone. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I heard it. It's right above my head. Come down quickly. Shun Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. Don't worry. Tell me the answer first. While sending the message, Shun Yi looked at Su Wanting in his arms and said, lower the drone a little, but not too low, just enough for the people under the black fog to see it. Su Wanting's cheeks were slightly red, and her red lips were breathing slightly. She adjusted her posture and began to control the drone to descend. In the black fog, a sturdy young man licked his cracked lips and stared at the thick black fog above his head. He is Ma Tianming. He made this deal privately with Shun Yi and did not tell Zhao Tao. Otherwise, we have to share water with Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao was unwilling to tell others how to obtain superpowers, as he did not want others to gain superpowers. But Ma Tianming doesn't care about all that. I'm almost dying of thirst, but we'll keep it a secret for you. It doesn't do me any good. Hurry up, hurry up, Ma Tianming murmured, looking back at the gymnasium from time to time. It would be troublesome if other people found out. Moreover, I heard from Zhao Tao that there are monsters in the black fog. It will be troublesome if we are targeted by the monsters. We must get water quickly. Soon, the silhouette of a drone appears in the air. There are also a few bottles of mineral water hanging below it. Ma Tianming from the physical education department. I saw it. Lower it a little more. Lower it a little more. Shen Yi from the foreign languages department. Answer. The more anxious Ma Tianming was, the less anxious Shun Yi became. In this transaction, Shun Yi had the upper hand from the beginning to the end. Because he is not short of water. Even if he loses a few bottles of water, it won't have any impact. Most of what he said before was to make Ma Tianming think that he was anxious, otherwise he would not be able to get anything out of him. Now is the time to control him. A person who is extremely thirsty will only become more hungry after seeing water, and may even lose the ability to make calm judgments. Ma Tianming from the physical education department. Let me get the water first. Otherwise, what if you regret it? Shun Yi from the foreign languages department. I'll give you the same thing. I'll give you the water. What if you regret it? Ma Tianming from the physical education department. What the hell are you? Ma Tianming licked his cracked lips, clenched his phone in anger, and hesitated. He was really afraid that this guy would go back on his word. But I am really thirsty. Looking up at the life-saving water source that was almost within reach, he gritted his teeth and began to type. Ma Tianming from the physical education department. I can tell you the answer first, but you must not go back on your word. Otherwise, I will tell Zhao Tao and have him bring people to cause trouble for you. Ma Tianming from the physical education department. Most of us here are athletes. Even if you're lucky enough to get superpowers, you can't be a match for dozens of students. Shun Yi from the foreign languages department. Don't worry, I don't want to make an enemy of you either. Although he said this, Shun Yi had already developed murderous intent in his heart. If someone dares to threaten me, then he really wants to cause trouble for me. I must not keep such a person. Fortunately, I didn't tell Ma Tianming my dormitory number. The dormitory building is so big that even if he comes in, it won't be easy for him to find me. But to be on the safe side, I'll change dorms later. If Shun Yi had the ability to shoot from a distance, he would have wanted to kill Ma Tianming directly to prevent any future trouble. Although he has never killed anyone, if someone really threatens his life, Shun Yi will kill the other person without hesitation. This is the determination you must have to survive in the doomsday. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. It is a colorful fruit that grows on plants that have not mutated. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I didn't lie to you. Zhao Tao ate a fruit like that, and after a few seconds, he suddenly gained lightning powers. Shen Yi. Okay, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise I will tell Zhao Tao about the deal with you. I believe Zhao Tao will not keep a roommate who betrayed him, right? Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. He would threaten, and Shun Yi would also threaten. Moreover, the threat is very sharp. Shun Yi looked at Su Wanning and said, lower the drone and give him the mineral water. As for the drone, if you can retrieve it, then retrieve it. If you can't, forget it. He also thought about breaking the contract. But then he thought again, if Ma Tianming told Zhao Tao about the transaction, there was no guarantee that Zhao Tao would not cause trouble for him in order to obtain the secret of superpowers. Judging from Zhao Tao's secretive behavior, he doesn't want others to know how to obtain superpowers. Very greedy guy. Oh. Su Wanning began to slowly land the drone. Before the drone landed, the thirsty Ma Tianming grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Then, he unscrewed a bottle of water on the spot and started drinking it. He looked so hungry, as if he was going crazy with thirst. No wonder he was vigilant for such a long time, but then let down his guard at the last moment of the transaction. Because he was so thirsty that he no longer had the energy to argue with Shun Yi. Seeing this scene, Su Wanning couldn't help but sigh. This may be the daily life of most survivors. There are very few people like Shun Yi who have enough food and drink. Thinking of this, Su Wanning couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Now that I am following Shun Yi, I don't have to worry about food and drink. I just need to wait for rescue with peace of mind. Although Shun Yi likes to touch his legs and breasts, but actually being touched feels pretty good. Ah! Su Wanning suddenly screamed, startling Shun Yi, who was immersed in studying her body. Shun Yi, you look. Shun Yi immediately looked at the drone screen. I saw. Suddenly, several thick vines stretched out from the black fog and tied up Ma Tianming tightly like a rice dumpling, and were about to drag him into the black fog. What's going on? Came 2 minutes ago. Ma Tianming drank a bottle of water in one breath and was so refreshed that he almost shouted out loud. Looking at the remaining 2 bottles of water, he thought about hiding them so that they would not be discovered by Zhao Tao and the others. In addition, we also have to find a way to get some more water from Shun Yi. He didn't believe that Shun Yi only had a few bottles of water. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, if you only had 3 bottles of water, there's absolutely no way he would give them to others. He was very sure that Shun Yi must have many bottles of water in his hands. But how can we get the water in Shun Yi's hand? Perhaps he could talk to Zhao Tao and reveal some information to him covertly. Given Zhao Tao's character, he might not be able to resist the temptation and cause trouble for Shun Yi. At that time, I will pretend to stand on Shun Yi's side, coerce and bribe him to give me water, and then take the opportunity to deal with Shun Yi to prevent Shun Yi from telling about the deal with me. That's right. Eat all. I am such a genius. Ma Tianming was thinking excitedly, but he didn't notice that in the black fog behind him, vines seemed to have life and spread out, coming silently behind him. When he felt a chill on his back, he turned back subconsciously and his pupils suddenly shrank. From a reflection of Ma Tianming's pupils, countless vines instantly pounced over and entangled his body. It was too late to escape. Help! Help! It hurts! It hurts so much! Ma Tianming screamed and struggled violently. But the cane was extremely powerful. The more he struggled, the stronger it became. Ma Tianming's skin began to turn purple, his face turned red, and his breathing became difficult. Although he was still struggling hard, it seemed to be of no use. His body was tightened by the cane, and his face began to turn red and purple, as if due to blood circulation problems. The skin on his body was also torn by the sharp cane, and bright red blood flowed out, staining his clothes red and dripping onto the cane. What was even more terrifying was that as soon as his blood dripped onto the vine, it was directly absorbed by the vine and disappeared without a trace. The vine seemed to be excited by the blood they sucked, and they tightened Ma Tianming's body even more, gradually cracking his entire body, with blood, flesh, and bones of various colors splattered everywhere. 12. A monster that blocks out the sun and the sky. Hearing Ma Tianming's screams, several people rushed out of the gymnasium. The leader was Zhao Tao, who was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt. When they saw Ma Tianming being tied up with rattan, Zhao Tao and his companions' faces changed drastically, and they turned around and ran back into the gymnasium. Without any hesitation, he abandoned Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming also ended his life in extreme despair and pain. Shun Yi and Su Wanting felt nauseous and almost vomited when they saw this bloody scene through the drone aerial footage. Born Zhao Tao, Shun Yi cursed with a dark face. He was not angry because Zhao Tao did not save him. Ma Tianming's life or death had nothing to do with him. It was better if he died. The reason he was angry was because Zhao Tao was plotting against him. That's right, Zhao Tao wanted to plot against Shun Yi before. Knowing that there were such horrible mutant plants outside the gymnasium, they still tried to trick me into coming here, and even said that they were protecting me. Damn, Zhao Tao is really a black-hearted guy. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll kill you. As Shun Yi thought about it, he said, let's withdraw the drone. It may be useful in the future. Just as Shun Yi finished his words, and the drone took off from the black fog, a sharp bird cry suddenly came from the remote control screen, as if it could crack a person's eardrums. In the picture, a giant bird swoops down from the sky, grabs the flying drone with its sharp claws, and takes it into the sky. Soon, the drone completely lost its image and signal. What was that bird just now? It was so big. Su Wanting couldn't help swallowing her saliva, revealing a look of horror. Although I could only vaguely see a bit of the image through the drone's camera, the feeling of it blocking out the sky and the sun. Was that really a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth today is not as big as the wing of that giant bird. That is definitely a mutant monster. There are even more terrifying mutant monsters in the sky. That terrifying giant bird can bring more fear and depression to people than mutant dogs and mutant vines. When she thought of such a terrifying giant bird in the sky, Su Wanting hurriedly retreated back to the dormitory and dared not approach the balcony again. Although the giant bird flies very high, if it suddenly swoops down, there will be no time to dodge. The speed was so fast that the drone was caught by it in an instant. It seems that even the birds flying in the sky can mutate. Shun Yi's face was solemn. He originally thought that only the plants and animals on the ground, shrouded in black fog, would mutate, but he didn't expect that even the birds would mutate. Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, Shun Yi looked at the conversation with Ma Tianming again. Colorful fruits growing on non-mutated plants. Shun Yi opened TikTok and tried to search for relevant information. He didn't believe that Zhao Tao was the only one in the entire Xia kingdom who had acquired superpowers, so he wanted to see what others had to say. As expected, someone actually posted a video. My family, I have awakened my superpowers. From now on, I won't eat beef. In the video, a teenager of about 15 or 16 was making arrogant remarks. When he raised his little hand, many iron objects around him flew up and floated in the air. He waved his hand again, and all the iron tools flew out and stuck firmly into the wall. If this stabbed a person, it would either kill him or cause serious injury. What kind of superpower is this? Telekinesis? Or Magneto? It feels stronger than Zhao Tao's lightning ability. Shun Yi continued to watch other videos. But there are not many people who can show off their superpowers openly like this. As for the keywords colored fruits, they cannot be found. I don't know if the person who gained supernatural powers is hiding it, or if the platform blocked the keywords. It's a pity that the drone is gone, otherwise I could use it to go out and look for colorful fruits. Shun-Yi secretly felt regretful. For now, I have to change the dormitory first. Although my dormitory number has not been exposed, other women will have to come to find me in the future. What if a woman comes with a group of people? Wouldn't I be in danger? So, in the future, you should give women a false address first, and then show up after confirming that the other party is a real person. I was too naive and not cautious enough before. But after being threatened by Ma Tianming, Shun-Yi's vigilance increased several times. No matter what you do in the future, you must be careful, cautious, careful. The 6-character policy must be kept in mind. Su Wanting, pack your things, let's move to another dormitory. What? Su Wanting, who had just finished drinking water, was a little confused and asked back subconsciously. Don't ask, just pack your things. Okay, I'll clean it up right away. Seeing Shun-Yi's expression change, Su Wanting didn't dare to ask any more questions. Sometimes she would still subconsciously put herself into her previous identity. If a boy dared to talk to her like this and ordered her around in the past, Su Wanting would be very angry and scold him. She grew up in a wealthy family, had never suffered any hardship, and was very outstanding herself. If she were in a normal society, she would have the capital to be arrogant. But unfortunately, it's not like before. Shun-Yi is not the type of person who likes to please others. If Su Wanting hadn't helped him unlock new supplies and hadn't been more obedient today, he would have abandoned Su Wanting without hesitation. Carrying a woman with you at the end of the world is a burden most of the time. After packing up, Shun-Yi took Su Wanting to dormitory 610, which was 3 dormitories away from dormitory 606. This place is just away from 2 dormitories where there might be people, and is close to the stairs, so if you encounter danger you can escape from the 6th floor immediately. Shun-Yi was trying to pry the door open when he suddenly heard a voice behind him and turned around to look. I found that at the end of the corridor, the door of dormitory 601 suddenly opened. He immediately became alert, holding the fruit knife and staring at the open door. Dormitory 601 is one of the dormitories suspected to be occupied. Well, classmate, don't be impulsive. I'm a human being. A man came out of dormitory 601. He was a short boy wearing glasses. When he saw Shun-Yi had a knife in his hand, he spoke out immediately, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Shun-Yi still held the knife vigilantly. Although they lived on the same floor, Shun-Yi did not know this boy. He usually has to go out to work part-time, so naturally he has no time to make friends. It's like this, classmate, do you have any water? I can exchange it with you for food, the boy said quickly. If his water hadn't been almost finished, he wouldn't have wanted to risk coming out to talk to a strange classmate. In this situation, humans may be more dangerous than monsters. He is also a half otaku who has read many doomsday novels and watched many movies and has a lot of experience. Are you alone? Shun-Yi looked at the door of dormitory 601 and asked vigilantly. Yeah, it's just me, and I don't have any weapons, so you don't have to worry. Although the boy has read a lot of doomsday novels and watched a lot of movies, he obviously hasn't learned anything real. Just one sentence revealed his true colors. If Shun-Yi had a darker mentality, it would be enough to force him to hand over the food or even kill him. Just at this moment, the door of room 603 suddenly creaked and opened. 1-3 discovered the supernatural fruit. Hello, classmates. Don't be afraid. I have no hostility. The door of dormitory 603 is opened. He is a boy who is about the same height as Shun-Yi, but a little fatter than Shun-Yi and has dyed yellow hair. I just heard you guys chatting, and I saw that you're not bad people, so I came out to form a team with you. The yellow-haired student had a smile on his face and seemed to want to get closer to you as much as possible. It's the end of the world after all. It's safer with more people. How about it? Brothers, want to team up? Neither Shun-Yi nor the boy with glasses said anything. The boy with glasses stood at the door vigilantly, so that if he encountered any danger, he could run into the dormitory immediately. In this situation, who would trust strangers and team up with strangers? What a joke. Please, we are classmates in the same school. There shouldn't be so much distrust between us, right? Do you think I dare to kill anyone? I don't even dare to kill a chicken. I believe you don't dare to kill anyone either, right? Otherwise, you will go to jail. The yellow-haired man said speechlessly. It is not known whether he is just so outgoing or has other intentions, but Shun-Yi will not believe him anyway. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. But the boy with glasses was obviously persuaded. 2. This is only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people still have some bottom line and won't go crazy enough to kill people. Do you have any water? I want to exchange food for some water. The boy with glasses asked the yellow-haired boy cautiously. The current situation on the field is that Shun-Yi has a knife in his hand, and there are 2 of them, which gives him the biggest advantage. The boy with glasses is more afraid of him. If possible, he would rather make a deal with the yellow-haired boy. At least the yellow-haired student didn't have a knife in his hand. I've finished my water, so I wanted to form a team with you and leave the dormitory together. The yellow-haired man scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Is that so? The boy with glasses could only look at Shun-Yi again. The tall beauty next to this classmate is carrying a bag. Maybe there's water. Speaking of which, why is there a girl in the boys' dormitory? Could it be this classmate's girlfriend? So beautiful. This figure, this leg, paired with that pair of white mid-length stockings, it's so 2D. The boy with glasses was extremely restrained and looked away, so he didn't stare at Su Wanning's long legs. Huang Mao also stole a few glances. There's no way. This figure is too attractive to men. Shun Yi naturally noticed the looks in their eyes. He became even more alert. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he felt that even if he could kill both of them with a knife, he might get hurt. If you get injured in the apocalypse and don't have medicine, you'll most likely die. Then there's no need to fight hard. Moreover, they have no hostility towards me at the moment. You could take this opportunity to develop. He originally wanted to refuse the exchange offer from the boy with glasses, but after thinking it over, he decided to agree. If I don't exchange when the boy with glasses can't stand the thirst anymore, he might join forces with the yellow-haired boy to fight me. But if they were swapped, the boy with glasses would definitely not join forces with the yellow-haired student unless he was in a desperate situation. First divide the enemy and then defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, Shun Yi looked at the boy with glasses and said, "My girlfriend and I don't have much water. We only have 1.5 bottles left, but I can give you half a bottle." Okay. Thank you. Thank you, brother." The boy with glasses nodded excitedly. "Half a bottle of water, drink it sparingly, add it to your own urine, and you can last for several days at least. If I'm lucky, maybe I can hold on until help arrives." Shun Yi walked over holding a knife. Su Wanning hurried to catch up. Huang Mao was very tactful and gave way. Only, looking at Su Wanning's tall back, he couldn't help licking his lips, with a hint of desire hidden in his eyes. "Mad, it's so beautiful. I can play with these legs for a year." Of course, he was thinking these words in his heart, but he saw that Shun Yi had a knife in his hand, so he would not be stupid enough to cause trouble. Inner dormitory, 601. A strange smell hit me. Su Wanning couldn't help but cover her nose with her hands, frowning and wanting to complain. Why does this guy stink so badly? Did he poop in the dormitory? In comparison, Shun Yi's dormitory can be described as clean and sanitary. Really? He's ugly and so sloppy. So disgusting. Su Wanning complained inwardly. Fortunately, Shun Yi likes cleanliness. Otherwise, she really didn't know if she could bear it. "Well, ahem, the dormitory is not very clean, please don't mind it." The boy with glasses smiled awkwardly. He also knew that the dormitory didn't smell good. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, there was a lack of water these days, so he didn't wash his feet, brush his teeth, or wash his face, and he also had to urinate and defecate. It was a bit embarrassing anyway, especially since such a beautiful girl saw his embarrassing side. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Shun Yi didn't say anything, because he was attracted by the potted plants on the windowsill at first sight. I don't know what plants are planted in those flower pots, but they have bloomed and are very beautiful. But what caught Shun Yi's attention was not the beauty of the flowers, but the fact that in the center of one of the pink flowers there was a colorful fruit. The fruit is very small, about the size of a little finger, buried in the center of the flower and inconspicuous. Shun Yi secretly retracted his gaze, pretending to look around the dormitory, not revealing his excitement, and asked, "What food do you want to exchange? I have self-heating hot pot, instant noodles and bread of various flavors, spicy noodles. What do you need?" The boy with glasses took out all his stock and placed them on the bed for Shun Yi to choose. "Let me have a look." Shun Yi seemed to be choosing very seriously, but actually he was thinking about how to get the colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming did not lie, he would most likely gain superpowers after eating this fruit. Su Wanning frowned deeply and covered her nose. She really didn't understand why Shun Yi came to exchange for food. Since I have superpowers, can't I just transform whatever I want to eat? Why do I need to change it? Besides, this guy's food stinks, and I don't know if eating his food will give me diarrhea. Su Wanting, who had just had a good life for the first half of the day, had begun to look down on junk food. "I'll have 2 packs of spicy instant noodles." Shun Yi picked for a long time, and finally picked up 2 packs of instant noodles very seriously. "Wanting, get a bottle of water." "Uh-huh." Su Wanting obediently took out half a bottle of water from her backpack. The boy with glasses pretended to glance casually, and found that there was indeed only a bottle of water left in the beautiful woman's bag, but there was still a lot of snacks. It seemed that this guy did not lie to him. What a real person. Obviously, he doesn't have much water, but he is willing to exchange it with me. This is obviously helping me. The boy with glasses' favor towards Shun Yi suddenly increased. "By the way, classmate, your potted plants are very beautiful. Can you give me 2? My girlfriend likes potted plants very much." Shun Yi suddenly said. "Sure, no problem. They're my roommates anyway. He probably doesn't want them anymore." The boy with glasses didn't think much about it, and generously let Shun Yi take whatever he wanted. He couldn't keep it alive in the dormitory anyway. After all, he didn't have any extra water to grow useless flowers. "Wanting, don't you like potted plants? Go pick 2, and we'll take them back to the dormitory to grow." Oh, great. I like potted plants the best." Su Wanning was confused and didn't know why Shun Yi suddenly said that he liked potted plants. But she thought quickly and realized that Shun Yi wanted a potted plant. So he cooperated and went forward to pick it up. 14. Gained superpowers. Also became more handsome. Su Wanting picked for a while and picked out 2 potted plants that were already in bloom. At least it's pleasing to the eyes. Then she looked back at Shun Yi, and seeing Shun Yi nod slightly, she knew that she had made the right choice. Although she didn't know why Shun Yi wanted a potted plant, today's experience taught her that if she could avoid asking, she should just be obedient. This way, Shun Yi would like her more. It's getting late, so let's go back first. Shun Yi suppressed his excitement and said calmly, although I know that this boy will definitely not see anything, but if something goes wrong, it will be too late for me to regret. Okay, big brother, if you need anything in the future, just call me. The boy with glasses kept calling Shun Yi big brother, and it was obvious that he had a very good impression of Shun Yi. After all, he was the one who shared the life-saving water with him. Yeah. Shun Yi nodded and turned around to leave with Su Wanting. Sudden, a boy's voice came from behind. Brother, wait. The boy with glasses touched his head and smiled shyly. Brother, my name is Wang Bingbing. How about we add each other's contact information? Okay. Shun Yi did not refuse and opened his WeChat to scan it. The boy with glasses also quickly opened WeChat and handed over his code. Scan the QR code and add successfully. My name is Shun Yi. Please contact me on WeChat if you have any questions. Okay, brother Shun. Finally, Shun Yi and Su Wanting walked out of the smelly dormitory 601. Hey, brother, do you have any extra water? Can you give me half a bottle too? Asked the yellow-haired man with a smile. There's no more. There's only 1 bottle of water left, and we too need a drink. Shun Yi refused indifferently, then left with Su Wanting. Now he just wants to go back and study whether this colorful fruit can gain supernatural powers. As for the yellow-haired classmate, it doesn't matter. As long as Wang Bingbing does not join forces with him, and he has a knife in his hand, he believes that Huang Mao will not be so stupid as to come and die. On the contrary, you can strike first and gain the upper hand. Arriving at the door of dormitory 610, Shun Yi quickly pried the door open. Because the students haven't returned, this dormitory is relatively clean and there is no peculiar smell. But Shun Yi still said to Su Wanting, go to dormitory 606 and bring my bedding over. Su Wanting also didn't want to sleep on someone else's bedding. Who knows if it's clean or not? She is a misophobe. Seeing Su Wanting leave, Shun Yi immediately went up to the potted plants, carefully observed them for a while, and confirmed that neither of the 2 plants had mutated. Then, he picked the fruit from the center of the flower. When I picked up the colorful little fruit, I felt a slight coolness spread from my fingers into my body. It's really not easy. Just from this feeling of coolness, Shun Yi could be sure that this colorful little fruit was no ordinary fruit. Do you want to eat? Shun Yi hesitated. What if Ma Tianming lied to me? What if the fruit is poisonous? But there was only 1 fruit, and it was not a good idea to let Su Wanting test the poison. What if Su Wanting awakens her special powers and becomes the master? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Shun Yi pondered for a while, then took a photo of the colorful fruit with his mobile phone and started searching for images on the internet. After searching, no relevant content was found. This proves that this kind of fruit may not have existed before and may not have been included in the record. But the latter is unlikely. After all, it's impossible for the plants raised by an ordinary college student to be rare in the world, right? Thinking about it this way, the colorful fruits most likely appeared after the doomsday outbreak. As to whether it is a poisonous fruit or a supernatural fruit, I can only give it a try. Although Shun Yi is very subtle and cautious. But those who survive without strength are just hoarding food for others. He needs strength. A lot of power is needed. If he had the strength, he wouldn't have to fight with Wang Bingbing and Huang Mao classmate today. Because there is no absolute power, one needs to resort to conspiracies and tricks and to manipulate people's hearts. Thinking of the obscene look of his yellow-haired classmate, Shun Yi decided to give it a try. If I could really awaken powerful superpowers, I could go back and save my grandma and little sister. After considering everything, Shun Yi finally ate the fruit. Ma Tianming, Ma Tianming, don't lie to me, or I'll draw a circle and curse you to go to the 18th level of hell. He prayed silently. The colorful fruit melts in your mouth almost instantly. I couldn't even taste anything. Immediately following, Shun Yi felt warm inside, as if there was a strange energy flowing in his body, making him feel warm all over, as if he was in the legendary spiritual water. Suddenly, his waist and legs were no longer sore, and his originally weak body was full of vitality. As this warm current continued to flow through his limbs and bones, Shun Yi felt more and more comfortable. His strength seemed to be increasing, and the muscles all over his body were throbbing. After about dozens of seconds, Shun Yi was completely immersed in the pleasure of increasing strength, especially with a burst of crisp sounds. His muscles and bones trembled, his pores opened, and a layer of dark red dirt like oil was discharged. The next moment, Shun Yi felt as if he had suddenly broken through a barrier, as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint and had endless strength and energy. But when he opened his eyes and looked down at his body again, he was shocked. I saw that he who was originally thin, now had muscles. Ups, standard six-pack abs, and he was full of strength, and it felt like he could punch through a wall. Then, Shunny felt his face was a little itchy. He wiped it subconsciously, and ended up with a hand full of red impurities, which smelled very bad. Shun-Yi frowned, took out a makeup mirror from Su Wanning's bag, and looked at his face. There were a lot of impurities on his face, but after wiping them off, his originally ordinary facial features became much more three-dimensional, and he could even be called handsome. The appearance has actually improved. What kind of supernatural fruit is this? Shun-Yi was a little surprised. Increase strength, increase appearance, increase abdominal muscles. I can't tell what kind of fruit it is, but if I eat a few more, can I continue to transform? Even greatly increase your own strength. As for appearance, although Shun-Yi thinks it is not important, he would certainly be happy if he could become more handsome. But compared to the improvement of appearance, he values strength more. In the end times, strength is the most important thing. As long as you have power, no matter how ugly you are, beautiful women will throw themselves into your arms. What? What if I don't throw myself into your arms? Then grab it. Otherwise, what's the point of having strength? Shun-Yi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth in delight, wanting to reveal an evil smile. Ma Tianming really didn't lie to himself. This colorful fruit is really a supernatural fruit. Only, the supernatural power he obtained seemed to be about improving his physical body, which was completely different from Zhao Tao's. Just as Shun-Yi was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. 15. Physical evolution. Su Wanning's little thoughts. It is detected that the host has qualified force value. The personal panel has been opened. The host can check it by himself. Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows. Personal panel? It actually requires a certain amount of force to unlock it. Open the panel. He muttered to himself. Then, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Host, Shun-Yi. Age, 20. Force value, 10. Unlock supplies. Master Shui mineral water, freshly roasted chicken. Obtain superpower. Physical evolution, LV1. Physical evolution, LV1. Your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Physical evolution. It turns out to be a physical ability. Although not as cool as Zhao Tao's lightning ability, Shun-Yi can feel that his strength is definitely not inferior to Zhao Tao's lightning that can split through cans. And, judging from the level symbols on the physical evolution, the level of supernatural powers should be able to be upgraded. The higher the level, the stronger it is. As for how to upgrade the level, Shun-Yi is not clear at the moment. Maybe, I need to continue eating the supernatural fruit? Or maybe, you need to exercise yourself? Anyway, no matter what, at least we have a clear goal now. Collect supernatural fruits. Never let go if you see me again. As long as you have enough special abilities and they are high enough, you could defeat anything that runs on the ground or flies in the sky. But my body has evolved once, but my combat power is only 10. He clearly felt that he was overflowing with strength. Was his strength value too low? Thinking of this, Shun-Yi looked at the bedboard of an empty bed. Then, he wrapped his hands with a pillowcase, then raised his fist and smashed it down. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bedboard was smashed through by him. Shun-Yi's hand was only a little numb, not even painful. The thickness of this bedboard is about 4 or 5 centimeters. Even someone who has been practicing boxing for many years would not be able to break through it easily. This is enough to prove that Shun-Yi's power is far beyond that of ordinary people. With this much strength, the system only gave itself a combat value of 10 points. It seems that the rating of combat power is very valuable. Come to think of it, I wonder if the supernatural fruit can be considered a kind of material. Shun-Yi murmured softly. If supernatural fruits could also be considered supplies, that would be so cool. Infinitely stacked supernatural fruits, simply invincible. Shun-Yi. Just as Shun-Yi was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Wanting, who was holding the quilt, looked at Shun-Yi with surprise, whose face was covered in dirt, and couldn't help but wrinkled her nose. A foul smell wafted from him. What's going on? I had only been away for a few minutes. How come Shun-Yi smelled so bad? Moreover, he seemed to have grown taller and become more handsome. At first, Su Wanting almost thought she had seen it wrong, so she called out uncertainly. That's great. I want to take a shower. Come and rub my back for me. Shun-Yi did not explain the matter of superpowers to Su Wanting. Although he can now easily control Su Wanting, the method of obtaining superpowers cannot be easily revealed, otherwise there is no guarantee that Su Wanting will not have ulterior motives. Well, the dirt discharged by the evolution of the physical body is very smelly and needs to be washed thoroughly. Take a bath? How do I take a bath? Su Wanting hesitated. Shun-Yi didn't say anything, but locked the dormitory door first, then waved his hand, and nearly 100 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on a bed. Su Wanting opened her eyes wide in shock. Although she knew that Shun-Yi could conjure up food and water, she was still surprised that he could conjure up so much water at once. At first, she thought that Shun-Yi's ability had some limitations, such as he could only produce a few bottles of water and a roast chicken a day. But now it seems not. This means that Shun Yi's ability is much more powerful than I thought. Moreover, he not only has the ability to conjure up food. This guy who suddenly became taller and more handsome must have supernatural powers, right? Shun Yi may have more than one superpower. What are you thinking about? Come over here and rub my back. Shun Yi shouted after taking off his clothes. Oh, here it comes. Su Wanning's cheeks turned red and she was a little shy, but she still stepped forward with the towel. After all, the relationship has already happened and everything that should be seen has been seen. But when she wiped off the dirt on Shun Yi's body and saw Shun Yi's body clearly, she was stunned. Shun Yi, who was originally thin, actually has abdominal muscles. There are exactly 6 pieces, and they look extremely beautiful. No, not just abs. There's even a male dog waist. Wow, what a great body. Better looking than those fitness trainers. The body shape that evolved from Shun Yi's physical body is not the kind of body with bulging muscles, but a body with graceful lines, which looks good in all aspects. The more Su Wanning rubbed Shun Yi's back, the redder her face became, but she also became more excited. Shun Yi has become more handsome and stronger. And isn't he the one who enjoys it? Su Wanting, who was originally a little dissatisfied with Shun Yi's appearance and figure, was extremely excited at this moment. He couldn't help but start imagining what would happen next. Shun Yi was holding his phone, quickly accepting friend requests, and then copying and sending the same message one by one. Send photos. As long as you meet the criteria, food and drinks are provided. Having experienced the pleasure of physical evolution, he is now very excited and wants to unlock more supplies, preferably the supernatural fruit. At worst, hot weapons will do. This feeling of becoming stronger is really great, even better than having sex with Su Wanning. Speaking of this, Shun Yi suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask, I remember you have a few friends who are also pretty good looking? Well, it's okay, but none of them are as pretty as me. Su Wanning realized something was wrong. Then contact your pretty friends and ask them if they are short of food and water. Shun Yi had some impression that Su Wanning had a few friends who were good looking and had good figures. One of them is even prettier than Su Wanning, but he didn't know the girl's name. He only met her once when she came to see Su Wanting and was very impressed. I think that girl should also meet the system standards. Okay, I'll ask. Su Wanting hesitated to speak. She didn't want to share food with others. I don't want to share my boyfriend with other women. But Su Wanting didn't dare to refuse Shun Yi, so she secretly cursed Shun Yi while sending the message. You already have yourself, but you are still thinking about other women. How can you be so shameless? And the one she is thinking about is her best friend. If I really let my best friend share a husband with me, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Damn you, you playboy. Damn man. Do you think you can do whatever you want at the end of the world? Damn it. Damn it. Look, I'm not going to drain you dry tonight. I'll make you think about other women again. Su Wanting cursed inwardly and rubbed his back with more force. If she could defeat Shun Yi, she would never swallow her anger. 16. Beautiful girlfriend. Time passes. Another night has passed. Today is the 6th day of the doomsday disaster. Rescue still did not arrive. Social order is on the verge of collapse. Many survivors fought over a bite of food or a bottle of water. Burning, killing, looting, raping, and pillaging, these evil deeds that would never appear openly in Xia State under normal circumstances are now almost everywhere. A little after 11, in dormitory 610, Shun Yi was eating roast chicken naked, and Su Wanning was watching him eagerly, like a child who had made a mistake. Let me see your phone. Shun Yi finished eating the chicken leg in his hand, drank a sip of mineral water, then took some paper to wipe his hands, and looked at Su Wanning. What do you want to see? Open WeChat, and let me see how your bestie responded to you. Shun Yi wanted to do a random check to see if Su Wanning had been obedient and sent messages to her bestie. If she doesn't obey, it proves that she has ulterior motives. If someone has other intentions, it means that he might betray you. Shun Yi would not keep a woman who wanted to betray him, even though she enjoyed serving me. I had to be so rational now that I had entered the sage time. Only one person replied to the message. No one else did. Su Wanning unlocked her phone, clicked on the WeChat interface, and handed it over. Although she felt very uncomfortable and jealous, she didn't dare to refuse. Shun Yi took the phone and said, come over for dinner. Remember, don't think about last night again. Yeah, I will never make you angry again. Su Wanting nodded excitedly, then ran over to look for the bones left by Shun Yi and started chewing on the meat when she found it. Looks like he's been hungry all morning. Shun Yi looked through Su Wanning's WeChat. She was very obedient and sent messages to more than a dozen WeChat friends, but only a girl with a note, Jiang Nanyan, replied to her. Shun Yi clicked into Jiang Nanyan's circle of friends, flipped through a few pages, and found the photo of this girl. His eyes lit up slightly. Very beautiful. Judging from her face, she has a mature and royal vibe, and there are no signs of PS whitening in the photos. As for why the system did not trigger the prompt, because Shun Yi had tested it before, the system would not trigger a prompt just because of a photo, unless the photo was sent to Shun Yi by the person himself, and it must be a photo of the person himself. If the photo was retouched or beautified with PS, etc., the prompt would not be triggered. This also saved Shun Yi from being scammed. After thinking about it, Shun Yi sent a message to Jiang Nanyan using Su Wanning's account. The little rabbit said obediently, "Well, I have water and food here, come find me." Little Bunny is Su Wanning's online name. Su Wanning was peeking at the side, feeling very depressed. My boyfriend is hooking up with my best friend, but I still have to help him. Is this considered self-greening? Jiang Nanyan, really? Wanning, where are you? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. The little rabbit said obediently, "My friend and I are in the boys' dormitory of Campus A. It's safe here now. Come find me." While replying to the message, Shun Yi deliberately took a few photos of mineral water and roast chicken and sent them to the girl. Jiang Nanyan, wow, you actually have so much water, and there is also cooked chicken. The little rabbit said obediently, "Well, do you want to come over? For the sake of our past relationship, I can take care of you." Jiang Nanyan, the boys' dormitory, it's a bit far from me. Jiang Nanyan, well, Wanting, if I go to see you, can I bring 2 friends with me? The little rabbit said obediently, "Boy or girl? We are all girls here. If you bring your boyfriend, I'm afraid my friends will mind." When Su Wanting saw the message sent by Shun Yi, she couldn't help but secretly look down on him. It's obvious that I'm the one with lustful desires, but I'm pretending to be innocent. Disgusting. But she only dared to complain about these things in her heart. Because she was jealous and petty last night and tried to squeeze Shun Yi dry, Shun Yi punished her by not giving her any food or water this morning. If I make Shun Yi angry again, I might really be kicked out. When she thought of the monster outside the building and the obscene looks the 2 boys on the 6th floor had given her, she became very scared. Although Shun Yi is a playboy, at least he has superpowers that allow him to have no worries about food and drink. And now he has become more handsome and more durable. The abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles feel very comfortable to touch. In comparison, she didn't want to have any contact with the other 2 smelly boys. She felt sick just by looking at them. Su Wanning is still as arrogant as before. It is not easy to change her personality since childhood. However, the object of her arrogance was no longer Shun Yi. Jiang Nanyan, my friends are all girls. How can I have a boyfriend? I'm also worried that boys will do something bad to us. After all, there are no laws to restrict us now. Jiang Nanyan, Wanting, why would you ask such a question? Ask this kind of question? Shun Yi was stunned and looked at Su Wanning. Is there some secret between the 2 of them? Or some code word? What does this mean? Jiang Nanyan is a lesbian and kind of hates men, so she definitely won't have a boyfriend. Your question just now made her suspicious. If it were me, I wouldn't ask this question. After all, I used to make fun of her about her sexual orientation. Su Wanning explained. Shun Yi understood, and then continued typing to deceive. No matter whether she's a lesbian or not, or whether she dislikes men or not, Shun Yi just wants to unlock the supplies. He doesn't pursue any feelings or love. In the apocalypse, who still wants to be innocent? The little rabbit said obediently, "Of course I know your orientation, but my friend was worried that you would stay with boys, so I asked one more question." The little rabbit said obediently, "Since your friends are not boys, then bring them over. It's very safe here." Jiang Nanyan, okay, let's pack up and leave. Shun Yi slowly smiled. Really? Using Su Wanning's account to cheat her friends is much more efficient than looking for a needle in a haystack by yourself. The reason is simple, because the friends of beautiful women are most likely also beautiful women. In addition, they have a good relationship, so it is definitely easier to fool them than strangers. As for the friends that Jiang Nanyan brought, it depends on how they look. If it meets the system standards, Shun Yi will make a fortune. It's a buy 1 get 2 free deal. If it doesn't meet the standards, get out. Anyway, they're just 2 female college students. With Shun Yi's current strength, he can easily deal with 2 adult men, let alone a woman. The improvement brought to him by the evolution of his physical body is enormous. After a night of adapting, he felt that he could now easily deal with 4 or 5 adults. At the same time, on the other side, inside an office in a teaching building, the 3 girls were talking while packing their belongings. Nanyan, what kind of person is your friend? You wouldn't lie to us, right? A chubby girl asked with some doubt. No. Although she has a bad personality and is sometimes arrogant and selfish, she would not lie to her friends. Besides, what is there about me now that is worthy of her lying? A very beautiful girl with delicate feature side. To be honest, I didn't expect that she would contact me and be willing to share food with us. Maybe I misjudged her before. She's not that selfish after all. A person's true character is revealed in times of disaster. Is that so? That's good. I'm almost starving too. Let's get going as soon as possible. The fat girl nodded excitedly, and then couldn't help but complain. I just don't know why your friend went to such a disgusting place like the boys' dormitory. When I think about so many boys living there, I feel sick. I don't know. Maybe there's some danger in the girls' dormitory. Jiang Nanyan was actually a little confused and vaguely felt that something was wrong with Su Wanning. But she was too hungry to think about the details. They had finished their food long ago and had been relying on starvation for the past 2 days. If Su Wanning hadn't sent a message last night, Jiang Nanyan would have been ready to take the risk and go out to look for food. We should not have the intention to harm others, but we should also be on guard against others. Given the situation outside, we still have to be careful. At this time, a mature woman wearing glasses nearby spoke up. 17. Punishing Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan looked at the mature woman who was speaking and nodded seriously. Well, Teacher Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very good friends, we still need to be careful. Besides, it's a long way from the teaching building to the dormitory building. There might be mutated monsters in the black fog downstairs, so we have to be careful. We can find some weapons to take with us in case we encounter danger. Yes. We girls are weak after all. We are not as strong as those stinky men. The 160-pound fat girl agreed with him and angrily cursed. Those stinky men always say ladies first, and they will give priority to protecting us women and children when disaster strikes. But when the doomsday really comes, not a single man comes to protect us. A bunch of stinking scumbags. I think there shouldn't be men in the world. We girls would definitely be happier this way. Listening to the fat girl's constant chatter, Jiang Nanyan and Teacher Bai looked at each other, smiled helplessly, but did not respond. Although they don't like men, they have never thought of leaving the world without men. Disliking something is just based on one's own orientation and has nothing to do with whether it exists or not. The three of them packed up their things, carefully opened the door and walked out. There were also many survivors hiding in other classrooms. Some people heard footsteps in the corridor and poked their heads out one by one. When they saw the beautiful women, many male survivors' eyes lit up. There was no rescue, the alarm was unreachable, and the food and water had long been finished. At this time, most of the survivors were on the verge of collapse. Now they face a moral choice. Either go out and find food or steal other people's food. But it is obvious that most people dare not go out. Because most of the people who left the building in the past 2 days died in the black fog. Those who occasionally came back were also very scared, as if they had seen some horrible monster. And there are even fewer people who can bring back food and water alive. When food and water cannot meet the normal needs of everyone, unrest begins. And because the official people did not show up for a long time, evil thoughts began to grow in some people's hearts. Since no one cares about the dead, no one will care if I do something bad. As a result, some students with bad intentions began to pay attention to the girls and even try to force themselves on them. Without the constraints of morality and law, people have no bottom line. Just like Shun, he used supplies to shelter the girls. But compared to those who kill and rape, he still has a bottom line. However, some survivors with no bottom line secretly followed Jiang Nanyan and others. Jiang Nanyan, we are out and heading towards the dormitory. Jiang Nanyan, I want to ask, there shouldn't be any danger near the dormitory building, right? The little rabbit said obediently. No, I've been in and out several times. There is no danger in the dormitory building, but I don't know about the distance. Jiang Nanyan, okay. The little rabbit said obediently. I'm on the 6th floor, just come up when you get there. Jiang Nanyan, okay. After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she always felt a little guilty. How could there be no danger outside the dormitory building? She saw with her own eyes a mutant dog that ate people. But in order to trick Jiang Nanyan over, she could only continue to talk nonsense along the lines of what Shun had said before. If Jiang Nanyan was unlucky and met that mutant dog, it was not her fault. I only said that there was no danger inside the dormitory building, but I didn't say that there was no danger outside the dormitory building. Well, you continue to communicate with your friends. If you can contact a friend to come over, I will reward you with 2 roast chickens. But it must be a female friend, and she cannot be ugly. Shun Yi said with satisfaction. Good. Su Wanting's eyes suddenly lit up. The roast chicken tastes really good. But every time I could only eat what Shun Yi left over, which was not enough, and I couldn't even feel full. If you can get 2 delicious roast chickens by calling a friend, it's definitely worth it. Anyway, I can't refuse Shun Yi's request, so why not try to get some benefits for myself? 2 roast chickens are enough to keep me comfortable for 2 or 3 days. Just like that, Su Wanting immediately picked up her phone and started making WeChat calls to other friends who had not replied to her message. Shun Yi was not surprised when he saw Su Wanting working in a hurry. That's one of the reasons why he controls supplies. Only if Su Wanting is not full will she be motivated to work and be obedient. If the food was spilled, then she definitely wouldn't be as motivated as she is now. Even, it would be like last night, playing tricks on me. He wants to drain me dry, but he doesn't allow me to chat with other women or even to touch other women. What a joke. Do you think we are in love? And you want to restrict my personal freedom? You really take yourself seriously. How could Shun Yi give up unlocking system resources for a tree? So, Shun Yi punished Su Wanting who had crossed the line and made her only eat the bones he had left this morning. Want to eat meat and other foods? No. Shun Yi added a lot of new friends today. He needs to screen more girls who meet the system standards as soon as possible before the internet and power are cut off. According to the current situation, the network and power supply will probably be cut off soon. After all, in a doomsday disaster, if no one maintains the power generation equipment, there is a high probability that something will go wrong. And with all kinds of mutated plants and animals causing trouble, the probability of problems is even higher. To be honest, Shun Yi was quite surprised that the network could last for 6 days without any power outages. This may be the reason why the survivors believe that the authorities will still provide rescue. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. At Shun E. Is Shun here? Can you reply to my message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Student Shun, I know you can see my message. The students in our class need your help now. I see that you have posted some messages in many groups. This proves that you should have a lot of water and food, right? So, can you give some of it to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Of course, we won't let you help for free. I can personally contribute 500 yuan. Just consider it as buying from you. Anyway, you have a lot of food and water, so just sell some to the teacher. While making money, you also did a good thing that is conducive to social unity. School Prince Linyu. At Shun E. Director Wang is right. Shun E, please help us. We are all classmates. It's understandable if you don't help others, but it's too stingy not to help your classmates. Qin Haoren. +1. I'm also willing to pay 500 yuan. If you have extra water, please sell us a few bottles. Jean Rue. At Shun E. Speak up. I know you are online. Wang Lily. Well, I also saw the message sent by classmate Shun E in the next group. Since classmate Shun is willing to take in girls, you must be a kind-hearted person. Can you help us? Ma Hong. I remember Shun E used to have a good personality. He would not stand by and watch someone die. Teacher Chi, associate professor, student Shun E. Although he doesn't talk much, he is indeed a good kid. This is the message in the class group. Shun E also saw that someone kept tagging him, so he clicked in to take a look. It turned out that the counselor inexplicably tagged himself to buy water and food, and then all the students started to tag himself and asked him for water and food, as if they had made an appointment. Shun E was amused by the moral kidnapping of this group of classmates. 18. Power outage. Another beauty has arrived. Shun E, don't worry about these messages in the class group. Don't pay attention to them. They are all bastards who want to take advantage of you. Su Wanning also saw the message in the group. How could she be willing to let Shun E take the risk of delivering water and food to others? It's so dangerous outside. What should I do if something happens to Shun E? Although Su Wanning was essentially thinking about herself, what she said was not wrong. A bunch of bastards. Of course I can't give them food and water. Shun E sneered. When he was bullied by Jean Rue's roommates, he went to the counselor for help. The counselor said that we were all classmates and there was no need to fall out over such a small matter. He also asked why your roommate only bullied you and not others. This kind of outrageous remarks may seem like a joke on the internet, but they really exist in reality, and there are quite a lot of them. Shun E encountered this, so he had no good feelings towards this righteous counselor. On the contrary, if there's a chance, he will definitely let the counselor experience the feeling of why he only bullies you and not others. Thinking of this, Shun E took out a few bottles of water and a roast chicken from the system space, then placed other snacks on the table, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Shun, indeed, I still have a lot of water and food, but I'm just mean and don't want to give them to you. Are you angry? Jean Rue. At Shun E, are you sick? Why are you pretending? Just wait for me. Group member Jean Rue has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Student Shun, don't pay attention to Jean Rue. I have already banned him. Let me give you 1,000 yuan, and if you send the chicken and the bottles of water to us, I promise I won't deduct your credits anymore. School Hunk Lin, you fuck. There's chicken, and it's steaming hot. Is it fresh out of the pot? Shun E, brother Shun, give me some. I haven't offended you. I've always treated you as my big brother. Wang Lily. Jean Rue is really bad. Student Shun E, ignore her. Wang Lily. Can you give me some of that chicken? I can come find you. Qin Haoren. Shun E, I believe you are different from Jean Rue, a poor student. You help me now, and when my dad comes, I will pay you back 10 times. My dad is the director. I won't lie to you. Su Wanting. Shut up. Shun E will never give you food. Wang Lily. Su Wanting, what does this have to do with you? You should shut up. Shun E is not as selfish as you. Ma Hong. Su Wanting, for someone as selfish as you, it doesn't matter how pretty you are. Without morals, you are doomed to live a short life. Qin Haoren. That's right. Su Wanting was so angry. Seeing that Shun E had no objection, she posted intimate photos of herself and Shun E to the group, proving their close relationship. A group of outsiders actually dared to scold me. She can't bear it. Wang Lily. Su Wanting, you are actually with Shun E? Ma Hong. In this photo, are you two in a relationship? Sun Bowen. Ha, I didn't expect Shun E to sleep with a beauty in our class with just a few bottles of water. It's really a bargain. I'm afraid she's been played with for the past few days, right? School Prince Linyu. At Sun Bowen, stop barking. What does it have to do with you who my big brother wants to be with? Sun Bowen. You lick the dog? School Hunk Lin, you damn. Don't think I don't know you're with Jean Rue. Are you trying to help Jean Rue discuss my brother Shin? Haha, who's the liquor? I think you're Jean Rue's liquor. Group member Sun Bowen has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. School Prince Linyu. At Shun E, brother Shun, don't take Sun Bowen's words seriously. If you run into any trouble in the future, I will definitely be the first one to help you. School Hunk Linyu. At Su Wanning's sister-in-law, please talk to brother Shun and ask him to help us students. Qin Haoren. +1, Brother Shun, please take me with you. Teacher Chi, Associate Professor, Student Shun, please help me because I am old. I have children to take care of at home. Shun E ignored this group of fence-sitters and left the group directly. Especially Qin Haoran and Lin Yu. These two idiots used to stand on the moral high ground and criticize me in other groups, but now they have changed their faces. So cheap. Instead of wasting time with this bunch of rubbish, you might as well add a few more friends as soon as possible. Maybe you can unlock 2 more types of supplies. However, judging by the drastic changes in the faces of these classmates, the survivors are having a hard time now. In order to get a sip of water and a bite of food, he began to beg me humbly, almost kneeling down. Even a usually serious and stern Teacher Chi looked like this. All I can say is that everyone is equal in the face of disaster. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. During this period, Shun E added dozens of friends, but they were either men using female accounts to deceive him, or they were miniature tanks, and none of them met the system standards. The most outrageous thing is that there was a guy dressed as a woman, who even posted a photo of himself dressed as a woman, saying that if you don't mind, he could bring his own lubricant. Damn it! Shun E cursed him and called him an idiot, then blocked him directly. The world is going downhill. All kinds of monsters and demons are coming out. There are even many people who ask about his address openly or secretly. Of course, Shun, he was not stupid, and he did not have a deep conversation with them. He simply blocked and deleted them. What a bunch of idiots. What's the point of trying to trick me? Just for a few bottles of water? If you have the time, can't you just go to the supermarket and look for it yourself? Shun E cursed and deleted another guy who tried to trick him into giving him his address. He just couldn't understand. Do these people have no brains? What's the use of getting your address? Instead of coming to bother me, you might as well go to a supermarket or convenience store. There are bound to be uncontaminated drinks and snacks there. But I don't know what these guys are thinking. They insist on using their own addresses. It can be seen that on the 6th day of the apocalypse, people's IQs have dropped dramatically. It's been so long. Why hasn't your friend come yet? Shen Yi looked at Su Wanting and asked in confusion. Even if it's at another campus, it should be possible to get here in an hour. Could something have happened? I'll call her and ask. Su Wanting said and started dialing. Shen Yi continued to agree to friend requests. But, while they were busy, the light that was originally on suddenly went out with a click. The phone that was originally charging suddenly stopped charging. There's a power outage? Shen Yi and Su Wanting looked at each other. Both of them looked unhappy. Power failure. It means there will be no light at night. What's even more frustrating is that nowadays, once the battery of a mobile phone runs out, it can no longer be recharged. No, there is a way, but it is much more troublesome. Ding ling ling. Sudden, a cell phone rang outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at her phone, then looked at Shun Yi and said, "It seems like they are here. Hang up the phone first." Shun Yi walked to the dormitory door, quietly opened a crack, and looked outside. 19. Boxing? This is boxing. In the dark corridor, 3 figures huddled together, walking cautiously in the corridor, relying on the dim light of their cell phones. Since Shun Yi did not let Su Wanting tell Jiang Nanyan the exact dormitory number, they were contacting Su Wanting while looking for a dormitory. This also gave Shun Yi time to observe secretly. There should be 3 girls, but why is one of them so fat? How the hell does this meet the system standards? Shun Yi complained secretly. Although the corridor was dark due to the power outage, the outlines could still be vaguely seen. There were 3 women, indeed, but one of them was too fat. The other 2 are quite good, especially one of them, with a curvy figure like a ripe peach. After confirming the gender, Shun Yi said to Su Wanting, "Tell them the dormitory number and ask them to come over." Su Wanting responded and began to reply to Jiang Nanyan. At the same time, she secretly thought that it would be best if Shun Yi didn't fall for Jiang Nanyan and then drove them away. She doesn't want to share a man with others, let alone share food and water with others. Even if this person is your best friend. Jiang Nanyan was actually not wrong before. Su Wanting is such a selfish person. Especially in the end times, her selfish character became more obvious. Certainly, in fact, when faced with a doomsday disaster, most people would not be willing to share food and water with others, which is normal. It would be strange if someone shared it for free. This is the place where Jiang Nanyan felt strange before. Why was Su Wanting so kind to them, willing to share food and water with them, and even provide them with a safe shelter? In fact, if she thought about it carefully, she would be able to detect the loopholes in Su Wanting's words. At the very least, she would realize that Su Wanting's purpose in calling her over was not that simple. At 6:10, Jiang Nanyan received a message from Su Wanting. At this time, she had already noticed something was wrong, but I still can't tell what's wrong. However, since we have already risked our lives to come here, we can't go out again, right? They almost died outside just now. As soon as they walked out of the teaching building, several boys followed them and wanted to do something bad to them. Fortunately, they hid in the black fog in time. Otherwise, if they were caught by those boys, Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to think about it. Afterwards, they finally managed to avoid those hungry boys, but then encountered mutated plants, which frightened them so much that they rolled and crawled all the way. If they hadn't run around in the black fog and lost their way, it wouldn't have taken them more than 2 hours to find their way back. The three of them found dormitory 610 according to the dormitory number. The door of the 610 dormitory was actually open. There was also a rich meaty aroma wafting out. It's the smell of chicken. The three women swallowed, subconsciously, excitement appearing in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan stretched out her hand vigilantly and gently pushed the door open. The person who appeared in front of her was her best friend, Su Wanning. This made Jiang Nanyan secretly relieved. She was really afraid that when she opened the door, a monster would pounce on her. Xiaoyan, welcome. Su Wanning came up to her warmly with a smile on her face. Wanting, long time no see, Jiang Nanyan pulled the corners of his dry mouth and forced a kind smile. She was already hungry and thirsty and had just stayed in the black fog for more than 2 hours, so her body was extremely dehydrated. Fortunately, I finally met my bestie and was able to replenish water immediately. It seems that my best friend really has no shortage of food and water. Her face is as smooth as before. It is obvious that she has eaten and drunk well in the past 2 days. Hey, why is there a disgusting man here? Suddenly, the fat girl frowned and spoke. Jiang Nanyan was stunned, and then she noticed Shun Yi sitting on the bed. There really is a boy. How come there is a boy? Didn't Su Wanting say that she and her friend are both girls? What did you say? Shun Yi frowned and looked at the fat girl with cold eyes. The fat girl was startled and took a step back subconsciously, but when she thought about the fact that there were 3 people on her side, and she was a woman, she immediately regained her confidence and glared at Shun Yi and shouted, "What's wrong? I just said a few words to you. As a grown man, do you still want to hit a little girl like me? Do you have any manners? You're already broken? Really disgusting." Before the fat girl could finish her words, Shun Yi's fist had already landed on her fat face. With a bang, the fat girl flew out of the dormitory and hit the wall heavily, letting out a wail. In the corridor, hearing the footsteps, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had secretly opened the dormitory door to observe, were stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of power is it that can send someone flying with just one punch? Not to mention hitting girls. Even if you hit them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Why do I feel like this guy has grown a lot taller and become more handsome after not seeing him for one night? The yellow-haired man thought secretly. Is this secondary development? What's going on? Why are you growing so fast? And why are there 3 more girls coming to the boys' dormitory? Who is this for? Hey, there are 2 girls who are really pretty. It seems like I can try to win them over so that I can find a girlfriend and have more helpers. Well, the one with the mature lady style is good, and the mature woman with the mature taste is also good. Let's wait and see what happens. See if I can take this opportunity to win over one. Wang Bingbing didn't think as much as Huang Mao. When he saw Shun Yi taking action, he immediately closed the door and hid in the dormitory, not curious about what was happening outside. The most important thing is to stay alive. How can you just hit someone like that? Jiang Nanyan looked at Shun Yi in disbelief. The mature woman hurried to check on the fat girl. Seeing that her face was covered in blood and she had fainted, she looked anxious and quickly tried to find a way to stop the bleeding. Didn't this fat pig say that my defense was broken? That's right, my defense was broken. Shun Yi twisted his fist with a faint expression. He just held back some of his strength. Otherwise, he should have been able to kill this foul-mouthed fat woman with one punch. It's the end of the world, and you still dare to fight. Now let me show you what real boxing is. Although, both girls in front of him meet the system standards, but that doesn't mean Shun Yi has to compromise. If they really fell out, Shun Yi wouldn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Fight! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Jiang Nanyan. Age, 20 years old. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. Fight. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Bicini. Age, 29. Appearance, 90 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. That's right, another MILF also meets the system's criteria. Her appearance is not much worse than Jiang Nanyan's, and her figure is quite amazing and extremely mature, like a ripe peach. If the system panel had not been triggered, Shun Yi would have even thought that this woman was a young woman. But I didn't expect that she was actually a 29-year-old virgin. You've gone too far. How can you be so harsh on a girl? The mature woman by Cindy looked at Shun Yi. Although she was a little afraid of this violent man, she still bravely spoke up for her students. I went too far? This fat pig came in and started scolding me. Why didn't you stop her? You don't think she went too far, but you think I, the victim, went too far. Shun Yi sneered. But even if that's the case, you can't beat her like this. Bicini was a little embarrassed by what she said, but Shun Yi said that he was a victim, which was simply nonsense. How could a victim punch the assailant and send him flying? This guy was beaten unconscious. Wanting, he's your boyfriend? Didn't you say that your friend is a girl? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wanting. She realized she was cheated. Moreover, this man was so brutal and violent right from the start, which frightened her very much. 20. She has fallen. Xiaoyan, don't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty of them here. As long as you're willing to stay, my boyfriend will cover all your food and drink in the future. Su Wanting was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up the mineral water and a whole, steaming roast chicken on the table and extended an invitation to Jiang Nanyan. If you keep this best friend, you can get 2 roast chickens. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women, she knew she had no power to change Shen Yi's mind. It is absolutely impossible for Shen Yi to have only one woman in the future. Since she knew she couldn't stop it, Su Wanting decided not to try to stop him. Otherwise, if she made Shen Yi angry, she would starve or even be kicked out. It is better to unblock than to block. So, she changed her mind and started helping Shen Yi to deceive her best friend. This way, at least I can get a reward, and if Shen Yi is happy, I might get even more rewards. The most important thing is that even if Shen Yi has other women in the future, as long as I'm the most favored, I can become the first wife. Water? And meat. Jiang Nanyan's throat moved, and he swallowed subconsciously. But my mouth was dry and I couldn't produce any saliva. Her body's instinct made her want to rush over and grab the water and meat, but her reason made her restrain herself. If I really rushed over, I would probably be punched away. You might even be killed with one punch. She is very thin and can't take much beating. Nanyan, don't be fooled. Let's go. Let's go now. Bicini hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Although she was very hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite of food. The woman in front of them had tricked them here, clearly to find a mistress for her boyfriend. This is too shameless. How could there be such a shameless woman? Jiang Nanyan also thinks Su Wanting is shameless. I even wanted to scold her severely. How could you lie to your bestie? I treat you as a friend. What do you treat me as? You actually want me to be your boyfriend's mistress? But the chicken tastes so good. It smells so good. If you take a bite of it, would you be able to ascend to heaven? The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Nanyan's thoughts wavered. It seems that she would rather sell her body and soul than die of starvation or thirst. If 2 days ago, someone asked Jiang Nanyan whether to choose between starving to death or selling her body, she would definitely humiliate the other person severely and then show off her noble soul and body. But after 2 days of hunger and 1 day of thirst, her noble soul was completely corrupted, especially when she saw the liquid flowing in the bottle. She felt that every cell in her body was craving for food. She has fallen. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry I can't walk anymore. After saying this, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks turned slightly red, and then she ran to Su wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting did not give her water right away, but asked with a smile, Xiaoyan, you should understand what drinking this bottle of water means, right? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shen Yi. Although she felt extremely embarrassed to be humiliated in front of the teacher, her body's hunger and thirst overwhelmed the shame, and she still answered Su Wanting. Even if I have to do that, it doesn't matter anymore. At worst, just think of it as a bite from a dog. And this dog looks quite handsome, not at all annoying. Okay, since you understand, take it and drink it, my good sister. Su Wanting handed a bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan with a smile, as if giving alms. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Nanyan took the mineral water excitedly, and her hands were shaking as she twisted the bottle cap. She had been hungry and thirsty for too long, and she no longer had much strength left. Even screwing on a bottle cap is difficult. Oh, you're just like a dog. Looking at Jiang Nanyan, who compromised so easily, Su Wanting secretly despised her, but also felt a little happy. In the past, she was very annoyed with Jiang Nanyan, a guy who always pretended to be cool. She always looks cold, as if she is so noble. The key point is that there are so many boys pursuing Jiang Nanyan, more than the boys pursuing herself, which makes Su Wanting even more jealous. But since Jiang Nanyan's family conditions were not worse than hers, she couldn't afford to offend her. But now, it feels so good to see the woman that I once envied, surrendering in front of me, surrendering under my boyfriend's crotch. Su Wanting suddenly felt that it was actually quite satisfying to help Shen Yi deceive her best friend. In the future, I will be the first wife, and I can order Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, to run errands for me. It's so cool. Anyway, it's the end of the world, and no one will dare to laugh at me. Even, many women will definitely envy me for having enough food and drink. If I had known it would be so nice, why did I throw a tantrum last night? Su Wanting suddenly felt a little regretful. Because of my temper last night, not only did I not have enough to eat today, but I also caused Shen Yi to feel alienated from me. I have to change my mindset. I can't be the same as before. Otherwise, I won't be able to live a good life. I might even be overtaken by newcomers. Su Wanting thought secretly. It would be so clownish if I were really overtaken by a latecomer and became the second wife. I was the first one to follow Shen Yi. Moreover, even Shen Yi's first time was broken together with him. She should be the eldest wife. In order to become the eldest wife, she must first gain Shen Yi's favor. Then, he had to suppress other women. Sheni didn't know that Su Wanting's mind had completely changed after seeing Jiang Nanyan compromise. Of course, this reform is a good thing for him. You will be able to enjoy better service in the future. Nanyan, how can you compromise? Baisini looked at Jiang Nanyan, who was drinking water with big gulps, with disappointment in her eyes, and angrily denounced her depravity. Does the knowledge and morals you learned before allow you to do such a thing? Don't forget what your dream is. How could you do this? Baisini's tone sounded quite angry. But Jiang Nanyan was only concerned with drinking water and didn't bother to reply. Not until she finished the whole bottle of water in a few gulps did she feel like a fish returning to the sea, regaining her vitality. Licking his lips and looking at Baisini, Jiang Nanyan felt a little hesitant and embarrassed. After all, it was he who brought the teacher and friends here, but he was deceived by Su Wanting. I have a great responsibility, but she really doesn't want to die. Just when Jiang Nanyan felt guilty and didn't know how to start, Shun Yi suddenly came over, put his arms around her slender waist, and pinched it. Jiang Nanyan's face turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle. But then he thought of something, and his struggling movements gradually slowed down, and he calmed down. Don't worry, follow me. I won't let you go hungry in the future. After Shun Yi finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Nanyan, who had come down obediently, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Baisini, who was supporting the fat pig, and said, "This beautiful teacher, if you are willing to stay, I can also guarantee your 3 meals a day, as well as your safety. Of course, the prerequisite is that you send this fat pig who scolded me away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can resist not beating her to death." Shun Yi has been very restrained. The fat pig started cursing at him as soon as it entered the room. He did not kill the fat pig directly because he had never killed anyone before and could not make up his mind for a while. Otherwise, that punch just now would have blown the fat pig's head apart. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Baisini, die of hunger or thirst, I will never sell my body, and I will never abandon my students. Shameless men like you are the ones I despise the most in my life. Baisini cursed coldly. Immediately, she looked at Jiang Nanyan again. Nanyan, you really don't want to go with me? Teacher Bai, yes, I'm sorry. 21. Was Shun Yi reborn before the apocalypse? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyan turned her head away guiltily, not having the courage to face Baisini's disappointed expression. Actually, Baisini is not only her teacher. He's also her ambiguous object. Yes, ambiguous object. In fact, both of them have lesbian tendencies, so they naturally came into contact with each other. It's just because of age and identity issues that the relationship has not been confirmed. But if we continue to get along, we may be together soon. However, a doomsday disaster struck. Everything has changed. There's no time to talk about love and romance. The most important issue now is how to survive. Compared to staying alive, issues like misogyny are not a problem at all. Just like now, being held in the arms of a man named Shun Yi, Jiang Nanyan, who usually hates men, did not feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, she felt more secure because she smelled the scent of Shun Yi's flesh. In Doomsday, being well-fed and well-dressed is the greatest sense of security. Compared to living, all human joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness are insignificant. Haha, I see. Baisini smiled. But that smile was so pale and weak. But she still didn't say anything to blame Jiang Nanyan, but helped the fat pig away. Shun Yi naturally did not stop him. He offers a price, and if the other party doesn't accept it, he won't force them. No need. There is no shortage of a woman like her. Anyway, I have gained something today, and Jiang Nanyan in his arms is much more sensible than Su Wanting. After she made her choice, she no longer had any rebellious thoughts, at least not on the surface. Unlike Su Wanting, who has been having all kinds of little thoughts since the beginning. Even today, there's still many little thoughts. Locked the dormitory door. Shun Yi let go of Jiang Nanyan and said, "Let's go eat first. We'll do it after we're full." Thank you, thank you. Jiang Nanyan's cheeks flushed, and she felt extremely shy at such straightforward words. After all, it was the first time she met Shun Yi Tsai. Jiang Nanyan, who was arrogant and had never been in love, couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster when she thought about what was going to happen next. But no matter what, let's eat first. At this time, Shun Yi was also looking at Jiang Nanyan. This woman is even more beautiful than Su Wanting. Her facial features are delicate and her skin is smooth, revealing a natural radiance. Although her face may be a little dusty because she hasn't washed in the past few days, she still looks very beautiful overall, especially her tall and delicate nose, which makes people want to kiss her. Jiang Nanyan has a good figure and is thin where necessary. It's just that the places where she should be fat are not particularly fat, just a B cup very flat. However, her delicate face makes up for her shortcomings in figure. Moreover, the temperament of Jiang in cigarettes is very good. It's hard to describe her temperament, but just one look at her gives you the feeling that she has a different vibe. Shun Yi didn't have this feeling when he looked at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting is also a rich and beautiful woman, she has no temperament at all because of her bad and arrogant personality. Temperament is nothing more than the fact that rich people have eaten well, dressed well, received a good education, and even received training in their sitting and walking posture since childhood. Otherwise, it would not be possible. To sum up, Shun-Yi was still very satisfied with Jiang Nanyan. He was not stingy with the reward and gave Su Wanting 2 roast chickens. Only by doing what you say can you motivate your subordinates to work for you. To Shun-Yi, women are also considered subordinates. Honey, thank you. Su Wanting kissed Shun-Yi happily. And for the first time ever, she called him husband. I guess he wanted to show something in front of Jiang Nanyan. The Shura field has quietly unfolded. Shun-Yi naturally didn't mind. As long as there is no fire in the harem, he can still accept this small Shura scene. Where did you take the chicken from? Jiang Nanyan, whose mouth was full of oil, looked at Shun-Yi in shock. She just watched Shun-Yi move his arm, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While being shocked, Jiang Nanyan did not forget to continue stuffing meat into her mouth. It's really delicious. She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for too long, but the taste of his chicken made her feel like it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is our husband's superpower. He can create food and water. Isn't it amazing? Don't tell anyone else, otherwise your husband and I will not let you off. Su Wanting instructed seriously, with the air of first wife. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Shun-Yi didn't mind. Jiang Nanyan was surprised and said, Superpower? There is such a superpower. Of course. Why do you think my husband can make us have no worries about food and drink? As long as you are obedient, my husband can make you whatever you want to eat in the future. So that's how it is. Jiang Nanyan seemed to be thinking about something. Now that she is well fed and watered, her IQ has returned. Is this really a superpower? Creating food out of thin air should count, I guess. After all, magic is not that powerful. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. It is understandable that chicken can be conjured out of thin air, but how can the chicken be cooked and still steaming? It's not like a superpower, it's more like storing cooked food and taking it out when you need it. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan suddenly had an idea. She thought of a doomsday novel she had read before. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, was reborn? Then he also has an infinite supernatural space. Before the doomsday comes, he stored a lot of food and water in the space in advance. Because there is no concept of time in the supernatural space, anything put in it will not rot. That would explain why the chicken was cooked. But this guess was just a guess, and Jiang Nanyan didn't dare say it out loud. What if she guessed right, and he wanted to kill her to silence her? Seeing that Jiang Nan had finished eating and his mouth and hands were full of oil, Shun-Yi said, Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face. Well, isn't the tap water contaminated? Jiang Nanyan was stunned. Isn't the water in the boys' dormitory polluted? You are so stupid. Can't you just wash with mineral water? Su Wanting took out a few bottles of mineral water from under the bed. Using mineral water to wash your face? This is such a waste. Jiang Nanyan was surprised. If I hadn't said it before, this is the end of the world. Mineral water is so precious. How can I use it to wash my face? It's okay, my husband is here. We won't lack water. Su Wanting smiled faintly. Seeing that there was not much mineral water left, Shun-Yi waved his hand and took out a dozen bottles from the space. He said to Jiang Nanyan, Wash your hair while you're at it. I don't want to get all greasy. What an amazing superpower. It can even create mineral water. While Jiang Nanyan was shocked, she also felt in her heart that her previous guess might be true. This man might really be the character in the novel who was reborn. But this is better. Following a strong man who has been reborn, at least you don't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, maybe I can have a chance to visit my parents and family. Thinking of this, there was no more disgust in Jiang Nanyan's eyes when she looked at Shun-Yi. No matter what, I won't lose money in this deal. Unless the end of the world ends now. 22. Unlock new items. Type 54 pistol. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. 5-4. Hearing the system prompt, Shun-Yi was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Type 54 pistol. Guns. Hot weapons. Cool. This is really cool. With a gun in hand, where can't you go? Although Shun-Yi has never used a gun, it's not too late to practice now. What's more, sometimes there's no need to shoot. As long as the gun is exposed, others will be afraid. This is the deterrent power of thermal weapons. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was shyly pretending to be asleep beside him, and felt unusually good. I didn't expect this woman could help me unlock such an important item as a pistol. But there's still one thing to confirm. That is whether there are bullets in the gun. If there are no suitable bullets, it would be too troublesome to unlock the bullet supplies separately. Shun-Yi's mind moved, and he took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun is indeed quite heavy. After weighing it for a few times, Shun-Yi confirmed that the safety was not on and there was no risk of accidental discharge, and then he took out the magazine to check. Fortunately, I brought bullets, and it was a full magazine of bullets. Shun-Yi took out all of them and counted them. there were a total of 8 bullets. A gun carries 8 bullets, and I have countless guns, so I don't need to worry about bullets at all. You don't even need to change the magazine. After using it, you can just throw it away. At critical moments, changing guns is much faster than changing magazines. It's a pity that there is no rating function. Otherwise, I would give the system 5 stars. Shun-Yi happily played with the pistol. This system is very considerate and thorough. That's a gun. Jiang Nanyan secretly opened her eyes and accidentally saw Shun-Yi conjure up a gun out of thin air. She was immediately frightened and almost screamed. Gun! Although she had seen her father playing with a pistol before, she had not had much contact with it and could not help but feel a sense of awe. The lethality and deterrent power of thermal weapons are indeed terrifying. His ability is definitely not to conjure up food. Jiang Nanyan became more certain of her guess. If he could only produce food, then why could Shun-Yi also produce a gun? This doesn't make sense at all. Either Shun-Yi really has an infinitely large supernatural space and has stored these supplies in advance, or his abilities are probably even more terrifying than Su Wanting knows. Su Wanting, Su Wanting, you are so stupid. You are as gullible as before. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was sleeping soundly on the bed next to her, and smiled secretly in her heart. How could she not see that Su Wanting was using Shun-Yi's identity and her power to bully her in order to suppress her? She just had arrived here and was not very familiar with Shun-Yi. She didn't know how good the relationship between Shun-Yi and Su Wanting was, so she didn't dare to offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seems that the relationship between the two should not be particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting wouldn't just know that Shun-Yi's special ability is to create food. Since Shun-Yi doesn't completely trust Su Wanting, he still has a chance to prove himself. A chance to surpass Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan, who is very arrogant and smart, would not be willing to be the youngest even if she is the third. She was thinking secretly in her heart that starting from tomorrow, she would get closer to Shun-Yi and make Shun-Yi trust her more than he trusted Su Wanting. First of all, she needs to figure out what Shun-Yi likes. The fastest way is to start with your preferences. He should like women more, right? Jiang Nanyan looked at the marks on her body and her face blushed slightly. Without much thought, she was certain that Shun-Yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, since Su Wanting could trick me, why couldn't I trick others? Teacher Bai's figure suddenly flashed through Jiang Nanyan's mind. Although Teacher Bai is a little older, she has a great figure. Shun-Yi should like her, right? Mr. Bai, I'm sorry. Time passes. A night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose. In the boys' dormitory 606, the fat girl who was knocked unconscious gradually stopped breathing and died. Although Shun-Yi's punch had some power reduced, it was still enough to kill someone if it hit the head. Bai Sini looked at the body of her student and couldn't help crying. Guilt, sadness, fear, all kinds of emotions intertwined, causing this well-educated teacher to have an emotional breakdown. Yes, Bai Sini did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was tired, hungry, and had an unconscious student with her, so she had no strength to leave. Then, Bai Sini found that the door of dormitory 606 was not locked, so she moved in with her students. However, she never expected that her student would die. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the students to the hospital, even if it meant risking all my strength. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door. Jiang Nanyan walked in with half a bottle of water and a chicken drumstick. Why are you here? Bai Sini looked up at Jiang Nanyan and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show her weak side in front of her students. I'm here to bring you some food. By the way, I'd like to ask if you want to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Jiang Nanyan handed over the chicken leg and water. Old husband? Bai Sini was stunned. It's only been one night. Why is she calling me so intimately? And it doesn't seem contradictory at all. Bai Sini then looked at Jiang Nanyan carefully. She found that Jiang Nanyan not only did not resist, but her whole body seemed radiant, with color on her face. She seemed to have more femininity than before and was more beautiful than before. The most important thing is that Jiang Nanyan actually washed her hair and put on makeup. Where does this water and cosmetics come from? Yes, actually my husband is a very nice person. Jiang Nanyan smiled, without any shyness in her eyes. Bai Sini couldn't believe it. It's only been one night. With Jiang Nanyan's rational personality, how could it turn out like this? Little did they know, it is precisely because Jiang Nanyan is very rational that she can weigh the pros and cons more quickly and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, naturally, was to cling to Shun-Yi's thigh. Now Shun-Yi has a gun in his hand. Even if there are mutated animals and plants outside, guns are enough to deal with them. He's not bad. He has killed someone. And you still say he's not bad? Bai Sini asked in disbelief. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the fat girl's cold body and frowned. She was also a little afraid of the dead, but she still said, if Wang Mimi hadn't been so talkative, why would my husband have taken action? And my husband has already held back. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have died long ago. After all, Shun-Yi didn't fire his gun. Otherwise, after one shot, How could Wang Mimi live another night? Well, don't blame Shen. It's all Wang Mimi's fault. If she hadn't been so careless with her words, she wouldn't have been killed. 23. Humiliating by Cindy. Crazy. Jiang Nanyan, you are absolutely crazy. Bai Cindy looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that Jiang Nanyan, who was always smart and rational, would say such a thing, actually exonerating a murderer. Jiang Nanyan smiled faintly and said, Teacher Bai, I know you are a good teacher, but you should know Wang Mimi's character. It's okay if she was just being irritable before, but what era is it now? She's still the same as before. Isn't this asking for trouble? It's the end of the world now. So many people are dying outside, and no police are taking care of them. We were even followed by a few boys when we left the teaching building yesterday. Teacher Bai, can't you see the lewd looks in their eyes? If we were caught by them, our fate would definitely be worse than Wang Mimi's. In this era, Mr. Bai, do you still want to use the old morals and laws to restrain my husband? Even if my husband didn't kill Wang Mimi, she would have been killed by others or starved to death sooner or later. What's more, my husband only punched Wang Mimi. The real cause of her death was that she didn't seek medical treatment in time. This is definitely not my husband's fault. This is the fault of doomsday in this world. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's well-reasoned analysis, Bai Cindy's pale and cracked lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Wang Mimi's personality is indeed very bad. In the past, during peacetime, she often posted online to curse men, but at that time there were laws to protect her. But now, well, although she didn't want to admit it, Bai Cindy no longer had the courage to refute. At most, we can say that Wang Mimi's crime does not deserve the death penalty. But she is already dead. What's the point of saying all this? Bai Cindy felt that what the man said yesterday was right, and everything was her fault. He killed his own students. If he could control Wang Mimi, she would not have said such rude words and would not have died. Jiang Nanyan looked at the disappointed Bai Cindy, sighed faintly and said, Forget it. Let's not talk so much. Teacher Bai, do you want to eat this chicken leg? I asked my husband for a chicken leg because you took good care of me before. If it was someone else, I wouldn't waste time like this. Thanks. Bai Cindy pursed her lips and took the chicken leg. Although Jiang Nanyan sold her body, she still has a good heart. In fact, selling one's body just to survive doesn't seem to be a big deal. While chewing on the chicken leg, Bai Cindy's mentality was slowly changing. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed a half bottle of water in front of Bai Cindy, watched her eat quickly, and continued. Teacher Bai, we are leaving soon. Do you want to leave with us? The boys' dormitory is not safe. I just heard someone in another dormitory in the corridor. If you stay here alone, you might be targeted. Bai Cindy swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help asking, Can I join you? She had offended that man yesterday, and given his cruel and selfish character, he might not be willing to take her with him. Of course, as long as Teacher Bai is willing, I could say a few good words to my husband. He actually has a very good personality and won't mind Teacher Bai. After all, Teacher Bai, you are also trying to protect your students. Jiang Nanyan noticed that Bai Cindy was moved and said immediately, before she left, she promised Shun Yi that she would trick Bai Cindy back and make Teacher Bai obedient. If she can do that, she'll get an extra reward. Otherwise, with Shun Yi's personality, he would definitely not bring Bai Cindy with him. Even if she starved to death, Shun Yi wouldn't care. A disobedient woman would only be a burden if you marry her. Okay. Thank you for your help. Bai Cindy always felt something was strange. But that chicken drumstick is really delicious. Then Teacher Bai, please come with me. When you meet my husband, you must not make him angry, otherwise I will be punished too. Jiang Nanyan warned. Okay, I won't get you into trouble. Bai Cindy nodded seriously. The two returned to dormitory 610. Shun Yi and Su Wanting also packed up snacks, chargers, and other things and prepared to leave. There are nearly 100,000 pistols in the system space, and with the strength of his evolved body, Shun Yi is able to protect himself. Even if he encounters that mutant dog, he can kill it with his firepower coverage. Mr. Bai, aren't you very noble? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following me like a dog again? When Su Wanting saw Jiang Nanyan bringing Bai Cindy back, she started to act sarcastic, because she felt a sense of crisis. This sexy woman named Bai has such a great figure and is very close to Jiang Nanyan. If she stays, her position as the eldest wife will be in jeopardy. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Cindy's face flushed, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. But there is no way to refute it. She had just made some big promises yesterday, but today she was followed by another one. She felt embarrassed and ashamed. Haha, am I talking nonsense? I don't know who was standing at the door yesterday and said that he would rather starve to death than sell his body and abandon his students. But now he abandons his students? Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and very aggressive. Apart from not daring to show disapproval to Shani, she was also very hostile towards everyone else. Bai Cindy's face turned red because of her scolding, and for a moment she even had the urge to kill herself on the spot. Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher Bai just wants to take care of her students. She doesn't want to go against her husband. Jiang Nanyan interrupted Su Wanting's attack and said, As for the fact that Teacher Bai is here now, it's because she has thought it through and is willing to be a mistress to my husband. Do you want to refuse on my husband's behalf? Do you want to make the decision for my husband? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say I would make the decision for my husband. I just can't stand this shameless bitch. Su Wanting quickly retorted, fearing that she would make Shun-Yi unhappy. Then don't say so many cold words. After all, we will be a family in the future. We should live in peace and not have conflicts. Jiang Nanyan said calmly, as if she had already thought of the words. Oomph. Su Wanting snorted coldly, but had no reason to speak again. In this confrontation, it was obvious that Jiang Nanyan crushed Su Wanting. At this time, the most confused person on the field was Bai Sini. When did I say I wanted to be Shun-Yi's mistress? When did we become a family? Why couldn't she understand a word Jiang Nanyan said? She wanted to open her mouth to refute several times, but Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting's tit-for-tat quarrel with Mang Mai made it impossible for her to get a word in. Okay, time to go. At this time, Shun-Yi, as the head of the family and the biggest beneficiary after the women's quarrel, spoke. He deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle and insult Bai Sini. This woman made Shun-Yi very unhappy yesterday, so he asked Su Wanting to scold her to vent his anger. Moreover, for a woman with a strong self-esteem, you must first crush her self-esteem and severely insult her personality, so that you can accept it better. If Bai Sini couldn't stand the insult and chose to leave, Shun-Yi wouldn't care. Anyway, there's no need for a woman like her. It was Jiang Nanyan who made Shun-Yi look at her with a higher regard. This woman is really smart. With just a few words, he played Bai Sini around and also scolded Su Wanting. As soon as she woke up in the morning, Jiang Nanyan started calling her husband hubby, and she did it very naturally, without any awkwardness, just like they were an old married couple who had been together for many years. Moreover, she took the initiative to help him get Bai Sini, and would make Bai Sini obedient and not have any ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shun-Yi naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiang Nanyan's strength. 24. Leave school, scary mutant plants. As Shun-Yi spoke, neither Su Wanting nor Jiang Nanyan dared to argue anymore. The words Bai Sini wanted to explain were stuck in her throat. She really wanted to say that she had no intention of being a mistress. No, it should be said that she doesn't want to be Shun-Yi's woman at all. But she didn't say this in the end, because she was afraid of implicating Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan had said before that if she made Shun-Yi unhappy, she would also be punished. Jiang Nanyan was kind enough to help me and gave me food and water. If I caused Jiang Nanyan to be punished, would I still be a human being? Then, Bai Sini could only remain silent in frustration. If she had known this would happen, she would rather starve to death in the dormitory than come here. But it was not her character to give Jiang Nanyan anything in return, even though she had received help. Just like that, Bai Sini followed Shun-Yi and the others in silence. In order to prevent Jiang Nanyan, who had been helping her out of kindness, from being punished, she did not even refute Su Wanting's words calling her a bitch. Little did they know, the simple-minded Mr. Bai had long been used by Jiang Nanyan as a pawn in her quest for favor. Honey, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan approached Shun-Yi and reminded him quietly. Yes, I saw it. Let him follow. If we encounter danger later, we can let him serve as a human shield. After saying that, he touched the gun at his waist and continued to go downstairs. Even without a gun, Shun-Yi's physical strength was enough to deal with the yellow-haired guy following them. That's right. The person following them was none other than Huang Mao. Huang Mao had finished his food and water yesterday, and he was hesitating whether to take the risk and go out to look for supplies. As a result, he happened to see Shun-Yi and his companions about to leave. He felt something in his mind and thought that this was the opportunity. If you encounter any danger, with these people walking in front, you can escape safely. Maybe, if Shun-Yi died in an accident, he could take the opportunity to get the woman. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Huang Mao's mentality has changed drastically. Anyway, no one is watching over me, and no police will come to arrest me. So why not just do whatever I want? If I can kill Shun-Yi, then these 3 women will be mine, right? You can play however you want then. Maybe even have 3 flights. When he thought of this, Huang Mao became extremely excited, but he didn't dare to do it himself. After all, he could still vividly remember the scene where Shun-Yi knocked someone flying with 1 punch yesterday. It would be great if there was a monster that could eat him. The yellow-haired man stared at Shun-Yi's back, thinking secretly. Where are you going? Bai Sini hesitated for a long time, but still asked carefully. She wanted to go back to her home, but it's not easy to speak directly. Let's go to my house first. It's an upscale neighborhood, and it will be safer and more comfortable to live there. Jiang Nanyan replied. This was what they had discussed in the morning. Shun-Yi's ultimate goal was to go back to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister, but the countryside was 70 or 80 kilometers away from the city, and it was definitely not realistic to walk back directly, so he needed to find a place to stay first, and then figure out how to get home. Bai Sini hesitated and said, well, can I? Honey, there seems to be a noise outside. Before Bai Sini could finish her words, Su Wanting suddenly spoke. At this time, they had arrived at the first floor of the dormitory. The black fog has submerged this layer, and visibility is only a few meters. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. There was indeed a sound, like something was crawling on the wall outside the building. It was very strange. The sound is some distance from the door. Let's go out first, and don't make too much noise. After his body evolved, Shunyi's hearing was also enhanced. After listening for a while, he made a decisive decision. He took out the pistol from his waist and led the way out. When Bai Sini saw the gun, her eyes narrowed slightly. He actually has a gun. This student, what on earth did this student do before? In Xia country, a country with a very strict gun ban, it is impossible for ordinary people to buy guns. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting were not too surprised because he had already shown the gun in the morning. Just like that, several people walked out of the dormitory building cautiously. During this time, the subtle sound still existed, but it did not attack them. Instead, it seemed to be crawling upstairs. Shun-Yi and his companions subconsciously looked back, only to see that the dormitory building shrouded in black fog was actually covered with dense ivy vines. Those vines were extremely thick, the thinnest of which was as thick as an adult's thumb, and they kept climbing around as if they were alive. Several people were shocked. The ivy that was so small before has now become so dense, and it grows so fast. If I and others had left the dormitory a few days later, maybe these ivy would have climbed to the 6th floor and covered the entire building. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I wanted. This is simply against the law of conservation of energy. How can the ivy grow so fast without any food and water? Bai Sini murmured, very shocked. Shunyi looked at it for a while and said, Jiang Nanyan, turn on the navigation and we'll go to your house first. If you come across a supermarket on the way, go in and search for supplies. Yeah. Jiang Nanyan quickly located the navigation. There was no time to be surprised and study the mutated ivy. We had to hurry on our way before daybreak. Although the visibility is very poor during the day due to the black fog, at least there is still some vision. If it is night, you can hardly see the road. Several people quickened their pace and walked carefully along the way. Period. They also vaguely heard other people moving around in the black fog, and they didn't know if they were students looking for supplies or students who wanted to escape from the school. However, as they walked, Shun-Yi and his companions suddenly heard cries and screams coming from the black fog. Those sounds were obviously not from monsters attacking, but from people attacking people. You can even hear the unbearable sounds of men and women having sex. Someone is actually doing that kind of thing in the black fog. Also, it sounds like there are several men forcing the girls. This world has gone completely haywire. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting heard the screams and pleas for mercy from the girl in the black fog, and they approached Shun-Yi in fear, fearing that they would also be abducted. They suddenly felt fortunate that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they are no better than the girls who were forced in the black fog. Bai Sini bit her lip tightly, seeming to want to help the helpless girl, but seeing that Shun-Yi didn't care at all, she suppressed her kindness. We can't implicate Jiang Nanyan, but she still couldn't understand. It had only been a few days. How could these students who usually abide by the laws become like this? Forcing girls in broad daylight is just like being an animal or a beast. Shun-Yi just listened a few more times and didn't interfere. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival now. It took more than 10 minutes for Shun-Yi and his group to walk out of the school. When they saw the scene outside, they were also shocked. I saw that there were many unmanned vehicles parked on the main road outside the school, and all those abandoned vehicles were entangled by densely packed mutated plants, and the entire road was also covered with plants. On both sides of the road, the rows of trees that were originally only a few meters high have now grown to more than 10 meters high, with lush branches and leaves that cover the sky. There is a monster. Su Wanting, Su Li Xiao. I saw a giant mutated orange cat appear not far away. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and made dangerous sounds, as if it regarded Shun-Yi and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Shun-Yi immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were extremely loud. Although Shun-Yi's shooting skills were not good, he could always hit the target because he shot so many times. After 7 or 8 shots, a bullet hit one of the orange cat's front legs, causing it to let out a shrill scream and immediately jump onto the tree trunk nearby. Although it has mutated, it still retains its previous living habits and will hide in high places the first time it encounters danger. Shun-Yi changed the gun from the system space, took aim again, and prepared to cover the fire. But at this moment, several branches suddenly stretched out and pierced the mutant orange cat's body, causing it to scream, and all kinds of liquids and internal organs flowed all over the floor. The orange cat struggled with its limbs and tried to run, but because its body was pierced, it soon lost the ability to move. Seeing this scene, Shun-Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These mutated plants seemed to have life, and were even more ferocious than mutated animals. Shun-Yi looked up and found that some branches were still hung with dead mutant cats, mutant dogs, and other animal corpses. Faintly, you can still see human bodies. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Deep and scary. Shun-Yi observed for a while, and saw that these plants had no intention of attacking them. So he took out a bottle of water from the space and threw it out to explore the way. The mineral water bottle hit the ground, making a noise, but the mutated trees on both sides of the road did not react at all. He threw another bottle of water onto the branch of the tree. The moment the bottle hit the branch, several thick branches pierced through it. Really? The mutated trees, like the mutated ivy outside the dormitory building, have no desire to attack actively. Only if you touch it will you be attacked. Knowing this, Shunny secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't leave me too far, keep going." The three girls followed with nervous looks on their faces. The mutant orange cat just now scared them a lot. The big tree that killed the orange cat made them tremble all over with fear. If he hadn't stood in front of them with a gun, the three girls would have been scared and run around screaming. Now they fully understood the dangers in the black fog and no longer had any second thoughts. They followed Shun-E closely, not daring to slow down even a step. Vicini didn't even dare to mention going home again. If I leave Shun-E, I might not even be able to last 10 minutes. However, they had not walked far when Shun-E, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and grabbed Su Wanting, who was about to fall into the pit. I saw, on the road beneath their feet, there was a pitch-black crack that was more than 10 meters wide, with no end in sight and no bottom in sight. And from this crack, thick black fog was slowly spewing out. 25. Obtain the second superpower, teleportation. What is this? Why is there such a wide crack on the road? Is the black fog coming out from this crack? Su Wanting cried out in shock. This deep crack seems to have no bottom, and no one knows how deep it is. Dark, endless, terrifying. Shun-E stared at the crack for a while and said, "Be careful with your steps. Don't step on empty space. Keep going." Even though he knew that the black fog came from the cracks and that the end of the world might be caused by the cracks, he had no ability to explore the cause. How can an individual solve a problem that even the country has not solved? Compared to studying the cause of the end of the world, it is more important to find a safe shelter first. Anyway, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, so it won't crush you to death in a short time. On the way to Jiang Ninyan's house, Shun-E was surprised to find that the crack on the ground had spread for hundreds of meters. And there are cracks one after another, and there's a long crack every certain distance. All the cracks were bottomless and spewed out black mist. But one amazing thing is that all the cracks only exist on the roads or in relatively empty spaces and have not spread to places like houses. No buildings were damaged by the cracks. That's strange. If these cracks appeared naturally, why would they deliberately bypass the house and the mutated plants? But if it didn't happen naturally, then who was controlling it? Being able to control terrain changes. This person is no longer an ordinary person. If a country possessed such a perverted weapon, it would have unified the world long ago. We have arrived at the community ahead, Jiang Nanyan said after looking at the navigation. Because the black fog is so thick, you must use a navigation system to find your way, otherwise it is easy to get lost. Keep going, walk faster. Shun-E looked back and suddenly spoke. The women were stunned for a moment, then immediately sped up, because they also heard the sound coming from behind. That's a lot of chaotic footsteps. Without caring about anything else, they quickly ran into the residential area, and under the leadership of Jiang and Yin, they soon arrived at the door of a unit in a tall building. The tall building was also covered in plants, but they showed no hostility. Jiang Nanyan hurried forward to perform facial recognition. Shun-E held the gun tightly and glanced around vigilantly. The community may be more dangerous than outside. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the garden not far away. Along the way, there was lush green everywhere, and all the plants had mutated, becoming tall and strong or aggressive. Even the weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside have grown several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden before him, all the weeds and flowers had not mutated. They were still the same size and color as before the apocalypse. These flowers seemed to be roses, and in the center of one of the roses, Shun-E saw a colorful fruit. To make sure he was not mistaken, he went closer to the garden to take a closer look. Sure enough, it was a colorful fruit. It was exactly the same as the supernatural fruit he had eaten before. Shun-E was instantly excited. I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or because most people don't know the function of colored fruits, but I encountered the second supernatural fruit so soon, while no one else was paying attention. He stepped into the garden and picked the colorful fruits. It turns out that as long as the plants grow supernatural fruits, they will not mutate. Why is that? Shun-E seemed to be thinking about something. There must be a reason for this. Knowing this reason, maybe I can also cultivate supernatural fruits. Husband, Jiang Nanyan called out carefully. She had already opened the door of the unit, but Shun-E had not come in yet, which made her a little worried. Here it comes. Shun-E came to his senses, put away the fruit, and went into the building. The unit door was then locked. So, the yellow-haired classmate who had been following quietly behind was locked outside. Each unit in this high-end community requires a password or facial recognition to enter, so outsiders obviously cannot enter. Open the door. Please, open the door. The yellow-haired man knocked on the door hard with both hands, and was almost crying in anxiety, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Shun-E gave him a kind smile through the glass window, then went upstairs with Jiang Nanyan in his arms. Want to take advantage of me? I can't kill you. You don't even need to do it yourself to kill the yellow-haired creature. In the black fog, 7 or 8 men holding various weapons walked out with grim smiles. There was dark red blood on their weapons, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Boy, if you have anything to eat, bring it out. Tell me, are you a rich man living here? Hurry up and open the door for me. I want to play with some rich women today. Damn, I've only played with old women these past 2 days. They're too loose. Ha ha. Brother Wang is right. Rich women are well maintained, so it's fun to play with them. When I came to fix the toilet before, I saw several young women in this building. I must taste them today. Brother, spare my life. I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. The yellow-haired man was frightened and cried, and quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. These people were full of foul language and holding knives and sticks. They looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. Damn, Shun-Yi, why did you lock me out? Why didn't you let me in? You're not a resident here, huh? Then find a way to open this door for me, or I'll chop you to death right now. The burly man in the lead threatened viciously. Their goal today is to rob this neighborhood where rich people live. The house I couldn't afford to live in before, the women I couldn't afford to play with. I'm going to play with them all today. Because of the power outage, Shun-Yi and others could only climb the stairs. On the 20th floor, the women who were climbing were panting and their legs were shaking. Shun-Yi didn't feel tired at all. He just warmed up. The level 1 physical evolution is so strong. Shun-Yi was pleasantly surprised. My current endurance is completely inhuman. Climbed 20 floors without even taking a breath. If it were to level up a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to evolve into Captain America? Or even Homelander? Of course, the greater the strength, the greater the corresponding consumption. Shun-Yi's appetite is 3 or 4 times larger than before. But these are all small matters. After all, I have infinite supplies and I can't finish them all. The upper limit of my superpowers is much higher than I thought, but how to increase the level is a problem. Shun-Yi was thinking. I couldn't help but look at the fruit I had just picked. I wonder if I can gain new superpowers by eating another superpower fruit? Or is it possible to evolve and upgrade my physical body? Jingle. With the sound of the password, lock unlocking. The door opened. Several people entered Jiang and Yan's house. Shun-Yi looked around the large flat. Since the black fog has not yet reached the 20th floor, you can still enjoy the long-lost sunshine by standing in front of the window. The room has a space of 200 square meters, with simple and stylish decoration, exuding a sense of luxury everywhere. Shun-Yi remembered that the housing price in this high-end community was 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, the total value of this large flat, including decoration, is over 6 million. If it was before the end of the world, Shun-Yi would never have dared to think that he could afford such a house in his lifetime. The gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. But now these are all mine. Shun-Yi sat comfortably on the sofa like the owner of the house, enjoying the valuable sofa which might be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is what a shelter should be like. The dormitory building is far from it. Oh, what a pity. All the cakes in the refrigerator are spoiled. Only these fruits wrapped in plastic wrap seem to be edible. Jiang Ninian was standing in front of the refrigerator and taking something out. Su Wanning pretended to help. Bai Sini, on the other hand, looked at the house curiously, feeling the impact of the money. Although she knew that Jiang Nanian's family was wealthy, today was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. She couldn't afford this house even if she worked all her life. I sighed inexplicably in my heart. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Would it be inappropriate for me, an outsider, to continue staying here? Bai Sini felt a little uneasy. Hubby, eat some oranges first, and I'll go wash the other fruits. Jiang Nanian brought a plate of oranges and placed it on the table. Shun-Yi responded casually while replying to the WeChat message. It's news about the green tea girl Zhou Wanner. She couldn't hold on any longer today and wanted to eat. Shun-Yi didn't waste time talking to her. He gave her the address of Jiang Nanian's home and asked her to come over by herself. Zhou Wanner. Aren't you in the boys' dormitory at campus, eh? Why did you change your location? It's so far away. Shun-Yi, it's up to you whether you come or not. I may not be in the city in a few days. Shun, by the way, if you're planning to come over here, remember not to get close to the trees on the roadside. Juvania, not in the city? Where are you going? Is there any shelter? Shun-Yi did not respond to Zhou Wanner's question. The first 2 sentences were enough to give her a sense of crisis and force her to come over as soon as possible. If she still can't make up her mind, Shun-Yi will have no choice but to give up on her. Shun-Yi has more important things to do now. Eat the supernatural fruit. He was looking forward to whether he could gain new abilities by eating new fruits. So, while pretending to eat the orange, he also ate the supernatural fruit. As the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a sense of refreshment in his head. And then it was gone. Compared to the changes after eating the first supernatural fruit, this fruit is simply not cool at all. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it very weak? Shun-Yi immediately opened his personal panel to check. Teleport. LV1, you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. What the hell? When Shun-Yi saw this supernatural power, he was completely shocked. Teleport. It can also ignore the terrain and any control and restraint. This is definitely a god-level ability. And the most invincible thing is that teleportation can be activated continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, he can teleport all the way. What a coincidence. Shen Yi's first superpower is the evolution of his physical body, which just happens to improve his endurance. And endurance means physical strength. Therefore, physical evolution combined with instant movement is simply invincible. Cool. It's so fucking cool. With the ability to teleport, even if I can't defeat the enemy in the future, no one will be able to stop me if I want to run away. 26. Crazy Thug. Having acquired new superpowers, Shen Yi was in a good mood. Now, he finally has the real power to protect himself in the doomsday. The maximum distance of teleportation is 20 meters. No one can catch up with me. As long as you react fast enough, you can dodge the bullet. And teleportation can be further upgraded. Honey, did a lot of people follow us into the community just now? After washing the fruit, Jiang Nanyan sat next to Shen Yi and asked worriedly while peeling an apple for him. Well, they followed us all the way. Shen Yi's hearing was much better than Jiang Nanyan and the other girls, so he had already noticed that someone was following him. Of course, the person who was following was not Huang Mao, but someone else. Perhaps it cannot be said to be tracking. They suddenly appeared. Maybe their original destination was also this community, but they happened to run into Shen Yi and others, and then they had bad intentions. There is no order now. The school is in chaos. The society outside will only become more chaotic. Will they be hiding downstairs and waiting for us? Will they attack us when we go downstairs? Jiang Nanyan fed the peeled orange to Shen Yi's mouth. Shen Yi leaned on the sofa, opened his mouth, and ate the orange, and said, if they were not good people, they would not be waiting for us downstairs, but would find a way to break in. Well, then aren't we in great danger now? Although the unit doors in this community have a certain degree of protection, they certainly can't stop a group of thugs. Bicini couldn't help but worry. When she came out of the school earlier, she saw students killing each other and realized that social order had collapsed. If a group of thugs really rushed into the building, everyone would be in trouble. She wanted to call the police, but the phone was not working. Su Wanni's focus was different. When she saw Jiang Nanyan serving Shen Yi, she immediately reacted, secretly cursed her as a bitch, then put down the half-eaten orange in her hand, and immediately came over to massage Shen Yi's shoulders. When the two women are fighting, the one who feels comfortable is naturally Shen Yi. This is also the reason why he did not stop the Shira field. Honey, it's just as you said, they are breaking the door. Jiang Nanyan looked at her phone with a serious expression. The picture displayed on her mobile phone screen was a group chat in the community. A resident on the first floor sent a video. In the video, a group of men armed with various weapons are violently attacking the unit door. The glass windows were broken and the door was deformed. These guys made such a huge noise, as if they were not afraid of attracting monsters. Jiang Nanyan noticed this and couldn't help wondering, are there no mutant animals in our community? Or are these people capable of dealing with mutant animals? I think they're simply crazy. A bunch of lunatics definitely don't know how to be afraid. Su Wanting snorted coldly while massaging Shen Yi's shoulders. She was not worried about this group of lunatics rushing in. After all, Shen Yi had a gun in his hand. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't use the knives and sticks in their hands to deal with a gun, right? Madmen are not fools. They're also afraid of death. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago. Why would they waste their time living? Jiang Nanyan retorted and then frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong with this group of people. They dare to make such a loud noise and are not afraid of attracting mutant monsters. They probably have confidence. Why has it been so long and there is no rescue? There is not even a policeman on the road. Bicini was very frightened and scared. She wanted to go back to the peaceful times. She can't adapt to or accept this doomsday world without laws and rules. Shen Yi looked at Bicini, the mature woman. Today, try to unlock her rewards as well. Thinking of this, Shen Yi said, I'm hungry. Let me eat first. After dinner, I'm going out for a while. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, fragrant roasted chickens appeared on the table. He is now in a strong physique, and although he doesn't get tired easily, he needs to eat a lot to replenish his energy. You two can eat too. Only after receiving the order did Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dare to eat. As for Bicini, she was in a state of shock. What has happened? Shen just raised his hand. And how did food and water appear out of thin air? Is this some kind of magic? Why aren't Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting surprised at all? Am I the only one shocked? Bicini was very shocked, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only sit quietly in the distance and pretend to look in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach was growling. She only ate a chicken drumstick these 2 days and was not full at all. Especially now that she smelled the aroma of the chicken, she felt her stomach growling wildly, urging her to eat. But Bicini was too embarrassed to ask for food. After all, she is not Shen Yi's woman. He's not even friends with Shen Yi. Honey, what are you doing outside? Are you going downstairs to deal with those thugs? Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. No, why should I deal with them? They can't threaten me. Shun, he had a dull expression. He is just so cold. When he was bullied before, no one helped him. So, now he won't help others. Jiang Nanyan also thought it made sense. She and the others were on the 20th floor. Even if the thugs rushed in, the first to suffer would be the residents downstairs. Besides, even if the thugs came to the 20th floor, there were guns to deal with them. So what are you doing outside your home, husband? Is it dangerous? Su Wanting was a little worried that something might happen to Shun-Yi. If Shun-Yi died, these women would be completely helpless and would most likely end up like those girls who were bullied in school. She doesn't want to become like that. Rather than being insulted by so many people, it would be better to commit suicide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk so much while eating. Shun-Yi continued to eat meat, too lazy to explain. Oh, Su Wanting was a little unhappy, feeling that Shun-Yi treated Jiang Nanyan better than herself. Then, she glanced at Bai Sini, who was standing in front of the window and pretending not to be hungry, and she felt better again. Humph! This hypocritical bitch should starve. It would be best if she couldn't stand the hunger and died. Su Wanting wanted to vent all her negative emotions on Bai Sini. After eating and drinking, Shun-Yi was ready to go out. When I'm not at home, remember to lock the door and don't open it to anyone. If that group of thugs break into the building, please contact me immediately and I will rush back. They will not be able to break through this security door in a short time. Shun-Yi warned. As for why he didn't leave the gun behind, it was mainly because he didn't completely trust Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting. If the two women had any ill intentions towards him, Shun-Yi would be hit by the gun. 2-7. Crazy shopping. Shared power banks. Watching Shun-Yi leave, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting looked at each other, neither of them showing any intention to chat with the other. Once a good friend, now an enemy. Jiang Nanyan felt somewhat resentful. After all, Su Wanting had deceived her. Although she gained protection because of this, she also lost her innocence. It would be a lie to say that she had no hatred. But in fact, it's not that she particularly hates Su Wanting. The main reason why she ignores Su Wanting is because she and Su Wanting are competitors. Su Wanting wanted to be the first wife, and she wanted to be the first wife too. And now, her chances of winning are even greater. Because she has Teacher Bai as her assistant. As long as Teacher Bai also becomes Shun-Yi's woman, it will be 2 against 1 in the future. With Su Wanting's silly personality, she will just let him do whatever he wants. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyan came to Bai Sini and asked with concern. My father is home alone. I don't know how he is doing now. Bai Sini looked at the world downstairs, shrouded in black fog, feeling very worried. Teacher Bai, do you want to save your uncle? Jiang Nanyan suddenly said. Bai Sini looked at her, in confusion. Jiang Nanyan smiled and said, the world outside is so dangerous now. Teacher Bai, you definitely can't go back alone. But if you are willing to serve my husband and be his woman, then my husband will definitely not ignore your family. With my husband's help, you will be able to save your uncle. Bai Sini blushed slightly and pursed her lips. I wanted to say no, but then I thought about it and it seemed to be true. Shun-Yi has a good physique, a gun, and magic-like superpowers. If he is really willing to protect himself, there's a great hope that he can go home and save his father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to go home, let alone deal with the thugs downstairs. Besides, Teacher Bai, do you want to go on without eating? As long as you follow your husband, you can have the meat and water we just ate and drank in the future. Jiang Nanyan came behind Bai Sini, put her head close to her ear, and whispered softly. Her voice seemed magical and full of temptation. This is the whisper of the devil. Bai Sini, who had been determined, also began to waver. She subconsciously glanced at the gnawed chicken bones on the table. I couldn't help swallowing. When Shun-Yi went downstairs, many people were rushing upstairs. Some of them were carrying large and small bags, as if they were moving house. Hurry up and leave. If those thugs break in, who knows if they will steal our money? I'm afraid they didn't just rob money. I saw blood on the weapons in their hands. I'm afraid they've killed someone. What? Come on, let's go upstairs and ask the neighbors upstairs to take us in first. The residents who went upstairs saw the thugs breaking down the door, became scared, and wanted to hide in high places. Someone saw Shun-Yi going downstairs with a puzzled expression, but they just passed by each other, and there was no intersection. The residents of this building have not lost their bottom line and are still friendly to each other. Or perhaps it is because there are not many residents in this building and there are sufficient food reserves, so this situation can be maintained. During this time, Shun-Yi also went to take a look at other floors. Not everyone was running upstairs. Most residents chose to hide in their rooms. Of course, Shun-Yi doesn't care whether these people run up or down. He just wants to see if there are any beauties who meet the system's standards. But unfortunately, it was not found. Not many residents showed up, and he was too lazy to knock on every door to check. Anyway, once the thugs break in, these scattered residents will definitely be forced to unite together, and it will be easier for them to find people then. There's no need to waste time now. Shun-Yi thought about it and looked at the building number. This is the 14th floor. He was just about to continue climbing the stairs when he suddenly stopped. Wait, since my teleportation can ignore terrain, can I also go directly down the building? Thinking of this, Shun-Yi began the test. Looking toward the corridor below his feet, His mind moved, and his whole body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the corridor on the 13th floor. It really works. Damn, I'm such a genius. Shen immediately began to use teleportation to hurry on his way. The speed suddenly became much faster. In just a few seconds, he reached the first floor. This is teleportation. Awesome. Shen Yi felt great experiencing the feeling of coming and going without a trace. Of course, there is consumption. After using teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, and having to control the distance each time so as not to get himself stuck in the wall, he felt that at least 1/5 of his physical strength had been consumed. In other words, with his current physical strength, he could teleport at least 70 times a day. After 70 teleportations, you will be able to escape from any powerful monster. Moreover, the used up physical strength will slowly recover. So in fact, it is not that one can teleport 70 times a day, but that one can teleport 70 times in one breath. If you take into account the recovered physical strength, you can teleport hundreds of times a day. So cool. Shen Yi glanced at the thugs who were frantically smashing the unit door, ignored them, walked to the wall behind, and teleported out directly from the wall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the building, took out his mobile phone, searched for the nearest supermarket nearby, and started navigating. Shen Yi did not use teleportation all the time to travel, but walked most of the time. Teleportation is used to pass obstacles quickly, but if it is used all the time to hurry, then his physical strength recovery speed will not be able to keep up with the consumption. If he encounters a monster, he will not even have the strength to resist. In this way, Shen Yi rushed to the supermarket he navigated to in a straight line. If you encounter obstacles or mutated plants on the way, use teleportation to avoid them. It took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the door of a medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket door was closed. I don't know if there is anyone inside. But Shen Yi didn't waste time observing and teleported in directly. No matter if there is anyone there or not, just take the supplies first. There are no police around now anyway. The black fog in the room is lighter and the field of vision is wider. But because of the power outage, it was still quite dark. Shen Yi took out a fully loaded pistol from the system space and glanced at the first floor vigilantly. No one was seen and no sound was heard. After confirming it was safe, he went to the shelf and started shopping. Most of the snacks, such as instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, sausages, etc. that are well packaged, are not contaminated. Shen Yi directly stored all of them into the system space. There are also shampoo, shower gel, etc. all put in there. Check and collect along the way. He even collected all the pots, pans, slippers, towels, and other utensils. Under the current social situation, these are non-renewable resources and will become less and less in the future. So, it is necessary to reserve more. Unfortunately, this supermarket is too small and there are not many things. And some of the food and drinks were contaminated. So Shen, he didn't gain much, and he was a little dissatisfied. After collecting the items and preparing to leave, Shen Yi saw the thing he needed most. Shared power bank. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power supply and put all the shared power banks into the system space. There are dozens of power banks, and most likely they all have power enough to last for a while. Just as Shen Yi packed his things and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was the sound of something heavy hitting me. Shen Yi's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment he heard the sound, he used instant movement to dodge the sneak attack. 2-8. Killing to silence witnesses a superpower. Shen Yi used instant movement to avoid the sneak attack and saw clearly the person who attacked him. This is a man in his 30s. He was holding a baseball bat in both hands and looking at Shen Yi with horror. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers too? Shen Yi, who was about to shoot the man to death, paused for a second after hearing these words. Do you have superpowers too? This person also knows about superpowers? Then would he know about the colored fruit? Shen Yi pointed the gun at the man and asked coldly, have you seen anyone else with superpowers? See seen? I've seen it. Don't kill me. The man swallowed in horror and nodded frequently. He didn't know whether the gun in the man's hand was real, but when he saw that the other party had superpowers, he knew he couldn't beat him. Who is he? What special power does he use? Shen Yi continued to interrogate. Maybe I can get information about supernatural fruits from other supernatural users. She is a policewoman. The man answered with some fear. Police? Have you ever seen a policeman? Shen Yi frowned. This was the first time he heard of the existence of the police after the apocalypse. Logically, the authorities should have launched a rescue operation long ago, but until now, he has not even seen a policeman. He even suspected that this doomsday was not real. Otherwise, why would the police and the army not care about the lives of ordinary people? Yes, I saw a lot of policemen a few days ago. The man nodded quickly and explained, on the first day the black fog appeared, there was a fight next door to me, so I called the police. The police came to deal with it right away, but there seemed to be a lot of people calling the police that day, so the police came and left after a while. In the following days, I often heard sirens and even helicopters on street. I was also curious and went out to see. There were 2 police helicopters with machine guns mounted on them. They seemed to be shooting at something, but they were too far away for me to see clearly. Really, I'm not kidding you. Later, a helicopter suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wong Fujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it. I'm definitely not lying to you. As the man explained, he slowly retreated towards the stairs to the second floor. Shun Yi frowned. So, it's not that the authorities didn't want to rescue, but that the authorities took action at the first opportunity and then were destroyed? The helicopter was shot down. What kind of monster did we encounter? Even the machine guns couldn't kill the enemy. Shun Yi couldn't help but think of the giant bird he saw at school 2 days ago. If it was that terrifying bird, it seemed like it could really shoot down a helicopter. As for whether it can withstand machine gun bullets, Shun Yi is really not sure. Logically speaking, the flesh can't be so hard. But think about the evolution of your own flesh. It's only level 1, but it's already so abnormal. If it's upgraded to level 10 or level 100, maybe your flesh can resist bullets. It seems that the doomsday world is more dangerous than I thought. I need to be more cautious in the future. Shun Yi didn't think that he could deal with the giant bird or any mutant monster as strong as the giant bird. So he shouldn't be too arrogant just because he had a pistol. Where's the policewoman with superpowers you just mentioned now? Is she still alive? Shun Yi asked again, not paying attention to his boss's small movement of retreating. Well, I don't know either. She just came to my place the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. As the man spoke, his eyes moved cunningly, as if he was looking towards the second floor, as if conveying some secret message. Shun Yi approached the man and asked, "What is her ability?" "She can turn her hands into steel. She is very strong," the man said as he stared at Shun Yi, who was approaching step by step. It seemed like she was expecting him to approach. Only, after Shun Yi walked a few steps, he suddenly stopped, looked at the man, and said, "Then, last question. Have you ever seen colorful fruits?" "Colored fruit? What is that? I've never seen it before." The man looked obviously flustered. He had definitely seen it. Understood. Shun Yi nodded and pulled the trigger the next moment. With a clear bang sound, a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He fell down with a look of disbelief on his face and died. Died with eyes open. He didn't expect that the gun in Shun Yi's hand was a real gun. I didn't expect Shun Yi to shoot directly. After killing the man, Shun Yi's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Time passes. Probably a few dozen minutes later, another man poked his head out from the stairs and looked around the first floor cautiously. Gone. The man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the body with a headshot on the first floor. Who the hell is this guy? He actually has a gun. Could he be a policeman? Or someone in the military? But it seems that there are no troops stationed near our mountain city. Moreover, this guy actually has superpowers. Boss, your death is not unjust. As he was muttering something to himself, the man turned his head and his eyes suddenly widened in horror. There was actually a person standing in the shadow, behind him. What the hell? He subconsciously swung his fist and hit him. His fist turned into an iron fist the moment it was swung. The body is also rapidly turning into steel. This is obviously a supernatural power. Only, too slow. Bang! Shun Yi pulled the trigger, and at such a close distance, there was no suspense at all, and he shot the man in the head. It pierced the man's head before it could completely turn into steel. In order to ensure that the man was killed, Shun Yi fired 6 shots in a row, each shot hitting the head, emptying the gun's bullets, and smashing the man's face. When dealing with people with special abilities, you must be cautious. It was Shun Yi's first time fighting against a person with special abilities, and he was very nervous. Just now, when he was on the first floor, Shun Yi noticed that something was wrong with the middle-aged man. He kept trying to lead him to the stairs to the second floor. So Shun Yi guessed that there might be an ambush on the second floor. Then, he strikes first and would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. After killing the middle-aged man, Shun Yi immediately teleported to another place and waited quietly for the people on the second floor to appear. I waited for more than 10 minutes. When a man on the second floor couldn't help but show his head, he teleported behind the man, listened to the man talking to himself for a long time, and then shot him dead. If Shun Yi didn't want to hear whether this man could tell him any useful information, he wouldn't have wasted his time. As for the fact that the man was a person with special abilities, Shun Yi was not surprised. From the very beginning of the conversation with the man on the first floor, he noticed that the middle-aged man knew a lot about superpowers. At that time, Shun Yi thought that the middle-aged man was a superpower user, so he deliberately approached the man to ensure that he could kill him with one shot. After all, Shun Yi had little experience in using a gun, so if the range was more than 10 meters, there was a chance that the shot would miss. The gun is not that easy to control. Call. The first time Shun Yi killed someone, he only felt his heartbeat quicken and his adrenaline surge. But he was not afraid, but more excited. Perhaps he is not an honest and peaceful person at heart. He glanced at the body of the man on the ground. With his death, the iron on his body disappeared, and his supernatural powers were lifted. After confirming that the other party was dead, Shun Yi changed his gun to a fully loaded one and began to check the rooms on the second floor. Now that you have decided to kill, just kill him and leave no trouble behind. Shun Yi heard a sound coming from the room at the end of the corridor, so he walked over with a gun in hand. He opened the door cautiously. Only, the scene in the room made him frown and put down his gun. 2-9. Poor young woman, policewoman. Carefully push open the door of the room on the second floor. Only then did Shun Yi see it. There was actually a male corpse inside, and a middle-aged woman who was naked, covered with scars, and tied to the bed with a dog chain. The young woman was obviously tortured very badly, and her breathing was very weak. Those two guys are not the owners of the supermarket. Shun Yi had actually guessed it a long time ago. Because a normal store owner would not kill a stranger right away when there is plenty of food. Even if the stranger stole something from a store, he would not kill him. Just like Shun, he did not kill the fat pig that insulted him. How can an ordinary person kill someone just by saying so? Only those who have killed others or done evil things will be cruel and ruthless. For example, now that Shun Yi has officially killed someone, if he were to face the fat pig who insulted him again, he would definitely kill her without mercy. Once the shackles of morality are removed, it will be difficult to be bound again. These two guys are probably criminals or desperados or something like that. They have no bottom line. No one knows how they got into the supermarket, but they killed the real boss, took over the boss's nest, and also took possession of the boss's wife. Shun Yi walked forward to take a look at the proprietress who was still unconscious, untied her chains, left some snacks and water, and left. Even if this poor woman could wake up, she probably wouldn't live long. Her body was covered with cigarette butts and stick wounds, and one of her arms was broken. She could only be saved if she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. But Shun Yi's kindness was limited to helping her remove the shackles. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. He feels sorry for the woman, but he won't be too kind to her. He is not a good person. After all, at the beginning, when he was not sure whether the middle-aged man was the owner of the supermarket, Shun Yi was prepared to kill him after stealing the things. But he didn't expect that he happened to kill two bad guys. As for whether the information this bad guy told him was accurate, Shun Yi was not sure. But I can believe it to about 70%. For example, when the black fog first appeared, the police came out to maintain order and dispatch helicopters to fight some monsters. This may all be true. If you want to confirm the truth of this statement, you can take some time to go to Wang Fujing department store to see if there is any wreckage of a crashed helicopter. But it is most likely to be true. After all, there is no need for him to make up so many things to deceive himself. As for the policewoman with superpowers, she might be fictional, because the ability to turn the body into steel is the ability of the man on the second floor. However, this information has little to do with me anyway, so it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. I'll just collect information. As soon as he walked out of the supermarket, the phone in Shun Yi's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Jiang Nanyan. After the call was connected, Jiang Nanyan's voice was heard. Honey, the thugs broke in and they're breaking down other residents' doors. Okay, I see. Anything else? Shun Yi doesn't care about the safety of others. Yes, I have convinced Teacher Bai, and she is now willing to serve my husband. When will you come back, husband? I'll ask Teacher Bai to take a shower and wait for you in bed. Jiang Nanyan's tone was lively, as if she wanted to be praised. I'm on my way home. Let her wash it first. There's no need to save water. Just wash it clean. Okay, husband, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Shun Yi thought about Bai Sini and couldn't help feeling hot. New items can be unlocked again. In addition, with Zhou Wan'er who will be delivered to your door soon, 2 kinds of supplies can be unlocked at one time. However, this speed is still too slow. Shun Yi was thinking, now that he had the skill of teleportation, could he go out and pick up pretty girls? After all, the internet is full of mixed people, and with the recent power outage, most people probably have no place to charge their phones, so it's not easy to continue looking for a needle in a haystack online. Let's see what supplies Bai Sini and Zhou Wan'er can unlock. If there are any special fruit or other hot weapons, I will take some risks and go out taking the girls. Shun Yi thought secretly and quickened his pace to hurry back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors who were out in groups looking for supplies. But unfortunately, they had no decent weapons and were soon targeted by a mutant country cat, leaving them with almost no chance of survival. Home and supermarket. That was the supermarket that Shun Yi had just cleaned out. At this time, several figures appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. They all had weapons in their hands. Especially the 2 leaders, a man and a woman. Both had guns in their hands and were wearing police uniforms. They are the police. Behind the 2 policemen were several men holding weapons such as sticks, but these men obviously had no combat experience and there was fear on their faces. Wait, there's a smell of blood. Everyone be careful. As soon as she arrived at the supermarket entrance, the policewoman spoke immediately, opened the safety of her pistol, and pointed it at the supermarket door. Another male police officer also immediately protected the people, alert to possible attacks from all around, and asked the female police officer, Captain Qin, what should we do? Should we retreat? Policewoman Qin Xiang moved her nose slightly, sniffing the air, and looked inside the supermarket window for a while. She frowned and said, we don't have much food left. We must take the risk and go in to have a look. Wang Jiqiang, you take the others and stay outside. I'll go in and check the supermarket. You can come in after we confirm it's safe. Captain Qin, I can go in and help you. We can't let you take risks alone. Male police officer Wang Jiqiang quickly requested. No, you have to stay. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the people. Qin Xiang refused seriously, and then said in a slightly softer tone, "Don't worry, with my ability, I won't be in danger. Besides, I've been to this supermarket once before. The owner is very reliable. Maybe the smell of blood is not a dangerous sign." Okay. Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. He knew that protecting the people was the most important task. Then, Qin Xiang walked to the entrance of the supermarket and knocked on the door. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Did something really happen? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang no longer cared about damaging people's property. He looked at the locked supermarket door, took a deep breath, and punched it out. I saw that the locked door was smashed through. The people behind were all shocked when they saw this scene. What a terrible power. She looks like a pretty and slim woman, but she possesses a terrifying strength that is totally inconsistent with her body. Qin Xiang walked into the supermarket holding a gun. Soon, he saw a dead body on the first floor. Moreover, the body was shot in the head and died with eyes open. It was the supermarket owner's body. Is this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be other surviving colleagues? No, this can't be a colleague. Qin Xiang frowned, his expression solemn. Because if it was one of their colleagues, they would never shoot at civilians. Even if they have to shoot, they will not shoot the head, but other parts of the body. This is the rule they learned after joining the police force. The only people who would shoot someone in the head are thugs and evil people. 30. Come here, help me undress. Damn it. Could it be that some dangerous person picked up my colleague's gun? Qin Xiang frowned deeply. The area was shrouded in black fog, and animals and plants mutated. Many colleagues lost contact on the day they were dispatched, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Later, the remaining police and special police received orders from their superiors that huge mutant plants had appeared in the city and were wreaking havoc. They were also growing very fast and had already knocked down several buildings and needed to be stopped as soon as possible. As a result, all police forces were involved in the operation to eradicate the mutated plants. But then, the mission failed. The entire city, an area of dozens of kilometers, and more than a dozen communities were all occupied. Most of the police officers who went to participate in the rescue also died in the rescue, and their bodies have not been found to this day. If a civilian happened to come across the body of a dead colleague, it is indeed possible that he could take the colleague's gun, which would be troublesome. As she thought about it, she walked towards the second floor, where the smell of blood was stronger. As soon as I went upstairs, I saw another dead body. This is a corpse with its head smashed. Another gunshot wound. He actually has so many bullets. Qin Xiang looked unhappy. It is not difficult to judge from the scene that the other party fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Every shot hits the head. I just don't know if the other party still has bullets in his gun. Hopefully no bullets. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to have guys like this who shoot and kill people while roaming around outside. The city is already in chaos right now. If more guns leak out, it will only exacerbate the chaos. Qin Xiang deeply understood how terrible it would be for a person without legal constraints to obtain a gun. Help, help! Suddenly, a faint sound came from the room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang was stunned. He walked over quickly. When she opened the door, she immediately saw a dead body and a seriously injured and dying woman. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I will find a way to save you. Qin Xiang hurried forward to check the woman's injuries. Serious, very serious. And most of the scars were obviously caused by abuse. Damn it. Who is it? Qin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash, Qin Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of the group photo on the bedside table. That photo was clearly a picture of the woman in front of him and the man next to him who had been dead for a day or two. In other words, the supermarket owner I met the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and the dead man are the real bosses. She understood. She understood everything. Damn it. Qin Xiang was so angry that he punched the ground hard, creating a hole. Her anger had nowhere to go. She figured it all out quickly. It was those two bastards pretending to be the boss who imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent boss. They're the bad guys. No wonder his colleague shot another bastard to death and even blew his head off. Even if it was her, she would do the same thing after seeing this scene. These two beasts don't deserve to live. Maybe the person who killed the two beasts was not necessarily his colleague, but he must be a good man, otherwise he would not have let the innocent woman go. But Qin Xiang didn't have time to think about it now. She covered the woman with a quilt, then picked her up and quickly went downstairs. No matter whether it can be saved or not, we should always try. As long as she is still breathing, it proves that she doesn't want to die. Wang Jiqiang, you take the people in to get the supplies. I'll take the wounded back to the shelter first. Remember to be careful. Qin Xiang left in a hurry after saying this. She wasn't sure how much longer the woman could hold out. Their temporary shelter has a doctor who was rescued 2 days ago. Maybe he can save the woman. Wang Jiqiang received the order and took the rest of the people to quickly sweep the supermarket. Only, after a quick sweep, they found that almost all the remaining snacks and things were contaminated. It's like someone has already swept it beforehand. Only a few bags of instant noodles and a few sausages were barely edible. How so? Wang Jiqiang frowned, then looked toward the second floor and said, "Everyone, go to the second floor and take a look. Be careful, don't touch the bodies on the ground." Shun Yi returned to the building and ignored the thugs who were smashing doors from house to house. He directly used teleportation to go upstairs. Let them cause some damage first and scare the residents in the building. It would be best if everyone could be gathered together, which would save you some trouble. In just a few breaths, Shun Yi arrived at the 20th floor. He didn't need to knock on the door and teleported directly into the house. Jiang Nanyan, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly heard a voice and subconsciously looked up. She was startled to see Shun Yi appearing out of nowhere, and her cell phone almost fell out of her hand. "Husband? How did you get in?" She looked shocked. At the same time, hearing the sound, Su Wanting from the bedroom also trotted out. "Hubby, you're back. Well, that was my new superpower just now." Shun Yi nodded and explained to Jiang Nanyan. He was very satisfied with Jiang Nanyan's attitude towards doing things, so he treated Jiang Nanyan better. A new superpower? Su Wanting was surprised when she heard this. Can superpowers be obtained? If there's a chance in the future, I can also let you gain superpowers. Shun Yi casually drew a pie. He had this idea in mind. Let your woman be able to protect herself. However, his current strength is not strong enough, so he has to give priority to improving his own strength. When you are strong enough, you can make the women strong as well. Really? I can get superpowers too? Su Wanting's face suddenly became excited. Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but get excited. Superpower. Superpower. If I could have superpowers, wouldn't I no longer have to be afraid of the monsters out there? Well, I already know how to get superpowers. Ordinary people can get them, but it's more difficult, so it takes some time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan became even more excited. Ordinary people can also gain superpowers. Husband, teacher Bai is in the bedroom. Jiang Nanyan came back to her senses and said quickly, "This is her chance. You did a good job. I'll give you a credit first." Shun Yi nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Upon hearing that she was commended, Jiang Nanyan smiled excitedly. "I feel like I'm one step closer to gaining superpowers." Seeing this, Su Wanting, who was standing by, cursed her inwardly as a bitch, then immediately took out her cell phone and started contacting her best friend whom she had finally managed to contact. She must not fall behind Jiang Nanyan. Shun Yi walked into the bedroom and saw Bai Sinny sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed and shy. "Come here and help me undress." At the same time, on the first floor, violence was also taking place. Free 1. Unlock new supplies. "Brother Wang, this security door is too damn hard. It can't be open at all." The yellow-haired classmate cursed and swore. He has joined this gang of thugs. Although he was severely beaten, he was protected by this small group after crying and begging for mercy. He also drank half a bottle of water and ate a small piece of dried meat from an unknown animal. Although the half bottle of water had turned a little black and the jerky had a bit of a peculiar smell. But at least there's food to eat. Many people want to eat this kind of meat now, but they can't find it. Keep smashing. I don't believe that I can't break open this broken door. Whoever breaks open the door first will be rewarded with 2 extra pieces of meat, and he could be the first to play with the woman in the room. Brother Wang, whose arms are covered with tattoos, said viciously. When the thugs heard this, they immediately roared excitedly and banged on the door even harder. Although the security doors of this community were of good quality, they were no match for a group of armed, crazy thugs. At this time, the yellow-haired man's eyes rolled around cunningly, and he suddenly approached the sturdy man. "Brother, don't get so close to me." The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired man in the face with his backhand, making him feel dizzy. "Yes, sorry bro, I forgot." It took Huang Mao a long time to slowly recover, but he didn't dare to retort at all. He knew how brutal this gangster was, and he couldn't afford to offend him. "What do you want to say?" Brother Wang glanced at him. "It's like this, big brother. I followed a few students from our dormitory. There were several female college students among them, and each one was prettier than the other. Those long legs were so thin and long, and their butts were so perky. Their faces were also very pretty." Huang Mao described it excitedly. He has already started to imagine what it would be like to have those beauties. Bang! The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired boy again with his backhand, making him see stars and interrupting his fantasy directly. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Why did I hit you? Didn't you say you came from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in a boys' dormitory? Are you bullying me for not having been to college?" The sturdy man glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely, as if he was about to attack again. "No, brother, I really didn't lie. Those female college students are not from our boys' dormitory. They came in from outside. They are another boy's girlfriends." The yellow-haired man explained hurriedly with a swollen face. This brother's emotions are not stable at all. It's like he's mentally ill. He hits people at every turn, and his IQ is extremely low. No wonder he never went to college. But he didn't dare say this out loud. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death. Bang! Suddenly, the sturdy man raised his hand and slapped him again. The yellow-haired guy was so stunned that even his big teeth were almost knocked out. "Big brother, why did you hit me again? There's something wrong with your eyes. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you unhappy that I hit you?" No, Big brother, am innocent. Bang. The sturdy man slapped him again without giving any explanation. How dare you talk back to me? I will hit you if I wanna. Don't you accept it? I obey, I obey. The big pot is supported. The yellow-haired student's face was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. Tell me in detail what's going on with those female college students? I haven't slept with any female college students yet. If what you said is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. The burly man patted the yellow-haired man's shoulder carelessly and almost knocked him down with a slap. Yes. The yellow-haired student had a swollen mouth, black vision in front of his eyes, and stuttered intermittently. Are you fucking mute? I told you to speak. The sturdy man was so angry that he slapped the yellow-haired man hard again and actually knocked him unconscious. Grass, you fainted already? College students are so weak. The sturdy man spat fiercely. Someone, wake him up for me. Don't waste water. Use urine. Everyone else, break down the door quickly. I remember there's a newlywed wife in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first will get to sleep with her first. The thugs didn't care why Huang Mao was beaten and continued to bang on the door, especially when they heard the words, newly married woman. They felt full of strength. Other people's newlywed wives are so fragrant. At this time, in the smashed room, a couple, a man and a woman, were shivering. The man held the kitchen knife tightly in his hand and held a cell phone in his other hand, constantly dialing the police. The young woman was scared and sent a message in the community group asking for help. Only, some people say they care, but no one actually offers help. The newlyweds could only look at the banging security door in despair and fear. Final, after several hours of agony, the door lock was broken and the door was broken open. 6 or 7 men walked in with grim smiles. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. 5A grade steak. 5A grade steak plus 1, stored in system space. 5A grade steak plus 1, stored in system space. 5A steak. Shun Yi took out his cell phone and searched for relevant information. 5A steak, the highest rated steak, costs about 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The fat-to-meat ratio of 5A grade steaks is high and evenly distributed, and the meat is tender. It tastes great even if you only add salt. Thousands of dollars per kilogram? That's damn expensive. Shun Yi was also very emotional. He used to work part-time and only earned more than 2,000 yuan a month. 1 month's salary can't even afford 1 kilogram of steak. That's outrageous. I want to try how delicious this steak that costs thousands of dollars is. Shun Yi's mind moved, and he took out a piece of steak from the system space. The beef is clear stripes, alternating fat and lean meat, and is very fresh. But it is raw. Shun Yi was speechless for a moment. You have to fry it yourself, which is too troublesome. But raw meat is easier to handle. If you don't want to eat steak, you can also fry it or boil it. Shun Yi's only meal right now is chicken. Although it tastes good, he'll get sick of it if he eats too much. An extra steak will be nice too. As for frying steak, of course it should be left to women. Now, there are 3 women in his harem. He can't let himself cook for himself, right? Well, can you let me drink a bottle of water? Bicini asked in a low voice, wrapped in a quilt and with a red face. Shun Yi glanced at Bicini, then casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the system space and threw it to her. Thank you. Bicini quickly took the water and drank it. Come out for dinner later. Shun Yi said this, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Honey, the door of a house on the first floor was broken open. Those thugs not only raped the woman in that family, they also filmed it and posted it in the group. Seeing Shun Yi coming out, Jiang Nanyan hurriedly reported the situation. She has been keeping an eye on the news about this building complex, on Shun Yi's orders. 32, residents unite. Let me see. Shun Yi took Jiang Nanyan's phone and looked through the chat history in the group. Then I clicked on the video. The video content shows several naked men torturing a young woman. The insults, screams, and pleas were unbearable to hear. In the video, there's a young man who was beaten black and blue, with several pieces of flesh cut off from his body, and then was tied to a chair and forced to watch his wife being abused. What's even more outrageous is that this group of thugs put the wedding photo of the newlyweds in front of the woman, so that the woman could be insulted while looking at her wedding photo. After watching the video, the residents in the group were filled with indignation, and some even cursed the thugs for being inhumane. But the thugs didn't care and instead threatened all the residents. Let the other residents go downstairs quickly. Otherwise, when the door is broken, all the women will suffer the same fate. Arrogant and domineering. Lawless. But this is the end. The group was silent. All residents are afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people, at most a little richer than ordinary people, but they had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. It wasn't until the account used by the rioters was kicked out of the group chat that people in the group started sending messages. 0501 resident. These lunatics, they are absolutely crazy. They have no bottom line at all. 0501 resident. Where are the police? Where did the police go? Why is no one answering the call? Can you get through to the police? 0201 resident. I can't get through. I haven't been able to get through in the past few days. 0901 resident. What should we do? Everyone come up with a plan. If we are really rushed by this group of thugs, we will be dead. Resident 1001. Where are the property managers? Come out. And the security guards, where are they? Come out and protect us. They only get 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, and they do things like this. 0901 resident. If I'm not mistaken, there were 2 security guards among the thugs, and they were wearing security uniforms. Resident 1001. These bastards took my money, but are trying to harm me. Damn it, when the police come, I will file a complaint against these bastards. 1001 resident. And this group of bandits, they're all a bunch of poor people. It turns out that the poor are the most uneducated. They only steal and rob. How disgusting. Resident 1402. The property management disappeared a long time ago. We have not been able to contact them since they delivered supplies to us the day before yesterday. 0902 resident. How come the property management can't be contacted? My family has run out of food and water. What should I do now? Where can I get supplies? 0801 resident. The guy upstairs, how come you eat so fast? The property management distributed 3 days worth of supplies to each of our households the day before yesterday. 0902 resident. I have a large family, and didn't the property management say they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they couldn't do that? What should I do now that I have nothing to eat? 0801 resident. What else can I do? I'll just starve. It's the end of the world. Why don't you save some food and still want to rely on others? 0902 resident. Are you sick? 801? Have I offended you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You are so nosy. 0501 resident. Can everyone please stop arguing? Try to stop the thugs downstairs first. Resident 1402. I have a suggestion. Each household in our building can send one person to fight against the thugs together. There's strength in numbers. Most of the thugs will not dare to confront us head on. What do you think? 1501, huh? But I'm the only one in my family, and I am a woman. Resident 1502. What's wrong with being a woman? Men and women are equal. Every household must send at least one person. Otherwise, when the thugs break in, we won't protect your family. We won't protect other families who don't send manpower. Resident 1502. If you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make any excuses. Don't try to take advantage. Resident 1001. Second. 0801 resident. Then my family will have a man too. Resident 1402. Since everyone is willing to contribute, let's gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons, baseball bats, or golf clubs will do. In short, anything that can be used as a weapon will do. Resident 1402. We are a whole building. Can we be bullied by just 6 or 7 people? We must subdue them. 0501 resident. Okay. I'm already mad. We must beat them. Let these guys know how powerful we are. The residents of Building 6 began to organize a counterattack. In order to protect your family and your own safety, you have to stand up no matter how timid you are. The thugs were so crazy, especially the bloody videos they released, which scared everyone. The original purpose of the thugs posting the video was to threaten the other residents and make them surrender voluntarily. But little do people know that even the most timid person will fight desperately when the safety of their family and themselves is threatened. Therefore, the gory videos of the rioters had the opposite effect. No wonder there is no chaos in this community. It turns out that the property management company actually distributed supplies to every household 3 days ago. It's a good property management company with great service. Su Wanting murmured. She remembered that the school ran out of food the next day, which led to the riot. In this community, people still maintain their moral bottom line and even help each other. But that was before. Now the property is missing, 3 days' food is about to be consumed, and coupled with the attack by thugs, I'm afraid the last bottom line will collapse. Not to mention other residents. Even Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan, who were protected by Shun Yi, were frightened by the brutal behavior of the thugs. That woman is so pitiful. Fortunately, they made the right choice and followed Shun Yi. Seeing the miserable conditions of the other women, the 2 women's eyes toward Shun Yi obviously changed, with a little more dependence in their eyes. Although Shun Yi threatened them with material things, he was not bad to them and did not abuse them. And they provide them with food and water every day and protect their safety. And he also promised to help them gain superpowers. Thinking about it this way, Shun Yi is not just being nice to them, he is simply being too nice to them. Thinking of this, the 2 women couldn't help but come to Shun Yi's side and took the initiative to massage Shun Yi's legs and feet and serve him. What they should do is to serve Shun Yi well, instead of engaging in intrigue every day. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting looked at each other subconsciously and both smiled with relief. A smile can erase all grudges. Su Wanting didn't want to hate Jiang Nanyan anymore. After all, they're a family now. In case Shun Yi is not at home, they will have to help each other. Compared to the group of brutal thugs outside, the hatred between them is really nothing. Jiang Nanyan also felt that there was no need to hate Su Wanting. Although she was deceived by Su Wanting, it now seems that this was a good thing. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago, or being bullied by those boys in the teaching building. As she thought about it, her hatred for Su Wanting gradually dissipated. Who among you knows how to fry steak? Shun Yi suddenly asked while enjoying the massage from two pairs of delicate hands. The two women were stunned, looked at each other, and then began to stammer. Obviously, none of them do. After all, before the end of the world, they were all young ladies who had never done any housework. I can fry steak. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Cindy, whose face was slightly red and whose walk was a little strange. Now she's joined this big family. Well, let's fry a few pieces for dinner, Shun Yi said, taking out 7 or 8 steaks from the system space. One piece weighs about half a pound. Well, if there's a power outage, will we be unable to fry? Su Wanting said uncertainly. Sure, I just checked, and there's gas available. Vicini said. She didn't have much hostility towards Su Wanting. After all, it was me who cheated on Su Wanting. Vicini felt a little embarrassed. Okay, all right. Su Wanting was embarrassed. She knows nothing about the kitchen. I felt embarrassed in front of Shun Yi. Will this make Shun Yi like me even less? No, this can't be possible. Seeing Vicini walk into the kitchen, Su Wanting immediately followed in. She wanted to learn cooking. Jiang Nanyan knelt on the sofa and massaged Shun Yi's thighs. Shun Yi is very satisfied with the harmonious family. He is under a lot of pressure outside, so he wants to relax at home, especially after killing someone today. 33. Miserable defeat. I'll fuck you through the network cable. This so-called 5 a great top-quality steak tastes really good. Shun Yi felt that it tasted better than any beef he had eaten before. Perhaps it was because the beef produced by the system was of higher quality. Also, Vicini's cooking skills are also very good. Every piece of steak is fried to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Very delicious. For this dinner, Shun Yi ate 5 steaks. Maybe it's because I've been using teleportation all day and consumed too much physical strength, so I need to replenish a lot of energy. But it doesn't matter. What we have the most is supplies. Enough steak. After eating and drinking, Shun Yi replied to Zhou Wanner's message. Yes, Zhou Wanner sent a message. She finally made up her mind to come over. He also said he wanted to bring 2 roommates along. Shun Yi naturally did not refuse. The more women come, the better, so that he can unlock more supplies. After replying to the message, Shun Yi took out several power banks and distributed them to the 3 girls, asking them to fully charge their phones and not use them indiscriminately so that they could contact each other later. Otherwise, when I leave home sometimes, he doesn't know what happened at home. After finishing these trivial matters, it was already late. Due to the power outage, Shun Yi and his friends went to bed early to prepare for sleep. Before going to bed, Shun Yi took a look at the news in the building number 6 group. The residents have already gathered on the 18th floor in a threatening manner. Well, with this group of people supporting me, I can sleep more peacefully tonight. Tomorrow is the time to deal with the thugs. Good night, husband. Su Wanting squeezed into Shun Yi's arms and said something in a daze. Well, good night. This night, Shun Yi slept very comfortably. Even before the end of the world, he had never slept so comfortably. Perhaps people like him are really suitable for the end of the world. But correspondingly, other people in the building were having a hard time. A group of residents gathered on the 18th floor. There were more than 20 of them. Most of them were men, with only a few women. They were armed with various weapons including golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. For a moment, everyone actually felt confident. Although the thugs were brutal, there were only 6 or 7 of them, while their side had twice as many people as the enemy. This time, the advantage is on my side. Then, led by a middle-aged boss in a suit, the crowd went downstairs aggressively to negotiate with the thugs. That's right, negotiation. Of course, no one wants to fight to the death if possible. If a fight breaks out, people will die. But unfortunately, these thugs had no bottom line. They took advantage of the negotiation time to suddenly launch an attack. Caught off guard, more than 20 people were beaten to the point of screaming and howling like ghosts, and the army was instantly routed. More than 20 people were chased and hacked by 6 or 7 people. The final result of the battle was that 3 residents were killed, 2 were seriously injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 were slightly injured. And none of the thugs died. Not even one was seriously injured. All of them only suffered minor injuries. Miserable defeat. How could these people who wear suits and ties and sit in offices all year round be a match for the desperados? Just one encounter, and I completely lost my resistance. As for this information, Shun Yi also learned about it through the chat records in the group. Some residents who lost their family members cried in the group, while others whose family members were captured begged others to save their family members. But this time, no one dared to speak. The thugs had killed their momentum last night. Now everyone just wants to protect themselves. No one dares to fight, and they don't even dare to go out. Ordinary people are no match for those desperate criminals. That group of thugs are unreasonable and really dare to kill people. Resident 1501. Does anyone have gauze and medicine? My leg hurts so much. The wound I got chopped on last night has been bleeding intermittently. Please help me. I beg you. 1501 resident sent a picture. Shen Yi clicked on the picture and found that the injured resident was actually a woman. Of course, the reason why Shen Yi clicked on the photo was because the first thing he saw in the photo sent by the other party was long white legs, which looked very tender. Although most of her legs were covered in blood due to the knife attack, one could still see that her legs were in good shape. I just don't know what I look like and whether I can meet the system standards. Seeing that no one paid attention to 1501's request for help, Shen Yi replied in the group using Jiang Nanyan's account. 2001 resident, I have medicine. If you need it, please private message me. But you must send a full body photo of yourself first, without beauty filters. Resident 1501, send photos? What do you want my photos for? 0901 resident. What else can we do? Isn't this obvious? 0901 resident. Wait, resident on the 20th floor, didn't you come to the meeting last night? Resident of 1401. The 20th floor really didn't contribute last night. Everyone remember the resident of 2001. Such a selfish person doesn't deserve everyone's help. 0501 resident. At 2001 resident, get out. It's all your fault. You killed my man. What qualifications do you have to be in this group? 0501 resident. Asshole. Trash. Uneducated trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should die. You selfish trash. 0501 resident. Your whole family should die. Resident 1401. Well done. Such a selfish guy shouldn't be in the group. Resident 1602. Wow. My husband died when we went out with you yesterday. You must protect us, an orphan and a widow. For a time, Shen Yi, who had not contributed anything, became the public enemy of the entire building. It seemed as if all these consequences were caused by his absence. Some people are like this. They dare not face the strong, but dare to bully the weak. However, Shen Yi is not the weakling they think he is. Shen Yi used teleportation to directly come to room 501. At this time, inside the room, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, tapping on her phone and insulting Shen Yi in the group chat. It seemed that only by venting in this way could she let out the pain of losing her man. She was so absorbed in venting her feelings that she didn't even notice Shen Yi's arrival. It was not until Shen Yi deliberately made a sound that the woman looked at him, her face suddenly filled with horror. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Shen Yi glanced at her phone screen and confirmed that it was her who was scolding him. I admit that you are in pain after losing your man. After all, he was your only support. But, Shen Yi said calmly, raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. When the middle-aged woman saw this scene, her face was filled with horror. A pistol appears out of thin air. Is this still a human being? But what does this have to do with me? If you dare to curse my family, I will kill you. Shen Yi pulled the trigger directly and shot him in the head. The woman died without understanding how she had provoked a monster. After killing the people who insulted his family, Shen Yi felt happy and teleported back to the room. As for the other people in the group who called him selfish, Shen Yi ignored them for the time being. After killing the thugs, we will slowly deal with them. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. If I make you angry, I'll fuck you through the internet. Coincidentally, at this time, the resident of 1501 also added him as a friend. 1501 resident. My phone only has 1% battery left, so I can't take pictures. Resident 1501. If you have medicine, could you please send it to me? I have photos at home. After saying these two sentences, the other party suddenly disappeared. I guess my phone is out of battery. Shen Yi thought about it and felt that he could go for it. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. If the residents of 1501 meet the system standards, I can unlock new supplies. Even if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's just a matter of effort and no big deal. Think of this. Shen Yi used teleportation to disappear from the room. Shen Yi. Shen Yi disappeared out of thin air. Bai Sinny, who had just come out of the bedroom, screamed when she saw this scene. Then, regardless of the danger, she rushed to the place where Shen Yi disappeared and looked anxiously at the gap in the sofa. How could a living person disappear out of thin air? And he disappeared right in front of me. Teacher Bai, don't be anxious. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning couldn't help laughing at Bai Sinny's funny behavior. How could Shen Yi, such a big man, hide in the crack of the sofa? They knew that this was Shen Yi's new superpower, so they were not very surprised. By the way, I also explained it to Bai Sinny. After hearing the explanation, Bai Sinny blushed and couldn't help thinking to herself that she really couldn't adapt to the doomsday world. 34. He must be my Prince Charming. Shen Yi used teleportation and arrived at the 15th floor in a few seconds. Since this kind of high-end residential complex has 2 households per elevator, 1501 is not difficult to find. He came to the door and knocked politely. He would first take a look at the appearance of the resident of room 1501. If he did not meet the system standards, Shen Yi would just turn around and leave. After waiting for a while, the electronic lock made a sound and the door was opened. Even if there is a power outage, the electronic lock can still be used for a long time. It has power storage, so it is not a bug. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeved shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts appeared at the door with a pale face. The girl is very beautiful, with long, smooth chestnut hair styled into slightly curly waves. One side is tucked behind her ear to reveal a small pearl earring, while the other side falls naturally to shape her face. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, giving her a healthy and energetic temperament. It's obvious that she exercises regularly. Only, now that beautiful left leg was almost stained red, and even if it was tied with a cloth strip, it couldn't stop the bleeding. In other words, this situation happened because the girl didn't know how to treat the wound. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss. The girl's face was very pale, and even her lips were a little white. At this time, system trigger. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Kuxiexio. Age, 24. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. Rich in self-defense experience. No actual combat experience. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. Shun-Yi looked towards the inner evaluation. This is the first time such an evaluation has appeared. Experienced in self-defense. It turns out to be the movie-watching sister, but no matter what, she meets the system standards. You are the resident of 2001. Kuxiexio Askid Kususri. She also confirmed from the peephole that Shun-Yi was not the thug downstairs, so she opened the door. Well, your leg is bleeding again. Stop the bleeding first. Shun-Yi said, picked him up and walked into the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was confused. At this moment, she even forgot to resist. It was because Shun-Yi's movements were so natural, as if they were a couple. But it only took a moment for Chu Xiaoxiao to react. She immediately blushed and struggled, constantly refusing. Don't do this. We just met. Besides, I'm still injured. I can't tremble. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that Shun-Yi was very handsome and tall at first sight, which quite met her standards for choosing a partner. Now is the end of the world. It's not bad to find a man to rely on. However, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't accept having an exercise right after meeting. At least we should introduce ourselves to each other first, right? Shun-Yi did not explain, but put the absent-minded Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, then took out the gauze and white wine he had obtained when shopping in the supermarket from the system space, and began to disinfect and bandage her. The reason why Shun-Yi did not explain was because Chu Xiaoxiao was already feeling a little unwell due to excessive blood loss. There are no good medical conditions in the doomsday, and if any complications arise from excessive blood loss, it will be troublesome. Shun-Yi was still counting on her to unlock the supplies. You can't just make a wasted trip and waste a roll of gauze and a bar of liquor, right? Especially for liquor. Shun-Yi searched the entire supermarket, but only found 2 bottles of high-purity liquor that was not contaminated. He had originally planned to keep them for disinfection if he got injured in the future. After all, the apocalypse is different from the past, and there are no doctors if you get injured. Shun-Yi was also thinking about going to the hospital again in the next 2 days to get some medicine in advance to avoid getting sick accidentally in the future. As Chu Xiaoxiao frowned in pain, subconsciously grabbed Shun-Yi's thigh tightly, and screamed. Even Shun-Yi's thigh was hurt by the scratch. Use white wine for disinfection. This kind of pain is not something that most people can endure. However, although Shun-Yi's movements were rough, they were very fast. After disinfection, her wound was tightly bandaged with gauze to stop the bleeding. Okay, you take a good rest now. I will come back to help you disinfect and change the gauze tomorrow. After Shun-Yi finished speaking, he prepared to leave. This woman is so badly injured that she definitely won't be able to unlock the reward now. Then just keep it for 2 days. Anyway, it won't consume much supplies. Shun-Yi left a roast chicken and used instant teleportation to leave. No requests were made, no demands were made for anything, because he has already decided that Chu Xiaoxiao is his. Naturally, no explanation is needed. What? What if Chu Xiaoxiao refuses? Then give her life back. If Shun-Yi hadn't saved her, she would have died today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao also saw his special abilities. If she is unwilling to surrender, she must be killed. Shun-Yi didn't want his teleportation to be leaked out, otherwise it would be troublesome if he was targeted in the future. This is what is meant by, all gifts from fate are secretly marked with a price. When Shun-Yi rescued Chu Xiaoxiao, she only had 2 choices. Either surrender or die. Is he the Prince Charming sent by God to save me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, blankly recalling the scene where Shun-Yi treated her wounds and left her food. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned red. She just saw Shun-Yi waving his hand, and gauze, white wine, and food appeared. Moreover, after helping her, this man didn't ask for anything and just left. If this isn't Prince Charming, then what is this? Is it a fairy? Chu Xiaoxiao thought that she had to give herself to him in order to repay him for saving her life. In the end, the other party didn't want anything. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a little disappointed. However, he said he would come to help me change the medicine tomorrow. Does that mean we will meet again then? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look forward to it again. She was so weak and powerless that she even thought about dressing up to welcome her Prince Charming in the best condition. It smells so good. Chu Xiaoxiao turned over gently and looked at the steaming roast chicken on the table. She remembered that this chicken was conjured up by her Prince Charming with ease, and it was like a god's work. He really is the Prince Charming in my dreams. While thinking about it, Chu Xiaoxiao happily started eating the chicken. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's house, Shun Yi went straight to the first floor. It's time to deal with this mob. Their role has ended. When Shun Yi appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs barbecuing. The meat they roasted was actually cut from corpses. No wonder these people didn't starve to death. Instead, they were full of energy and even had the strength to break down the door. Who is it? Brother Wang, there's a pretty boy. Sudden, the thugs discovered Shun Yi. Someone immediately picked up a knife and stared at him viciously, with the ferocity in his eyes like that of a wild beast. Shan Yi, it's actually you. Sudden, in the corner, the yellow-haired classmate with a swollen face came out and looked at Shun Yi with resentment. It is because Shun Yi abandoned me that I have become like this. It's all because of Shun Yi. It was Shun Yi who harmed me. 35. Slaughter the thugs. Mutate the black spider. Brother, it's him. He's the bastard I told you about who was with several female college students. The yellow-haired man immediately said to the tattooed, burly man, I have suffered so much and endured so much pain. I must make Shun Yi suffer it all. Hearing this, the tattooed, burly man looked at Shun Yi with interest. He looked him up and down. Who am I, just this? The sturdy man pouted and then said viciously, Who's he? Break one of his legs and force him to tell us which floor he lives on. Then we could go to his house and play with his woman. Good. A tall, thin man in a security uniform responded and walked over with a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Shun Yi seriously at all. Just an ordinary person with no power. They hacked several people to death last night. But in the next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in security uniform stood there in a daze, then fell to the ground with a bloody hole on his forehead. Shun Yi didn't pause. He raised his gun and fired continuously at the other thugs who had not yet reacted. The sound of gunfire continued to echo throughout the first floor. After using up all the bullets in one gun, Shun Yi immediately switched to another. In just one encounter, 4 thugs were shot to death. No nonsense. He is here to kill people. So, after confirming the number of thugs, he just opened fire. Damn, how could he have a gun? Run, run. The surviving thugs now felt only fear. The reason why they are arrogant and cruel is simply because they have not met anyone stronger than them. This is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and most people have not yet become desperate criminals and dare not fight with the thugs. This also led to the thugs thinking that they were powerful and invincible. But now that they were being slaughtered unilaterally by Shun Yi, they finally experienced what fear was. The fear of death. No matter how cruel they are or how brave they are to fight, one bullet is enough to take their lives. Damn it. Huang Mao, you bastard. Didn't you say he was just a student? Then how the hell did he have a gun? The tattooed, burly man hid in the room immediately and was venting his anger at the yellow-haired man. Gun. This is a fucking gun. It is because they know that guns are banned in Xia country that they dare to kill people so unscrupulously. If you know someone has a gun, only a fool would cause trouble for him. With these few broken swords in our hands, what good are they? Huang Mao was already frightened, hiding behind the closet and shivering. Shun Yi actually has a gun, and he shot and killed people without hesitation. Is he really just an ordinary college student? Huang Mao was so scared that he peed his pants. What to do? What to do? I've already offended Shun Yi. If I wait until everyone else is killed, I will definitely die too. Soon, the gunfire outside stopped. There was no sound at all. There was not even a scream. It seemed that everyone had been killed. The tattooed, burly man held the knife tightly and hid behind the door, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead due to nervousness. Only one chance. Only when the opponent enters the door and is caught off guard can you deliver a fatal blow. The tattooed, burly man held his breath and stared at the door. But he didn't notice that someone suddenly appeared behind him. When Huang Mao saw Shun Yi appear out of nowhere, his eyes widened instantly. He pointed at him in disbelief and trembling. Big brother. He's coming in. The tattooed, burly man was stunned and subconsciously tried to turn his head, but the bullet in Shun Yi's gun had already been fired and hit him directly in the back of the head. Afterwards, Shun Yi fired several more shots, killing the burly man with fear in his eyes. Have mercy. Big brother, have mercy. Please, let me go. Let me go. We are classmates in the same school. The yellow-haired student knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Shun Yi calmly changed the gun from the system space and then shot him to death. In the room, there was a man tied to a chair, already breathless. There was also a naked woman huddled in a corner, shivering. This woman's mental state had completely collapsed. Even when she saw Shun Yi killing someone, she was still immersed in her own fear and had no reaction. Shun Yi raised his hand and shot her, putting an end to her pain. Walk out of the room. Shin Yi saw that a gangster who had been shot 4 or 5 times by him was still alive. He had already struggled to crawl out of the building. Shin Yi was not in a hurry. He just stood there, aimed his gun at him, and shot. The first shot missed. TSK, it seems my shooting skills are really bad. I can't even hit such a big target. Shin Yi said this while continuing to pull the trigger. He used the thug who was struggling to survive as a target for shooting practice. Shin Yi's shooting skills have always been poor, which is why he always gets within 10 meters of the enemy before shooting. But he has a lot of bullets and guns, so he can improve slowly. Just like that, at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, Shin Yi kept shooting at the thugs who were crawling out with his gun. It takes 4 or 5 shots to hit the target. That's terrible. This thug was really tenacious and had a strong desire to survive. He actually crawled out of the building despite the gunshot wound. Shin Yi changed his gun, slowly approached, and aimed again. This time he aimed at the head, just when Shin Yi was about to pull the trigger. Sudden, a thick white line shot out and actually stuck to the thug's body, then lifted him into the air. Shin Yi was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked upwards vigilantly. What the hell? He observed for a while, but because the upstairs was covered with plants and the black fog was thick, he couldn't see anything. Shin Yi remained alert. He picked up the body of a thug and threw it out of the building. As a result, just as the body fell to the ground, a thick white line, exactly the same as the previous one, shot down and snatched the body away. What the hell? What is this? Shin Yi was shocked. He had always thought that this building was safe, but obviously it wasn't. There's a monster upstairs. I don't know if they were attracted by the gunshots or the bodies. No, we must figure out what this thing is. Otherwise, it will be dangerous to go out in the future. Shin Yi picked up another corpse and threw it out of the building. At the same time, he immediately used teleportation to come outside the building and stare at the building. I saw, in the black fog, a huge black spider about 2 or 3 meters in size, covered with black hair and with many legs, crawled down from the upstairs. A white line as thick as an arm spurted out of its chelate-like mouth, which immediately stuck to the corpse and dragged it up. Shin Yi seized this opportunity, raised his gun, aimed at the mutant black spider, and fired 7 or 8 shots. This monster must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous to travel in the future. But what shocked him was that the bullet only penetrated the black spider a little bit, not causing much damage to the black spider, but instead angered it. The mutated black spider dropped the corpse, opened its mouth sharply towards Shin Yi, and sprayed out a thick white spider silk. 3-6, a female police officer who meets the system standards. Shin Yi was well prepared. He used instant movement to hide 20 meters away and avoided the black spider's attack. Damn, even a pistol can't kill him. Shin Yi cursed inwardly. His most powerful attack method at the moment couldn't do anything to this mutant spider. At this time, the black spider locked onto Shin Yi's position again. It seemed that because it was hurt by the pistol just now, it held a grudge against Shin Yi. Several hairy legs moved quickly, jumped down from the upstairs, and pounced toward Shin Yi. A giant spider 2 or 3 meters tall flew towards him, making Shin Yi feel creepy. He quickly used teleportation to lead the black spider away. But the black spider only chased for a few dozen meters and suddenly stopped. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Shin Yi, and it made strange noises from its mouth. It turned around several times in the same place, and then turned back. Why didn't this beast chase you? Shin Yi frowned. He thought for a while, then followed carefully and found that the black spider had crawled back upstairs. By the way, he also took away the bodies of the thugs on the ground. Shin Yi looked grim. It's obvious that this black spider wants to stay here and not leave. Shin Yi just wanted to use teleportation to lure the black spider away. But the other party didn't fall for it all. Fuck it. I finally found a satisfactory shelter, but I encounter this kind of thing again. Shin Yi wanted to curse. If I don't get rid of this black spider, not only my woman, but even I might get caught by accident. But it is not easy to solve it. After all, even a gun can't kill it. How could a spider mutate into something so horrible? Shin Yi frowned deeply and thought for a while. He took out his cell phone and contacted Joanna. If Joanna goes out now, I can go and pick her up. Otherwise, even if she manages to walk into the community alive, she will be killed by this black spider. Shin Yi, where have you been? Joanna, we just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside, brother. Shin, how much battery is left on your phone? Joanna, it's almost full. I have a power bank. Shin Yi, share your current location. Joanna initiates location sharing with you. Shin Yi joined the location sharing and saw the distance between himself and Joanna. It was more than 800 meters, which was not far. If Shin Yi didn't have the ability of teleportation, he would definitely not go to pick up Joanna. It was too risky. But with teleportation, he can be sure of his safety even if he encounters some mutant monsters. On the premise of ensuring his own safety, Shin Yi naturally doesn't mind doing something that is beneficial to himself, such as searching for supplies and finding women who meet the requirements of the system. Walking on the street filled with black fog, Shin Yi was always careful about his surroundings. The mutated black spider greatly increased his vigilance. Some mutant animals cannot be killed by pistols. These trees on the roadside seem to have grown taller and thicker. At this growth rate, in a while, the area where humans can move around will probably be squeezed very small. Although plants will not actively attack people, if they grow too large, they will sooner or later pose a threat to people. There are also these cracks on the ground. Although they haven't continued to grow, they are still spewing out black mist. I don't know where all this black mist comes from underground. Shinny really wanted to jump down and find out what was going on, but it was just a thought. If you really jump down, you will definitely die. When I'm strong enough, I can go down and find out what's going on. Shinny thought secretly. Then, he continued to follow the navigation and approached Joe Warner. But from the location sharing, Shun-E discovered that Joe Warner had actually been staying in the same place. This made him frown. This little green teen knew that I was coming. So, she actually started waiting there? Not even a movement. Shun-E walked a few hundred meters and found that Joe Warner's position had not moved. He looked very unhappy. This kind of unruly woman is so annoying. If he hadn't already walked several hundred meters, Shun-E would have wanted to turn around and go home. Forget it. Let's unlock the rewards first. If Joe Warner is really that scheming, I'll kill her after getting the reward. Shun-E continued to walk forward, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. He looked at the navigation and found that Joe Warner was located in a convenience store in front, motionless. Shun-E took out his gun and walked over slowly. Although the convenience store is not big, it contains quite a few supplies, so it's a good opportunity to search for them so that the trip isn't in vain. As soon as he approached the convenience store, Shun-E noticed something was wrong. He smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. Because he had killed people frequently in the past 2 days, Shun-E immediately smelled the scent of human blood. And a lot of dragging marks could be seen on the ground not far away, and a woman's shoe had also fallen there. Judging from the scene, someone must have just died here. Shun-E reacted instantly. He immediately became alert around him. However, no mutant monsters were seen. What you can't see is actually more dangerous. So, Shun-E no longer hesitated and used teleportation to come to the door of the convenience store and then teleported in. Then he looked at the map and found that Joe Warner was very close to him. Joe Warner. Shun-E looked towards the dark convenience store and called out tentatively. I don't know if she's still alive. If he died, then he had made this trip in vain. Shun-E? Is that you, brother Shun-E? A voice came from a small room at the back of the convenience store. Then, the door opened and 3 figures walked out cautiously. There were 3 women. The tallest of them was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. The policewoman was walking in front, and when she saw that the man had a gun, she immediately raised her gun and stood alert. Shun-E was more vigilant than her. This female police officer actually has a gun in her hand. He immediately prepared to leave using teleportation. Damn, Joe Warner didn't say she was with the police. Not to mention the police have guns. Otherwise, Shun-E would not come and pick her up no matter what. After all, guns can threaten your own safety. Brother Shun-E, is it really you? You actually came to pick me up. Woo, Warner is so touched. Joe Warner, who was petite and cute, looked very excited and even pretended to cry. But she did not approach Shun-E immediately, but hid behind the policewoman. She said she was touched, but her body didn't believe Shun-E. This little green tea. Shun-E was too lazy to pay attention to her. Comrade, are you also a policeman or a soldier? The beautiful policewoman looked at Shun-E, pointing the gun at her, and asked carefully. No. Where did you get your gun? I picked it up. Okay, then could you please put the gun away first? I have no hostility. Seeing that Shun-E didn't look like a bad guy, the policewoman put away her gun to show her goodwill. Seeing this, Shun-E lowered the gun but did not turn off the safety. Even though the other party was a policeman, he did not relax at all. It's the end of the world. Who knows whether the police are good or bad? There might even be bad guys disguised as police officers. In short, Shun-E would not 100% trust anyone or any monster that posed a threat to his safety, unless he had the ability to detect the other person's thoughts. But what Shun-E didn't expect was that this female police officer actually met the system standards. 37. A childlike face with a huge body, a terrifying tree in the city center. Fight. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Soo-Yun. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Body, 94 points. Inner, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. 90 points is the lowest score for a woman who meets the criteria currently triggered by the system. But even with the lowest score, this policewoman's appearance is still at the level of a great beauty among ordinary people. It was a level that Shun-E had never been able to reach before, especially her heroic temperament, which is very different from other girls. As for the long-haired girl next to Joe Warner, although Shun-E felt that she was not ugly and could even be described as pretty and attractive, she did not trigger the system prompt. It seems that the requirements for unlocking supplies are not met. Hello, comrade. My name is Soo-Yun. I'm from Municipal Public Security Bureau. How did you get in? Soo-Yun asked seriously after introducing herself. In her opinion, Although Shun might not be a policeman, he should not be a bad person either. Otherwise, he would not risk going out to save people during such a special period. My name is Shun. Shuni paused, then looked at the door and said, "You just walked in like that. What's wrong?" Hearing this, the policewoman was stunned. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were also stunned, and even couldn't help but shout out, "Brother Shin-Yi, you just walked in like this? Well, what's wrong?" Shun-Yi naturally would not reveal his cards to a stranger who had not yet become his woman, so he pretended to say that he had just walked in. "Brother Shun-Yi, you are so lucky. There's a big snake outside that can become invisible, and it didn't attack you." Zhou Wanner patted her chest, as if she was relieved, but the shaking movement was quite attractive. This is the one with a baby face and big breasts. Zhou Wanner is also good at taking advantage of her strengths. Seeing Shun-Yi looking at her, she secretly thought that she was right. If I can capture Shun-Yi and make him protect me, I will be much safer in the future. Moreover, it can also allow Shun-Yi to go out to find food and water. A snake that can become invisible. Shun-Yi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I only saw dragging marks and blood, but no one. Now, even mutant animals have superpowers. He can actually become invisible. What the hell is this human doing? That shouldn't be a snake. I saw it has 4 legs. It should be a gecko, the long-haired girl explained. Policewoman Su Yin also nodded and agreed. Yes, it is a gecko, but it is more than 1 meter long, longer than ordinary snakes, and its invisibility is not really invisibility. It simply changes its body color to the same color as the surrounding environment. Plus, because of the black fog, it is not easy to be discovered. The few survivors I rescued were killed by this color-changing gecko, so I know it very well. Changing color? Isn't this the ability of a chameleon? Shun-Yi looks strange. Hybrid? Or is it simply because of mutation that the gecko acquired this ability? I also suspected that it might be a mutation of a chameleon, but from what I have seen, it seems more like a gecko, said Su-Yin. This policewoman is quite capable to have survived the apocalypse. Shun-Yi was in deep thought. No matter whether it is a chameleon or a gecko, anything that can change color is difficult to deal with. If I hadn't used teleportation to get in, I might have been caught off guard and ambushed by it. No wonder the 3 women hid in the small room of the convenience store in fear. It was simply because they couldn't deal with the gecko. Comrade, if you had not been attacked when you came in just now, it might have left. You should take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible, lest it come back again. This gecko is very cunning, Su-Yin suggested. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair nodded quickly. Their roommate was killed by this insidious gecko. If Su-Yin had not happened to pass by and shot the gecko away, they might have died as well. Later, through conversation, they realized that the policewoman Su-Yin was not just passing by, but had been chasing the gecko. This gecko ate several people, including the child that Su-Yin had saved with great difficulty, so Su-Yin fought with it regardless of her own safety. Wait a little longer. I heard a strange noise when I came in just now. It may still be wandering around. Shun-Yi made up an excuse. He could leave any time he wanted, but it was not easy to take Zhou Wanner away. As for the policewoman Su-Yin, Shun-Yi has not thought about recruiting her yet, unless Su-Yin is willing to hand over the weapon to herself. Or, I can ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, there would be a time bomb next to him, and Shun-Yi wouldn't even be able to sleep well. I see. Su-Yin frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, "How about this? I'll go out first and try to lure it away, and then you guys leave." Sister Su-Yin, what will you do if you encounter danger? Zhou Wanner asked worriedly. I'm a police officer, and it is my duty to protect you. Su-Yin replied seriously, and then a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, "Besides, I must kill it. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let it harm innocent people again." As she spoke, she began to check the bullets in the gun, preparing for action. This is a decisive woman. Sister Su-Yin, you're such a good police officer. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair looked at Su-Yin with emotion. But I was just touched and had no intention of stopping it. Shen-Yi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this female police officer had such a noble character. But this is also a good thing. With the help of the female police officer, the gecko was led away and he was able to take Zhou Wanner away safely. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shen-Yi looked at Su-Yin and asked, "Officer Su, is there any help in the city now?" Hearing this question, Su-Yun's face turned grim and she said in a low voice, "Although I shouldn't say this, there probably won't be any help. A few days ago, all my colleagues at the Municipal Public Security Bureau where I work died. I don't know the situation at other police stations, but I think it's similar. There may be surviving police officers, but there probably aren't many. On their own, they cannot fight against such a disaster, nor can they rescue the people of this city." As Su-Yun spoke, her mood gradually became depressed. Hearing this, Shen-Yi felt relieved and asked curiously, "What happened? Why did so many people die?" Logically speaking, ordinary people could survive, so how could the trained police officers who had firearms die so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Alas, Su-Yun sighed deeply, frowned, and seemed to hesitate for a while before explaining. "This matter is highly confidential and should not have been leaked, but it doesn't matter whether it is leaked or not now. On the first day of the apocalypse, a huge strange tree appeared in the city center. The tree seemed to have life and grew very fast. In just a few hours, it grew to a height of dozens of meters, and it is constantly occupying the surrounding land. And as it grew, it also knocked down 2 high-rise buildings in the city center, killing thousands of people. Several dozen meters? Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair exclaimed at the same time. Shen Yi also showed a look of surprise. It can grow to dozens of meters in height in a few hours, which is much more terrifying than those mutated mutant trees on the streets. And it has been almost 10 days since the doomsday outbreak. If it's still growing at this speed, how terrible will it be now? What would happen if it were allowed to grow? Will the entire mountain city be enveloped by it, or even overturned? 38. It has wisdom, the thoughts of little green tea. Suyin looked at the shocked expressions of the others and felt exactly the same as she did when she heard the news. She couldn't help but sigh and said, some experts speculate that if the tree grows at the same speed as it did, it will cover half of the city in 3 months at most. So, in order to protect the mountain city, most of the police force was mobilized to deal with the tree. It turns out that this tree has life. It will fight back and kill anyone or any animal that gets close to it. Even helicopters were shot down by its branches. Then why not use fire attack? Trees should be afraid of fire, right? Zhou Wan'er asked curiously. Well, some experts do recommend fire attack. Suya nodded, but continued, it's just that the tree is rooted in a densely populated area in the city center. If we use fire to attack it, there will be a lot of innocent casualties. So, since there was no order from above, we could only use fire attack after the people were evacuated. But it's too late. It's growing so fast. In just one day, its size grew many times larger than before. When we started to attack with fire, no one expected that the tree would actually break off part of its own branches to put out the fire, and it would extend its branches to attack weapons that posed a threat to it first. Suyin looked helpless when she said this. Only those who have witnessed the battle in person can understand the horror of that tree. It actually has intelligence. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair were both shocked. Break branches to survive. Identify the enemy. Is this the intelligence a tree can have? Suyun sighed and nodded, her eyes full of sadness. It was too late to think of other solutions later, because most of the police force died in that operation. After Shun Yi heard this, an unprecedented tension appeared in his eyes. If this giant tree continues to grow wildly, it will cover the entire mountain city in half a year at most. By then, everything in this city will become nutrients for this tree, including humans. Shun Yi thought for a while with a serious look on his face, and then continued to ask, no army came to rescue? If we use weapons like missiles, we should be able to solve it, right? I'm not sure. I only know that someone from above has contacted the military, but it seems the military is also dealing with some mutants. Suyin shook her head slightly. After all, she is not a high-ranking official and doesn't know much. But just this information made Shun Yi feel a huge crisis. Currently, the most dangerous thing in the entire mountain city is the growing tree in the city center. If you don't get rid of it, no matter how well you survive, sooner or later you will be devoured by it and become its nutrients. But solving it is almost impossible. The police used countless manpower, even helicopters and armored vehicles, but they still couldn't solve the problem. What's the use of just a small pistol? It seems that we need to make plans early and leave the mountain city as soon as possible and go to other cities. Although this doomsday covers the entire world, I think there shouldn't be such terrifying trees in other cities, right? Otherwise, human beings will really be extinct. Moreover, since the army did not come to rescue the mountain city, they must have rescued a closer or more important city. For example, Magic City, Imperial Capital. These 2 economic and political capitals of the Xia Kingdom will definitely be given special protection. With the army's firepower, at least we can save a few cities and establish a safe zone, right? If he didn't have these, Shen Yi really didn't know how to protect himself. Unless you can unlock more supplies, and these supplies must contain supernatural fruits, and then you can gain some awesome supernatural powers. Then maybe you can solve the problem of the growing tree. Thinking of this, Shen Yi couldn't help but look at Su Yun. Now it seems that I have to take her reward as well. Before, Shen Yi just wanted to survive, not worry about food and drink, and just lie down. But now, the fire was really burning on him, and he also felt the urgency. Even if you can't get the strength to defeat the tree, at least you must have the ability to protect yourself. Although teleportation is very powerful, a distance of only 20 meters is still too close. Are you all ready? I'll go open the door now. After I lure the gecko away, you must leave as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Suyin pulled out her gun and prepared for battle. Sister Suyin, you have to be careful too. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair were a little reluctant. Although they have selfish thoughts, they are also truly grateful for Su Yun's efforts. Suyin knew that she would most likely not survive, but she still nodded in response to the 2 little girls, then looked at Shun Yi and said seriously, Comrade Shun Yi, I hope you can take care of them. In this world, we humans can only survive by helping each other. I know. Then get ready. Leave as soon as you hear the sound. Don't waste time. After Su Yun finished speaking, she walked to the door and carefully opened the door of the convenience store. There was only thick black fog and the sound of wind outside, and no danger was visible. Su Yun took a deep breath, walked out cautiously, and observed her surroundings. No sign of geckos was found. Once this color-changing monster hides in the black fog, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Su Yun looked back at the convenience store, then walked into the black fog, deliberately making noises with her feet in an attempt to lure out the gecko. Brother Shun-Yi, should we go out now? Zhou Wanner asked hurriedly. The girl with long hair also held her backpack tightly, ready to run away at any time. Shun-Yi glanced at her and said, "You continue to hide in the room inside, and come out when I call you." Why? Sister Su Yun led the monster away. Can't we leave as soon as possible? Zhou Wanner said anxiously. Shut up. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now, but don't follow me. Shun-Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked out of the convenience store after he finished speaking. If Zhou Wanner is obedient, I don't mind saving her life. If she is not obedient, that would be a way to her death. Zhou Wanner was scolded so much that she didn't dare to speak. It was not until Shun-Yi left that she stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, this stinky straight man. After venting their anger with a few harsh words, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl looked at each other and finally closed the door and hid in the storage room obediently. Without someone to protect them, there is no way they could survive in such a dangerous world. Although I don't understand what Shun-Yi means, I can only obey him now. After all, Shun-Yi has a gun in his hand, and the only hope of survival is to follow him. Although Zhou Wanner is tea-shy, she is not stupid. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the black fog, Su Yun held the gun in both hands and walked slowly with her long legs, deliberately making noises with her feet. She looked around very vigilantly, not even daring to breathe. She knew very well that the mutant gecko might attack her at any time. She had to react immediately. Even if you are attacked, you must kill this monster. Su Yun walked very slowly, and her voice was very loud. This undoubtedly gave the mutant gecko the desire to hunt her. At this time, in the black fog, a pair of cold vertical pupils were staring at Su Yun quietly. The owner of the vertical pupils, its body almost merged into one with the black fog. It stayed there quietly without moving. It is waiting for its prey to come to its door. Su Yun, who was walking slowly towards it, was its prey. Silence. Silent. Just when the prey was only about 2 meters away from it, it moved. The color that originally blended in with the surroundings was exposed the moment it moved. This is a giant gecko. It is so fast that even if the prey has reacted at this distance, it will not have time to launch an effective resistance. Not to mention, Su Yun was facing it sideways and couldn't notice it at the first sight. By the time she realized it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Sudden. Several gunshots rang out in the black fog. Su Yun was startled and turned around suddenly. She saw a huge gecko lying just a few dozen centimeters away from her. There were several bullet holes on the gecko's body, bleeding, and its breath was extremely weak. Su Yun did not hesitate and fired 2 more shots at the gecko's head, killing the mutant gecko completely. Then, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and breathed deeply. Her back was already covered with sweat. The hand holding the gun was also shaking slightly. She almost died just now. It would be a lie to say that you are not afraid. She is also human. However, once she puts on this dress, she must live up to the responsibility that the dress represents. She couldn't and shouldn't retreat. If she could avoid death, she wouldn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. Thank you. Su Yun looked at the gunman who walked out of the black fog, her eyes flashing with gratitude. 39. Unlock new items. Supernatural fruit. The person who shot and saved Su Yun at the critical moment was naturally Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi left the convenience store right after Su Yun. As for Su Yun, the policewoman who can unlock supplies, Shun-Yi's idea is to save her if possible. You can also unlock one more item. Certainly, if this gecko can really become invisible, Shun-Yi will not waste time. He will just use teleportation to escape. However, this gecko actually revealed such a big flaw when attacking its prey. Shun-Yi naturally would not be polite. He teleported behind it and shot it a few times, killing it directly. The mutant gecko may seem dangerous, but it can't actually stop bullets. If there were no black fog, this gecko would just be a larger animal. The main reason is that the thick black fog greatly reduces people's vision, so this color-changing gecko is so difficult to deal with. Comrade Shun-Yi, thank you. Su Yun looked at Shun-Yi gratefully. She didn't expect Shun-Yi to risk his life to save her. You know, if he fails to lure out the mutated gecko, Shun-Yi will most likely become the gecko's primary target of attack. So, Shun-Yi is using his life to help himself. Su Yun was really grateful and touched. Compared to those people he rescued some time ago, Shun-Yi is much better. Some of those people abandoned me and ran away at the critical moment. Some left secretly because they didn't want to share food, and some even coveted my body. In short, in just a few days before the end of the world, Su Yun had seen the evil in people's hearts. That's why she was so moved when she saw Shun Yi coming out to save her regardless of his own safety. The gap between people is really huge. Just a verbal thank you? Shun Yi looked at Su Yun and asked. Ah, Su Yun was stunned. I don't understand what Shun Yi means. Does he want money? Shun Yi was speechless when he saw Su Yun with a silly look on her face. I didn't expect that the policewoman couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. No wonder she is still pure and innocent in her 20s. I mean, do you want to repay me for saving your life by marrying you? Shun Yi said directly. Ah, this. Su Yun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Even though she was usually very open-minded, she was too embarrassed to look at Shun Yi for a moment. You, how old are you? I'm almost 30 years old, how can I? When Su Yun said this, she felt her face burning hot. So shameful. It's so depressing to discuss this kind of thing with a boy who is so much younger than me. We are only a few years apart in age. Besides, in today's world, do we still need to care about age? Shun Yi said as he came in front of Su Yun. He reached out and wanted to hold Su Yun's hand. We might die in an accident tomorrow. Don't think too much. Living in the present is the most important thing. Su Yun's face turned even redder, and she subconsciously dodged Shun Yi's hand, then turned her head away and said, No way. We just met. How can this be possible? Although she was very grateful to Shun Yi for saving her, she also had a certain liking for Shun Yi. But this affection is not love, but a favorable impression based on comparison with other heartless people in the doomsday. But she still felt it was too fast for her to suddenly start dating Shun Yi. The age difference is a factor, but the main reason is that it happened too fast. They've only known each other for less than an hour. Su Yun, who is conservative at heart, finds it hard to accept such rapid emotional progress. But Shun Yi didn't care about that. All he wants now is to unlock new supplies. Besides, you can't let yourself waste a few bullets, right? Seeing that Su Yun's resistance didn't seem that strong, he stepped forward, hugged Su Yun, and then kissed her vigorously. Su Yun was stunned for a moment. Sudden. It's so sudden. So much, so that she even forgot to resist for a moment. My first kiss. While kissing her, Shun Yi quietly took the gun from Su Yun's waist to prevent the woman from shooting him in a rage. But, I think I thought too much. Su Yun had no intention of resisting. She just struggled a few times symbolically, and then she actually hugged him back. Sure enough, the more conservative a woman is, the more passionate she becomes once she lets go. This is the sense of contrast. But she must not have brushed her teeth in a long time. It tastes very bad. So Shun Yi didn't hesitate and used instant teleportation to bring Su Yun to an empty shop, where he started unlocking supplies right there. Su Yun was kissed until she was dazed, and touched until her whole body was hot. By the time I reacted, I was already naked. Her face flushed red, and she tried to resist, but due to Shun Yi's evolved physique, she couldn't do anything. That's all. New supplies unlocked. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Superpower Sensory Fruit. Superpower, Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower, Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpowers. Fuck. Shun Yi, who was immersed in the land of women, sat up from the ground in excitement the moment he heard the system prompt. Supernatural Fruit. I actually unlocked the supernatural fruit. What's wrong? Su Yun covered her body with her hands and looked at the excited Shun Yi with a red face. Why is he so happy suddenly? Could it be because he knew it was his first time? Thinking of this, Su Yun's face turned even redder. I didn't expect that after keeping it for so many years, I would end up with a boy who was much younger than me, on the floor of an undecorated shop. She just felt so embarrassed. Does this count as an old cow eating young grass? Of course it counts. Although she was half-hearted, Su Yun didn't really mind it. Otherwise, even if Shun Yi was half-hearted, it would be impossible for him to get her so easily. After all, Su Yun is a policewoman who has received professional training. If she really fights for her life, she is not weak. Nothing, just happy. Shun Yi kissed Su Yun happily. It seems that my idea of taking risks was right. Su Yun actually unlocked a supernatural fruit, and it can be stacked infinitely. Damn, so many fruits, it's simply invincible. Moreover, this also proves that the supernatural fruit is indeed a kind of material. In the future, as long as you unlock enough types of materials, you will definitely be able to unlock other supernatural fruits. You are so bad. Although Su Yun was shy, she didn't resist anymore as the matter was done. What Shun Yi said before was true. In today's world, don't think too much, don't think about the future. Maybe they may die in an accident tomorrow. Living in the present is the most important thing. She leaned in Shun Yi's arms, slowly drawing circles on his body with her fingers, and asked softly, What is your relationship with those two girls? The girl who called you Brother Shun, he seems to have a special relationship with you. Women who have just had sex are very sensitive, even if they are a heroic policewoman. Shun Yi was really a little hesitant about what to say. He had not originally thought of accepting Su Yun, and now under the current circumstances, it can only be said that he was impulsive at the moment. Although the result is good. But if I can't handle it well, considering Su Yun's character of fighting the mutant gecko, I'm afraid I will have to be ruthless. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to do such a thing as destroying a beautiful girl. If they had not had sex, Shun Yi would have abandoned Su Yun without hesitation, or even killed her. However, he was a little hesitant in this situation. Certainly, if Su Yun really follows me, then everything will revolve around me. Otherwise, even if they had sex, he would still do it without mercy. This is the end. So it all depends on what Su Yun chooses next. What would you do if I told you that I have other women? 40. Obtain the third superpower, telepathy. What would you do if I told you that I have other women? After Shun Yi said this, he looked at Su Yun quietly. Unexpectedly, Su Yun was not surprised at all. She just sighed faintly. I knew it. You're such a young boy, but you're so skilled in kissing me. You must have had many girlfriends and are very experienced. If it was before and you dared to use force, I would never let you succeed. No, I would break your third leg. Su Yun said this and bared her teeth at Shun Yi in a deliberately vicious manner. But it's not scary, it's kind of cute. Then, Su Yun sighed and said helplessly, but in this world now, there is no law, let alone morality. You have survived this long and dare to go out to save people, which proves that you have certain strength. If you want women, there must be many women willing to follow you. So, I'm not surprised at all when you said you had other women. I just felt a little uncomfortable. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone. Su Yun said this, but she still looked at Shun Yi with a bit of hope and asked, looking at your frank attitude, you should not be willing to abandon other women and only be with me, right? Yeah. Shun Yi didn't lie, and there was no need to lie. Not only will he not abandon other women, but he will also take in more women in the future. There is nothing we can do about it. If you want to unlock more supplies and survive in the doomsday, you must do this. Of course, Shun Yi didn't mean to put the blame on the system when he thought this. He himself had the same idea in his mind. Who doesn't like the wonderful life of having many wives and concubines? Only, the world is too dangerous right now. Not to mention the giant mutated tree in the city center that is powerful enough to destroy the entire city. He cannot even deal with the mutated black spider in the community. Damn, becoming stronger is the most important issue at the moment. Therefore, he was destined not to abandon a forest for Su Yun. I knew it. Su Yun helplessly lay in Shun Yi's arms, then closed her eyes and whispered softly, but if you really abandon other women for me, I will look down on you even more. Because if that's the case, you might just dump me for another woman. Shun Yi didn't say anything, but just patted Su Yun's shoulder gently. The advantage of a mature woman is that she doesn't need to explain so much. She understands many things. Even if you don't understand, you can figure it out. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then they got dressed and prepared to go back to the convenience store to pick up Zhou Wan'er and the other girl. As for the use of teleportation, just now, Shun Yi naturally explained it to Su Yun. Another reason why Su Yun did not resist immediately was because Shun Yi took her to the shop instantly, which scared her. And this is the superpower. When Su Yun learned that humans could acquire superpowers, her eyes lit up. If everyone could obtain such magical powers, the possibility of survival would be greatly increased. What Shun Yi was thinking was that it was a good thing that the first superpower he obtained was physical evolution. Otherwise, he would have been drained of energy in these few days of unlocking. How could he have the energy to fight the mutant monsters? Back to the convenience store. Shun Yi first scanned the goods. It's a pity that this is just a small convenience store. There are not many things in it, and most of them are contaminated, so there is not much to eat. Something is better than nothing. The biggest gain of this trip is Su Yun. Because of Su Yun, Shun Yi was able to unlock the supernatural fruit. Is this another one of your abilities? Su Yun looked at Shun Yi in amazement, seeing that he could take away a lot of supplies with just a wave of his hand. Shun Yi responded. Then, he called out Zhou Wan'er and the other girl who were hiding in the storage room. These two girls are really shameless. Even though Shun Yi and Su Yun came back and made a noise, they did not come out immediately. Before, when Su Yun said that she was going to lure the gecko away, the two girls looked very touched, but in fact they hoped that Su Yun would sacrifice herself. They only want to protect themselves. Too shameless. Comparable to Shun Yi. That's great. Brother Shun Yi, sister Su Yun, I'm so glad you're all okay. Zhou Wan'er patted her chest, her face full of relief. The girl with long hair doesn't talk much, and she doesn't have as many thoughts as Zhou Wan'er, the little green tea girl. Well, let's go, Shun Yi said lightly. Then, he suddenly thought of something, took out 2 guns loaded with bullets from the system space, gave them to Su Yun, and asked her to use them for self-protection. Su Yun's character is trustworthy. Even more trustworthy than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. There are huge differences between people's personalities. Although Shun Yi knew Su Wanting and the other girls earlier, he did not trust them half as much as Su Yun did. He actually has a gun. When Zhou Wan'er saw Shun Yi conjure up 2 pistols out of thin air, she was shocked, but her eyes rolled around cunningly, thinking that she must capture Shun Yi, make Shun Yi like her, and fall in love with her. so that she could survive the doomsday. Su Yun felt warm in her heart as she held two brand new Type 54 pistols. She knew that this was a sign of Shun Yi's trust in her. The four of them walked out of the convenience store and moved forward cautiously. After experiencing the sneak attack by the color-changing gecko, Shun Yi had to be more careful. Some mutant animals have very strange abilities, and you may fall into their trap if you are not careful. Thinking of this, Shun Yi silently took out a supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. Get new superpowers first. Maybe it will improve your fighting power. When the fruit enters your mouth, a light coolness spreads throughout your body. But it was only a moment. Except for the first time he ate the physical evolution fruit, which made him feel a huge change in himself. The effects of the other two supernatural fruits were very small. I don't know if it's because my body has evolved to be stronger, or because it's the first time I've eaten the fruit, but the probability is the latter. After all, in Shun Yi's opinion, the ability of teleportation is definitely not worse than the evolution of the physical body. As he thought about this, he had finished digesting the fruit in his mouth. He immediately opened the panel to check. Host, Shun Yi. Age, 20. Force value, 30, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master Shuai's mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, supernatural fruit, telepathy. Ability obtained. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV1. Physical evolution, LV1 your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport. LV1 you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV1 you can sense all hostility and kindness within 20 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 20 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. 41. Infinite fruit, continuous upgrade, return home. Is this telepathy? It's really magical. As soon as Shun Yi finished reading the skill introduction, he tried it out himself. In the state of telepathy, even if he closed his eyes, he could clearly see everything within 20 meters around him, including buildings, various plants, etc. And it's a 360 degrees bird's eye view. Even the black fog can't block it. This is simply a perspective cheat. Moreover, in this state, Shun Yi could also see white aura flowing on the three women beside him. Although there was no written explanation, Shun Yi could understand what it meant the moment he saw the white aura. White represents trust and loyalty to oneself. The whiter, the more loyal. Suyun's body is as white as flawless white jade. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair were dressed in a light white color, with nearly half of it mixed with gray. Gray represents neutrality, which means lack of trust. Within 20 meters around Shun Yi, there were many pure gray objects. For example, the mutated big trees on both sides of the road, the grass and trees on the ground, etc., all have a gray temperament. In other words, as long as Shun Yi does not take the initiative to provoke these plants, they will never attack him because they have no hostility towards him. As for black, none yet. Black represents absolute hostility. If a person has a black aura, it proves that he is ready to attack Shun Yi. As long as a hostile person appears within 20 meters of Shun Yi and is hostile to Shun Yi, no matter how he hides, Shun Yi will be able to sense it at the first time. This is fucking cheating. Moreover, Shun Yi discovered that telepathy combined with instant movement is simply a cheat among cheats. Telepathy can provide 360 degrees bird's eye view plus perspective plus accurately lock the enemy's position and then teleport directly to the enemy. The combination of these two abilities can produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, which is absolutely amazing. With this ability, even if I encounter an enemy who likes to launch sneak attacks like a chameleon gecko, I will be able to detect it in the first place. Shun Yi was very excited. This supernatural power is so great. You don't have to worry about people or monsters attacking you from behind anymore. In addition, if the woman around him showed hostility towards him, Shun Yi would be able to detect it immediately and would not be stabbed in bed. Although the current sensing distance is only 20 meters, it is enough. Besides, there are a bunch of perception fruits in the system space. If eating fruits can increase the level of supernatural powers, then he will be able to raise the level of telepathy to the maximum soon. The bird's eye view is an active skill that I need to use actively, while the perception of kindness and hostility is a passive skill that can be used passively. Not bad. It's really convenient. Shun Yi was very satisfied. In this way, as long as an enemy approaches you and shows hostility, you will be able to detect it instantly without having to keep the god's perspective on all the time. Otherwise, it will also consume physical energy. Yes, releasing active skills will consume physical strength. If Shun Yi's physical physique was not strong enough, he really would not be able to withstand the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is very important. It seems that most abilities consume physical strength when released, just like the blue bar. Shun Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Only then did he understand the versatility of the supernatural power of physical evolution. Physical evolution can improve physical fitness and increase the upper limit of physical strength, while other superpowers will consume physical strength. If the physical strength is not enough, no matter how strong the superpower is, it will be limited. Just like the bug-level ability of teleportation. If Shunyi's body had not been strengthened, it would be amazing for him to be able to use teleportation 10 times in a row. Not to mention using teleportation in combination with telepathy, which would consume even more physical energy, and I'm afraid it wouldn't work after 7 or 8 times. This shows the importance of the ability of physical evolution. So, the reason why Zhao Tao's lightning ability is not strong enough is probably because he does not have enough physical strength to support him to release it continuously, in addition to the fact that his ability level is relatively low. Thinking about it this way, Shun Yi understood the reason. Others may not be able to figure out the reason, even after years of searching. My combat power has doubled from 10 to 30. That's great. It seems that teleportation combined with telepathy can really significantly increase combat power. Shun Yi looked at the panel, and he also found that this force value did not take into account any external objects. In other words, if you use a gun, your combat power could be increased a lot, but it is not calculated. Next, it is to test whether the supernatural fruit can be upgraded. Shun Yi closed his eyes, opened up telepathy to lead the way, took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the space, and stuffed them into his mouth one by one like eating beans. Regardless of whether it can upgrade superpowers, once the fruit enters the stomach, all the internal organs and limbs will feel chilled, and the feeling is like an electric shock, which is really great. Even if eating the supernatural fruit cannot level up, Shun Yi doesn't mind taking his medicine. Anyway, this medicine has no side effects, it just feels good. Especially when several supernatural fruits enter the stomach one after another, it feels better than the moment when they are released. I feel like my whole body is numb. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 2. Telepathy. LV2, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 40 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 40 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shenny didn't know whether he had eaten more than a dozen supernatural fruits in one breath, but he suddenly upgraded. The distance of telepathy doubled to 40 meters. Now, he can see a richer environment and a broader vision. The number of fruits can really upgrade the superpowers. After getting this answer, Shun Yi was not stingy with the supernatural fruit and kept feeding it into his mouth, experiencing the dual pleasure of physical fitness and upgrades. Anyway, one supernatural fruit is added every second, so I can't eat them all. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 3. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 4. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 5. When Shun Yi brought the 3 girls back to the community, he had already reached level 5. But it seemed that because he knocked too much in one breath, he felt a chill in his internal organs. My limbs are icy cold. Damn, it seems like I need to slow down before cracking the fruit. Although cracking the fruit is fun, I can't crack too many at once. Shun Yi, whose hands and feet were cold, thought so and temporarily put the fruit in his hand into the system space. Telepathy. LV5, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 250 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 250 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. An extremely long perspective distance of 250 meters. It's like cheating. Moreover, because he had been upgraded to level 5, Shun Yi discovered that the amount of energy he consumed when he actively activated a skill actually decreased slightly. It stands to reason that the higher the skill level, the higher the cost, right? But its cost has decreased. This is very cool, proving that Shun Yi can use it more unscrupulously without worrying about consuming too much physical energy. Thinking like this, Shun Yi stopped and scanned Building 6 in front of him with telepathy. Soon, he found the dangerous mutant black spider. 42. Too tired to breathe. The thick black fog that filled the air was completely seen through by the telepathic perspective, without any hindrance. Through a bird's eye view, Shun Yi quickly locked onto the location of the mutated black spider. It is on the middle floor of building number 6, and under the cover of various mutated plants, it has woven a big web, as if it lives there. Around the spider web, there are several long objects wrapped in white spider silk. From the long shape, it can be seen that it is a human corpse. Why do I feel that this black spider seems to be a little bigger than before I left? Is it an illusion because I can see it too clearly with my telepathy? Shun Yi frowned slightly. I'm not sure if it's because of the line of sight. After all, there was black fog blocking it before. Brother Shun Yi, what's wrong? Zhou Wana hid behind Su Yun and spoke cautiously. Shun Yi just walked into the community and suddenly stopped. The surroundings were filled with strange black fog, and the occasional chirping of animals could be heard in the darkness, making the 3 women very nervous. It's okay. Let's go. Shun Yi observed the black spider for a while, and seeing that it was eating and was in the middle of the building, he decided to test it. At a distance of more than 10 meters, the black spider should not be able to hear it, as long as you don't make too much noise. The reason why Shun Yi did not use teleportation was that he wanted to test the attack range of the black spider so that he could respond more easily. Walk faster and don't make too much noise. Shun Yi turned around and reminded the three girls. If anyone were to commit suicide and attract the mutant black spider, Shun Yi would not be afraid, as he could just use teleportation to run away. But they were out of luck. Shun Yi's teleportation can only carry one person at most. Maybe the level of teleportation is too low. Moreover, if you bring one more person, his physical energy consumption will be tripled, which is far more than the physical energy consumed by teleporting alone. Although Shun Yi has plenty of physical strength, generally speaking, he still doesn't like to lead people. Su Yun and the other two girls nodded heavily, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Even the sound of your breathing should be as quiet as possible. That's all. The four of them entered the building safely without attracting the attention of Black Spider. Shun Yi also got the answer. The mutated Black Spider would not attack people entering or leaving the building when it was in the spiderweb position. The premise is not to make too much noise. But when she walked into the building and saw blood all over the floor and several corpses, Su Yun was so scared that she immediately raised her gun and turned on the safety. Shun Yi, there was a conflict here. These bodies are covered with gunshot wounds. There are also many bullet holes on the walls. At least 3 gunmen fired shots. Su Yun made her judgment based on her rich experience in criminal investigation. Because the bullet holes on the first floor were everywhere, with no pattern. After hearing this, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl hugged each other's arms in fear and followed Su Yun closely. Don't worry about it. Let's go upstairs. Shun Yi's face was calm, and he walked towards the stairs. Su Yun was stunned, and her eyes changed slightly. She vaguely sensed something from Shun Yi's attitude, but did not speak. Did you kill those people on the first floor? While climbing the stairs, Su Yun couldn't help but ask this question. Yes. Su Yun was silent. Obviously, she felt that Shun Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. But the bloody scene just now, Su Yun pursed her lips, feeling extremely complicated at the moment. When they heard Shun Yi admit to the murder without hesitation, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were frightened, and their eyes changed when they looked at Shun Yi with an extra hint of fear and awe. Judging from the bloody scene on the first floor, Shun Yi actually killed several people by himself, and he was not injured at all, and he didn't even change his expression when he saw the dead. What kind of psychological quality is this? Is he really just a college student? Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were extremely nervous. But as they climbed down the 20 floors, all their thoughts were drowned out by fatigue. I'm so tired that I can hardly breathe. The elevator doesn't work, and living on a high floor is such torture. As soon as he reached the 20th floor, Shun Yi frowned. He saw 2 men wandering stealthily in front of his door. Moreover, the aura of these 2 men was mostly black, neutral yet hostile. The 2 men's attention was immediately attracted by Su Yun, who was wearing a police uniform. They were immediately surprised and came over immediately. Police. Finally, the police came to rescue us. Officer, I want to call the police. I want to call the police. There's a murderer downstairs. Officer, please handle this. Go arrest those thugs. The 2 men complained to Su Yun excitedly. Thugs? What's going on? Su Yun asked in confusion. It's those thugs who eat human flesh on the first floor. Officer, didn't you encounter them when you came up here? They are worse than beasts. The 2 men immediately began to recount the evil deeds of the thugs. Rape, robbery, murder, kidnapping, cannibalism. He is simply a demon. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl's faces turned pale when they heard this. Su Yun's expression was even more solemn. I didn't expect that there would be such thugs less than 10 days after the apocalypse. Immediately, she suddenly reacted and subconsciously looked at Shun Yi. So this is the reason why Shun Yi killed those people? Because they are thugs? Really? Shun Yi is indeed not the kind of evil person who has no bottom line and kills indiscriminately. As Su Yun heaved a long sigh of relief, there was a hint of love in her eyes as she looked at Shun Yi. If there were no outsiders here, she would have wanted to hug Shun Yi and give him a big kiss. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here and don't block my door. Shun Yi didn't care about Su Yun's expression and glanced at the 2 men indifferently. Why? Why do you want us to get out of here? We also need the police's help. We can't let you monopolize the rescue resources. This police officer should serve all of us. You have no right to be so overbearing. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was not afraid of Shun Yi at all. Instead, he thought that Shun Yi drove them away in order to monopolize the rescue resources. Yes, in the eyes of the 2 men, the female police officer, Su Yun, came to rescue their community. The thugs downstairs have all been eliminated. You are safe now. Also, I am not here to serve you. I am not the one who eliminated the thugs. You must leave here immediately. Su Yun's tone was cold, and her attitude towards the man with glasses changed immediately. Not to mention whether she should serve everyone. Just this man's attitude towards Shun Yi made her very unhappy. Shun Yi is her man. He is just an outsider. If she were not a police officer, she would have scolded the man with glasses mercilessly based on the tone he used towards Shun Yi. Su Yun, who finally found a boyfriend, is very protective of him. She was afraid that Shun Yi would suffer because of his young age. Little did they know, if she hadn't spoken, Shun Yi would have drawn his gun. Suffer a loss? There is no way he would suffer a loss. Judging from the fact that these two strange men were loitering at the door of his house with a hint of hostility, they definitely had no good intentions. So Shun Yi wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt if he killed them. It's the end of the world. As far as Shun Yi is concerned, there is no such thing as a crime that is not punishable by death. If you dare to covet my house, I will kill you. You, how can you say such things as a police officer? Are you and a boyfriend and girlfriend? Great. As a police officer, you don't save ordinary people like us, but protect your man. How can you be worthy of the clothes you are wearing? From Su Yun's attitude, the man with glasses seemed to have noticed the relationship between her and Shun Yi. He immediately became furious and condemned her from a moral high ground. Yes, officer, you can't just ignore us. We are all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you abandon us, ordinary people, when something happens? Another man in a suit also stood up and spoke. You should protect us, be responsible for our safety, and provide us with food and water. This is your job as a police officer. 43. Angry Su Yun, the way to death. The two men did not dare to speak loudly when facing the thugs, but they were brave enough to face the police and even threatened to force Su Yun to serve them. You can't mess with bad guys, but you can mess with good guys, because the good guys won't shoot them. Su Yun's face suddenly turned cold. After experiencing this period of doomsday, her personality has changed, especially after she chose to sacrifice herself in order to save Zhou Wanner and others, and then was rescued by Shun Yi. Her mentality changed even more. I have paid enough. Since the first day of the apocalypse, she has been rescuing people in distress. Over the past few days, she has saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? I didn't have enough to eat every day, and I had no water to drink. I was almost eaten by monsters several times. The more Su Yun thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She doesn't want to care about any damn responsibilities anymore. I don't want to sacrifice myself just because of a responsibility. She has sacrificed enough. She has a family now. She doesn't want to die. Su Yun grew up in an orphanage. She has no parents or relatives and has always been alone. She has never had a sense of security or dependence. This is also the reason why she doesn't want to find a boyfriend. She was afraid that she would finally find a boyfriend, but they would break up for various reasons. She couldn't bear the pain of separation. Rather than breaking up, it's better not to be together from the beginning. If it weren't for the doomsday, it would be almost impossible for Shun Yi to pursue Su Yun, let alone win her over after just 1 or 2 hours of meeting her. But although Su Yun's personality seems cold, she is actually warm-hearted. Once she identifies someone, she will treat that person as a family member and will never hurt her family member no matter what. Otherwise, with Su Yun's sense of responsibility, how could she have no reaction after learning that Shun Yi had killed someone? If it were her old self, she would arrest Shun Yi without hesitation. But she obviously didn't do that, and didn't even ask Shun Yi why he killed someone. It was not until the two men said that those killed on the first floor were unforgivable thugs that she breathed a sigh of relief and even wanted to give Shun Yi a big kiss. Because Shun Yi did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even if he went against the justice that he had always upheld in his heart, he did nothing wrong. Your man is not a bad person. Even though his methods were cruel, he killed those who deserved to be killed. Based on all this, after Su Yun heard the two men's blackmail, she raised her gun, pointed it at their heads, and shouted coldly, "Shut up. You're right. He and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. He's my man, and I want to protect him. What's wrong with that? It's taxpayers' money. I made the money with my own ability. What does it have to do with you? If you dare to say one more word, don't blame me for shooting you." Su Yun is not just a simple white flower. With her aura fully unleashed, she actually frightened the two men so much that they trembled all over. It was not until a gun was pointed at their heads that they realized that the policewoman in front of them was no longer the hardworking little policewoman before the end of the world. If you dare to talk back again, the other party might really shoot. Although they felt aggrieved and angry, the two men no longer dared to use moral blackmail. I get it. Let's go now. The man with glasses said this and quickly pulled the man next to him away. Su Yun snorted coldly and didn't bother with them. Of course, she was trying to scare the two men. Although she was very unhappy, Su Yun's basic moral concepts still prevented her from killing people casually, especially ordinary people like him who were not considered bad. Su Yun is still too naive. In Shun Yi's eyes, the auras of the two men were obviously darker. Although they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment in their hearts had already been planted. The way to death. When did they get together? Zhou Wanner secretly looked at Su Yun and Shun Yi. Didn't they just know each other for a few hours? How did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? And didn't Shun Yi come to find me? How did he get together with the policewoman? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. It's like being cheated on. At this time, Shun Yi also knocked on the door. It was Su Wanning who opened the door. "Hubby, you're back. Husband?" Hearing this name, Su Yun was stunned and her face suddenly became uncomfortable. She just swore that Shun Yi was her man, but then a beautiful woman called Shun Yi husband instead. This is so embarrassing. Although I had known for a long time that Shun E had other women and was prepared to meet them, it was still very awkward when they actually met. I don't know who cheated on whom. Su Wanting didn't care about the thoughts of the three women outside the door. Instead, she put her slippers at Shun Yi's feet and helped Shun E change his shoes. She is gentle and generous, a good wife and mother, which is perfectly reflected. She knew that being jealous was useless, so she tried her best to show her virtue instead of quarreling with a new woman, which would only make her look inferior. Su Wanting's approach is indeed very effective. Her generosity made Su Yun even more embarrassed. For a moment, I felt like a rat in a gutter. Even though he was number 3, he still followed Shun E to the house. And before going there, she had been thinking that she must not show weakness after meeting Shun Yi's woman. If the other party scolds me and disagrees with me and Shun E being together, I must not lose the upper hand, and I must fight back at the critical moment. Su Yun thought a lot and came up with many plans, but she never expected that when they met for the first time, Su Wanting did not make things difficult for her at all, and even the look she gave her was not hostile. Everything is just my own overthinking. Zhou Wanner also felt embarrassed. But after all, nothing happened between her and Shun E, so it wasn't particularly embarrassing. You guys go in first, I'm going to take care of something. Shun E said, turned around, and teleported downstairs. He was going to deal with those two guys. If someone dares to covet my home and harbors strong hostility towards me, I will definitely not let him go. Dear sisters, please come in. Don't be too restrained. Just treat it as your own home. Seeing Shun E leave, Su Wanting still invited the 3 women into the house gracefully. Even Shun E would be surprised to see her gentle and generous attitude. In just a few days, Su Wanting turned from a jealous and arrogant young lady into a gentle wife. Thanks. Although Su Yun and the other 2 girls were a little embarrassed, they still changed their shoes and walked into the room. As soon as they came in, they saw 2 beautiful women sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and playing with their mobile phones. These 2 women, no, it should be said that these 3 women were all washed cleanly, without even a speck of dust on their bodies and faces. How can they look like they're experiencing the end of the world? On the other hand, Su Yun and her 2 daughters had not washed their faces and hands for a long time due to lack of water. In addition, they were chased by geckos, so they ran in a panic and fell down, and their bodies were dirty. Even my hair is stuck together. It was like 3 village girls coming to the city and seeing the young lady, and for a moment they felt an irrepressible sense of inferiority. You 3 should go take a shower first. My husband likes to be clean. Zhang Nanyan looked at them for a while and spoke. Hearing the word husband, Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were shocked. This beautiful girl is actually Shun Yi's woman. Then could it be that the other mature woman sitting on the sofa is also? In other words, all the people in this room are Shun Yi's women? He actually has so many women. Moreover, he was able to raise 3 women so well. To be honest, in addition to being shocked, Zhou Wanner found that she was more envious. I envy this kind of life where you don't have to worry about food and drink, and you can also keep everything clean. Take a shower? How much water does that require? Su Yin couldn't help but frown. This was such a waste of water. Even if Shun E has superpowers, it is still very dangerous to go out to find supplies. Save as much as you can. It's okay. There's plenty of mineral water in the bathroom. Just go and wash. If it's not enough, I'll tell my husband. Jiang Nanyin said lightly. As the first comer, she must of course show some of the airs of big wife. But I can't let these women who come later stand above me, and I can't let myself be looked down upon. Take a bath with mineral water? Su Yun and the other 2 girls were immediately filled with disbelief. This is such a waste. Even if we have more mineral water, we can't stand such waste. Although they were shocked, they finally went to the bathroom to wash up under Su Wanting's guidance. As women, they certainly like to be clean and want to take a bath every day. But water resources are so precious now. There's not enough to drink. Who would be willing to use it for bathing? It was not until the 3 women walked into the bathroom and saw the full bottles of mineral water that they were stunned. Many. Which large supermarket did Shun empty out all the mineral water? No wonder the woman asked them to take a bath with mineral water. With so much mineral water, they were not afraid of it running out in a short time. These mineral waters should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl said cautiously. Zhou Wanner had already opened a bottle of water and started drinking it. 44. Systematic selection, renovated house. Shun E used teleportation to catch up with the 2 men. Without any nonsense, he shot them to death and threw the bodies out of the building. After the mind is clear, he then used teleportation to return to the room. Husband. Jiang Nanyin and Bai Sini were startled when they saw Shun E suddenly appear, but they soon became happy. Su Wanning also hurried out from the kitchen to greet them. Shun E glanced at the 3 women, and seeing that they all had a very white aura, he nodded with satisfaction. It's good as long as everyone has no ulterior motives. After a brief greeting, Shun E sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, opened Gauda map, and searched for his hometown. Now that I have the power of telepathy, I don't have to worry about the dangers hidden in the black fog and can go home to pick up my younger sister and grandmother. My little sister's phone may be out of battery, and I haven't been able to contact her for several days. But Shen Yi was not particularly worried, because my younger sister is very smart and grandma is not a pedantic old woman. Given my younger sister and grandmother's personalities, nothing will happen in the short term unless they encounter any force majeure. 73 kilometers is not far, but I need to find a car and fill it up with gas first. Shen Yi looked at the distance displayed on the navigation and made a plan. This time when I go out, I can also search for some supernatural fruits. Honey, are you going here? Jiang Nanyan asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shen Yi's phone. Honey, the current road conditions mean that an ordinary car won't be able to drive on it. At least a very powerful off-road vehicle will be needed, Jiang Nanyan analyzed. What do you think? Shen Yi looked at Jiang Nanyan. From what she said, it seemed like she had something to say. Jiang Nanyan squeezed Shen Yi's shoulders and said, "It's like this, husband. I have a friend who plays with modified cars. She also has a house in our community, and there are several modified cars parked in the garage. We can drive her car out." She was talking about us, not me. She wants to go too. This woman is indeed very smart. She knows that following Shen Yi is the safest way. Shen Yi didn't care about Jiang Nanyan's little thoughts. As long as he could help him, he continued to ask, "Can you contact your friends now?" Jiang Nanyan shook her head. "I can't get in touch with her. Maybe her phone is out of battery, or maybe she has already, but it's okay. I know which building her house is in. We can just go over there and get the keys and drive." That's fine. When Shen Yi asked about the meaning of the previous sentence, he originally wanted to see whether Jiang Nanyan's friend was pretty or not, and see if he could unlock some supplies by the way. However, since I can't get in touch with him, the most important thing is to get the car and go home first. As long as you have a car, it's only a few hours to go back and forth for about 70 kilometers. When we get grandma and little sister over here, we can find a safer place to build a shelter. Yes, Shen Yi had the idea of building a shelter. Otherwise, you can't be like a homeless person without a fixed place to live and changing residence every day, right? Moreover, if a shelter is built, it will be more convenient to find beauties and unlock more system supplies. Just as Shen Yi was thinking of this, the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, freshly dressed in pajamas, came out. Shen Yi looked at him for a few seconds and nodded. As expected, it is a product of the strict selection system, with outstanding appearance and figure. If this had happened before the end of the world, both Zhou Wan'er and Su Yun would have been considered goddess-level beauties outside. Even this long-haired girl who does not meet the system standards can be called a little beauty. Let's eat first. Shen Yi ran outside for several hours today and was a little hungry. Immediately, he waved his hand and took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Today I'm going to have some instant noodles with steak. Sister Bai and I are going to fry steak. Su Wanting was very sensible today and actually took the initiative to find something to do. Shen Yi glanced at her and felt satisfied. Su Wanting is still very cute when she has no ulterior motives. The steak was fried and the instant noodles were ready. Shen Yi then took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of Coke. Let's eat. There are more women now, and more supplies are consumed in one meal. Of course, it is still a drop in the bucket for Shen Yi. Steak and chicken, there are so many options. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Su Yun, Zhou Wan'er, and the 3 new women kept swallowing their saliva. Since the apocalypse, they haven't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shen Yi was so generous to take out so many fresh foods. Was he preparing this specially for him and others to welcome him? But, looking at other people's expressions, why aren't they excited at all? This is all meat. Of course, Su Yun and the other 2 girls didn't know that this meal was very precious to them. But to Su Wanting and others, it was just a normal daily meal. Although Shen Yi did not provide unlimited supplies, he would not let his woman starve. What you eat, women eat. So, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan have gotten used to meat in the past 2 days. A delicious and hearty lunch was finished. Shen Yi took Jiang Nanyan out. The 2 came to building 13. Jiang Nanyan looked at the tall building in front of her and said, "Honey, my friend's house is on the 15th floor." Shen Yi immediately activated his telepathy and scanned the entire building to eliminate any possible hidden dangers. This is... Shen Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows. As he scanned each floor, he unexpectedly discovered that something was wrong with the 18th floor of the building. The lights on the 18th floor are actually on. In other words, the family on the 18th floor actually has electricity, dynamo, or some other power generation device. Moreover, when looking inside from the outside through the glass on the 18th floor, you can't see anything clearly, as if they had been deliberately replaced with privacy glass. Moreover, its outer walls have been reinforced with special materials, making it look like a steel barrier. It's most likely a doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiast, and it just happened to be used. Shen Yi was not too surprised. He had seen many related videos before, and even saw a rich second generation spend hundreds of millions to renovate a doomsday villa. Shen Yi himself had also fantasized about building a doomsday safe house, but unfortunately, it was something only rich people could afford, so he just thought about it. But now, there is a ready-made safe house in front of you. With electricity, great privacy, and high defensiveness, it's a perfect house. I like. It'll be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried several passwords in front of the unit door, but none of them worked. Shun Yi didn't expect her to open the door, so he walked forward, hugged Jiang Nanyan, and used instant movement to enter the building. At the same time, 18th floor. Behind the extremely private glass, there was a tall and lean figure. She was holding a snow-white fox in her arms and staring at the downstairs. Her red eyes seemed to be able to see through the black fog, staring at the place where Shun Yi disappeared. After looking at it for a long time, her expression was solemn, her eyes flickered, and her red lips moved slightly. Space-based psychic. 4-5. Murong Shui, the reborn one. At this time, there's actually a space ability person outside my building. How is this possible? I remember that in my previous life, there are no people with superpowers in our community. The fastest person I met who gained superpowers did not appear until more than half a month later. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some kind of butterfly effect around me? On the 18th floor, the only large flat with lights on, a beautiful lady with a curvy figure was muttering to herself with a serious expression. Her name is Murong Shui, and she is a reborn person. That's right, they're the kind of reborn people in doomsday novels. In her previous life, doomsday came suddenly, and Murong Shui was not prepared at all. She even didn't believe in the so-called doomsday theory at first, and thought that rescue would arrive soon. The result was no rescue, because she did not make any preparations. She went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, and had to be on guard against the male neighbors in the building at all times. After, she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for more than half a year, and lived a relatively stable life. But suddenly a huge tree that blocked out the sun swallowed up the entire mountain city. Murong Shui was also swallowed up in that disaster with resentment and anger. As a result, I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes again, I was reborn 1 month before the end of the world. At first, Murong Shui thought she had just had a nightmare about the end of the world, until she later confirmed through some things that it was not a dream. So she started preparing in advance. Sell the company's properties, sell all real estate, and then spend a lot of money to renovate your house, install solar panels, install generators, and stockpile large amounts of food and water. They also stockpiled a lot of weapons of all kinds. At first, when she did these things, her close friends, and even family members didn't understand and even thought she was crazy. Her parents cut off all ties with her in anger, and several of her best friends also stopped associating with her. But it doesn't matter, because Murong Shui knows the disgusting side of her besties and friends. In my previous life, I took them in with great kindness, but they actually betrayed me and almost killed me. So, she was no longer a saint in this life. On the first day of the apocalypse, she tricked her best friends over and killed them directly. Killing is nothing to her. Having struggled for more than half a year in the apocalypse in her previous life, she had long been accustomed to killing people. In this way, Murong Shui spent her life hoarding supplies and killing enemies, and lived an extremely comfortable life after the end of the world began. Moreover, because of her experiences in her previous life, she knew about many opportunities and had seized them in advance. For example, this beautiful white fox in my arms has a special ability that can help me at critical moments. For example, the supernatural fruit. From the beginning of the apocalypse, Murong Shui first obtained the supernatural powers of her previous life, and also stockpiled some plants that had not mutated and had a high probability of producing supernatural fruits. These plants were transplanted by her based on her memories of her previous life, but she didn't know when they would bear supernatural fruits. The time for the supernatural fruits to mature is different. According to Murong Shui's plan, her home had water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities. She didn't need to go out to adventure. She just had to wait patiently for the supernatural fruits to mature, gain more supernatural powers, improve her strength, and escape from the mountain city before the terrifying tree covered the city. She had even decided on the city she was going to. But I'm not strong enough at the moment and can't go out, otherwise I might die on the way. But all these plans were disrupted when a person with special abilities suddenly appeared in this space and set his sights on him. Yes, Murong Shui has discovered that Shun Yi is peeping at her. Because of her ability to see through the black fog, and because her mental power has been amplified, her perception has become much stronger. If someone is spying, she can easily detect it. This is also the reason why she wants to obtain this power as soon as possible. In the Doomsday, her special ability is extremely effective in preserving her life. The reason she was able to live so long in her previous life was because of this special ability. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I don't want to go up against a person with spatial abilities. Even if he has just acquired spatial abilities, he's still very difficult to deal with. But if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Murong Shui sat on the sofa. The scarlet color in her eyes faded away. She gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms with her jade hand and said softly, "Xiaobai, you have to be prepared too. If that person dares to come in, let him know how powerful you are." The white fox moved its tail, and it was not known whether it understood or not, but it just barked obediently. Although Murong Shui was a little nervous, she was not particularly nervous, because although the space-related psychics were difficult to deal with, the end of the world had only just begun. She was sure that the space ability user was definitely not strong. How strong can a guy who has just acquired superpowers be? He may not even know what his superpowers are. But as a reborn person, with combat experience, weapons, and traps set up, how could he fight? As for whether this space-related psychic has any other superpowers, Murong Shui feels that he definitely doesn't. Because even as a reborn person, I've only gained one superpower so far, despite having the memories of my past life. How can anyone else surpass me? At present, most people don't even know what this supernatural fruit is. Taking a step back, even if this person was lucky enough to obtain two superpowers, he couldn't use them casually. Murong Shui knew very well that the stronger the supernatural power, the greater the energy consumption when using it. With a spatial ability like teleportation, ordinary people will start to pant heavily and use up most of their energy after teleporting a few times. If they use other abilities at the same time, they will probably die of exhaustion before they can hurt the enemy. With comprehensive judgment, summary of various experiences, and the coordination of several powerful traps she designed in the room, Murong Shui was not panicked at all, but rather very confident. Because the advantage is mine. The white fox in this woman's arms didn't mutate. It seems that not all animals can mutate. Hey, she actually has so much rice, flour, oil, and various canned fruits, drinks, and red wine stored in her room. Great, they're all mine. There's also a dedicated entertainment room. Wow, you're indeed a serious doomsday enthusiast. This house has been remodeled so well. Oh, there's so many traps. There's even a crossbow trap at the door. An ordinary person would definitely fall into it. In the room on the 15th floor, while Jiang Nanyan was looking for the car keys, Shun Yi was using telepathy to observe everything in the room on the 18th floor. I have to say, this woman is definitely a professional doomsday enthusiast. The house she renovated, plus various food reserves, will be enough to safely survive for more than half a year, or even longer, during the doomsday. Shun Yi likes it especially. At this time, the system was triggered as he expected. 46. Strong perversion. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Murong Shui. Age, 32. Appearance, 98 points. Body, 97 points. Inner, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. It really meets the system standards. Shun Yi was not surprised because this woman was really beautiful, had a top-notch figure, and had an extraordinary temperament. I'm so lucky today. Not only did I find a top-level shelter when I went out, but there was also a beautiful woman who could unlock rewards. Damn, this is so cool. Get it, must get it. Honey, I found the car keys. At this time, Jiang Nanyan walked out of the bedroom. Well, let's go home. Shun Yi withdrew his telepathy. It's getting late today, so there's no need to rush to find this woman. Go home and unlock Zhou Weiner's reward first. Then, wait until I pick up my younger sister and grandma tomorrow, and then I'll take down this woman. Anyway, with this carefully renovated house, Murong Shui will definitely not leave the community. Husband, Jiang Nanyan took the initiative to lean on Shun Yi's arms. Shun Yi put his arm around her and left the building using teleportation. At the same time, Murong Shui on the 18th floor suddenly felt that the feeling of being spied on disappeared. They left. Murong Shui breathed a sigh of relief, but remained alert. Is this feeling of being spied on the girl's ability? It's really strange. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, but I've already met 2 people with abilities. The butterfly effect is really scary. It seems that I still need to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person. Otherwise, too many things will change, and I may lose the memory advantage of my previous life. Murong Shui seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to the white fox in her arms. But the white fox was too lazy to pay attention to her. But Murong Shui was not angry. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table, opened it, and started looking through it. In the notebook, she recorded some major events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various areas. In order to prevent herself from forgetting the information over time, she would review her notebook every once in a while to deepen her memory. The most eye-catching thing on the notebook is rows of names. These people were famous and powerful people with special abilities in their previous lives. Each of them has special abilities or is very strong personally. Certainly, Murong Shui didn't see all of it with her own eyes, and most of it was hearsay, so the authenticity remains to be confirmed. Among them, the name ranked first and specially marked with a red pen was a powerful psychic that she had seen with her own eyes. No, it cannot be said to be powerful. It should be said to be abnormal. Murong Shui even speculated that even if the terrifying giant tree destroyed the entire mountain city, it could not kill her, because her abilities are extremely abnormal. Unfortunately, after I was reborn and investigated for a month, I found that there was no such person in the city, and I couldn't find her in a short time. Otherwise, if I had established a good relationship with her in advance, I wouldn't have to worry about the problem of the giant tree. Murong Shui lamented. However, the impact is not that great. As long as she doesn't change too many things, she will come to Yamashiro University in 2 months. Then I will have a chance to get close to her. Use the memories of the past life to become friends with her. Thinking of this, Murong Shui looked at the name carefully again and remembered it deeply. Shun Su. Shun Yi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly talked about going out tomorrow. The girls were a little worried, especially Su wanting, by Cindy and Su Yun. They all wanted to follow Shun Yi. But Shun Yi rejected them all. He was going home to pick up his family, and it was inconvenient to bring a group of women with him. If they encountered any danger on the way, they would be a burden. In the end, Shun Yi decided to take Jiang Nanyan alone. Because Jiang Nanyan is quite smart and she can drive, it is quite useful to take her out with her. As for Su Yun, she has the highest fighting ability among all the girls, and she can also use a gun, so naturally she will stay to protect the family. Judging from the 2 men wandering around his doorstep yesterday, Shun Yi guessed that the residents in the building might have some evil intentions toward his home, so he still had to be on guard. Husband, you must be careful on the road tomorrow. More than 70 kilometers is a long way. Su Wanning said with concern. The other girls also said some caring words accordingly, except Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair. After all, they are not Shun Yi's women, so it is not easy for them to get involved in Shun Yi's family affairs. Shun Yi simply responded to the girls, then looked at Zhou Wanner and said, "We will sleep in the same room tonight. As for the others, you can make your own arrangements, but leave one room empty. I have arrangements for tomorrow." Zhou Wanner was stunned. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in shame, unable to speak. She didn't expect Shun Yi to be so direct. He actually said that he wanted to share a room with her in front of so many women. This is too embarrassing. But the other women were not angry or disgusted. They just seemed to have thought of something and felt a little ashamed and envious. After all, they all understood Shun Yi's purpose of bringing Zhou Wanner back. Anyway, it can't be playing flying chess. On the contrary, if Shun Yi simply saved Zhou Wanner out of kindness and gave her food and drink for free, the women would be a little unhappy, because they all paid a price to get shelter. If Zhou Wanner could get the same treatment as them without having to pay anything, they would feel unbalanced. What worries us is not the scarcity of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. This is human nature. Nanyan, let's go to the same room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shun Yi and Zhou Wanner enter the room, Su Wanning also called Jiang Nanyan away and went to talk in private. They used to be good friends, and their relationship has eased recently, so naturally they are more intimate than others. Bai Sini looked at the remaining 2 women, hesitated, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, can we sleep in the same room tonight?" "Sister Bai, you don't have to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Su Yun quickly shook her head, feeling that the name was too strange. In fact, it's not a matter of address, but because of their current relationship, it would seem strange to call them that. Just like when Shun Yi called her Officer Su in bed, it was just for fun. Bai Sini and Su Yun entered a room, and they also had topics to talk about. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which means that there is only 1 empty room, and the girl Lu Yiye. Lu Yiye is the girl with long hair who does not meet the system standards. The reason why Shun Yi didn't drive her away was because of Zhou Wanner and Su Yun's face. Besides, he didn't lack food, so he temporarily protected her for a few days. After all, she was the person Su Yun saved at the risk of her life. If she were to drive her out directly, it would hurt Su Yun's feelings. Although Shun Yi has a cold personality, as long as her bottom line is not touched, she will take care of the feelings of her women. Especially a woman like Su Yun who is very loyal and obedient to me. Lu Yiye also knew that she had not yet joined this family, and she remembered what Shun Yi had just said, that an empty room should be left. So she sensibly slept on the sofa all night. Although it's just a sofa, compared to the dangerous world outside, it's a very safe and comfortable place. 47. The sense of accomplishment of a rich lady's fall. The second day. After waking up, Shun Yi and the girls had breakfast, left some food for half a day, and then set off with Jiang Nanyan. Before leaving, he also specifically reminded the girls not to go out no matter what. Don't even go outside the building because there are mutated monsters outside that even you can't deal with at the moment. The girls were shocked and obeyed. After, Shun Yi used telepathy and instant movement to avoid the hidden danger and brought Jiang Nanyan to the underground garage. It took a few minutes to find the garage of Jiang Nanyan's friend's house. Here, Shun Yi saw 3 cars. 2 modified off-road vehicles and a modified red sports car. I have to say, Jiang Nanyan's friend is really rich. In the garage of any house, there are 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions. Fortunately, it's mine now. Shun Yi chose the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a higher chassis and better performance. This Mercedes-Benz G has obviously been extensively modified. The entire exterior is made of aluminum alloy, and even the interior seats seem to have been replaced, not to mention hardware, such as the engine. In short, Shun Yi got in the car and felt it for a few minutes and was quite satisfied. He has a driver's license, although he has only had it for a few months and his skills are not very good. But the situation in the outside world nowadays is that as long as you don't drive into the wall, you should be able to drive however you want. You don't have to worry about being caught by cameras or being chased by the traffic police. The tank is full. Okay, let's go. After Shun, he confirmed everything. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out. He drove out of the community in one breath and onto the main road. The roads are now full of black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shun-E avoids them one by one through the 360 degrees bird's eye view of telepathy. With a perspective comparable to that of a god, there is no need to worry about car accidents. It's so fucking awesome. Shun-E increased the speed of the car to over 100 miles per hour, turning left and right and rushing around. Jiang Nanyan's face turned pale with fright. She even regretted coming out with Shun-E. Who would have known that Shun-E, such a steady and cautious person, could drive so crazily? Driving in such thick black fog and with cracks appearing on the road from time to time, what would you do if you fell down while driving so fast? But in fact, Jiang Nanyan was overthinking. She just didn't know that Shun-E had a god's perspective, so she thought Shun-E suddenly became reckless. In fact, Shun-E saw the road conditions clearly. He would never risk his life. Jiang Nanyan was also getting more and more scared, and gradually she became surprised. Because no matter how fast Shun-E drove, he could accurately avoid obstacles and cracks on the road. Even if a few abandoned cars suddenly appeared occasionally, he would avoid them directly, as if he had predicted it in advance. Jiang Nanyan gradually calmed down. Just say it. Shun-E shouldn't be such a reckless person. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shun-E, who was driving seriously. It shouldn't be my illusion. Shun-E may really be able to see through the black fog. Otherwise, dodging obstacles once or twice can be considered a coincidence. But being able to dodge them every time in advance is not a coincidence, but a result of long-term preparation. Seeing through the black fog. Is this another new superpower he has acquired? Jiang Nanyan thought about it and couldn't help but feel moved. If I guess correctly, it proves that Shun-E has probably mastered the method of obtaining superpowers. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan's heart started pounding. Excited. Expect. If Shun-E fully masters the method of obtaining superpowers, then he will have a greater chance of obtaining superpowers. After all, she is the only woman who has been credited with a merit by Shun-E. Jiang Nanyan exhaled slightly, suppressed her excitement, and then looked at Shun-E. Her beautiful eyes flashed and suddenly lowered her head and went over. This is a new trick to please her boyfriend that she and Su Wanning learned on the internet last night. Shun-E, who was driving, suddenly felt his belt loosen and took a breath. Looking down at Jiang Nanyan, he couldn't help showing an expression of surprise, which then gradually turned into joy. Good. I didn't expect Jiang Nanyan to have learned this trick. While Shun-E was satisfied, he also felt a sense of accomplishment. From a cold and aloof rich lady who knew nothing to an eloquent person now. She unlocked her experience from 0 to 1 step by herself. And this feeling is undoubtedly very fulfilling. Shun-E was so excited that he almost got into a car accident. Fortunately, he has a god's perspective and can clearly see the situation outside, even with his eyes closed. It was a wise decision to bring Jiangnan cigarettes on this trip today. With emotion, Shun-E couldn't help but exert force on his legs and stepped on the accelerator. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle slowly drove to the entrance of a relatively remote village. Shun-E slowed down. Although he didn't encounter any major troubles along the way, there were still many minor troubles which affected his driving speed. For example, because the noise of the vehicle is too loud, it attracts many mutant animals to chase behind or even block the front. But Shun-E didn't tolerate it and stepped on the accelerator and crashed the car to death. Parking is impossible. When parking in the wild, even if he had telepathic powers, he was afraid of encountering scary monsters like the mutated black spider. Anyway, it's a modified car, so as long as you don't encounter any particularly fierce mutant monsters, you can break through directly. There's no need to stop. So, it took him more than 3 hours to reach his destination. My hometown, Xinjia Village. However, the originally bustling Xinjia Village was now silent. There was no human habitation at all, and except for the occasional chirping of insects, the entire village seemed like an uninhabited village. The grass and trees around the village are also quite lush, and some of the grass even grows to 2 or 3 meters high. Shun-E drove the car slowly towards the east end of the village, which was the direction of his home. When you enter the village, you can occasionally hear noises coming from some people's homes. Perhaps the living villagers are hiding inside. But Shun-E didn't pay attention to these. He drove all the way to his doorstep, then scanned the surroundings telepathically. After looking around, the only thing that could be considered a threat was a mutant yellow dog lying in the yard of the neighbor next door. Stay in the car. Don't come out unless I call you. Shun-E warned. Jiang Nanyan licked the white at the corner of her lips and nodded seriously. Immediately, Shun-E used instant teleportation to leave the car and rush to his backyard. The cellar is in the backyard. If my younger sister and grandmother are still alive, they must be hiding in the cellar. At the same time, while Shun Yi was away, Jiang Nanyan quickly opened the windows for ventilation and kept gargling with mineral water. Her face flushed slightly, and she thought to herself, what she learned online is really useful. Shin Yi didn't know how excited he was after seeing the service he had just received in the car. According to the current progress, the first person to obtain superpowers must be me. However, my top priority now is to put my clothes in order and get into the best possible condition. Because I'm about to meet Shin Yi's family. She was somewhat expectant, yet also somewhat uneasy and nervous. I don't know whether Shin Yi's family will think highly of me or hate me. It was the first time that Jiang Nanyan experienced the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. At the same time, Shun Yi teleported into the cellar and saw his sister Shin Su and his grandmother, who was over 60 years old, who were making a fire and roasting potatoes. 48. Unlock new supplies. Grandma, I seem to see my brother coming back. Was I hallucinating because of the smoke? No. I must be dazzled. My brother is not that handsome. Shin Su stared at Shun Yi blankly, blinking in disbelief. Although she said she didn't believe it, her eyes were already red. When the grandmother heard the voice, she subconsciously wanted to speak to comfort her, but when she turned around, she saw her grandson who had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, she also thought she was hallucinating, because compared to before, Shun Yi is now taller, his skin is whiter, and he has become more handsome. Xiaoyi? Is it Xiaoyi? Grandma stood up, somewhat unbelieving. Grandma, it's me. Shun Yi smiled and walked over. Grandma has lost weight. They must have not eaten well or slept well these days. Brother, you are finally back. The petite Shin Su rushed over and threw herself into Shun Yi's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried. I cried with excitement. Shin Su could no longer remember how many days had passed since the black fog appeared. Because her cell phone was out of battery and she couldn't contact her brother, she was worried that something had happened to him. If her grandmother hadn't been around, she would have left the village to look for Shun Yi long ago. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Grandma just kept repeating this sentence with a kind smile on her old face. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you get back? Aren't all the buses out of service? Also, brother, how come you suddenly become so handsome? And it seems you even have abdominal muscles. Let me touch them. After a war moment, Shin Su couldn't resist her curiosity and even started touching Shin Yi's body. I drove back. Shun Yi touched the little sister's head and explained with a smile. As for the abdominal muscles, it may be because I often exercise at school, so they have secondary development. Driving? Brother, you actually bought a car? What car? Shin Su's eyes lit up. She has always wanted to buy a car for her family, so that it would be very convenient for her to go out. As for the secondary development, Shin Su simply ignored it. Anyway, as long as my brother comes back safely, none of that matters. Yes, I bought it, an off-road vehicle. Shun Yi agreed without thinking. This girl is obviously not stupid, so why would she ask such a question? Well, come to think of it, my sister has been staying in the cellar all the time and has never been outside. She doesn't know about the huge changes in the outside world, so naturally she still retains the 3 views before the end of the world. If you need something, you have to spend money to buy it. Little did they know. Now if you want a car, you don't even need to buy it. You can just buy it for free. There are cars everywhere on the streets. But there was no need for Shun Yi to tell these to his family, as it would only add to their troubles. Xiaoyi, you must be hungry after walking all the way. Come over and have something to eat. Grandma said as she peeled the baked potato to reveal the golden inside. The golden potatoes were steaming and smelled delicious. Shin Yi took the baked potato and took a bite. Wow, Grandma, you are biased. Those are the potatoes I baked. You gave my baked potatoes to my brother and even peeled the skins for him. I haven't been taken care of like this by your grandma in these days. Humph, I'm jealous. Shin Su puffed up her cheeks with an aggrieved expression. But in fact, she was not jealous at all. She just simply liked to act coquettishly and show off in front of her grandma. This girl was like this when she was little. She loved to show off. Susu, good boy. Can Grandma bake 2 more for you? Then I want to eat the ones that Grandma peels. Okay, Grandma will peel it for you after it's baked. Grandma smiled kindly and cooperated with her granddaughter's antics. As if she had gotten a satisfactory answer, Shun Su gave Shun Yi a boastful smile, as if to say, see, Grandma still dotes on me more. Shun Yi smiled helplessly. Seeing that Grandma was about to roast potatoes again, he stopped her and said, Grandma, don't roast them yet. I have other food here. As he spoke, he took out 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. The self-heating hot pot is a resource that I unlocked from Joanna last night. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Self-heating hot pot with luxurious ingredients. Luxury self-heating hot pot +1. Stored in the system space. Luxury self-heating hot pot +1. Stored in the system space. Luxury. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system is somewhat different from the one sold in stores. Because the ingredients in this self-heating hot pot are very rich, there are several kinds of fresh meat rolls, fresh seafood, and a variety of fresh vegetables, as if they were just picked. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it would cost at least several hundred yuan. Wow, when did you learn magic? That's amazing. You can actually make food appear out of thin air. Shin-Su showed a shocked expression and looked Shun-Yi up and down, as if trying to find where on his body he could hide so much food. Grandma was also surprised. In all her years of life, this was the first time she had seen such a miraculous method. Immediately, Shun-Yi briefly explained the matter about superpowers. Of course, most of it was made up. The general content is that I am lucky and I have obtained the ability to create food just after the end of the world. From now on, our family will never have to worry about food and drink. Grandma was very relieved after hearing this. Shin-Su was very excited after hearing this, and kept calling her brother awesome. Then, Shun-Yi heated up the self-heating hot pot and let his grandmother and little sister eat first. He took some time to go out and killed the mutant yellow dog from his next-door neighbor's house in advance, and then threw the body away so that his grandmother would not be scared when she came out later. Eat and drink enough. Shun-Yi then took his grandmother and younger sister out, and also explained that he would take them to the city. In Shun-Yi's opinion, life in the city is more convenient. Because all kinds of plants and animals have mutated, rural areas are now more dangerous than cities. Grandma and my little sister naturally did not resist. After all, home is when all the family members are together. Shall we? Wait a moment. Grandma will go in and pack the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought of taking the bedding from home with her so that she wouldn't have to spend money to buy new ones when she went to the city. Shun-Yi quickly stopped her and said, Grandma, you don't need to take the bedding and clothes. I bought new ones. If you have any expensive jewelry, you can wear them. You don't need anything else. Otherwise, the new ones I bought will be wasted. This, Grandma hesitated for a moment. Finally, I agreed. Although my grandmother also came from that era, she is not at all pedantic and is able to listen to children's opinions and ideas. Seeing Grandma enter the room, Shun-Su suddenly looked around, and like a thief, she leaned close to Shun-Yi's ear and whispered, Brother, actually like you, I also got superpowers. What? Shun-Yi was stunned. I looked at my sister with some surprise. I didn't expect that the second person with superpowers I met would be my own sister. What happened was this. 2 days ago, I slipped out of the cellar while my grandma was sleeping and wanted to go back to my room to charge my phone. Then when I passed by the yard, I saw a colorful fruit on a grass. The fruit was glowing and looked very beautiful. Then I took a closer look and found that it was not only beautiful, but also smelled very good. So I couldn't help but picked it and ate it, and then I gained superpowers. Listening to Shun-Su's explanation, Shun-Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Glowing colorful fruit? And it also emits fragrance? This seems to be different from the 3 supernatural fruits he has eaten. So what superpowers did you get, Susu? 49. Sister Shun-Su's superpowers. Hey, my superpower is that I can run really fast. I feel like I'm several times faster than the 100-meter sprint champion in our school, and I can feel that this is not my maximum speed. If I run at full speed, I feel like I can run as fast as the Flash in a movie. From now on, I'll be here, so just lie down, bro. Shin-Su raised her little head proudly, like a child waiting for praise. She was obviously very proud of her powers. As for being the same as the Flash, that is of course an exaggeration, otherwise her abilities would be too abnormal. An ability to increase speed? That's not bad. Shun-Yi touched his little sister's head and gave his affirmation. Sure enough, it's another new superpower. Could it be that because the supernatural powers are different, the fruits will also be slightly different? For example, it can glow and emit an attractive fragrance? Well, it's just I don't know what's wrong with my superpower. Every time I run for a while, I feel very tired and thirsty. So I dare not use this superpower casually, and I dare not run at full speed. I'm afraid that I will be exhausted to death. Shin-Su said here, pouting her lips, a little distressed. It's like owning a mountain of gold, but not being able to spend it. Even though he has superpowers, he can't use them as he pleases. Shun-Yi understood that this was because his younger sister's physical strength was too poor, so she couldn't even use her newly acquired speed ability to its full potential. In this case, you either have to be lucky enough to get a physical evolution fruit and raise your own upper limit. Either you increase the level of your superpowers. Maybe if the level of your superpowers is higher, the physical energy consumption of using your superpowers will be reduced. Don't tell anyone else about your superpowers. Shun-Yi warned. Of course, I'm not stupid and most of the time, I'm very smart. Shin-Su smiled. If you were my brother, I wouldn't have told you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If the bad guys found out, I would definitely be captured and sliced up for research. Okay, you're the smartest. Shun-Yi rubbed the girl's head and said, when there's a chance in the future, I will see if I can help you solve the problem of being too tired from using supernatural powers. Can this be solved? Shin-Su, who was originally enjoying being patted on the head, stared at Shun-Yi with bright eyes when she heard these words. Shun-Yi nodded and said, yes, but it requires a certain amount of luck. The problem can only be solved by finding the fruit of physical evolution. But this is like looking for a needle in a haystack and does require a lot of luck. Or you can find the same type of speed-related fruit that my younger sister has eaten and increase the level of your ability. But according to Shun Yi's estimation, he would need to eat at least 7 or 8 fruits to be able to advance to the next level. That's even more difficult. Not to mention finding 7 or 8 fruits of the same type. It is even difficult to find 7 or 8 fruits of different types. Great. I believe you can do it, brother. Shinsu happily hugged Shun Yi's arm. This girl. Shun Yi shook his head. At this time, Grandma also finished packing and came out. I didn't bring much luggage, just a small bag, and I don't know what was in it. Shin Yi didn't ask and walked towards the car with his grandmother and little sister. But, just as he walked out of the yard, he saw a few old men and women surrounding his car. They looked like thieves, but also like they were curious. Seeing Shun Yi and his companions coming out, these uncles and aunts immediately greeted them with a smile. Grandma Shun, is this your relative's car? It looks really nice. Are your relatives from a city? Grandma also replied kindly that after all, we were all neighbors and we would see each other every day. However, the grandmother still emphasized that this was her grandson's car, that it was bought by her grandson. He even took Shun Yi aside to introduce him a few words. For the elderly, the ability of their younger generations is something worth praising and showing off. Because Shun Yi had changed so much, several neighborhood aunties and uncles didn't recognize him first. It was not until his grandmother introduced him that they recognized him and immediately greeted Shun Yi. Shun Yi heard that his grandmother and younger sister were in a good mood, so he responded relatively gently. So, several neighbors continued to ask, "Hey, Shinwazi, are you going back to the city? If you go back to the city, can you take my grandson with you? I heard that the city is safer now. And my grandson, his parents are in the city. Could you please help send them there, Shinwazi?" The neighbors were talking at once, all of them asking for favors. Shinsu frowned, looking a little unhappy. These neighbors usually like to take advantage of others, but I didn't expect that they would want to take advantage of others now. It's already this late, and she still wants her brother to take the risk to help them send the child off. There were even some neighbors who went too far and wanted Shun Yi to take their entire family to the city. Who are these people? Our relationship isn't that good. Even if they are relatives, you can't be so excessive, let alone just neighbors. Grandma's face didn't look too good either. At this time, Shun Yi said calmly, "There is no room in the car, and I can't take anyone." After saying that, he pushed through the crowd, opened the back door, and let Grandma and little sister get in first. But some sharp-eyed villagers noticed that there was still plenty of room in the back of the car, so they squeezed in with their teenage children in their arms and said, "Shun, there's still room in the back of your car. Just bring your uncle and your nephew, and we can just squeeze in. We are all from the same village. Now that we are in trouble, we should help each other. When your father was alive, your uncle had a very good relationship with him. I held you in my arms when you were a child. You must not forget your roots. Get out of the way." Shun Yi glanced at the other person coldly, pushed him away, got into the car, and started it. The villager who was scolded was stunned, then pointed at Shun Yi and started cursing. Knowing that they could not gain any benefits, they decided not to act anymore. A few sensible villagers knew that they could not get a ride, so they went home early. But more villagers were scolding Shun Yi's family for being heartless. They had been so good to Shun Yi's family before, but now that his family had a car and could take refuge in the city, they didn't help their neighbors and so on. At Doomsday, the ugliness of human nature is fully revealed. Shun Yi's eyes turned cold, and he was about to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a strong hostility. With telepathy activated, Shun Yi instantly saw an extremely strong black aura in the grass 200 meters away. It was a mutant snake that was more than 10 meters long, and it's approaching fast. Shun Yi directly put the car in reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly backed away. If anyone dares to stop the car, just hit them to death. As Shun Yi accelerated away, several villagers were still there, scolding him. They didn't notice at all that a huge snake had emerged from the bushes. By the time someone noticed it, the mutant snake had already launched a fatal attack on the crowd. The man who was holding his son and cursing the most fiercely was the first to be targeted by the snake. The mutant snake opened its mouth, which was bigger than a human, and swallowed the 2 living people in one go, chewing them hard and swallowing them quickly. "Ah, a giant worm! There's a giant worm!" The villagers screamed in fear and ran home. But the mutant snake was faster than them, and it spewed out clouds of green poisonous mist from its mouth, instantly drowning all the villagers, causing them to scream. Shun Yi could no longer see the tragic situation here, but he could probably guess it. The size of that mutant snake was enough to make him astonished. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could fight against. Even he wasn't sure of the confrontation. Sure enough, the mutated animals in the mountain village are more damn dangerous than those in the city. But, speaking of danger, the atmosphere inside the car is actually the most dangerous. Because when the little sister got in the car and saw a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the smile disappeared from her cute face. 50, brother complex, that's normal. Grandma, little sister, hello, my name is Jiang Nanyan, and I'm Shun Yi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan subconsciously smoothed the hair by her ears and introduced herself very stiffly. She was very nervous and worried that Shun Yi's family would dislike her. Shun Yi has many women. If his family doesn't like me, then my relationship with Shun Yi will definitely be affected in the future. When Jiang Nanyan greeted people, her palms were sweating from nervousness. It turns out she is Xiaoyi's girlfriend. What a beautiful girl. Grandma was a little surprised. However, after a brief surprise, Grandma also gave Jiang Nanyan a kind and gentle smile. Thank you, Grandma, for the compliment. Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very good. Grandma likes me and even acknowledges me as her granddaughter-in-law. So, from now on, I will be the legal wife certified by Shun Yi's family. Happy. Then, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shun Su, who had a delicate face like a doll. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Shun Yi's sister is so cute. Even though she doesn't dress up, her natural beauty is still hard to conceal. Although he is still young, his face still looks a bit childish. But she will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. However, what puzzled Jiang Nanyan was why Shun Yi's sister had a blank expression on her face after getting in the car. Is this his natural personality? It's completely different from Shun Yi. These two siblings have very different personalities. Not only their personalities, but even their looks don't seem like real siblings. As she thought about it, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister. What's your name?" Snort. Shun Su snorted lightly, turned her head to look out the window, and ignored Jiang Nanyan's words. This distant attitude made Jiang Nanyan a little embarrassed. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why would Shun Yi's sister dislike her? Grandma shook her head and sighed, but said nothing. Naturally, Shun Yi was too lazy to speak for Jiang Nanyan. In his eyes, his sister is more important than Jiang Nanyan. He also knew the reason why his sister was unhappy. Brother control is like this. It will be fine when you grow up. The SUV was on its way home. While Shun Yi was driving, he ate fruits and scanned the plants on both sides of the road with telepathy to see if there were any fruits with special powers among them. Pity. The car drove for dozens of kilometers, but Shun Yi didn't find a supernatural fruit. Of course, the main reason was that most of his attention was focused on driving, and he did not observe his surroundings carefully enough, so there might be some fish that slipped through the net. After driving for another half an hour, Shun Yi felt like peeing, so he found a safe place to park and go to the toilet. If you guys are going to the bathroom, don't stray too far from the car. It could be dangerous in the dark fog. Shun Yi gave some instructions and got out of the car. Brother, wait for me, I'm going too. Shin Su opened the car door and followed Shun Yi. In the car, Jiang Nanyan was chatting awkwardly with her grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan has a high IQ, her EQ is not that good. Especially since she had never been in a relationship and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders, she didn't know how to start the conversation. However, Grandma asked indirectly and asked a lot of questions about Jiang Nanyan's family affairs. Brother, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? As soon as Shun Yi opened the floodgates to release the water, he heard his sister's unhappy grumblings from not far behind him. Susu, what are you doing? Shun Yi quickly finished peeing, shook twice, and pulled up his pants. At this time, Shinsu also walked out of the black fog with puffed cheeks. Her cute face was full of unhappiness and grievance, and she was almost crying. Shun Yi sighed helplessly and wanted to reach out to rub Shinsu's head, but then he remembered that he had just finished peeing and had not washed his hands yet, so he retracted his hand. But when Shinsu saw this scene, her eyes instantly turned red. She felt that her brother had completely betrayed her. Regardless of Shun Yi's objection, she forced her head into Shun Yi's palm and rubbed it several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Shinsu raised her head, pouting with red eyes, and looked at Shun Yi pitifully. Susu, don't be so petty. Shun Yi frowned and spoke in a serious tone. Shinsu's face puffed up in grievance, but seeing that there was no smile on Shun Yi's face, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. Even though my brother used to dote on me, whenever he had this expression on his face, he was definitely serious. I understand. Well, I have several women in my family. Susu, please help me keep it a secret from Grandma when the time comes. Shun Yi reminded again. By the way, I also let my younger sister know in advance to prevent her from throwing a tantrum again. What? Shinsu was stunned for a moment. He looked at his brother in disbelief. What does it mean that there are several more women? Opening a harem? My brother, he actually has a harem in real life? Shinsu thought that such shocking things only happened in novels. It actually happened right next to me, and the person was my own brother. Shinsu was still in shock and disbelief until she got back to the car. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but look strange. Although, I don't want to admit it, this woman is indeed very beautiful and knows how to dress up. At first glance, she is a rich lady from the city. But why would such a rich lady be with her ordinary brother? And I don't mind my brother having a harem. Could it be because of the black fog outside? Shinsu was in mixed emotions for a moment, and her young mind was greatly shocked. She found it hard to accept, and it's very uncomfortable. But when Shun Yi's car drove into the city, Shinsu saw the miserable scene in the city, and her young heart was hit hard again. The once prosperous and bustling mountain city now has almost no people on the streets. Only the occasional shrill screams could be heard from the black fog. While the off-road vehicle was driving, there were actually mutated animals that tried to pounce on the vehicle from time to time. Weird, absurd, and scary. Shinsu couldn't help swallowing. Is this the end of the world? Why aren't there any police officers or soldiers to save people? During this period, Shinsu had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother and had almost no idea of the situation in the outside world. She just thought that this disaster was like an earthquake or flood, and the country would resolve it after some time. But now it seems that it is impossible to solve it in a short time. Lianshan City, a new first-tier city with a population of more than 30 million, has fallen. It's just like the end of the world in the movies. It's likely that there will be no rescue. Jiang Nanyan replied to Shun Su's question softly. She no longer has any hope of state rescue. After all, even the policewoman who had joined their big family yesterday said there was no more rescue. There is no point in dreaming of rescue now. Fortunately, she is currently safe and has no worries about food and drink. Apart from being a little worried about her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan doesn't think there is anything wrong with her current life. It's just that there are fewer entertainment activities. While chatting, Shun Yi also drove back to the community. Along the way, he saw through telepathy that there were still many survivors on the road. After all, Shanxing is a big city with a population of tens of millions. Even if more than 2/3 of the people died in these days, there are still at least tens of millions of survivors. After driving the car into the community, Shun Yi parked the car back in the parking space of Building 13. This is the building where doomsday enthusiast Murong Shui lives. 51. Telepathy upgrade to level 7. Nervous Murong Shui. After parking the car, Shun Yi asked his sister and Jiang Nanyan not to get out yet, while he used teleportation to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it is the 15th floor. It would be impossible to ask a 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Shun Yi did not bring his grandmother back to his own home, but arranged for her to live in the home of Jiang Nanyan's friend. Anyway, her friend's life or death is unknown at the moment, and the house is empty anyway, so it might as well be left to her grandmother and younger sister to live there. After I deal with the woman on the 18th floor in the next 2 days, I will let grandma move in. That's all. Shun Yi made 2 trips back and forth and moved his grandmother and younger sister to the 15th floor. I also told my grandmother that I lived in the next building not far away and that I would come over often to look after her, and that she could contact me by phone if she had any questions. But, brother, my phone is out of battery. Shinsu really wanted to live with Shun Yi, but then I thought about not letting my grandma live alone, so I didn't mention it. Shun Yi took out a few power banks from the system space and asked his younger sister to use them. Immediately, he also left some mineral water and food, enough for grandma and little sister for 3 or 4 days. This is also to avoid the situation where I am away for a day or two and don't have time to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other things, they're all in this suite and they're all new. Afterwards, he reminded his younger sister not to go out casually, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe. Even if she wanted to throw away garbage, she could just throw it directly from the upstairs and not go out, let alone go downstairs. Now most of the residents in this community have been cut off from water and food. For the sake of food, they will definitely not stick to their bottom line anymore. Before leaving, Grandma also reminded Shun Yi to be careful. Although she knows that her grandson has abilities that she cannot understand, the old lady is always worried. Shun Yi agreed with a smile, telling his grandmother not to worry. Then he used teleportation to leave and returned to the car in the underground garage a few seconds later. Husband, what's wrong? Shun Yi saw that Jiang Nanyan seemed to be in a bad mood. The internet is down. The phone can't be reached either. Jiang Nanyan's voice was a little low. The internet is down. Shun Yi was slightly stunned. Although it was expected, it still felt a bit sudden. It might have been disconnected a few hours ago, but I wasn't checking my phone and didn't notice it. Jiang Nanyan had a hint of sadness between her brows. Without the internet, the only possible way to contact my parents is also cut off. Well, let's go home first. Shun Yi brought Jiang Nanyan back to the house. It was already afternoon. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Shun Yi suddenly remembered something. Chu Xiao from 1501. Her leg was cut, and Shun Yi had originally promised to change the bandage for her this morning, but he was busy all day and forgot about it. Thinking of this, he used teleportation again to go to 1501. Having used teleportation continuously along the way and bringing people with him 3 times, Shun Yi began to breathe slightly. We need to find a way to improve the level of teleportation, reduce physical consumption, or improve the level of physical evolution. While thinking, Shun Yi ate a few more supernatural fruits. The only way he currently knows to upgrade his supernatural power level is to eat fruits of the same type. In addition to this, there may be other ways to upgrade superpowers, but he was not clear about this method. As for the telepathic fruit, Shun Yi has been eating it these 2 days. Since eating too many of these fruits at once can easily cause chills in the internal organs, Shun Yi eats a few whenever he has time and slowly upgrades. There's no rush anyway. After he had eaten hundreds of fruits today, the system prompt sounded again. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 7. That's right, it's already level 7. I took level 6 yesterday. Telepathy, LV7. You can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. 1,000 meters. A full kilometer away. Shun Yi activated the 7th level of telepathy, and suddenly he felt that his perspective was raised a lot. It's like standing in the sky, overlooking the entire community and even the scene outside the community. As far as the eye can see, everything within 1 kilometer is in sight. Moreover, as long as Shun Yi concentrates, he can check any individual within this kilometer, from a building to a person or a bug. For example, Murong Shui, the doomsday enthusiast in Building 13. For example, the women who live in Building 6. For example, there are several survivors outside the community walking vigilantly in the black fog. Everything at a glance. This feeling of seeing through everything is so cool. Putting away his telepathy, Shun Yi couldn't help but murmured excitedly. Level 7 has a 1 kilometer field of view. If it continues to upgrade, can it be expanded to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If so, it will be invincible. With this plugin that can see through the entire map, he will never be in the dark about information again. No matter if someone wants to plot against you, or you want to plot against others, this ability is invincible. As for the supernatural fruits needed for future upgrades, Shun Yi has no shortage of them. There are already more than 200,000 in the warehouse. Prince Charming? You're here. Shun Yi was thinking about something when a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiao who limped out of the bedroom. Well, take off your pants and I'll change your dressing. At the same time, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Murong Shui was holding a crossbow with a vigilant look on her face, checking around her house. Just now, she was just about to take a shower when she suddenly felt someone peeping at her. Murong Shui immediately guessed that it might be the space ability user from yesterday who brought another female ability user to attack her. Then, she immediately grabbed her weapon and searched the house for any sign of the intruder. Only after a thorough search and finding no trace of the intruder did Murong Shui slowly put down her weapon. She looked very unhappy, because the feeling of being spied on has disappeared. What on earth do these two guys mean? Why are you spying on me all of a sudden? Did they find out that I have electricity at home, so they targeted me? Murong Shui's expression kept changing. She was actually prepared for being targeted. After all, in the doomsday, everyone else has lost power, and only your house has the lights on, which is extremely conspicuous at night and is likely to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. It wasn't that Murong Shui was trying to turn on the lights, but according to her memories from her previous life, there shouldn't be any people with special abilities in the community at this time. Therefore, as the only person with superpowers in the community, she is not worried about being targeted by ordinary people even if she uses electricity, because her weapons and equipment are enough to deal with greedy ordinary people. As a result, who knew that it would attract the attention of a superpower? Moreover, this psychic peeked at me twice in a row. It was obvious that he was targeting me. No, I have to set up some more traps just in case. Also, I must hurry up and upgrade my ability to level 2. Even if it means taking some risks, I must upgrade it. After finally being reborn, Murong Shui doesn't want to die again. So she started setting new traps in the room in a hurry. As long as there are enough traps, even a mutant can be killed. After all, it is only the early days of the apocalypse, and the superpowers are not that strong yet. 52. Reward Su wanting with a supernatural fruit. Shun Yi had no idea that his casual glance at Murong Shui would result in this sensitive woman starting to make trouble again. Even the original plan to upgrade superpowers has been brought forward. Of course, even if Shun Yi knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had just changed Chu Xiao's medicine. The two had a brief conversation, and Shun Yi learned that Chu Xiao was actually a big anchor in the two-dimensional area of Billy. She also bought this large flat with her own loan. However, I don't have to repay the loan now. This is also the only benefit that the doomsday brings her. Although Chu Xiao earns 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year, it is still very stressful for her to support a house worth 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shun Yi left some food and water and left. He originally wanted to unlock the supplies, but seeing that Chu Xiao's calf injury was still very serious, he held back for the time being. This is to avoid making too big movements when unlocking supplies and tearing open the wound that is just healed with great difficulty. We still have to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If there is medicine, the wound will definitely heal faster. Well, it would be better to bring back a doctor, so that it would be easier to treat him if he gets sick or injured in the future. On the way home, Shun Yi thought deeply about it, decided to go to the affiliated hospital of Yamashiro University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital is not far from this community. Although it is not a large tertiary hospital, it is not small either. It has all the necessary medicines and can even perform many surgeries. Therefore, Shun Yi decided to go to the affiliated hospital to search for medicines tomorrow. Look for some supernatural fruits along the way. As the apocalypse gets longer, there will surely be more and more people with special powers. By then, more people will surely know about the supernatural fruit. If you don't collect the fruits now, it will only be more difficult later. With level 7 telepathy and a 1 kilometer wide God's eye view, Shen Yi's search area is greatly increased. If I could find a powerful supernatural fruit, maybe I could deal with that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no threat to him, how could he allow a monster to sleep soundly next his bed? There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Back home, after dinner, due to the power outage and internet outage, everyone prepared to go to bed early. Shen Yi chose to have Su Wanting accompany him today. Su Wanting's personality has changed a lot in the past 2 days. Regardless of whether she was pretending or not, her performance made Shen Yi very satisfied. Then, after a battle, Shen Yi rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Good. Su Wanting, who was originally a little tired, instantly became energetic. She excitedly took the colorful fruit and ate it directly. No doubt about it. This attitude made Shen Yi even more satisfied. Su Wanting has gone from being arrogant at the beginning to being obedient and sensible now. She is as loyal to herself as Su Yun. The whole body aura is as white as jade, whiter than Jiangnan cigarettes. This is also the reason why Shen Yi rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. Ability is one thing, but Shen Yi prefers loyalty. As long as she doesn't betray him, he doesn't mind keeping her even if she's just a vase. Moreover, he has the ability to increase the value of the vase. Is this a supernatural power? So magical. After Su Wanting digested the supernatural fruit, she looked at Shen Yi in surprise and found that there was a white aura flowing on Shen Yi's body. Through her natural perception, she knew that this was a sign of Shen Yi's kindness and liking for her. She was delighted and liked Shen Yi even more. Su Wanting always thought that Shen Yi hated her, but she didn't expect that he actually had such a good impression of her. Little did they know, Shen Yi didn't really like her before, at most he didn't dislike her. But in recent days, her performance has greatly increased Shen Yi's favorability towards her. Su Wanting has been learning cooking from by Cindy recently, and has also been instilling ideas on how to serve Shen Yi to other women. She's like a completely different person. I don't know how she figured it out. In short, Su Wanting is doing pretty well now. Close your eyes again and try to concentrate. Shen Yi gave Su Wanting some guidance on how to use her supernatural powers. Su Wanting's obedience test. Then, she discovered that she could actually see around the room with a 360 degrees view and even see through things. But if you turn on the perspective, it's very difficult. Wow, it's amazing. Su Wanting was excited and surprised. I didn't expect this ability could be used like this. If an ordinary person who has just acquired superpowers has no one to guide him and relies solely on self-exploration, it will take some time for him to fully develop his superpowers. But Shen Yi is different. He can understand all the functions of superpowers through the system and then develop them easily. Of course, he also saw these things through Su Wanting's performance of gaining supernatural powers. This is also another reason why he rewarded Su Wanting with the supernatural fruit. I want to see the whole process of other people gaining superpowers. That's all. Su Wanting, who had just obtained superpowers, was extremely happy and began to serve Shen Yi in various ways. At the same time, in the living room, Lu Yi had tossed and turned and couldn't sleep tonight. She originally thought that it would be her turn tonight. After all, it was Zhou Wana last night, and today it should be me. Lu Yi even dressed up carefully for this occasion and changed into bold underwear that she had never worn before. As a result, Shen Yi didn't want me. Why is this? Could it be that Shen Yi looked down on me? Lu Yi was very anxious and couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid that if she didn't become Shen Yi's woman, she would be kicked out. Once I lose this safe haven, I will have no ability to survive. Anxious and nervous. A night passed. The next day, Shen Yi also slept until 9 o'clock, which was rare. He used to be full of energy and would get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. But lately it's getting later and later. I have to improve the level of my physical evolution, otherwise I really can't handle it. Shen Yi rubbed his kidneys and threw a supernatural fruit into his mouth. It feels so good to crack fruit. It makes me feel energetic instantly. Moreover, if you take more, you can increase your supernatural power level, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Finished washing up. After breakfast, Shen Yi said hello to the girls and went out. First change the gauze for Chu Xiao Xiao, and then go to search the affiliated hospital. This is his schedule for today. And at home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her special powers and showing off to other women. Su Yun and the other girls were shocked that Shen Yi could make ordinary people gain superpowers, and then curiously asked Su Wanting about the process of gaining superpowers. Jiang Nanyan was a little envious, even a little jealous. She thought she would be the first woman to gain supernatural powers from Shen Yi, but she didn't expect it to be Su Wanting, such a stupid girl. He is obviously stupid, dumb, and arrogant, so how can he be better than me? While Jiang Nanyan was feeling uncomfortable, she also asked Su Wanting why she was able to gain superpowers. Was it because she played very boldly last night and won Shen Yi's favor? That's all. The women in the family started to think about various things again because of the special fruit that Shen Yi rewarded them with. Especially the little green tea girl Zhou Wana. Her eyes were rolling around cunningly, and I don't know what she was planning. At the same time, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in police uniform is leading a male police officer against a mutated golden retriever, the originally docile golden retriever. At this moment, his pupils were full of hostility, his blood-stained sharp teeth were exposed, and he made dangerous sounds. This mutant golden retriever is 3 meters long and weighs several times as much, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go to the hospital to find medicine first. I will stop this mutant dog. Policewoman Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes, the male policeman carried out the order without hesitation. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be a burden to the captain. When a mutant golden retriever saw a prey trying to escape, it immediately pounced on him. But Qin Xiang reacted faster and punched the mutant golden retriever. Her fist hit the golden retriever, and with one punch, the 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever flew several meters away. But the mutant golden retriever had thick skin and flesh, and it quickly stood up again, shook its head vigorously, stared at Qin Xiang with a ferocious face, barked twice viciously, and continued to pounce on her. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged. The moment the mutant golden retriever pounced on him, he pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed it at the dog's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Several bullets penetrated the mutant golden retriever's head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief. As more air was taken and then exhaled, the mutant golden retriever soon died completely. Until its death, it never thought that the human in front of it would actually use a gun. It's totally against the rules. I thought that what was going to happen was a hearty hand-to-hand fight. While changing the magazine, Qin Xiang walked forward and kicked the golden retriever in the head. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that it was completely dead. The mutant animal's vitality is really strong. Even after being shot several times in the head, it still has the strength to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked towards the hospital gate, a series of rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the black fog behind her. 53. Policewoman Qin Xiang, 2 supernatural fruits. Rustle, rustle. The strange sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn around to look. Suddenly, a mutant cockroach as big as an adult's palm flew out from the black fog. No, not one. That's a lot. Too many to count. It's impossible to count how many there are in a short time. At least over 100. These mutated cockroaches vibrated their wings, making a harsh, rustling sound. They had a clear division of labor. One part went to devour the mutant golden retriever's corpse on the ground, while the other part flew towards Qin Xiang, making sharp sound from their mouths. The moment Qin Xiang saw the mutated cockroach, his face changed drastically. She didn't expect that the cockroaches she used to hate the most had also mutated, and so many of them appeared at once. So disgusting. Qin Xiang raised his gun and aimed immediately, then quickly retreated while shooting. Bang! 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 Qin Xiang's shooting skills were extremely accurate, and almost every shot hit the cockroach's head. But what shocked her was that after the mutant cockroach that was killed fell to the ground, its body oozed yellow liquid, and then its entire body cracked open, and more than a dozen small cockroaches swarmed out from it. Although these new cockroaches were small in size, their number was astonishing. They quickly gathered together and pounced on Qin Xiang again. If this continues, the cockroaches will only increase in number. Qin Xiang's face looked grim. He didn't dare to shoot again and waste bullets. He turned around and ran into the hospital gate and immediately locked the door. But the cockroaches outside showed no intention of leaving and were banging against the glass door frantically. Some small cockroaches even tried to get in through the gap in the door. Qin Xiang's face was solemn. While he was stepping on the small cockroach that had crawled in, he was anxiously thinking of a solution. If these mutant cockroaches are not dealt with, she and her subordinates will definitely die in the hospital today. It might even harm the survivors in the hospital. Although she didn't know if there were any survivors in the hospital. What a disgusting cockroach. Shen Yi turned on his telepathy, and before he even entered the hospital, he saw from a god's perspective a heroic female police officer fighting a mutant golden retriever alone, and then fighting a group of mutant cockroaches. I have to say, these mutant cockroaches are very difficult to deal with. After they're killed, a bunch of little cockroaches will hatch instantly. This is so disgusting. Shen Yi didn't want to meet these mutated cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If the medicines weren't in this building, Shen Yi wouldn't have wanted to come over. It's not that I'm afraid of mutated cockroaches, I just simply feel disgusted. But he looked at the policewoman battling wits and courage with the army of cockroaches from a god's perspective, and seemed to be thinking about something. This female police officer is so strong that she can actually knock out a 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever with one punch. Could this also be a supernatural power? Shen Yi made a reasonable guess. After all, considering this female police officer's maximum weight of 115 pounds, it is impossible for her to have such terrifying, explosive power. The reason why Shun Yi endured the disgust towards the mutated cockroaches and watched the battle for so long was because of the specialness of this policewoman. And she triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Qin Xiang. Age, 29. Appearance, 93 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 95 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 29-year-old policewoman. If it weren't for the system prompt, Shun Yi wouldn't have been able to tell that this policewoman actually met the system standards. Because the policewoman's face was very dirty, and her hair was messy, she had almost no looks to speak of. On the surface, it just means good figure and strong fighting ability. Who would have thought that her appearance is as high as 93, which is already goddess level? If she survives, I'll meet her again. Shun Yi murmured something and no longer paid attention to the policewoman. Go search for medicine first. I don't know whether the black fog has any effect on medicines. She used telepathy to scan the entire building and quickly found the warehouse where the medicines were stored. She teleported over and began to collect them into the system space. No matter whether it is a known medicine or an unknown medicine, as long as it has not mutated, take it all away. While collecting the medicine, Shun Yi also used telepathy to scan the entire building, trying to find a doctor take back. But for some unknown reason, there was not a single doctor or nurse in the entire building. There were only dozens of patients who might be hospitalized, trapped in the ward on the top floor. This made Shun Yi feel it was a pity. If there is no doctor in your team, it will be very troublesome if you get sick or injured. Let's go to the city hospital in a couple of days. Maybe there are still doctors there. Shun Yi thought to himself as he collected the medicines. After looting an entire warehouse of medicines, Shun Yi used teleportation to leave. When he got to the third floor, he also packed away some medical equipment. Although these equipment require electricity, they can be used normally as long as there is a generator. After a thorough search, almost clearing out all the land in the hospital, Shun Yi left the building with satisfaction. Then, he used telepathy to find the location of the policewoman. The female police officer and another male police officer had left the hospital and were running in the dark fog. Behind them, there are hundreds of mutant cockroaches tracking them. They actually lured the mutant cockroaches away. Are you afraid of implicating people in the hospital? That's too kind. I'm not having a good life myself, and yet I still have the mood to care about people who have nothing to do with me. Shun Yi followed the two of them from a distance while cracking some fruit. Anyway, with telepathy, he could lock onto the policewoman's location as long as the distance was within 1 kilometer. While following the policewoman, Shun Yi was also observing the plants within a kilometer, looking for supernatural fruits. He found that the number of supernatural fruits was indeed very rare, and it was difficult to find one. If you have to eat a lot of supernatural fruits to increase your supernatural power level, then it will be almost impossible for others to upgrade. After all, it took me nearly 10 fruits to upgrade my telepathic ability from level 1 to level 2. It doubles when you reach level 3. The higher the level of the superpower, the more fruits are needed. According to the rarity of superpower fruits, it is already very impressive for ordinary people to upgrade their superpowers to level 2, let alone levels 7 or 8. Shun Yi was speechless when he thought about it. If he didn't have a system that could unlock the supernatural fruit, he would be just like an ordinary person. Perhaps, in addition to upgrading by eating supernatural fruits, there are other ways to upgrade, but they're definitely not as convenient as eating the fruits directly. Because eating supernatural fruits to upgrade has almost no side effects. For example, the only side effect of the telepathy fruit is that it makes you eat slower. As long as you don't eat too much at one time and take it slow, you can continue eating. It will have no effect on your body. Shun Yi followed the policewoman for 2 kilometers and suddenly discovered through a bird's eye view that on the road that the policewoman had to pass, there were a dozen ordinary people with weapons, besieging 2 mutant rural cats. Among them, the man in the lead had a pistol in his hand. Why would these people risk their lives to fight mutant animals? Is it to eat their meat? Shun Yi was confused. Can the meat of mutant animals be eaten? He's not sure either. Maybe it is possible, but as the distance gets closer, Shun Yi found that he might have guessed wrong. Because, from a god's perspective, he saw that behind the 2 mutant rural cats, there were several normal plants. And on a rhizome of that normal plant, there were 2 colorful fruits. It's a supernatural fruit, and there are 2 of them. While Shun Yi was surprised, he immediately realized that the purpose of this group of people was not simple. 54. Flame Power User. Do these people also know about the supernatural fruit? Shun Yi seemed to be thinking about something. But through the god's perspective, he found that these dozen people did not seem to be ordinary people. Among them, there was a young woman who could create fire out of thin air and control it. Psychic. Sure enough, this makes sense. They must know the effect of the supernatural fruit, which is why they fought with the mutant rural cat. But, now that I have seen it, the fruit is mine. Shun Yi immediately hid his figure and walked over quietly. At the same time, Policewoman Qin Xiang and policeman Wang Jiqiang finally got rid of the mutant cockroach. They walked cautiously for a while and vaguely heard a sound in the black fog ahead, and a faint smell of blood. "There's someone here, be careful." Qin Xiang immediately drew his gun and turned on the safety. Meeting people in the apocalypse is not necessarily safe, especially this kind of bloody sound. "Captain Qin, I seem to hear the sound of fighting. Could the people in front be fighting among themselves? Should we intervene?" Wang Jiqiang's sense of justice made him want to stop the fight. After all, in the apocalypse, humans have to help each other to survive. Internal strife will only waste energy. "No, they shouldn't be fighting with humans. I heard the sound of a cat. It might be a mutant animal." Qin Xiang listened carefully for a while. Her hearing is very good, and she can hear many sounds that Wang Jiqiang cannot hear. "What? If it's a mutant animal, then we, Captain Qin, should help," Wang Jiqiang said immediately. Qin Xiang nodded and said, "Let's sneak over there and see what the situation is like. If there is any need, we will help." Yes. Even at the end of the world, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still insisted on their duties as police officers. Rescue ordinary people and protect ordinary people. They have saved a lot of people during this period. "I came to the hospital today to find anti-inflammatory drugs and also to treat the seriously injured woman who was rescued 2 days ago." Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and the other person were moving forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. Gun! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang looked at each other subconsciously, with a look of high vigilance in their eyes. Gunshots mean danger. But in addition to being vigilant, Wang Jiqiang also has some expectations. Is it possible that it was other surviving colleagues? "Be careful. No matter who it is, it's dangerous if they have a gun," Qin Xiang said seriously. "Yes." Wang Jiqiang also nervously gripped his pistol. The two slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer we got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. There were also cat screams in between. There are many stray cats and dogs in the city, so after the end of the world, mutant cats and dogs are also the most common mutant animals. Only, for some unknown reason, the mutated cats and dogs are no longer docile, but start attacking and eating people. Even mutated pets will attack their owners at the first opportunity. "Who is it? Come out." Suddenly, someone discovered Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Suddenly, several men with weapons looked over. Because of the influence of the black fog, the two were discovered only when they were very close. You are the police?" Everyone was originally furious, but when they saw the police uniforms on Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang, their expressions suddenly changed. Seeing that they were just a group of ordinary people, Wang Jiqiang relaxed his vigilance and said with a smile, "Yes, we are from the Xia criminal police team. We are here to rescue you." But when everyone heard the word criminal police, their expressions changed. Some of them even began to tremble for no apparent reason, with panic in their eyes. There's something wrong with these people. Qin Xiang is experienced. When he saw the changes in people's expressions, he realized that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people. If an ordinary person sees the police at Doomsday, his first reaction would definitely be to ask for help, rather than trembling and being afraid. Qin Xiang quietly opened the safety of his pistol and prepared to deal with the enemy. Wang Jiqiang relaxed his guard somewhat, and even asked with a smile if anyone needed help. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the air. Before Wang Jiqiang, who had a passionate look on his face, could react, a bullet ruthlessly pierced his chest. He looked down at his uniform, which was quickly soaked with blood, his eyes full of disbelief. As his strength drained away, his body slowly fell down, as if time was stretched at this moment, and everything around him became blurry and distant. "Asshole!" Qin Xiang cursed angrily and kept pulling the trigger in the direction of the person attacking Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. Bang! 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 Bullets kept firing, but not a single one hit the target. The person who fired the gun in the dark fog was very cunning. He took one shot and hid. Wait until Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded. Suddenly a loud roar came from the black fog. "Fuck! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and beat this bitch to death. If she escapes, we will all die. Don't forget, there are lives on your hands too." Following the instigation and threat of this voice, the originally frightened people suddenly stared at Qin Xiang with murderous intent in their eyes. "Everyone, come at me together. At such a close distance, a gun is definitely not as fast as a knife." Someone shouted and rushed forward with a kitchen knife raised. Others were also encouraged and besieged Qin Xiang from several directions with various weapons. During this time, Qin Xiang had also changed the magazine. She immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The first man who rushed over aggressively was shot through the cheek. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the ground and died. The others were immediately frightened. Qin Xiang did not continue shooting, but hid behind a wall immediately, because there was a gunman in the black fog staring at him. If she hesitated for even a second, she might be ambushed by the other party. Damn bastard! Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was spitting blood in the distance, and clenched his fists in anger. These beasts! Killing someone just because of a disagreement. It's simply a desperado. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still underestimated the viciousness of people's hearts at the end of the world. They came to help out of kindness, but they also thought about the dangers they might encounter and were always vigilant. But I never expected that the other party would suddenly shoot in the dark. Without any communication, a sudden gunshot made Wang Jiqiang, an upright policeman, lose his ability to resist. Come on, don't be scared. I have a gun in my hand too. If this bitch dares to show her head again, I will beat her to death. In the black fog, the man's voice was heard again. He was the one who fired the shots and was obviously the leader of this group of desperate criminals. Qin Xiang gripped the pistol tightly and observed the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she can't deal with the gunman in the black fog, she won't be able to exert her full strength. Must kill him first. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on. Qin Xiang said something secretly, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the black fog. When the other desperados finally mustered up the courage to rush over, there was no one behind the wall. Boss, she's gone. Boss, this female police officer actually ran away. Boss, should we chase them? The desperados reported to the black fog behind them in a flurry of chatter. And not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman looked at each other. Brotherly, we have to give chase. We have to kill this female police officer to be safe. Otherwise, if she goes back and finds help, we will be in danger. The woman made the suggestion with a sinister look in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and agreed. That's right, since we have done it. Let's do it to the end. Then, he shouted to his younger brothers in front of him. Chase her. Don't be scared. I'm right behind you. If that bitch dares to show her head, I'll beat her to death. 55. This woman is simply not a human being. The younger brothers did not dare to disobey the boss's order and immediately checked the surroundings carefully. At this time, Qin Xiang, who was hiding in the black fog, locked onto the direction of the gunman through the sound. She lowered her steps, made a big circle, bypassed the other gangsters, and circled towards the gunman's position. Lily, do you think this bitch is hiding in the black fog, waiting to attack us? The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and cautiously analyzed the situation with the young woman next to him. The woman was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, she shouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow these brothers, we will be able to detect any danger immediately. That's right, as long as we keep a good distance, she won't be able to find us. The man nodded in deep understanding. That's how he ambushed and killed a policeman just now. Moreover, after the sneak attack, he immediately hid behind a building, so even if the other party shot him, they would not be able to hit him. With the cover of black fog, it is safe to do bad things. After looking at the male policeman who was still breathing on the ground and glaring at him fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, completely sending Wang Jiqiang away. Damn it, you stinky detectives used to chase me every day, and you dare to arrest my big brother. After killing the person, the man spat loudly, seeming to be very resentful. The young woman looked at the body of the male police officer, frowned, and said, Brotherly, you wasted bullets. You could have just used a knife. It's okay. I still have more than a dozen bullets. That's enough. The middle-aged man didn't care. But he didn't know that because of the shot he just fired, Qin Xiang in the black fog had completely locked onto his position. 10 meters away, Qin Xiang raised his gun, listened to the sound, and determined the position, then shot without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots all hit the target, and screams of men and women were heard. Even without vision, Qin Xiang's rich experience allows him to determine the direction of a person by sound at a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing that there were no footsteps in the black fog, Qin Xiang slowly walked over with a gun in hand. Her footsteps were so light that they made almost no sound, until she saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. It's a man and a woman, for sure. The man was shot twice in the chest. Blood kept coming out of his mouth. He was breathing more in than out, and he couldn't even raise his hands. He had a gun in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the gunman who attacked Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. Li Batian, damn it, it's you, a murderer. When Qin Xiang saw the middle-aged man's appearance clearly, she was so angry that she stepped forward and kicked him hard, killing him directly. This Li Batian is a wanted fugitive. Before the end of the world, he was suspected of robbery and murder, but he was very cunning and had never been caught. And there was more than one person who followed Li Batian to commit crimes. There are at least 3 people in his gang, and they're all desperate criminals who have killed people. After confirming that Li Batian was dead, Qin Xiang looked at the woman who had also been shot, was breathing weakly, and was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger from her waist and prepared to move forward to finish off the opponent. Because there's only 1 bullet left and it cannot be wasted. However, at this critical moment, the young woman who had been pretending to be dead suddenly turned over and a ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in her hand and rushed straight to Qin Xiang's face. Although Qin Xiang remained highly alert, the sudden fire attack still caught her off guard. She quickly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided most of the flames, but a few tongues of fire still brushed against her body, leaving burning marks. Superpower! Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that this young woman was actually a person with superpowers. At the same time, because of the gunshots, just now, other desperate criminals around had already gathered over. Brother? Are you still behind? Brother, did you fire the gun just now? When the young woman heard the voices of the younger brothers, she quickly shouted, I'm here. Come here. Qin Xiang's eyes became fierce, and he threw the dagger in his hand like lightning, accurately piercing the woman's neck. Blood gushed out. The woman opened her eyes wide, struggled in pain for a few times, then fell down weakly, and the flame that had just condensed in her hand dissipated. At the same time, the desperate criminals around them quickly surrounded them, holding various weapons. Qin Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and fired a shot, directly killing the bandit who was rushing in front. Then she took a quick step forward and kicked another gangster in the chest. With a crisp crack sound, the man's chest collapsed instantly, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Kicked a living person to death. Is this still a human being? The other gangsters were frightened and stood still for a moment, their faces filled with horror. The boss is dead. Even the eldest sister, who possessed superpowers, was killed. This policewoman is so scary. She is not human. Definitely not a human. With almost no hesitation, the bandits turned around and rushed into the black fog to escape just as Qin Xiang was about to attack again. Qin Xiang frowned. If she had run out of bullets in her gun, she would have killed all of them. If we let such a group of unscrupulous and desperate criminals live, we don't know how many ordinary people will be harmed. Immediately, she quickly walked up to Wang Jiqiang, who had been shot, only to find that Wang Jiqiang had completely died due to another bullet wound in the head. Qin Xiang looked sad. Another colleague passed away. He is also a young colleague with a strong sense of justice and kindness. Now, I might be the only survivor in the entire criminal police team, but she couldn't die yet because there were still many survivors waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed the grief in her heart, and took out all of Wang Jiqiang's gun and bullets. Then she came to Li Beishan's body and took out all the guns in his hands and bullets on his body. This is actually a police pistol. Qin Xiang frowned. Could it be that other colleagues were also killed by Li Batian? But this kind of problem was destined to have no clue, so she could only calm her mind, pull out her dagger from the female mutant's neck, prepare to bury Wang Jiqiang's body as soon as possible, and then leave. Because there are many corpses around, the bloody smell emitted by these corpses will definitely attract mutant animals. It will be troublesome then. Just when Qin Xiang was about to dig a hole, suddenly, she moved her ears and heard faint footsteps coming from the black fog ahead. Who is it? Qin Xiang immediately became alert and held the dagger in his hand in a defensive position. The footsteps appeared very abruptly. It's like it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Relax, I'm not in the same group with him. A magnetic voice was heard. Then, a handsome man came out. Shani also just arrived not long ago. He did not use teleportation to travel the entire time. Otherwise, he would consume too much physical energy, which would be very dangerous in this scenario. But he watched the entire scene from a god's perspective. Qin Xiang and his colleagues were ambushed by this group of desperate criminals. But Qin Xiang then turned the tables and carried out a perfect counterattack. I have to say that Qin Xiang is really strong. Plus, she is suspected to have supernatural powers. Even if she is unarmed, as long as the enemy has no guns, a group of desperate criminals are no match for her. Shun Yi weighed the pros and cons briefly and felt that he might not even beat Qin Xiang's opponent without a sneak attack. Therefore, he could only show up, because the two supernatural fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the fruit has been picked by that woman. However, before she could eat, she was killed by Qin Xiang. 56. Obtain new ability, Shadow Binding. Who are you? Qin Xiang frowned, not letting down his guard at all. Even the safety of the gun in her hand was turned off. My name is Shun. She stole something from me, so I came here to find her. Shun Yi pointed at the body of the young woman on the ground and made up a story. Qin Xiang frowned even deeper, obviously not believing it. After all, this kind of thing is too coincidental. I just killed a woman, and this man appeared and said he was looking for her. But when she took a closer look, she found that the man in front of her had no gun or other weapons, so he did not pose much of a threat to her. Go get yourself. Qin Xiang said this and took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. Thank you. Shun Yi nodded, then stepped forward and took out two supernatural fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He did not hide it from Qin Xiang, but deliberately let Qin Xiang see it. I just want to test whether Qin Xiang is a person with superpowers. If she is a psychic, she will definitely recognize the psychic fruit. Of course, while doing this dangerous action, Shun Yi was also ready to use teleportation to escape at any time. If the policewoman Qin Xiang becomes greedy for the supernatural fruit and wants to attack him, he can also ensure that he leaves the battlefield as soon as possible. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is a very honest policeman. Although her expression changed greatly after she saw this supernatural fruit, she had no intention of killing people and stealing the treasure. Is this thing yours? Qin Xiang asked hesitantly. Well, this is the supernatural fruit I discovered a long time ago, but this woman relied on her numbers to steal my things, so I came here. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you, officer, for helping me kill her. As Shun spoke, he took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the system space and placed them on the ground. This supply is a token of our gratitude to you, officer, for your generosity. Having said this, he used teleportation to leave the scene. Once you get what you want, you won't take any risks. As for recruiting this policewoman, it is not possible at the moment, because I might not be able to beat her. If he were to marry a woman who was more capable than himself, not to mention whether she was willing or not, Shun himself would not feel at ease. So, it's better to keep a good impression first and then talk about it when you become stronger. If the policewoman is still alive by then, we can just come find her again. If she didn't have the ability to survive, Shun wouldn't think it was such a pity. After all, he only paid a small material price. Qin Xiang looked at the place where Shun disappeared, with shock in her eyes. This man is actually psychic. Moreover, his ability is so strong. If this man had had ill intentions towards me just now, I might not have been able to react. Qin Xiang couldn't help swallowing. For the first time, she felt cold sweat. I didn't expect that there is such a mysterious, supernatural power in the world. Fortunately, this person is a good person. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back today. Qin Xiang was wary of this young man, who suddenly appeared from the very beginning. Especially when she saw that the other party was very calm when seeing the corpse, and not afraid or disgusted at all. She knew that this person was no simple person, until she saw the other party take out 2 supernatural fruits from the woman's pocket. Because Qin Xiang had also eaten the supernatural fruit, she recognized the fruit. That is a fruit that can allow ordinary people to gain superpowers. No wonder this man would risk showing up. As to whether what the other party said was true, Qin Xiang was not sure, but she felt that it was most likely true. Otherwise, how could he take the fruit out of the corpse's shirt pocket so accurately? Moreover, if this man was a bad guy, he could use his elusive ability to sneak attack and kill himself. There is absolutely no need to reason with yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang also looked at the 2 supplies left by Shani, especially the self-heating hot pot that comes in a large packaging box. This box is enough for 2 or 3 people to have a meal. This man named Shun is indeed quite good. Qin Xiang didn't hesitate and put everything into his backpack. There's a shortage of supplies recently. After, she dug a hole to cover Wang Jiqiang's body, made a simple mark, and left quickly. Because she had heard the sounds of several mutant animals approaching, Shun found a safe place and watched Qin Xiang leave from a god's perspective. Shun didn't look away until she disappeared from his sight. Then, he took out the 2 supernatural fruits he had just obtained. This is such a pleasant surprise. Shun Yi's original purpose was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Qin Xiang's supplies, but he unexpectedly obtained 2 supernatural fruits. Without hesitation, Shun ate one on the spot. When the fruit enters the stomach, a warm feeling rises in the body, but disappeared quickly. Shun immediately opened the panel to check his newly acquired superpowers. Shadow binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters. You can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. Damn, this ability is a bit abnormal. Shun read the introduction carefully twice and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Control the shadows of any 2 targets. As long as you control the target shadow, you can restrict all the target's actions. Isn't this just a low-level version of the time-stopping ability? Shun, who was a little excited, immediately used telepathy to find the nearest mutant animal and then teleported over. This is an ordinary family's house. There is a mutant teddy dog in the living room, which is 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. There was blood on its mouth. The room was filled with the smell of blood, and there was a mutilated female corpse on the ground. The moment this mutant teddy dog saw Shun, it started barking wildly and pounced on him, being extremely aggressive. Shun did not move, but looked at the shadow of the teddy dog cast by the light from the window. Immediately, Shun just had a thought in his mind, and then he fixed its shadow. Suddenly, the mutant teddy dog that was about to rush over was forcibly controlled in place, like a statue. No matter how wildly it barked or how fiercely it got, it couldn't move. It's indeed a very powerful control skill. Shun was very satisfied with this shadow binding ability. Even if he meets a psychic with rich combat experience like Qin Xiang, he can still defeat the opponent. Then, Shun continued to test this ability. He found that shadow binding was not very restrictive. For example, even if the target's shadow is incomplete, with only the shadow of an arm or a leg, Shun can still restrain the opponent. Moreover, while binding the target, Shun can move around freely, or take out weapons to attack the target. He himself will not be affected in any way, and at most he will consume some physical strength. It was like restraining a mutant teddy dog, and it didn't take much effort on him. From this we can conclude that Shun can easily restrain ordinary mutant animals. Feeling satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, Shun Yi used teleportation to return to the safe top floor. Then, he took out another supernatural fruit and ate it. 57. A fully armed army. Another fruit went into the stomach. Shun Yi felt his internal organs and limbs were warm. It feels like the whole person is immersed in a hot spring. Vaguely, he felt that his body's strength seemed to have increased a little. This comfortable feeling is just like the first time I ate the fruit of physical evolution. Shan Yu spit it softly. He clicked on the panel to check. As a result, no new superpowers were added. Host, Shun Yi. Age 20. Force value, 45, excluding any external bonus. Unlock materials. Master, Shui mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken. Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, supernatural fruit, telepathy, deluxe, self-heating hot pot. Abilities acquired. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV7, shadow, binding LV1. Physical evolution. LV1 your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport. LV1 you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV7 you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shadow binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. No new powers. But Shun Yi could feel that his strength had increased significantly. In other words, the second supernatural fruit he ate was the fruit of physical evolution that he had always wanted to find. It's a bit of a waste. If I give his fruit to my younger sister, she will be able to solve her problem of lack of physical strength. It also had some effect when he ate it himself, and even increased his physical strength by about 1/10, allowing him to use teleportation and other superpowers more often. But if you want to evolve your physical body to level 2, you need to eat at least 8 or 9 fruits of the same type. That's why he felt a little bit regretful. The main reason was that before eating it, Shun Yi couldn't tell what special powers the fruit had, so he couldn't keep it on purpose. But, overall, the results are good. Shun Yi's combat power increased by 15 points in an instant. That's enough. Today's harvest is already very good. Shun Yi was very satisfied. So he turned on his telepathy and searched for possible supernatural fruits on the road from a god's perspective while rushing towards home. He deliberately took a route he had never taken before, just to look for the supernatural fruit along the way. But after walking for several kilometers, he didn't find the supernatural fruit, but he saw a group of soldiers resting in a building. That's right, soldiers. There were more than a dozen people in their team, all wearing dark military uniforms and holding powerful firearms, such as rifles and submachine guns. There are also pistols, grenades, etc. on his waist. This is definitely an elite force. Although the number of people is small, their firepower is incredibly strong. In addition to this team of soldiers, Shun Yi also saw several very old men, several young men, and several women. These non-combatants, protected by the soldiers, seemed very important. Where did these soldiers come from? Didn't you say there was no rescue team? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows and observed curiously. Anyway, the distance between them was nearly 1 kilometer, and I was hiding in the dark, so there was no way these people could discover me. It's a pity that telepathy can only see the visual field, and there is no way to hear what they are saying. Shun Yi looked at the people who were communicating, and vaguely felt that the identities of these old men were not simple. Otherwise, how could there be such a small team of fully armed soldiers protecting them when the mountain city was almost captured? There's a problem. Shun Yi observed for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to leave. This team should be planning to stay here tonight, and we will check back on their situation tomorrow. As for why I have to come tomorrow, the first is curiosity about the identities and purposes of these people. The second reason was that there was an intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses among these people who triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Lin Jiwei. Age, 31. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 92 points. Inner character, 100 points, pure and sexually indifferent. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. 31 years old, yet so pure. However, after seeing the additional introduction of frigidity, Shun Yi could understand why this woman was pure. After taking a quick look around and noting down the nearby locations, he left. At the same time, the soldiers inside the building are deploying their defenses. There is a soldier who looked like an officer and was talking to several old men, his face slightly flushed. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhou, the mission I have received is to escort you out of the mountain city safely. Nothing else is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain had a serious expression, as if he was not willing to negotiate. No, I won't leave. The precious research materials and samples in the laboratory are very important. Many people paid the price of their lives to preserve them, and they must be taken out. Otherwise, I won't go with you. You can leave me alone, and I will stay in the Shancheng laboratory. A stubborn old man was angry. Mr. Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue. But if you die, no matter how much information you have, it will be useless. Captain Zhao advised earnestly. You don't understand the importance of those research samples at all. Old man, Wang did not back down. At this time, another old man said gently, Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang is not angry with you, but those research materials are really important. If you don't bring out the research materials and samples, it will be useless even if you rescue all of us so-called experts and professors. We need those samples, and so does the country. They are the genetic samples of the earliest mutant animals and plants in the mountain city, including the most important genetic sample of mutant number 001. Only by bringing back these samples can we continue our research. Otherwise, when mutant number 001 fully grows up, tens of millions of people in this entire mountain city will be killed by it. We can't let this happen. These are the lives of tens of millions of people. Hearing Mr. Zhou's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao also frowned. The death order given to him was to rescue these scientists and virus genetic experts. But if you venture to the Institute now, it will undoubtedly be very risky. Captain Zhao was a little hesitant. How to choose between the life and death of tens of millions of people and the life and death of a dozen professors and experts. If it were in the past, he would definitely choose the former without hesitation. But now is the end of the world, and these dozen or so leaders in their respective fields are obviously more important to the future of all mankind. I have to go back to the Institute. I want to go too. At this time, an extremely rational female voice with almost no emotional fluctuations was heard. Everyone subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. An intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses. But your safety? Captain Zhao hesitated. I said, we must go back. The woman's tone left no room for doubt. 5-8. Ideas for building a shelter. Dr. Lin, my order is to protect your safety. Nothing else is more important than your safety. Captain Zhao still wanted to stop it, and I want the senior professors to help persuade him. After all, Dr. Lin was one of the people who had been specifically ordered to be brought back safely. Who knows? The old professors actually all agreed with Dr. Lin's words. Captain Zhao even had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin very much, just like her students. But how is this possible? Although Dr. Lin has a good resume, it is definitely far inferior to other senior professors. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhou, these two old professors have a certain reputation all over the world. But at this moment, the two respected old professors were very well behaved. Even Mr. Wang, who had a stubborn temper, nodded silently. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall that when he received the mission, his superiors had specifically issued a death order, saying that the safety of Dr. Lin Jiwei was very important, and Dr. Lin must be protected, and no coercive means must be used. When necessary, we can request fighter jet assistance. In any case, we must rescue Dr. Lin. It seems that Dr. Lin's identity is not simple. Therefore, under pressure, Captain Zhao had no choice but to agree to go to the Research Institute again. But he refused to bring all the experts and professors with him. Otherwise, if they were wiped out, it would be a loss for the entire Xia country, and even for all mankind. So, the troops were divided into two groups. A team led by Captain Zhao went to the Institute to obtain genetic samples and research data. The other team stayed behind to protect the safety of the old professors. Only, Lin Jiwei also wants to take the risk and go to the Research Institute. Even though Captain Zhao tried to persuade him several times, it was of no use. Captain Zhao felt helpless against this strong Dr. Lin. The key point is that the other old professors also stand on Lin Jiwei's side. Whenever he said no, the other senior professors would get anxious before Dr. Lin even reacted. I was right yesterday. This mutant black spider is really growing. It's even bigger today than yesterday. After Shun Yi returned to the community, he subconsciously used telepathy to look at the black spider lurking on the 6th floor and found that its size had grown larger. Yesterday, he thought he had seen it wrong, but apparently not. The mutated black spider is growing, and growing very fast. It becomes one circle bigger in just one day. The growth rate of this black spider is too terrifying. Is it because of the constant eating, or is it because of the mutation? Shan Yi frowned it. It seems we need to find a way to solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this black spider continues to grow, it might really threaten my safety. Take your gaze away. Shun Yi used teleportation to go to Building 13, visited his grandmother and younger sister, and left some food and water. Afterwards, Shun Yi returned to the 6th floor and first came to 1501 to help Chu Xiaoxiao change the gauze and apply medicine. I found a lot of medicines in the hospital today, including some that can treat external injuries. While changing the dressing, Shun Yi took the opportunity to ask Chu Xiaoxiao if she knew any other residents in the building. But Chu Xiao Xiao said that she had just moved in not long ago, and she usually stayed at home to live broadcast and seldom went out. So naturally, she didn't know her neighbors. I don't even know my next door neighbor's name. So, Shunny didn't ask any more questions and used teleportation to go home. Hubby, you're back. The women in the living room were no longer as surprised as before when they saw Shun Yi appear out of nowhere. Instead, they greeted him enthusiastically. The girls' enthusiasm today was even greater than usual, because Shun Yi gave Su wanting superpowers. They all wanted to gain superpowers, so naturally they started to find all kinds of ways to please Shun Yi. This is also what Shun Yi wants to see. However, after running around outside all day, he was a little tired and had to get up early tomorrow to find those soldiers. So, Shun Yi planned to have a good night's sleep. If we can get the submachine guns and grenades in the hands of those soldiers, maybe we can kill the mutant black spider. Originally, Shun Yi was simply curious about what those soldiers were here for, but after feeling the threat from the black spider again today, he started to think about taking the soldiers' weapons. The pistol can't break the mutated black spider's defense, but at least a grenade can't do the trick, right? Shun Yi was lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's plans when there was a knock on the door. Hubby, are you asleep? It's the sound of Jiang Nan's smoke. Not yet. Come in and tell me something. Jiang Nanyan pushed the door open and walked in, closing it behind her. Honey, I have a friend who also wants to seek asylum. So do you think you can take her in? Jiang Nanyan said. Female. Shan Yifronit. Yeah, and she's very pretty and has a great figure. Jiang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Shun Yi's brows relaxed, as he understood what Jiang Nanyan meant. This relationship is not a virgin act, but a desire to find a woman for myself. Really? Because Su wanting gained superpowers, the other women couldn't sit still. It's kinda expected. After all, Jiang Nanyan betrayed her teacher from the very beginning in order to gain his favor. This kind of healthy competition among the concubines in the harem is naturally a good thing for Shun Yi. He thought for a moment and asked, Isn't the internet disconnected now? Can you still contact your friend? I've talked to her before and know where she is now. Jiang Nanyan replied. If possible, she didn't want to take the risk of picking up her friends. But when she thought about the fact that Su Wanting had gained superpowers, she felt a little unwilling. Honey, I can drive to pick her up. There shouldn't be any problem. Jiang Nanyan added. Shun Yi pondered for a moment. It's a bit risky to let Jiang Nanyan take it. Shun Yi is not sure whether the unlocked materials will be stopped after the woman dies, so he doesn't want Jiang Nanyan to take risks. It is becoming more and more dangerous outside. Even Shun Yi needs to turn on the perspective cheat when going out, let alone ordinary people. Not to mention, husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. There is no need to let Jiang Nanyan die for no reason. As long as the woman was not a traitor to him. Even if she was just a vase, Shun Yi didn't want to kill her casually. After all, he has enough material resources to support a woman, and they have some emotional foundation. Unfortunately, apart from his own woman, Shun Yi has no other subordinates at his disposal, and he would not feel sorry if they died, etc. Why can't we have such subordinates? Absolutely. Even ordinary people can have a bunch of younger brothers working for them. As long as you take out a little bit of supplies, you can take in a bunch of people to work for you, right? And I have no shortage of supplies. There are millions of servings of water and food in the warehouse. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. What's more, Shun Yi now has the ability to see through hostility. If any of his subordinates have any ulterior motives, he can just kill them. You can recruit people to help you without worrying about betrayal. You can't do everything yourself, right? Even if such a subordinate died, he would not feel too sad. After all, they were just doing normal transactions. I give you food and water, and you work for me. Thinking of this, Shun Yi looked at Jiang Nanyan and said, I recently had an idea to set up a shelter to accommodate the survivors. Under the current circumstances, the National Rescue will definitely not be able to come. We can take in some of the survivors, especially the female survivors, to help us. Yes, there's another benefit to setting up a shelter, and that is to accommodate female survivors. Let the female survivors come to our door themselves. Otherwise, asking Shun Yi to find female survivors who meet the system standards one by one would be too slow. But if you have a shelter, and everyone is serving you and helping you find women who meet the system standards, then the speed will increase immediately. Assembly line engineering is definitely faster than one person. Honey, if you have made up your mind, I will start preparing tomorrow. Jiang Nanyan said immediately. She now really wants to do something for Shun Yi and get the reward of the supernatural fruit. Well, you can start preparing tomorrow. First, count the residents in this community. We will use this community as the initial base to build a shelter. Shun Yi said, there are enough houses in this community, and they're all large flats with a wide view, making them suitable as a base. But we have to get rid of the mutated black spider first. Think of this. Shun Yi took out several supernatural fruits from the system space. 59. After investing for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Shun Yi took out the supernatural fruit and said, if Jiang Nanyan is asked to do something, he must be given a certain reward. In addition, Jiang Nanyan also made a contribution by deceiving by Cinny, so giving her a few more supernatural fruits can be regarded as compensation. For people who have already acquired superpowers, eating a few more fruits will not have much effect. Superpowers will only transform every time they are upgraded. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 supernatural fruits, and she quickly took them. I didn't expect that my husband would give me so many supernatural fruits. There are 4 more than Su wanting. As expected, I still need to collect women for my husband, so that he will be happy. Jiang Nanyan, who thought she had found the trick, now wanted to do a good job in setting up the shelter, take in more female survivors, and then pick out beautiful women for her husband. This way he can get more rewards. While thinking this, he had already taken several supernatural fruits. Suddenly, a cool feeling, like an electric shock, flowed through her body. It felt so good. Is this the feeling of gaining superpowers? Afterwards, Shun Yi also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her supernatural powers. And he also told Jiang Nanyan that superpowers can be upgraded. For example, if she has eaten 5 supernatural fruits now, if she eats about 5 more, her supernatural power level will be 1 level higher, and her supernatural power will become stronger. Jiang Nanyan showed a surprised expression when she heard it. No wonder she felt that every time she ate a fruit, her superpowers seemed to increase slightly, but the feeling was not obvious. It turns out that you need to upgrade. Suddenly, she became more determined to work hard. Only by working hard can you obtain more supernatural fruits and improve your supernatural level. As long as my ability level is higher than Su Wanting and other women, I will have the most say. Moreover, the higher the level of my ability, the more valuable I am to Shun Yi, and he will be less likely to abandon me. Jiang Nanyan thought so and already had a clear goal. It doesn't matter who gets the superpower first. What's more important is who has a higher level of superpower. After all, as Shun Yi said, the effect of the ability will double with each level up. Level 2 abilities far outweigh Level 1 abilities. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shun Yi was very satisfied. Continue to use the level of supernatural powers to make promises, so that women will have the motivation to strive for success, and they can also enjoy better services. Anyway, telepathy is not a combat ability. Even if all his women are upgraded to level 7 or 8, they will not pose a threat to him. On the contrary, you can help yourself. For example, when recruiting survivors, telepathy can be used to screen out those who are hostile, have bad intentions, etc. In conclusion, as long as Jiang Nanyan works hard, Shun Yi is prepared to make her the first person besides himself to upgrade to level 2 supernatural powers. Jiang Nanyan's ability to do things is very reliable, and her current level of loyalty is catching up with Su Wanting, so she is worth training. Hubby, I will serve you. After mastering the supernatural power, Jiang Nanyan blushed slightly and slowly unbuttoned her pink pajamas. Shun Yi wanted to refuse, but when he saw the purple color of Jiang Nanyan's pajamas, he fell silent. Purple is very charming. Well, it's human nature. I'm destined not to have a good night's sleep tonight. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Lu Yiya is in a difficult situation. Her mind was full of messy thoughts, and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Shun Yi, you didn't want me again tonight. Why? Do you really dislike yourself so much? Although she knew that her looks could not compare to Shun Yi's other women, she would not admit that she was ugly. From junior high school to college, she had many suitors. If she hadn't been so focused on studying, Lu Yiya felt that she could easily have 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. I'm definitely not ugly. I am beautiful. Only, the girls around Shun Yi are all goddess level, and she is far inferior in comparison. In fact, the main reason is that sleeping with Lu Yiya will not unlock supplies. So naturally Shun Yi had no interest in it anymore. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. As for the reason for keeping Lu Yiya, it was because Shun Yi had long thought about setting up a shelter and thought that someone might be needed to do odd jobs, so he kept her. Otherwise, you can't do everything yourself. The next day, after waking up, Shun Yi had breakfast with the girls and talked about his idea of setting up a shelter. This idea immediately gained everyone's support. Since the girls followed Shun Yi, they no longer had to worry about food and drink, nor did they have to worry about safety issues. All they did every day was eat and sleep, and they were bored to death, so they want to find something to do. And once a shelter is established, they can mobilize the shelter's personnel to search for their families. As for asking Shun Yi to help them find their families, none of the women had ever thought about it. If they make Shun Yi unhappy, they will be in trouble. Of course, in addition to the careful thought of finding family members. More importantly, they heard that Jiang Nanyan was rewarded with 5 supernatural fruits at one time, and also learned that supernatural powers can actually be upgraded. As a result, the enthusiasm of all the girls was aroused. They also have to work hard to obtain the supernatural fruit. Regarding the number of people the shelter will admit, as well as issues such as food and accommodation, you should discuss and come up with a reasonable plan, and then show it to me. Shun Yi said. He doesn't want to worry about these trivial matters. What's more, he doesn't understand management matters. In comparison, Jiang Nanyan, whose family runs a company, should have more experience. At least he has more experience than me. Leave professional matters to professionals, and you just need to sit back and do nothing. Anyway, the final decision-making power lies with you. If you're not satisfied, you can just veto it. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shun-Yi left home. Before leaving, she left 5 guns behind and asked Su-Yun to be responsible for the management and distribution of the weapons. Since we need to build a shelter, it is necessary for our women to have weapons. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with the bad guys if we encounter them. Hubby, don't worry. Leave the safety of the home to me. Su-Yun nodded seriously. Although she was still uncomfortable with Shun-Yi's harem, Su-Yun's loyalty to Shun-Yi did not waver at all. Shun-Yi also trusts her. He even rewarded Su-Yun with an extra supernatural fruit. The supernatural fruit was unlocked from Su-Yun, so giving her the reward would not be unfair to other women. What's more, she doesn't care about fairness or not. He can reward whomever he wants. If any woman resents herself for this kind of thing, she deserves to die. Leave home. Shun-Yi first came to 1501 and changed the gauze for the two-dimensional anchor Chu Xiao Xiao. After a few days of rest, her wounds healed a little. It seems that it should be possible to do some simple exercises. After investing for so long, it's time to see the returns. 60. Superpower upgrade, giant mutated dog. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I'll come find you. Remember to wash it clean. After Shun-Yi changed Chu Xiao Xiao's medicine, he left dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, then used teleportation to leave. He also had to hurry to find the soldiers he saw yesterday. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get high lethal weapons such as grenades after the soldiers left. As for Chu Xiao Xiao, if she's allowed to recover for another day, the investment will be recovered tonight. If Shun-Yi had not had to worry about food and drink, he would have fought bloody battles long ago and would not have cared whether Chu Xiao Xiao would get hurt. But after all, it has not reached the point where they are out of ammunition and food, and Shun-Yi still has his bottom line. What do you mean by coming to see me tonight? Chu Xiao Xiao lay on the sofa, murmuring seemingly ignorantly, but her cute face gradually turned red. Of course she understood what Shun-Yi meant. Finally, we are reaching that step. In fact, Chu Xiao Xiao has been feeling anxious these past 2 days. She was looking forward to it, excited but also a little scared and worried. What if the Prince Charming no longer cares about me after I break through the last step? What if I am abandoned? But given the kindness of the Prince Charming, he shouldn't be a heartless man like Chinshimi, right? But no matter how she imagined it, she seemed to have neither the reason nor the ability to refuse. Well, now the thing to come to this. Let's clean ourselves up first. Chu Xiao Xiao looked at the dozens of bottles of mineral water that Prince Charming had left for her, which were enough for her to wash her body carefully. According to his memory, Shun-Yi quickly arrived at the place where the team of soldiers stayed yesterday. While eating the supernatural fruit, he observed secretly and thought about how to obtain grenades and submachine guns. Murder and robbery? Not very stable. Although he could teleport, he could still sneak attack and kill a few soldiers by surprise. But after all, there are more than a dozen people on the other side. What if they are all experienced in combat? Then I might be able to do it too. The risk and return are not proportional. So Shun-Yi decisively gave up the risky idea. Then we can only trade. Exchange food and water for submachine guns and grenades. As long as these soldiers are short of water and food, they will definitely be willing to change. Certainly, even exchange has risks. What if these soldiers see that I have abundant supplies and want to rob me? In the apocalypse, not all soldiers can be trusted. Shun-Yi felt it was a bit tricky. It would be nice if there was a monster that could kill them all, and I could reap the benefits. I think so. Unfortunately, after Shun-Yi searched around, he found no particularly ferocious mutant monsters within a kilometer. Are they leaving? Shun-Yi was silently thinking about the plan when he suddenly noticed that 7 or 8 soldiers, along with 2 men and 1 woman in white coats, were about to leave the building. Act separately? Although he didn't understand what these soldiers meant, Shun-Yi realized that this was his chance. He cracked the fruit, hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow the soldiers who were leaving the building. The first is to observe what their purpose is and see if there is any chance to get their weapons. Secondly, Shun-Yi saw that the intelligent, mature woman who triggered the system prompt was also among the group of soldiers leaving the building. If I'm lucky, maybe I can capture both the weapons and the people. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 8. Telepathy. LV8, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 3,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 3,000 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Finally upgraded again. Shun-Yi had just finished eating a fruit when a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. The higher the level of the ability, the more difficult it is to upgrade. From level 7 to level 8, he felt like he had eaten 200 or 300 fruits. Even more, if it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to find so many supernatural fruits in his lifetime, right? So Shun-Yi was really curious whether the abilities of other psychics could be upgraded. Or is there any other way to upgrade? Level 8, 3 kilometers of vision, awesome. Shun-Yi sensed it and found that his field of vision had expanded by 2 times. But there's also a downside, which is that if he wants to look at the target at the farthest distance, he will consume slightly more physical strength. But the impact is not big. With Shun Yi's current physical strength, it is enough to cope with it. As long as he doesn't use teleportation all the time to travel, the energy he consumes can be recovered even if he uses telepathy all the time. The direction they're heading in, damn. Downtown. Shun Yi suddenly frowned. From a bird's eye view, he discovered that this team of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. City center? Shun Yi remembered Su Yun saying that there was a terrifying mutant tree in the city center, and that tree seemed to have intelligence. Shun Yi doesn't want to meet this tree. His current strength is simply not enough. Follow them from a distance and see. If they really want to cause trouble for the big tree, I will just watch from a distance and leave if I see something is not right. Shun Yi thought so. Now I have a 3-kilometer field of vision, which allows me to leave a large safe distance. Don't worry about being implicated. That's all. One in front and one behind. Maintaining the maximum distance of telepathy, Shun Yi followed the group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. The fighting power of this group of soldiers was indeed very strong. They shot to death all the mutant animals they encountered along the way. Moreover, they also collected the corpses of some mutant animals. I don't know if it's for eating or what. Shun Yi watched all the actions of this group of soldiers as if he was watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived at the gate of a virus research institute. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. So these people in white coats are not doctors, but virus researchers? No wonder there are so many heavily armed soldiers protecting it. Shun Yi understood. From watching the battle along the way, Shun Yi knew that this group of soldiers were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Their reaction ability and reaction speed are very strong. He should be an elite in the army, a special forces soldier or something like that. Fortunately, I didn't take the risk to attack them before, otherwise something might have happened. But what's going on in this institute? There are so many mutant animals and plants. Could it be that since the beginning of the apocalypse, these mutant plants and animals have been studied here? Shun Yi just took a quick glance and saw many mutated animals and plants in the research institute, as well as the mutilated bodies of many researchers and security guards. In other words, as soon as this group of soldiers enter, they will soon be attacked by mutated animals and plants. Although they should be able to cope with it in the short term with their weapons and equipment, if it drags on for too long, something big will definitely happen. Because Shun Yi saw through X-ray vision that in a room underground in this research institute, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, very strong mutant green dog lying down. Yes, a green dog. The hair on its body is green like leaves. If you don't look carefully, you might think this mutant dog is covered with leaves. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this mutant dog. Even if other animals mutate, at most they will become larger in size, stronger in appearance, and more ferocious. But this mutant dog's hair and appearance have also mutated, and it's also ridiculously large. Just as Shun Yi was looking at it carefully again. Sudden, the mutant green dog opened his eyes. Its eyeballs are also green. It seemed to have sensed something, looked around, and made dangerous sounds. Shun Yi was shocked. No way. Could it be that this mutant green dog could actually sense that I was watching it from several kilometers away? If so, it is too dangerous. At the same time, soldiers have entered the institute. While killing the mutated animals and plants, they quickly came to the elevator and took it to the underground. Their target seems to be this mutant green dog. 6-1 crisis. Because the Virus Research Institute has its own independent power supply system. So even if the whole city loses power, it still has electricity. All lights were working normally, and the elevators were functioning normally. At this time, inside an elevator, Lin Jue, who had been very quiet along the way, suddenly said to the soldiers, "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained strong. The soldiers were stunned and frowned subconsciously. The Research Institute is so dangerous, yet we still have to put away our weapons. Isn't this just seeking death? Even Captain Zhao, who had been very cooperative along the way, was unwilling to listen to Lin Jue at this moment. After all, this concerns everyone's safety. With your weapons sheathed, your reaction to an enemy will be several seconds slower. Most of the time, a few seconds can determine a person's life or death. So, Captain Zhao said to the soldiers, "Everyone concentrate and don't accidentally fire your guns. There may be something important in the underground laboratory." Yes, the soldiers obeyed the order, and the discomfort in their hearts subsided slightly. You can be careful not to fire accidentally, but it is impossible to put away your weapon. Otherwise, they feel insecure. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured about my soldiers. No one will accidentally fire their weapons. Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jue. Since Lin Jue didn't say anything, he thought that there might be some precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory, so he needed to put away the gun to prevent it from being damaged. But Captain Zhao believes in his soldiers. They're all professionally trained, and it is impossible for an accidental discharge of the gun under such circumstances. Captain Zhao's solution was a moderate one, neither standing on the side of his own soldiers, nor on the side of Lin Jue. "No, I'm not worried about the genetic sample." Lin Jue adjusted his glasses, looked at the soldiers, and said without any emotion, "I am worried about you." The soldiers were confused. Worried about us who are fully armed? Many people even wanted to laugh. If they had enough ammunition, they would have been able to sweep through this virus research institute. Ordinary mutant plants and animals who can withstand rifle fire. Grenade bombing? The reason why they were so cautious was mainly because of insufficient firepower, not because of fear. Fight. It was at this time. The elevator stopped on the third floor underground and the door opened. What comes into view is a long corridor. The corridor is tall and wide, and the white light is a bit dazzling. The soldiers immediately raised their guns vigilantly and scanned the surroundings. I saw. The walls were covered with dark red blood. There are also a lot of bloodstains dragged on the ground. But there are no corpses or mutant monsters to be seen. All soldiers immediately became alert. This situation often means that the danger level is very high. 2 soldiers were the first to walk out of the elevator to check. Then, before they could report the situation, Lin Jiwei followed out. She was as fearless and unafraid as ever, and seemed to have everything under control. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao's face changed, and he quickly chased after him. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but walked towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers could only catch up quickly. Captain Zhao's face didn't look good. This Dr. Lin is so reckless. Didn't take their arrangements seriously at all. If a mutant animal really appeared, they would not have enough time to rescue Lin Jiwei. Come to the laboratory door at the end. Lin Jiwei stood in front of the password door, looked at the soldiers behind him, and said again, "Put away your guns and don't show hostility, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety next time." She said very little, but contained a lot of information. But it didn't sound very pleasant to the soldiers' ears. Can you ensure safety by putting away your gun and not showing any hostility? Sorry, we only trust the guns in our hands. So no soldier listener. Captain Zhao, please ask them to put away their guns, otherwise it will be very dangerous. There is a very powerful mutant animal in here. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all, and will even anger it. A male researcher in a white coat hurriedly advised. Dr. Lin is just a quiet person and not good at expressing herself. Actually, she is doing this for our own good, another male researcher also explained. They understand Lin Jiwei's character and know how smart Lin Jiwei is. Don't think that Lin Jiwei is incompetent just because she is a woman and relatively young. Dr. Lin is a genius who is highly respected even by other senior professors. When they first came to the institute, they looked down on Dr. Lin because she was a woman. As a result, a considerable price was paid for this. Captain Zhao frowned when he heard what the 2 male researchers said. Like his soldiers, he believed more in the sense of security that the gun in his hand brought him. But he did not want to displease Dr. Lin and the other 2, so he ordered the soldiers to lower their guns and not to fire unless absolutely necessary. Although he didn't put away the gun directly, he still gave face to Dr. Lin. I think it should be possible. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's little thoughts. After reminding everyone for the second time, she started to enter the password, and then went through a series of processes such as facial recognition and pupil recognition to unlock the laboratory door. As for what will happen next, she has already given a hint. Crack! With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. An unpleasant smell emanated from it, causing everyone to frown subconsciously and become alert. Woof! Suddenly, a deep and powerful dog barking sounded from the laboratory. The sound was so harsh that the soldiers raised their guns, as if by muscle memory, and prepared for battle. Lin Jiwei frowned. Wrong. How did it wake up? Obviously, this door has never been opened, and no one has ever come in. Lin Jiwei murmured, and then immediately closed the laboratory door that had just been opened, and turned back and said, "Go! Get out of here!" Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? There's something wrong with the experimental subject. Only I can solve it from now on. You must evacuate the laboratory immediately. For the first time, Lin Jiwei's voice sounded urgent. But Captain Zhao held the gun tightly in his hand, stared at the laboratory door, and showed no intention of retreating. He had to cover the retreat of Dr. Lin and the 2 researchers first. Dr. Lin, you can't take any risks. Take the 2 researchers and retreat first. The rest of you, prepare for battle. Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei and gave orders in an orderly manner. The soldiers opened the safety and stared closely at the closed gate. At the same time, inside the laboratory, heavy gasping sounds continued to be heard. What followed was a vibration that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something got up and was moving toward the door. The soldiers looked solemn. This movement is probably not an ordinary mutated monster. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was hit hard and became dented and deformed. The soldiers' pupils suddenly shrank. Such a thick iron door was deformed by being hit. What kind of power is this? Bang! Bang! After 2 consecutive heavy blows, the heavy iron door was about to collapse. The soldiers clenched their guns and became nervous involuntarily. What kind of monster is this that has such terrifying power? Moreover, what is the function of this iron door? There is no way to stop this monster. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron gate couldn't bear the weight and was smashed open. Then, a huge green monster appeared in front of everyone. Shocked, without a second's hesitation, Captain Zhao gave the order and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand at the same time. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked behind, wanted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets quickly hit the green monster. 6-2. All mankind has entered a new era. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets from submachine guns and assault rifles poured out at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, and the dense rain of bullets penetrated the green monster's body fiercely. Blood spurted out of the monster, splattering on the walls and the ground. Bullets can hurt it. Suddenly, all the soldiers became excited and hope lit up in their eyes. As long as the gun can hurt the monster, it proves that it can be killed. There is nothing to be afraid of if a monster can be killed. The soldiers quickly split into two groups, firing crossfire with almost no interruption. They skillfully changed their ammunition while steadily advancing forward, trying to force the monster back to the laboratory or kill it directly. At the same time, as the gunshots rang out, crackling sounds were heard from several laboratories on both sides of the corridor. It seemed that something was struggling, as if it was startled by the gunshots and wanted to break out. Dr. Lin, go away. Captain Zhao pulled the trigger and took the time to turn around and shout. However, he saw that Lin Jiwei's expression was extremely complicated. Her face was filled with surprise, confusion, and even a hint of surprise. This was the first time that Captain Zhao saw such rich emotions on Lin Jiwei's face, which was always calm and composed, as if he was in control of everything. Why did she have such an expression when she saw this huge monster? Before Captain Zhao could think about it, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the front. He turned his head suddenly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The huge green monster rushed out under the dense rain of bullets and knocked away the two soldiers in the front with one claw. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other soldiers were also shocked by this scene, and the guns in their hands could not help but stop. So many bullets were shot into this monster's body, and it was able to fight back. What's even more terrifying is that its speed seems to be faster than before. At this time, the green monster's eyes glowed scarlet, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone it saw without mercy. This damn beast! Everyone retreat immediately! When Captain Zhao saw his soldiers being killed, he was furious and immediately ordered a retreat. At the same time, he quickly took out a grenade from his waist, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing the order, the surviving soldiers and researchers immediately turned and rushed to the elevator, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Captain Zhao seized the opportunity, pulled the safety of the grenade, threw it hard at the green monster, then turned around and ran. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the entire laboratory shook violently. The corridor was instantly filled with dust, several lights were blown out, and the vision became blurred. The power of this grenade is even stronger than what is shown in the movies. Is it specially made? Shen Yi, who had already arrived outside the research institute and was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression when he saw this scene. The power of this explosion was too strong. If I had this grenade, I could easily kill the mutated black spider. This mutant green dog is still alive? How is this possible? Shen Yi frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Because the lights were blown out and the dust was everywhere, he couldn't see the specific condition of the mutant green dog, but he could vaguely see a dark aura in the dust that exuded a strong hostile aura. Such strong hostility must be caused by the mutant green dog. Only living things can emit such a scent. But, after being blown up like that, it's still alive? Shen Yi felt incredible. First, there was intensive fire from submachine guns and rifles, followed by a fierce bombardment of grenades. How the hell could he still be alive? What kind of heaven-defying vitality is this? If these mutant creatures are everywhere in the world, it seems understandable why the country cannot provide rescue in a short period of time. Shen Yi found a secluded place, continued to hide, and watched the battle silently. He wanted to see how resilient this mutant green dog was. At this time, Captain Zhao returned to the ground floor, clenched his fists, and his face was terribly gloomy. Although the mutant green dog was killed by the explosion, but his squad also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were equally grief-stricken, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The looks they gave Lin Jiwei and the other 2 researchers became complicated, even with a hint of blame. If they had not insisted on coming back to take the risk, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a great sacrifice. Although, rationally speaking, as a soldier, sacrifice is inevitable. But emotionally, they still find it difficult to accept. Dr. Lin, we have obtained all the other information, but I'm afraid we can't retrieve the information underground. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao suppressed his emotions and asked in the calmest tone possible. You guys go back. Lin Jiwei didn't even raise his head, and the pen in his hand quickly recorded on the notebook. His tone was calm, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Captain Zhao almost broke through. What does you guys go back mean? We sacrificed so many people to protect you, and you don't even leave? Then what is our sacrifice for? Dr. Lin, What do you mean? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice, with suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Jiwei was still concentrating on the notebook in his hand, and replied without looking up. My research has made significant progress, and I need to further improve it. As long as it can be completed, it can prove that my previous research direction is correct. No, maybe it can be proved now, because Era is alive again, and it still retains a strong vitality. This is a relatively benign evolution. Experiment? Evolution. Captain Zhao was stunned. He seemed to have grasped some key information. Could it be that the huge mutant monster on the third floor is an experimental subject? This woman created this experiment. Captain Zhao, you guys take the information back first. I'll stay and help Dr. Lin. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will usher in a new era. A male researcher said excitedly, with fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Captain Zhao felt mixed emotions as he looked at the three scientists in front of him who were immersed in their research. They seemed to have completely ignored the tragedy that had just happened, and only had eyes for the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dr. Lin, we can't joke with your life. We hope you can leave with us. The helicopter that will pick us up will arrive in 5 hours at most. If you miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave the mountain city again. Captain Zhao tried to persuade her in a heavy tone. Lin Jiwei finally raised his head, his eyes calm and without any ripples. Science is never smooth sailing. Death is certainly painful, but if my research can bring enough value, then all deaths are worth it. So, I will not leave Shansheng, and you don't need to waste your time trying to persuade me. Instead of persuading me, you should take others and leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao was silent. He looked at the surviving soldiers around him, then at Lin Jiwei and the two fanatical researchers, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you don't want to leave, we won't evacuate. We will stay to protect you, even if we die in battle. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's righteous words and continued to immerse himself in his notebook. His expression changed from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. It's like a robot without emotions. Captain Zhao sighed silently, turned around, and directed the soldiers to begin setting up defense lines. His mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he understood the scientist's persistence. On the other hand, he could not accept such a crazy adventure. However, after calming down, he thought carefully about what the male researcher said and felt that it was a little unusual. What does it mean to let all of humanity enter a new era? Captain Zhao frowned. If a monster in the basement was created by Lin Jiwei, what does that prove? Proves that she has the ability to stir up trouble? Or prove that she has the power to change the world? Seeing Captain Zhao's confused expression, another male researcher explained, the mutant monster you saw on the third floor underground was actually a husky or a dog. Husky. Captain Zhao and other soldiers recalled that the monster did make a dog's barking sound, but its size and shape were completely unlike an ordinary dog. Yes, it was originally a pet dog raised by Dr. Lin, but it mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused and continued. Dr. Lin injected this mutant pet dog with a special gene extracted from gene sample number 001, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation based on the original mutation. No, it should be said that it evolved. So, it evolved into what you see. However, it should be in a dormant state. After all, the amount of sedatives injected was 5 times that of the previous time. But the strange thing is that it woke up early. As the male researcher was talking, he became confused and couldn't help but whisper to himself. Why did it wake up early? This doesn't make sense. Could it have undergone a new mutation and become immune to the sedative? Or, did someone wake it up? But the laboratory door is locked. Who can get in? That's strange. After hearing the explanation, Captain Zhao became even more confused, but he was more concerned about another question. What did you mean by if the research direction is correct? All mankind will enter a new era. 63. There's a fine line between genius and madness. I don't know the specific details of the research. Only Professor Wang and Professor Zhou, as well as Dr. Lin, who is in charge of the research, know these. But I am sure that Dr. Lin's research can change some of the genes of humans, allowing them to gain strength, speed, and vitality that are no less than those of mutant animals. As the male researcher spoke, he turned his gaze to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes full of reverence and admiration, as if he was looking at a god. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the destiny of mankind. Captain Zhao and the soldiers around him were completely confused. Changing human genes? Why can such a conclusion be drawn through experiments on a mutant dog? Can dogs and humans have the same genes? But at least they understood the literal meaning. If this research is successful, ordinary people will gain power comparable to that of mutated animals. If this is true, it would indeed be enough to bring all of humanity into a whole new era. Suddenly, the looks of all the soldiers towards Lin Jiwei changed. This doctor is simply a monster. Imagine if you and others could possess the strength and speed of mutant animals, coupled with modern thermal weapons. Then the mutant animals and plants would pose no threat at all. Even If they could have the strong vitality of the mutant monster in the underground laboratory and be able to withstand submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, they would be invincible. Superman is no more than that. Bang bang. Sudden, there was another loud knocking sound from underground. It was like something was trying to come up from underground. The soldiers were stunned and subconsciously looked towards the elevator. What's going on? It's still alive. The genes of the 001 mutant can indeed merge with living things. Lin Jiwei stood up suddenly and stared at the elevator excitedly. Captain Zhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, Dr. Lin, you mean that the noise was made by the mutant dog in the basement? His tone was full of disbelief. How could it still be alive after such an explosion? Even if he was still alive, he couldn't possibly have such terrifying strength. Lin Ji closed his eyes, sensed for a while, and then said slowly, yes, that's it. Its injuries have mostly healed. What a strong vitality. There was no fear or terror on Lin Jiwei's expression, only excitement. But the other soldiers looked unhappy. Not only did the monster not die, but it recovered? Doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? Facing such a monster, it would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. But even though they were afraid, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what should we do now? Captain Zhao quickly asked Lin Jiwei for his opinion. In the past, he only trusted the weapon in his hand. But after experiencing the battle in the underground laboratory just now, where 4 soldiers died because of his wrong command, he realized his mistake. Professional matters should be done by professionals. You leave the institute, and I will tame it alone from now on. Lin Jiwei did not explain the reason. Or rather, she was too lazy to explain. Just like before in the basement, she had advised everyone to put away their guns, but it was just a few words of advice, and if they didn't listen, then die. Dr. Lin, how are you going to tame that monster? Captain Zhao was incredulous. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and said calmly, it's my pet, but it has mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be shot to death like everyone else. Lin Jiwei replied calmly. There was no fear of death, only an almost crazy desire in her eyes. This, Captain Zhao hesitated. Dr. Lin himself was not completely sure. The risk is too great. If Dr. Lin died, then they would have suffered a huge loss on this trip. Bang! Sudden, there was another loud crash from underground, and the mutant dog seemed to have come to the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei looked back at everyone and said, leave as soon as possible. You can't help me here, and you'll make it go berserk. Captain Zhao was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, Dr. Lin, we will wait for you outside the institute. If anything happens, you must call us immediately. Lin Jiwei did not answer, but walked towards the elevator. Captain Zhao took a deep look at Dr. Lin's back, then turned around and said, retreat. Take them with you. Yes. The soldiers received the order and forcibly carried away the 2 male researchers who did not want to leave. At the same time, a deafening noise was heard. The mutated green giant dog used its brute force to forcibly break a passage through the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was completely destroyed and the wreckage was scattered all over the ground. When the people who had just walked out of the research institute heard the huge noise, they couldn't help but show worry on their faces. Huff, huff. The mutant giant dog was breathing heavily, and its body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. But these wounds were healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its eyes were red and emitted a fierce light. Although it was limping, it still walked towards Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs was blown off and was a bloody mess, but one could vaguely see new granulation tissue slowly growing. The mutant giant dog panted and finally stopped in front of Lin Jiwei, lowered its head and stared at her. Xiaoha. Lin Jiwei stood where he was, showing no fear, nor retreating, but just staring at the giant dog quietly. A few seconds later, the mutant giant dog slowly raised its paw and pressed down towards Lin Jiwei. Is it still not working? Lin Jiwei sighed softly. The next second, the giant claw that was about to press down suddenly stopped in midair, hanging above Lin Jiwei's head, as if it was firmly controlled by some invisible force. Is this supernatural power? Seeing this scene through telepathy, Shun Yi was thoughtful. It seems that this woman has a big secret. If you dare to face the giant mutant dog alone, you must be confident, right? Who knows? The next second after Shun Yi thought of this, the mutant giant dog seemed to be enraged, opened its big mouth, and bit Lin Jiwei fiercely. Lin Jiwei's face changed. She realized that Era was still in a furious state at this moment. Is there no other way but to detonate the bomb and kill it? No, I can't. This is the only successful experimental subject. It cannot die. In a flash, Lin Jiwei had made his choice. He would rather die himself than allow his experimental subjects to die, because she saw some possibility in this experimental subject. To put it bluntly, it is not for the country, not for humanity, and there is no greater cause. Lin Jiwei simply does not want his scientific research results to disappear. There's a fine line between genius and madness. Lin Jiwei is obviously crazy now. She gave up on detonating the bomb in the laboratory and gave up on destroying the mutant monster she created. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for death to come. She believed that her research direction was correct. Even if the monster she created did not have stable thinking, she felt that she was not wrong. Even if she had to do it again, she would still do it. Moreover, she will fuse several more genes into the mutated giant dog so that the mutated giant dog can evolve into a stronger one. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds, but found that he was still alive, so he opened his eyes. I saw. A huge dog's head was hanging above his head. The dog's mouth was very big, and it looked like it was going to eat itself, but it was suddenly frozen in mid-air, motionless. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, then looked at a figure that appeared about 10 meters away at some point. A man. Was this done by him? 64. Shun Yi's request. You have superpowers too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and stared at Shun Yi with shining eyes. Although she was asking, her tone was firm. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. This woman seems to have something. She was almost bitten to death, but not only was she not afraid, she was able to talk to herself calmly. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shun Yi and asked, what kind of supernatural power do you have? You can actually control mutated animals. Besides mutant animals, can you freeze other things? Like vehicles, airplanes? Shun Yi was stunned. He had never thought about this question. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, I haven't tried it either, but it should work. He remembered the introduction of the shadow binding ability, which said that it could immobilize any two targets, but it did not emphasize whether the targets were limited to living creatures. In other words, as long as there is a shadow, even an airplane can be stopped. When I think about it this way, the effect of shadow binding is even more awesome than I thought. Etc. What am I here for? Why am I discussing my powers with this woman here? I was led astray without realizing it. Shun Yi reacted and looked at Lin Jiwei, whose face was full of curiosity and was a little speechless. This woman is too curious. Shun Yi felt the energy in his body being consumed rapidly and asked directly, do you want to live? Hearing this question, Lin Jiwei was not surprised but asked in return, what price do I need to pay? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Very smart woman. As expected of a researcher. Very good comprehension ability. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. He also directly replied, your body. Only the body. Lin Jiwei frowned and asked back, seeming to think that the price was small. And be loyal to me. Don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me and I won't force you to stay. But if you betray me, I will kill you. Shun Yi continued. Okay, I can promise you that I will never betray you and will provide you with all the help I can. But I hope you can also agree to 2 conditions. Lin Jiwei agreed without much hesitation. This really surprised Shun Yi. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of death. So why would she exchange her own body in order to survive? But he didn't have time to think about it. Using shadow binding on this giant mutant dog would consume a lot of physical strength, and he couldn't waste too much time. Tell me your conditions. Shun Yi said. If the conditions were something like free food and drink, Shun Yi would naturally agree to it. But if the conditions are very difficult, Shun Yi will simply let go of the mutant giant dog. First, I have never done that kind of thing, and I'm not interested in it, so I hope to do it once a month. I don't want to waste my time on that kind of thing. Lin Jiwei stated his request. No problem. Shun Yi had no reason to refuse this condition. Not to mention once a month. As long as you unlock the rewards, you don't have to do it at all. Anyway, he has many women, so Lin Jiwei is not a shortage of them. Besides, Shun Yi already knew through the system prompts that Lin Jiwei was sexually frigid, so he could understand it. Second, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experiments. You can't stop me. If necessary, I hope you can provide me with some help. Lin Jiwei said this, and immediately added, as compensation, you have the first right to know and use all the genetic drugs I have developed. I won't give it to anyone without your permission. That is to say, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will be yours in the future. Shun Yi thought about it, and felt that this condition was not difficult, so he agreed. The reason why he came forward to rescue Lin Jiwei was, firstly, to unlock the supplies, and secondly, he was interested in the genetic research she was doing. Shun Yi wanted to set up a shelter, so naturally he would recruit talents in scientific research. I just don't know if the woman in front of me has this ability. Shun Yi didn't know that the mutated giant dog in front of him was created by Lin Jiwei. Otherwise, he would definitely not have this question. Even, he would not agree to support Lin Jiwei in genetic research. What if a monster happened to appear in your own home? Wouldn't that be a disaster? All I can say is that telepathy cannot hear sounds, so the information he obtains is not transparent enough. He thought Lin Jiwei was just a simple researcher, and most a bit smarter. But Lin Jiwei is not only smart, he is also a madman. Then let's go, Shun Yi said, and prepare to use teleport to leave. He didn't want to meet the soldiers outside. As for why he believed that what Lin Jiwei said was true, it was naturally because Shun Yi did not sense any hostility from Lin Jiwei's aura through telepathy. That proves that although she is smart, she is not scheming. Otherwise, Shun Yi would not have wasted so much energy and time. Wait a minute, I need to get some documents first. Lin Jiwei said this and turned to get the document from the table. If she could avoid death, she certainly wouldn't want to die. The reason why he didn't run just now was simply because he couldn't run away under the gaze of the mutant giant dog. In addition, the reason why she agreed to make a deal with Shun Yi was because she was interested in this man's abilities and body. Lin Jiwei observed that this man's body had a very powerful force, completely different from that of a normal human. Even their physical fitness is much stronger than those of special forces. This is a sample that is very worth studying. Okay, how do we leave? Lin Jiwei came to Shun Yi with a pile of documents and a notebook. She wanted to know how Shun Yi would avoid the soldiers outside and take her away. If Shun Yi doesn't have this ability, then the soldiers can control him and study him thoroughly. Shun Yi did not use teleportation immediately, but suddenly asked back, "Why don't you run now, or call for the soldiers outside to come in and rescue you? You won't let me get away." Lin Jiwei looked at Shun Yi quietly, staring into his eyes, and said calmly, "If I had not agreed to your conditions just now, you might have killed me directly, or you might have let Era go and let it kill me. Just understand, don't have any more thoughts." Shun Yi smiled faintly. This is a very smart woman. So, Shun Yi was also very direct with her. Either obey or die. Shun Yi is not good at scheming and plotting. Era, is that its name? Before leaving, Shun Yi glanced at the mutated giant dog. "Well, it's my pet dog." Lin Jiwei looked at the mutant giant dog, his eyes full of pride. Shun Yi frowned, thinking that he might have seen it wrong. What's there to be proud of if you raise your pet dog to be like this? Immediately, he walked forward, hugged Lin Jiwei, used instant teleportation continuously, and left the research institute. As for the mutant giant dog, she didn't deal with it and couldn't deal with it. As for Lin Jiwei, she had no intention of dealing with her. She deliberately let the mutant giant dog survive, and she wanted to come back to study it after some time. Of course, I won't tell this to anyone else. When Shun Yi left, the shadow binding lost its effect, and the mutant giant dog instantly regained its ability to move. It immediately let out a wild howl and destroyed the shelter crazily, as if to vent its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the sound of the mutant giant dog losing control and realized that something might have happened. Two fanatical male researchers wanted to rush in to rescue Lin Jiwei, but he was forcibly held back by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he could only give the order to retreat. He knows, Dr. Lin failed, and he paid the price with his life. Are you teleporting? What a magical power. How does it feel when you use it? Do you enter other dimensions when you teleport? Or a wormhole? Also, how many superpowers do you have? As soon as he left the shelter, Lin Jiwei asked a bunch of questions. Her desire for knowledge is so strong that it even surpasses her desire to survive. Moreover, she had a strong insight and immediately knew that Shun Yi was using teleportation. Shun Yi looked at the intellectual beauty who was pestering him as if she was treating him as a research subject, and suddenly he felt a little regretful. Shouldn't I have saved her just now? Too talkative. And they always ask questions to the bottom of everything, which is very annoying. Is this a common problem among scientists? I just hope Lin Jiwei has some ability and can come up with some research results. Otherwise, it's a waste of your time. Shun Yi paused and said, "Before I answer your question, let me ask you a question first. What's the problem? We can exchange." Lin Jiwei did not hesitate. 65. Influence of black fog, upper limit of supernatural power. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who has a certain level of scientific research and is very smart, Shun Yi asked a question that he had long had. "Since the apocalypse, I have been curious about one thing. Since you are a professional, please answer it for me. When the black fog appeared, animals and plants all mutated to varying degrees. But why didn't we humans mutate? After inhaling the black mist, humans only feel hungry and thirsty. Apart from that, there don't seem to be any other symptoms. At least none of the humans I've seen so far have mutated." When Lin Jiwei heard this question, he answered without hesitation. Because humans and animals have different genes, the black mist may have been modulated. It is only effective on animal genes and has little effect on human genes. Of course, low effect doesn't mean no effect. What we can confirm now is that the black fog has an impact on our human body, but the impact is very small and can be alleviated by drinking more water. I see. A question that had been bothering Shun Yi for a long time was finally answered. Then, he continued curiously, why do animals attack humans after they mutate? Even loyal pets will eat their owners. That's the second question. Lin Jiwei gave a reminder before continuing to answer. First of all, mutant animals don't just attack humans, they also attack each other. This is why we rarely see multiple mutant animals living in groups. Of course, it is possible that social animals or insects may mutate collectively and stop cannibalizing each other. But I haven't studied this yet, so I can't comment on it. As for why the mutant animals lost their minds, it was because they were hungry. Hungry? Shun Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected this answer. Because it's too simple. It was so simple that Shun Yi ruled it out without even thinking about it. Yes, it's because they're hungry. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. After animals mutate, Their bodies become larger, their cells divide faster, and they consume more energy. Now, most food and water sources are contaminated and inedible. So when the mutant animals are extremely hungry, they will attack their owners and their own kind. If mutant animals want to survive, they must replenish the energy that is rapidly consumed due to mutation. Otherwise, they will starve to death due to energy consumption. And the way to supplement it is to eat. Of course, in addition to being hungry, the mutated animals' thinking will also change, and they may even fail to recognize their owners, or even refuse to recognize their owners. For example, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me and sometimes doesn't. So that's how it is. Shun-Yi suddenly realized again. It is indeed convenient to have an expert. Although Shun-Yi had thought about these questions before, he had no idea at all. Now I understand. Maybe what Lin Jiwei said was not necessarily the truth, but at least it sounded like it. It seems that the faster the mutant animals mutate, the better. Because if there is not enough food for them to eat, they will kill each other sooner or later, or even starve to death. Who would have thought that the way humans win is so simple? Just stay safe and wait for the mutant animals to die on their own. After all, animals can't grow crops or vegetables, let alone produce grain, so the food will be eaten up sooner or later. As for the mutated plants, judging from what Shun-Yi has encountered so far, it seems that except for a few exceptions, most of them will not actively attack people. Certainly, it sounds simple, but it may not be that easy to wait for all the mutant animals to die. If the mutated animals mutate again and adapt to hunger or the environment, humans will be in even greater trouble. Can you answer my question now? How many superpowers do you have? How did you obtain so many superpowers? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun-Yi, his eyes full of desire, a desire for knowledge. If Captain Zhao saw this scene, he would be terrified. When he was with them, Dr. Lin didn't want to say a word. But at this moment, he was able to answer a bunch of Shun-Yi's questions, and even kept pestering Shun-Yi like a chatterbox. Actually, this is mainly because the questions Shun-Yi asked were all about scientific research. Coincidentally, Lin Jiwei was interested in this issue. When it comes to things that interest her, she is a chatterbox. But if it is an aspect that she is not interested in, she will be brief and speak almost nothing. If you don't know her, you might think she's a person with high IQ and social phobia. In fact, she is just too lazy to pay attention to you. I now have 5 superpowers. Shun-Yi said, this is a lie, and it is not a lie. There are 4 superpowers. But if the system is also considered a superpower, then there are 5. 5? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiwei suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. How can a normal person's body contain 5 superpowers? What do you mean? Am I not a normal person? Shun-Yi frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Jiwei's incredulous expression and tone meant. What's wrong with me having 5 superpowers? Let me confirm first. You also gain the superpowers by eating a colorful fruit? Lin Jiwei asked an irrelevant question. That's right. Shun-Yi nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, this woman really knows about the supernatural fruit. Yes, the fact that she can work as a researcher in a genetic research institute that holds mutant animals proves that she knows more about the end of the world than ordinary people. And naturally, she also knows about the existence of supernatural fruits. So how many of those fruits did you eat in total? Lin Jiwei stared at him and asked. About 6 or 7 fruits, some of which had duplicate superpowers, so I only got 5 superpowers. Shun-Yi lied without hesitation. Anyway, I'm not familiar with Lin Jiwei, so you can make up whatever you want. Impossible. According to my personal experiments, the genes of a normal person can accommodate 3 different superpowers at most. If there is one more superpower, the body will not be able to bear it and will collapse directly. That is to say, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have an immune rejection reaction, and you will instinctively not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes constantly looking at Shun-Yi. She began to wonder if her research direction was wrong. Or maybe there's something wrong with my genes? No, it's definitely not my fault. My research has been verified by multiple. There's something wrong with the man in front of me. There's something wrong with his body and genes. What did you say? Shun-Yi was slightly startled. Normal people can only obtain 3 superpowers at most? Will my body collapse if I eat the 4th one? He also thought that as long as people ate the fruit, their supernatural powers would continue to accumulate without any upper limit. At most, the physical energy consumed will increase. Perhaps, everyone's genes are different. Some people's genes may have mutated because of the black fog, so they can accommodate more superpowers, such as you. Lin Jiwei said, staring at Shun-Yi with burning eyes. That burning look clearly showed that he wanted to dissect Shun-Yi for research. This woman is indeed an unstable person. You promised me before that you would let me study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair, and a little bit of flesh. Lin Jiwei noticed Shun-Yi's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. He had a vague guess in his mind. Perhaps, the reason why he can accommodate so many superpowers is not because of the mutation of the black fog, but the fruit of the evolution of his physical body. The physical body evolved into superpowers, and perhaps even Xinyi's genes had changed so that he had acquired 4 superpowers and was still able to handle them with ease without any discomfort. If my guess is correct, then physical evolution is the superpower that humans must acquire. The two talked as they walked home. As for the matter of snatching soldiers' weapons, let's put it aside for now. There are several supplies to be unlocked, and Xinyi plans to go back and unlock them first. Maybe there will be some useful weapons. First, let's start with Lin Jiwei, an intellectual beauty who is interested in her body. See what supplies this clever female researcher can unlock for herself. 66. Unlock new supernatural fruit, spiritual connection. On the way home, Lin Jiwei has been asking what Xinyi's 5 superpowers are. He was getting a little impatient with the question. I really want to execute this curious woman on the spot. In the end, he only replied, talk to me after you finish sleeping. Then, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Xinyi originally thought that the woman was shy. Who knows? She actually asked if she could go to bed quickly. Xinyi was completely speechless. So, after returning to the community, Xinyi took Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Bye, Xinyi. Why are you here so soon? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, thinking about what might happen tonight. As she was thinking, 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, which scared her. She suddenly felt as embarrassed as if she was caught watching a porn movie. But when Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Xinyi was actually with a beautiful woman, she swallowed subconsciously and her face turned even redder. Could it be the legendary 3? No, it's not possible. How is this possible? How could I have such a lavish time on my first time? As she thought about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a cherry. But I didn't mean to refuse. Just continue sleeping and don't worry about us. Xinyi replied to Chu Xiaoxiao and took Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It's like going back home. This level of shamelessness stunned Chu Xiaoxiao. What's the meaning? Without me? She was dumbfounded. It turns out it's not what I thought. But soon, Chu Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong. Why did my Prince Charming bring a strange woman into my bedroom? Am I being cheated on? Or was he cheated on in his own home? In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's various fantasies about Xinyi as a Prince Charming all collapsed. This is not a Prince Charming. This is a black-hearted businessman. No, worse than a black-hearted businessman. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom, right? Why does this scene resemble some movies I've seen before? Chu Xiaoxiao never expected that the plot in the short movie would actually happen to her one day. Green hemp. And in the bedroom, Lin Jiwei sat on the bed, looked at Xinyi and asked, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be angry? She's not my girlfriend. In that case, Lin Jiwei didn't ask any more questions and began to undress. In her opinion, the relationship between her and Xinyi was just a transaction. There was no emotional connection between them, and naturally she had no intention of interfering. On the contrary, she was more curious about Xinyi's body and genes than those things. She wants to study Xinyi's body thoroughly. She wanted to know what kind of mutation had occurred in Xinyi's genes. That's all. A ritual full of exploration to unlock supplies begins. Chu Xiaoxiao in the living room started out gritting her teeth, then blushed, and even pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. She felt more and more that this scene was exactly the same as in the movie. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have watched so many movies, at least my thoughts wouldn't be so pornographic. Chu Xiaoxiao was depressed and angry. I don't understand why Xinyi did this. Why bring other women into your home? And let yourself see it. Even if you want to find a mistress or have an affair, just act a little bit. Can't you come secretly? Chu Xiaoxiao pouted angrily and kept scolding Xinyi. But after hearing the sound, she couldn't help herself, so she slowly took out her phone, opened Xuanlei, and clicked on the movie she had downloaded. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Supernatural fruit spiritual connection. Superpower. Spiritual connection fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower. Spiritual connection fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpowers. Fuck, another supernatural fruit appeared. Xinyi sat up excitedly. I didn't expect the second supernatural fruit to be unlocked so quickly. Immediately, he took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. The fruit is digested instantly once it enters your mouth. A slight coolness spread through his brain, stimulating him and making him feel refreshed. Cool. It's so fucking cool. This is probably what the feeling of intracranial orgasm is. Xinyi immediately opened the panel to check the new ability. Spiritual connection. LV1, you can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through the spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a spiritual connection is 3, and the maximum distance of the connection is 50 meters. If you connect with a target with the spiritual connection ability, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. Transmitting information and sharing perspectives, isn't that what the internet is for? Shun-Yi murmured. Although he felt that this ability was not too powerful, it was very practical. Because the internet and electricity are cut off, Shun-Yi has no way to contact the women at home every time he goes out. If his house was robbed, he might not even know it. So, having an ability like this that can convey messages and share vision is very convenient. It's like carrying a mobile phone with you, and there is no need to charge or pay phone bills. The practicality is beyond words. As for the current farthest distance of only 50 meters, it doesn't matter. As long as the level is increased, the distance will definitely increase. And the range of this power can be doubled. All you have to do is let your women gain the ability of mental connection. I have to say, this ability came at a very appropriate time. It just so happened that Shun-Yi was planning to build a shelter and was still thinking about what method of contact to use. We can't rely entirely on manpower to convey messages, right? That's too much effort. So, spiritual connection is practical. Even if the network is restored in the future, this ability will still be useful. Because the message is conveyed through spiritual connection, there is no need to worry about being eavesdropped. This alone was enough to satisfy Shun-Yi. In short, he must raise the level of this ability. As long as your level is high and the connection distance is long, you can keep track of everything even if you're not at home. What's more, eating this fruit can give you a brain orgasm, which is really enjoyable. While thinking, Shun-Yi took out a dozen fruits and started cracking them one by one. He remembered the lesson from last time and decided not to knock too much at once to avoid hurting his brain. You actually have so many supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just recovered, was stunned when she saw Shun-Yi constantly stuffing the precious supernatural fruit into his mouth. Even in their research institute, there are only a few supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei has always wanted to study the supernatural fruit in detail, but never had the chance. Because this thing is so rare. But Shun-Yi actually ate the supernatural fruit as candy beans. Lin Jiwei didn't understand. Where did Shun-Yi get so many supernatural fruits? Is this also his special ability? Obviously, Shun-Yi must have lied to me before. It is absolutely impossible that he has only eaten 6 or 7 supernatural fruits, because he is now eating more than 6 or 7 casually. Based on this reasoning, he must have more than 5 supernatural powers. He had a lot of secrets for me. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun-Yi with burning eyes, as if she wanted to dig out all the secrets from him. Do you want to eat one? Shun-Yi took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman is very talkative and always wants to dissect herself, but she had no less kindness towards herself. Especially after taking her for the first time just now, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably grew a lot. It seems that even the smartest woman still has weaknesses. I already have 3 superpowers, and I can't accommodate anymore. Lin Jiwei said that it could not accommodate other superpowers, but he took the superpower fruit without hesitation and looked at it curiously. You have 3 powers? Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows. Very surprised. You tell me that an ordinary person who is not dead has gained 3 superpowers in just 10 days. How can you make a fool like me feel? Well, after our institute discovered the existence of the supernatural fruit, we sent out all the police officers to search for it. We searched almost all of the 2 districts, but only found 5 supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei said, looking at Shun-Yi, who was still tapping the supernatural fruit. He ate so many supernatural fruits, but his body didn't have any rejection reaction at all. How many superpowers does he have? I see. Then Shun-Yi could understand. They have gathered the strength of an entire department, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, to search for the supernatural fruit. And I'm a human being, and I haven't searched seriously, but I have 5 superpowers. In comparison, I'm indeed quite lucky. After a pause, Shun-Yi suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and said, "What are your 3 superpowers?" 67. Gravity control. Although he sensed that Lin Jiwei had no hostility towards him, but the fact that she had 3 special powers still made Shun-Yi slightly alert. There are 3 superpowers. If one of them is very aggressive, you have to be careful to avoid any setbacks. But Shun-Yi was alert, yet also a little surprised. If only 5 supernatural fruits were found in their entire research institute, but this woman ate 3 of them by herself, then it proves that this woman's status in the research institute is not low. One person occupies 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that I accidentally picked up a treasure? Originally, Shun-Yi didn't have much hope for Lin Jiwei's research, as long as she didn't let him down. But now it seems that this woman really has something. Thinking room. While eating the fruit, Shun-Yi's mental connection ability has been upgraded to level 3. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 3. Spiritual connection. LV3. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 9, and the maximum connection distance is 300 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. The distance is 300 meters. If you double it, it would be 600 meters. With a few more levels, the distance can catch up with that of ordinary walkie-talkies. I'll tell you about my abilities, and you tell me about yours. How about that? Lin Jue adjusted his glasses, looked at Shun Yi calmly, and proposed to exchange ideas. She should be the only woman who does not feel awe or fear towards Shun Yi. Because Lin Jue is not a dependent, and she is not afraid of death. Even if Shun Yi drove her away, she wouldn't leave. It's not that Lin Jue is afraid of death, but she wants to dig out the secret of Shun Yi. She wants to study Shun Yi. After just a few hours of contact, Lin Jue discovered that Shun Yi had far more secrets than she had imagined. The number and strength of the superpowers alone shocked her. In comparison, the mutant giant dog he created seemed nothing. This man's research value is greater than that of a mutant giant dog. Okay, you go ahead and speak first, Shun Yi said. Of course, he didn't mind exchanging secrets. He had many superpowers anyway, so he could just mention a few. As for what would happen if Lin Jue found out that she had lied to her, of course it doesn't matter. Could it be that Lin Jue still dared to kill? Then Shun Yi will deal with her first. Okay, in order to verify that what we said is true, we have to use each superpower once. Lin Jue emphasized. She obviously guessed that Shun Yi would lie to her again. Shun Yi did not refuse. Then, Lin Jue closed his eyes and said, "My first ability is that I can see the surroundings within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even without lights, I can see very clearly, probably the same as the night vision of animals, but clearer than night vision. Right now, on the sofa in the living room, your girlfriend is watching that kind of movie, and her pants are already taken off." Lin Jue seemed to have no shame and spoke in a serious manner about what he saw through his perspective. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows and subconsciously used telepathy to take a look. It is true. This song Xiao Xiao is worthy of being called a movie-watching sister. You could defend yourself in this situation. But let's get back to the topic. Lin Jue's special ability is a bit like telepathy, but it is different. Telepathy does not have night vision capabilities, but it has an additional function of being able to see the target's hostility or kindness. Shun Yi still felt that telepathy was more practical for him. Certainly, the night vision capability is also very good, especially when combined with the perspective, which is very practical even in the dark. Don't you need to go out and take a look to verify my ability? Lin Jue opened his eyes and looked at Shun Yi. No need. I just used another ability of mine, which is the same as yours perspective. It's just that my perspective doesn't have night vision capability, but correspondingly, I can see the target's hostility and kindness. Shun Yi also roughly explained his ability. There is no need to hide it, because she will reward this special ability to other women one after another, and it will be impossible to hide it. Can you see hostility and kindness? What's the principle behind this? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jue began to think thoughtfully after hearing this. Go on to your second ability. Shun Yi interrupted her. It's really tiring to communicate with people who like to dig into things. As soon as she caught a glimpse of something, she became curious and wanted to find out more. The key point is that Shun Yi doesn't understand the principles behind it and can't explain it clearly. When he was with Lin Jue, Shun Yi always felt like he was in class. She can talk about all kinds of complex knowledge at will. Shun Yi, who had good academic performance, felt like an illiterate. All I can say is that there are differences among geniuses. My second ability is gravity manipulation. Lin Jue said this and pointed at the supernatural fruit in Shun Yi's hand. Then, the fruit slowly flew up. It seemed to be floating in the air without being bound by gravity. Moreover, as Lin Jue controlled the fruit with her fingers, it actually flew into her hands. Etc. You can manipulate gravity and steal my fruit? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. That's it. The area and weight I can currently control are limited. If it were before you tormented me, I should be able to control your entire body to float up, just like in outer space. But now I don't have enough physical strength. Lin Jue explained, but had no intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shun Yi said he understood. This ability is still pretty awesome. The upper limit of gravity manipulation is definitely more than this. As for a stolen fruit, it doesn't matter. It only takes a second, and it will be added back in a second. The purpose of Lin Jue, this woman wanting the supernatural fruit, is also for research. If she can research something, Shun Yi will also benefit. As for my third ability, I can't demonstrate it. It increases my mental strength and grants me insight and a bonus to my IQ. Lin Jue paused and explained in detail. I can now remember everything I see. My memory is very good. Even things that happened when I was 1 year old, I can now clearly recall them. At the same time, my observation ability has also become stronger. The simplest and most direct manifestation is that I can probably tell whether you want to kill me, as well as other people's various emotions towards me, such as hate, like admiration, infatuation, etc. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Although this ability is an auxiliary ability, it is also very awesome, very practical, and Shun Yi also wants to improve his mental strength. He always felt that his mental strength seemed not strong enough. Because physical evolution is mainly reflected in the physical body, Although there are also improvements in the spiritual aspect, the improvement is not as strong as the physical aspect. At most, it is just better than ordinary people. When encountering some people with supernatural powers who have improved their mental strength, Shun Yi is not sure if he can compare with them. To sum up, Lin Jiwei's 3 superpowers are all good. Especially considering her work and hobbies, the 3rd superpower is a perfect match. So, can you tell me about your other abilities now? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi's face, as if wanting to see if he was lying to her again. No hurry, let's do business first, Shun Yi said as he pressed on Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, but did not resist and was even very cooperative. She originally thought that doing this was a waste of time, but after doing it, she unexpectedly found it very comfortable. Although this kind of comfort wastes time and physical energy, it is still okay to relax occasionally. 68. Unlock supplies again. Genetic evolution potion. It was approaching dusk. Shun Yi came out of the bedroom. Lin Jiwei was so tired that he fell asleep. She was so tired that she didn't have the energy to pester Shun Yi with questions about supernatural powers. Lin Jiwei, who was originally sexually apathetic, has obviously become addicted to it. When they were doing it just now, she was very proactive and even pestered Shun Yi to do it several times. Women, you say one thing and mean another. Shun Yi chuckled. It was agreed that she would do it once a month, but today she used up several months' worth of time. Immediately, Shun Yi looked at Chu Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa with a red face and secretly watching a video. The movie-watching sister obviously hadn't noticed that Shun Yi had come behind her. Shun Yi came over and hugged her from behind. Why did you come out? Chu Xiao was startled when she saw Shun Yi. Her face flushed, and she quickly turned off the screen. But the sound from the video that was still playing on the phone was unbearable to hear. It's okay, we'll watch it together. Shun Yi also became interested. Chu Xiao blushed and wanted to reject Shun Yi harshly. But somehow, I didn't say anything in the end. Just like that, new rewards are unlocked. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Ripe black watermelon. Black watermelon +1. Stored in the system space. Black watermelon +1. Stored in the system space. Dark skin. Shun Yi lay on the sofa, looking at the reward, feeling okay. The supplies I got before were all meat, so having some fruits would make the nutrition balanced. And Shun Yi remembered seeing news about the black-skinned watermelon on the internet. It seemed that only dozens of them were produced each year in the world, and a single watermelon was once auctioned for several $1,000s. Judging from the fact that the system always rewards the highest quality, this black-skinned watermelon must be the best among all melons. Crack! The bedroom door opened and Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot, yawning. He glanced at the girl who was still pretending to sleep on the sofa and said directly, "Go to the bedroom and rest. I have something to talk to Shun Yi about." Chu Xiao, who originally wanted to get away with it by pretending to be asleep and didn't want to face the embarrassing scene, had no choice but to wake up at this moment. She glanced at Lin Jiwei and immediately blushed, and her heart started beating fast. She felt that this woman had absolutely no sense of shame. She had just done that, and there was a stranger like me around, so why wasn't she shy at all? Chu Xiao is not as shameless as Lin Jiwei. She can stay in the same room with Lin Jiwei without any care, even though she just used the same one with Lin Jiwei. She immediately shyly covered her clothes and ran into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei didn't care about that. She was only wearing thin underwear and sat next to Shun Yi. She said seriously, "I've been thinking about one thing. Your genes should have undergone some kind of benign mutation, so you can accommodate more superpowers. Didn't you faint from pleasure just now? How are you thinking?" Shun Yi immediately grasped the key point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him. Her eyes were obviously a little speechless, but she still replied, "Even if I am sleeping, I can ensure that my mind is clear and I can think about problems normally, so that I won't waste time resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't. As long as my body is well rested, I can continue to work." Congenital physique of an ox or horse. These words instantly popped up in Shun Yi's mind. But there are actually people who can stay awake during sleep. Is that so awesome? It's okay once or twice, but if it happens every time, won't you drive yourself crazy? Let's get back to the topic. If your genes really have a benign mutation, then you might be able to use a gene evolution drug that I developed before. Lin Jiwei said seriously. The genetic evolution potion you're researching? What kind of genetic evolution potion? Shun Yi immediately became interested. It's only been a short time since the apocalypse, and this woman has actually developed a genetic evolution potion. Is she that awesome? Is it because of her 3rd superpower? Her IQ has improved, so she has this ability? Or maybe this woman is just smart. In short, Shun Yi is very interested in genetic drugs. If Lin Jiwei could really come up with some awesome genetic evolution potion, then her value to herself would be greatly enhanced. Yes, but the medicines are all in the research institute, so we have to go get them again. Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is, first tell me what the effects of the genetic medicine you developed are, and what the side effects are. You don't want to use me as a guinea pig, do you? Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. No, my genetic medicine has been tested on living subjects many times and has achieved initial results. Live experiment? Tell me more about it. What you have seen is my mutant pet dog. It is a very successful experimental subject. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and there was even a gleam of pride in his eyes. Shen Yi, are you fucking telling me that was a successful experiment? How on earth did that thing succeed? That's a fucking monster, etc. So that monster was created by you? Shen Yi's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Lin Jiwei. This woman is so dangerous? At first, Shen Yi thought she was just an unstable person who might just be interested in scientific research. It turns out you really have the ability to create monsters. Shen Yi thought of the many science fiction movies he had watched before. Most of the disasters in those movies were caused by these crazy scientists. This made him alert. After evolution, my pet dog has a stronger physique, stronger strength, and stronger recovery ability and vitality than the first time it mutated. Now, even if it is severely injured by submachine gun fire or grenade explosion, it can recover in a very short time. Don't you want to gain such power? Lin Jiwei noticed the change in Shen Yi's expression and immediately began to speak passionately. Shen Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Really? That giant mutant dog is far more powerful than ordinary mutant animals in both size and strength, especially the abnormal vitality and recovery ability, which can be called immortality. However, although I envy such strong recovery ability, but what if after injecting Lin Jiwei's potion, my body also turns into a green monster? Who can bear this? Although Shen Yi doesn't particularly care about appearance, he can't turn me into a monster. The current situation is not so dangerous that we need to risk everything. I just have 2 questions for you. Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei and slowly said, First question, after being injected with your gene drug, will my appearance become like your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jiwei answered immediately and emphasized, You are a human. How could you become a dog? But if your genes are affected by gene 001, your appearance will definitely change slightly, such as becoming larger and growing leaf-like green hair, etc. You are so damn rigorous. Shen Yi resisted the urge to punch Lin Jiwei and continued to ask, Second question, what is the success rate of injecting your gene evolution potion? At least 30%. No. Now, at least 45%. Lin Jiwei said this with great confidence. It seems like the probability is very high. Considering the short research time from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, her success rate of 45% is indeed not low. But who is Shen Yi? Kingo. Be as cautious as a gourd. Without a 100% probability, there is no need for him to gamble his life. But this genetic evolution potion still aroused his strong interest. 69. It's just the genes. Although Shen Yi would not gamble with his life, he also did not want to inject genetic drugs and turn into a monster. But the effect of this genetic medicine is indeed very tempting. After the injection, the vitality and strength become abnormally strong. Such a potion is indeed a miracle drug for ordinary people who have no special abilities or powers. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the genetic medicine and eliminate these side effects, Shen Yi would also like to inject it himself. With such abnormal recovery ability and vitality, I will not be afraid of getting injured in the future. It's like having an extra superpower out of thin air. I have to say that Lin Jiwei is a very capable woman. Although what she finally created was a monster, it also proved that she had the ability in this area. If I train it well, maybe I can make some powerful genetic medicine for myself. Of course, while training her, we also have to keep a close eye on her. If you don't keep a close eye on a guy like this who is smart, capable, and has strong hands-on skills, he might create a few mutant monsters in his own home. Then you'll be really unlucky. Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei with love and hate. Love that she's indeed capable, smart, and worth cultivating. I hate that she always wants to dissect me, study me, and try drugs on me. Even before in the bedroom, after taking off her clothes, she actually touched Shen Yi's body and studied it for most of the day, which made Shen Yi very angry. This woman's mind is full of curiosity, which is very dangerous. How about it? Do you want to try it? Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi with burning eyes and continued to ask questions. Shen Yi said expressionlessly, Don't you have a special ability that can see into people's hearts? You see through me now. Do you want to see if I want to? Lin Jiwei glanced at him for a few seconds, then subconsciously stepped back and said, I think you want to hit me. You're really good at judging people. Shen Yi twisted his wrist, but still held back. In other words, this woman did not act smartly and give herself the medicine directly, but discussed it with herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about hitting her, but just killing her directly. As long as she keeps cooperating like this, Shen Yi doesn't mind keeping her and even provides some materials to train her. My gene evolution potion is really good. Considering your physical condition, the success rate is still very high. Lin Jiwei still had some hope. It seems like he has to get beaten up. Shen Yi glanced at her and said, The success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need, and you can continue your research. As long as the success rate can reach more than 80, I can find someone to experiment with it. As for who to look for, it is definitely not one of our own. Wait until the medicine has 100% no side effects, then inject it yourself. Reasonable. I believe that many people in the doomsday are eager for such an opportunity to evolve. Although you will die if you fail, if you don't have the strength, your death will only be more miserable. Okay, Lin Jiwei felt a little bit sorry. After an in-depth discussion, she believed that only Shun Yi's body could withstand her genetic evolution potion. The average person's body definitely can't do that. Even without trying it, you can be sure it won't work. By the way, do you know that supernatural powers can be upgraded to higher levels? Shun Yi suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Level up? Do you mean to say that the effect of the power can be improved? Similar to leveling up by beating monsters in games?" Lin Jiwei's ability to understand was indeed very strong, and he understood it immediately. That's about the same. This is the first time I've heard of this, but I did have this guess before. Superpowers may be able to be upgraded in some way. For example, by eating the same type of fruit, adding up the number of superpowers, or constantly honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through one's own limits. Lin Jiwei expressed his guesses and reasoning. It's just that I was busy researching genetic drugs and didn't have time to test my hypothesis. After listening to Lin Jiwei's words, Shun Yi couldn't help but sigh. What a smart woman. Your conjecture is correct. Superpowers can be upgraded, and they can be upgraded as long as you eat fruits of the same type. As Shun Yi spoke, he cracked another spiritual connection fruit. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she saw Shun Yi eating the supernatural fruit all the time. I see. So, Shun Yi's ability level is far beyond that of ordinary people. This man is indeed worth studying. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi, the heat in her eyes barely concealed. Shun Yi ignored her gaze, ate the fruit, and continued. As for what you said about honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through your own limits, I don't know how to hone them, so I haven't tested it. Okay, it's getting late. You should rest for the night. When you are well again tomorrow, we will go to your laboratory and take out the genetic medicine. Shun Yi said this, left some food and water, and then left decisively. Don't give Lin Jiwei any chance to ask further questions. The room fell silent instantly. Lin Jiwei looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruits on the table and suddenly felt a little bored for some reason. In the past, when she was bored, she would study problems that she couldn't solve. But now, I don't know why, but I always think about what happened with Shun Yi in the bedroom. Thinking about the experience of being together. Although there didn't seem to be any unforgettable experience, she just couldn't forget Shun Yi's body in her mind. Women's genes are really strange. He is my first man, so my body will remember him instinctively. Lin Jiwei seriously used scientific methods to explain this phenomenon. This proves that he has no feelings for Shun Yi. It's just genetics. Shun Yi used teleportation to return to Building 6. In the room, the women were busy. Su Yun is teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Jiang Anyan was in a study with Zhou Wan'er and Lu Yiye. They were looking at something together. Hubby, you're back. The first to see Shun Yi were Su Yun and her two daughters who were playing with guns in the living room. They all came up to greet him. Well, Wanting, go cut us some watermelon. Shun Yi was sitting on the sofa and talking, and he took out two black-skinned watermelons from his system space. Su Wanting responded and went to the kitchen to cut the watermelon. Soon, he cut it into pieces and brought it over on a plate. Shun Yi picked up a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and started chewing. Well, it tastes really good, very delicious. The hardness and crispness are perfect, and its sweetness is simply unparalleled. Products produced by the system are high quality. You guys eat too, Shun Yi said to Su Yun and Bai Sini who were standing next to them. The two girls then reached out and took the watermelon to eat. Su Wanting naturally didn't hesitate. This watermelon is so sweet, crispy, and delicious. Su Yun quickly finished one piece and took another one. Eat more if you like. There's plenty of watermelon today. Today, a new kind of supernatural fruit was unlocked. Shun Yi was in a good mood, so he naturally wouldn't care about eating a bite. Hubby, you're so nice. Su Yun smiled and took the initiative to kiss Shun Yi. While others are still living in hunger, I have no worries about food and drink and have even achieved watermelon freedom. This feeling of comfort is so nice. At this time, the three women in the study heard the sound and came out. Honey, I have already written the preliminary plan for the shelter. Please take a look to see if there is anything that needs to be modified. Jiang Nanyan walked over with a gray notebook. While eating watermelon, Shun Yi took the notebook with one hand and started flipping through it. Jiang Nanyan's plan is indeed very good and detailed. First, the shelter will accept the first batch of people, about 50 people. Don't be old, weak, or sick. Want young people, especially young and beautiful women. This point was specially set up according to Shun Yi's hobbies. After, it's about employment for the 50 people we recruited. Since we have hired people, they must work, otherwise it is impossible to give them food for free. So, these 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams are responsible for patrolling and security issues. Each person can receive 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. As for why they were given 3 bottles of water, it was because they had to patrol in the black fog and would easily become hungry and thirsty, so water was a necessity. The remaining 3 teams can arrange tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies, doing things that Shun-E doesn't want to do, etc. In a nutshell, the entire shelter and all the survivors exist to serve Shun-E. If you don't want to, just leave. This is tyranny and dictatorship. But the reason is very simple, because Shun-E has to provide supplies for everyone. If you don't serve him, then why should he provide supplies? I have to say that Jiang Nanyan is very smart and can figure this out. So the entire plan she made was written around Shun-E, and even the entire shelter was established to serve Shun-E. Shun-E was very satisfied after reading this passage. This is also the reason why he chose Jiang Nanyan to make the plan. If he asked a kinderwoman, like Su Yun or Bai Sini, to make the plan, they might consider the life and death of other survivors. But Jiang Nanyan is even more cold-blooded, or you could say she is an extremely selfish person. As long as you can benefit, other people's life or death doesn't matter. We can increase the number of people. For example, we can recruit 100 people first. Don't worry about the supplies. I can provide them. As for accommodation, as long as you don't go to the 20th floor, you can stay on the other floors below. Shun-E put down the melon rind he had eaten and ordered 2 more. Yeah, Jiang Nanyan nodded immediately and remembered it. Bai Sini, who was standing by, took out a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from the corner of Shun-Yi's mouth. Then, Shun-E specifically warned, remember, no one in our shelter is allowed to go up to the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to go up to the 20th floor can be shot to death. By the way, clear out all the residents on the 20th floor and the floors above us. From now on, the 20th floor and above will be where we live. The floors below the 20th floor are where other people live. 70. Shelter plan begins. Shun-Yi's decision was very overbearing, but no one objected. He has the final say in this family. Not to mention, Shun-Yi requested that the floors above the 20th floor be reserved for his own people to live in and that no one else be allowed to come up. The women did not object at all and were very happy instead. They were originally worried that if any survivors had designs on them, wouldn't that be very dangerous? But by isolating them directly in this way, the risk factor is greatly reduced. It makes sense for strangers to live on the lower level and for friends to live on the upper level. Even Su Yun, a former policewoman, agreed with Shun-Yi's decision. In the doomsday, people's hearts are treacherous, so it is safer to live like this. Su Yun has also been teaching Shun-Yi's women how to use pistols these past 2 days, just in case of emergency. It doesn't matter how accurate their shooting is, as long as they can hit the person. By then, with a gun in hand and special powers, even if you encounter a criminal, you can easily subdue him. Okay, honey, I got it all down. Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. Then, she paused, pointed to the contents at the back of the notebook, and said, Honey, do you think this pension arrangement is appropriate? Shun-Yi continued to look back. The so-called pension probably means that if any member of the shelter is injured or dies while patrolling or performing a mission, they can get certain material compensation. Of course, the recipients of compensation are naturally the families of the sacrificed team members. According to Jiang Nanyan's plan, the first batch of survivors admitted to the shelter must have at least one relative. This way you don't have to worry about the other party betraying you easily. With family and loved ones to support them, they will work harder. If the person is single and has no family or lover, especially a man, you must not hire him, because this kind of people have no ties or constraints. Maybe he is loyal one second and decisively betrays you the next. Moreover, people like this who feed the whole family with one person's food will definitely slack off and cheat at work. They're the most unstable type of people. After reading Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shun-Yi couldn't help but look up at her. This woman really has the potential to be a capitalist. I understand so well. No, she seems to be a small capitalist. Jiang Nanyan's parents own a company, and it seems to be a very large company, so it is not a problem to say that she, a rich second generation, is a small capitalist. When it comes to exploiting people, Shun-Yi is not as ruthless as Jiang Nanyan. But I have to say that Jiang Nanyan's plan is very well done, and the plan is perfect. The survivors recruited under this plan are basically not desperate criminals. They will work hard to protect their families and earn food for them, even at the cost of sacrificing oneself. In this way, the order in the shelter will be relatively stable and internal unrest will be unlikely to occur. After all the survivors have family members living in the shelter. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, he has to consider his family instead of himself. Moreover, if the shelter encounters any danger, these survivors will desperately protect the shelter in order to protect their families. This way of controlling people is much more effective than simply threatening them with violence. Well, there's no problem with the pension. Let's just settle it roughly. As for the details, you can continue to improve them. Shun-Yi made the final decision. The so-called details are roughly about the punishment and reward mechanisms. For example, if someone asks for leave, someone is lazy, etc., how should they be punished? Or, if someone finds supplies or performs a dangerous mission, how should they be rewarded? Only clear punishment can make the survivors work harder. In short, It is easy to set up a shelter, but it is not easy to manage a shelter well and make it develop healthily. This is also the reason why Shun E is unwilling to manage and is unwilling to put in the effort. Anyway, I have a lot of women, and some of them know about management, so I can just leave it to the women. As long as I have absolute military power, even if someone really wants to make some small moves, I can suppress them directly. All that remains is to enjoy the convenience that the shelter brings. As long as the shelter can develop healthily and the population continues to increase, it will be easier to find women who meet the system's standards in the future. Otherwise, as the world's population becomes smaller and smaller, it is not easy for Shun E to find a woman who meets his standards in all aspects. Finally, everyone ate fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour, and Shun E went back to his room to rest. Today he held the policewoman Su Yun in his arms and slept peacefully. The next day, I had breakfast at home, as usual. Shun E took another look at the plan that Jiang Nanyan had perfected overnight and gave a satisfactory answer. Then, amid the envious looks of the girls, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits and told her to go ahead and do it. The first step is to recruit all the survivors in this building. If someone doesn't want to join, that's fine. No forcing, no pushing. Just use material temptation. Of course, if anyone wants to steal the supplies, let Su Yun shoot them to death. No need to hold back. Shun E deliberately left a few guns for the women to use to protect themselves and deal with troubles. As for Shun E himself, he would not get involved in these matters. If Jiang Nanyan is unable to control the survivors in this building, even with the assistance of policewomen Su Yun and 6 or 7 guns, then it can only be said that she is too useless and unsuitable to manage a shelter. Shun E will have to consider cultivating other women. Of course, the reason why he made such arrangements was because he knew that the residents in this building were very timid, so he let Jiang Nanyan come to practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 knife-wielding thugs were able to take control of the building. Now Jiang Nanyan has a gun and supernatural powers to assist him, so he's no weaker than those thugs. It all depends on whether she dares to kill people to establish her authority. First establish her authority, then offer material inducements. I believe that most of the hungry and thirsty residents will choose to compromise, or even be grateful. After arranging everything, Shun E gave each woman a spiritual connection fruit. This ability belongs to the communication category, so there is no need to use it as a reward. As long as the woman is loyal and does not betray him, he will let her obtain it directly. The mental connection ability is very simple to use. As long as Shun E leaves a mental connection port similar to an interface in the target's mind, then as long as they are within the mental connection distance of each other, they can communicate without obstacles, share vision, etc. Of course, this interface can be retained without the other party's consent. In other words, Shun E can forcibly connect to anyone, unless the other party's mental strength is stronger than his, in order to break free from his control. This ability is also unexpectedly domineering. After finishing everything, Shun E came to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. There are 2 goals today. One is to obtain the genetic evolution potion, and the second is to take out the guns and bullets of the soldiers who died before. Then, come back and deal with this mutated black spider. Now that the shelter project has begun, the black spider must be eliminated, otherwise everyone's activities will be confined to this building. That's so stupid. Shun E's target is not just a building. At least one community must be mastered first, then slowly expand outwards. Watching Shun E leave, Jiang Nanyan clenched the supernatural fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. Excitement, nervousness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. She knew that this was a test from her husband. If I don't achieve some results, it will be difficult to get rewards in the future. Although he will definitely not be kicked out, he will definitely fall out of favor. Therefore, she not only has to do this well, but also do it beautifully. If I can do it well, my status will definitely be higher than other women in the future. And you can also get more rewards of supernatural fruits. Jiang Nanyan could feel that her ability was not far from being upgraded. Sister Su Yun, I'll trouble you from now on. Jiang Nanyan turned and looked at Su Yun. My husband specifically asked Su Yun, a former policewoman, to assist me, which proved that he tacitly approved of my use of a certain amount of force. Now, in the end times, we must also use force. Su Yun nodded and didn't say anything more. She thought it was a good idea for Shun E to build shelter. Although the starting point may be for one's own enjoyment, at least it can shelter some survivors, which is considered a good thing. So Su Yun, who has a sense of justice, is also willing to contribute. As long as he didn't kill innocent people, rape or rob, she would stand behind Shun E without hesitation. Even if Shun E really did something bad, Su Yun felt that she might not be able to do anything to Shun E. Now she has completely taken on the shape of Shun E. Nanyan, let me help you too. I have also learned how to shoot recently, Su Wanning said proactively. Seeing Jiang Nanyan becoming more and more favored, and also being rewarded with a supernatural fruit, it would be a lie to say I wasn't envious. So, she also wanted to contribute. She doesn't know how to manage survivors, but but she can still assist Jiang Nanyan. After all, she is a student from a prestigious university, and she is not stupid. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su Wanting. No matter how much she competes for favor, Su Wanting is still a family member to her. From now on, all survivors admitted to the shelter will be outsiders. In comparison, our own people are definitely more trustworthy. At least Su Wanting would definitely not harm herself, let alone make things difficult for her work. Otherwise, her husband will not forgive her. 7-1. Lin Jiwei, you want to kill me? Shen Yi, if possible, can you bring Xiaoha home as well? If Xiaoha is here, my research can progress even faster. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful experimental subject, and there are many things we can learn from him. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shen Yi. Impossible, unless you can make it obedient and never attack anyone. Shen Yi refused without even thinking about it. How could Shen Yi possibly stay with such a dangerous mutant monster? It even wants to eat its owner, let alone other people. Unless Lin Jiwei can completely control the mutant giant dog, Shen Yi can consider taking it in. Maybe it can also increase the combat power of your own shelter. But obviously, she doesn't have this ability. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but was in deep thought, as if he was really considering the feasibility of Shen Yi's request. Soon, they came to the vicinity of the Research Institute. Shen Yi first scanned the vicinity with telepathy, and was relieved when he did not see the soldiers from yesterday. However, the mutant giant dog is still in the Research Institute. It seemed to have eaten all the other mutant animals in the Institute. Shen Yi looked around the entire Institute, but didn't see a second mutant animal. He remembered that he saw about 20 to 30 mutant animals yesterday. This mutant giant dog is such a big eater, Shen Yi couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that after its second mutation, its appetite also increased greatly? After hearing this, Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite is not particularly large. Of course, it is larger than that of ordinary mutant animals. But the reason why it eats more is because it is injured. Recovery from injuries requires consumption of its own energy, and this energy needs to be obtained through eating. Understood. During the chat, Shen Yi used teleportation to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory and collected all the weapons and ammunition from the soldiers who died in the corridor yesterday into the system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 grenades, which he also put into the space. Shen Yi, can you use your spatial ability to bring back some equipment and generators from the Research Institute? I will need them for my future research. Lin Jiwei said. Can. Shen Yi was originally planning to make some serious money in the Research Institute. Take away everything that can be used. Anyway, the system space is very large, so putting it in won't affect anything. That's all. Starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory, under the leadership of Lin Jiwei, Shen Yi collected various experimental equipment one by one. During this period, he also obtained the genetic evolution potion that Lin Jiwei mentioned. This is a pure green liquid that seems to be alive and is shaking slightly in a special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main ingredient in this genetic medicine was extracted from mutant number 001, which is why it has such strong vitality. What is mutant number 001? Shen Yi wondered. It is a mutant plant with extremely strong vitality. It is a big tree that keeps growing. It is a mutant that appeared in the mountain city before the apocalypse, so we named it Mutant 001. It's a pity that it grows too fast. It is very difficult to obtain its genetic sample now. Lin Jiwei mentioned mutant number 001 with a look of regret on his face. Shen Yi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. Mutated tree? Could be the tree in the city center? You've seen it too? No, I just heard about it from other people. Shen Yi shook his head slightly. He was just surprised. He didn't expect that just the genetic sample extracted from the mutant tree could create such a powerful mutant monster like the mutant giant dog. If it is the real body of the mutated tree, how terrifying would its recovery ability and vitality be? No wonder the police force has not been able to eradicate it. Certainly, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid the country does not want to destroy the tree at the first time, but wants to do research. Eventually it got out of control. Otherwise, if we had concentrated our firepower to destroy the tree as soon as it grew out, we might have been able to kill it. If you can help me get some genetic samples of variant number 001, perhaps my research can go further. Lin Jiwei said seriously. Shen Yi was too lazy to answer her, and went to the system space to collect the generator. With a generator, we will be able to use electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it's time to take down the Doomsday, enthusiast living in Building 13. As for asking Shen Yi to get the genetic sample of the mutated tree, it is simply impossible. According to Shen Yi's guess, it is impossible to get a genetic sample from just a branch of a big tree. Most likely, it is necessary to get close to the core of the mutant tree, or even take something from the core. This risk is not small. Let's wait half a year before we talk about it. After half a year, if you have acquired a lot of superpowers and are strong enough, you could try to create a wave of mutated trees. If the mutated tree could be destroyed, Shen Yi would not want to leave the mountain city. But if his strength is not strong enough after half a year, Shun Yi will have no choice but to leave the mountain city. In short, Shun Yi's plan is to survive and develop while there is plenty of time, and never fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy in the underground laboratory, intensive gunfire suddenly came from above. It sounds like a submachine gun. Is it them? Why are they back again? Shun Yi scanned with telepathy and found that the team of soldiers that were exchanging fire with the mutant giant dogs in the research institute were actually the same team from yesterday. But there are more of them today, and they seem to be preparing to force their way into the institute. What's going on? Could it be that he is here for the genetic evolution potion as well? Shun Yi turned his head and looked at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with his eyes closed. Lin Jiwei has the ability of clairvoyance and has already seen this scene. Could this woman be turning against us at the last minute? But it won't make any difference if she turns against us now. Anyway, the reward has been unlocked, and the genetic evolution potion is also in my hands. If she dares to betray him, Shun Yi will kill her immediately. After all, this woman knew too many of his secrets. It would be very troublesome if they met up with the army and then came to arrest me. Shun Yi always uses the dirtiest guesses to gauge people's minds. Even if the possibility is very low, he will not leave any hidden dangers. They're here to see me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shun Yi. I came to see you today. Am I here to help you collect your body? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Captain Zhao must have received a mandatory order from above after he went back yesterday. So he came back. He has no idea how important I am. Lin Jiwei spoke thoughtfully and continued. Maybe it's not just Captain Zhao who came today. There should be other support, such as fighter jets or helicopters and other powerful weapons. Why? Shun Yi was shocked when he heard this. Is this woman so important that she actually dispatched fighter jets? It has been almost half a month since the outbreak of the doomsday, and Shun Yi has never seen any military rescue planes. This shows that even if there are still intact planes, they should be very few, or they cannot take off at will. But now, in order to rescue Lin Jiwei, not only did they dispatch a fully armed special forces team, they even sent out fighter jets. If they find out that I was the one who kidnapped the person they were looking for, they will probably kill me, right? Shun Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that in addition to her own talent, this woman was more likely to have an impressive background and a distinguished identity. It actually caused such a big commotion. You want to kill me? Lin Jiwei and Shun Yi looked at each other. Her red lips moved slightly, and her tone was calm. Only, there was an inexplicable emotion flowing in her eyes. 72. Nuclear threat. Yes, Shun Yi just had the intention to kill. Lin Jiwei was killed directly in the underground laboratory, and the body was disposed of. In this way, even if the army really finds him through some channel, he will not panic at all. But if the military finds out that Lin Jiwei is in their hands, it is unclear what means they will use to snatch her away. What Shun Yi was most worried about was not that Lin Jiwei would be found and taken back, but that Lin Jiwei would expose his secrets after returning. For example, his body can accommodate more than 3 superpowers. This will definitely be coveted by many people. Although Shun Yi has a system and some very good supernatural powers, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can compete with the army. However, he quickly gave up the idea of silencing the witness. Compared to the value that Lin Jiwei could bring if she were alive, her death would be a bit of a loss. So Shun Yi said, I don't want to think about it now. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to pack her documents. Shun Yi also knew that Lin Jiwei might be unhappy, but he didn't care. The two had only known each other for one day and did not have a deep relationship yet. Even because Lin Jiwei always wanted to make him a test subject, Shun Yi didn't have a very good impression of her. Since Lin Jiwei doesn't care about his life or death, he naturally won't care about Lin Jiwei's life or death either. If it weren't for Lin Jiwei's high self-worth, Shun Yi would have chased her away long ago if she dared to have so many messy ideas. It may be heartless, but it's the end of the world, so how can there be time for a leisurely romance? Be rational and band together as a community of shared interests. Just like Shun, he does not require women to have deep feelings for him. As long as they do not betray him or stab him in the back, they can still enjoy abundant supplies and a safe shelter. If you want to talk about feelings, you have to wait until you have absolute power. After the two men collected the things in the basement, the gunfire upstairs stopped. Through telepathy, Shun Yi saw that the mutant giant dog was forced into the black fog by the powerful firepower of the soldiers and fled to other places. It seems that no matter how strong the recovery ability is, it is not enough under the firepower attack of a special forces team. Then, the soldiers entered the institute and began searching. Shun Yi used teleportation to take Lin Jiwei away from the research institute in time. With the black fog as cover, Shun Yi would not panic even if there really was a plane in the sky. Come to think of it, did the army also encounter something? That's why they were unable to launch a rescue. Shun Yi took Lin Jiwei and hid in a shopping mall. He took out mineral water to drink and asked her, considering Lin Jiwei's possibly not simple identity, she must know more than Su Yun, a low-level policewoman. Yes. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black fog appeared, the ground cracked first, causing many roads and bridges to collapse, and the army was unable to launch rescue operations in the first place. Later, many birds mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down planes, so it was difficult for planes to take off and fight. Of course, the main problem was that the army encountered many powerful mutant monster attacks when it was gathering and lost a lot of weapons and soldiers. The strength of those mutant monsters is not weaker than that of mutant number 001. Some of them are even so powerful that they have already caused some small cities to fall. The army that went to rescue them has also lost contact with them. As a result, the number of troops currently in existence is at least 2/3 smaller than before. The remaining troops that can be mobilized are basically separated across the country, and it is almost impossible to carry out effective rescue across the country. Speaking of this, she glanced at Shun Yi and continued. Besides, the remaining troops are not all of one mind. In the end times, it is inevitable that there will be dissenting thoughts. In addition, some troops have to guard against other countries and cannot carry out rescue missions. Although this disaster is global, no one can be sure whether other countries will take the opportunity to do something unreasonable. For example, the United States released a message to the world at the beginning of the disaster. If an irreversible disaster occurred in the United States would launch a nuclear strike against all hostile countries because they suspected that the disaster was caused by other countries. Shen Yi frowned when he heard this. I didn't expect there was such a thing behind this disaster. No wonder help took so long to arrive. Not to mention that there are a large number of mutated animals and plants in every city. We must also guard against the threat from hegemonic countries alone. Who knows if the United States will really go crazy and launch a nuclear attack on Xia country. After all, Xia and the United States have been in opposition in recent years, and the United States' remarks are clearly a threat to Xia. This is not surprising, because at the beginning, when many Xia people saw the disaster, they might think that it was the work of the United States. Vice versa, the United States may also think that it was some kind of powerful weapon developed by Xia country and deployed on their territory. Currently, the strongest military forces in the world are the United States in the West and the Xia Kingdom in the East, while other countries are not yet qualified. People's hearts are so complicated. They're still fighting each other, even at the end of the world. Shinny doesn't think that this doomsday disaster will be easy to get through. If humans cannot keep up with the mutation speed of mutated animals and plants, they may really be wiped out. However, despite all the complaints, Shun Yi was more concerned about the fact that other cities also had mutated monsters that were as terrifying as the mutated trees. So where the hell am I going to go in half a year? If you choose the wrong city, you might as well stay in a mountain city. Shun Yi frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, I need to speed up the process of unlocking supplies. It looks like the shelter needs to be built as soon as possible. With a shelter, you can unlock supplies like an assembly line. Even if he unlocks 30 kinds of materials every month, as long as one of them is a supernatural fruit, Shun Yi's development speed will far exceed that of anyone else in the world. Moreover, the most important thing is that other ordinary people can only hold 3 superpowers at most. But Shun Yi has no limit. He can stack the number of superpowers, and the levels of superpowers can also be stacked. You know, most superpowers are not particularly strong when used alone, but if you can find a suitable superpower to use together, the strength will instantly increase several times. Even if a superpower is powerful in itself, if it is combined with a stronger superpower, the actual effect that can be displayed will be far greater than the superpower itself. For example, teleportation is a very powerful and buggy ability in itself. When combined with the invincible vision of telepathy, it is no exaggeration to say that its strength has doubled. If it is combined with a powerful attack ability, the strength can be multiplied several times. Shun Yi collected his thoughts, and his physical strength was almost restored. He scanned the surroundings with telepathy and saw that the soldiers had already evacuated. So he said, "Let's go too," etc. Lin Jiwei suddenly called Shun Yi, and in his puzzled look, she asked seriously, "Can I try to tame Xiaoha again? I feel like now is a great opportunity." 73. Search the mall and try to tame it. How confident are you? Even if we tame it now, can you guarantee that it won't go crazy and attack us again? Shen Yi asked back. He had seen with his own eyes before that the mutant giant dog was about to eat its master Lin Jiwei. Even if Lin Jiwei can tame it in a short period of time now, it will still be a hidden danger in the future. Believe me again, I saw that Xiaoha was seriously injured, and the bloodthirsty desire in its eyes has subsided. It should have regained its normal thinking. I am very confident that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking people casually. Lin Jiwei said this seriously, paused, and then said seriously, "I can't guarantee that it won't go crazy, but I can live in the same building with it, so that even if it goes crazy and wants to attack people, I can respond immediately and ensure that it won't harm you. Also, I want to improve the gene evolution potion, increase the success rate of injection, and eliminate side effects. I also want to use Xiaoha's living genes for research. As long as you agree, I can promise you that within 10 days, I can give you an upgraded gene potion. Listening to Lin Jiwei's solemn assurance, Shen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. If what she said was true, it would be acceptable. Shen Yi himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he couldn't kill the mutant giant dog, it was still easy for him to escape. He was just worried about threatening the safety of his other women. But if what Lin Jiwei said was true, and she was able to tame this giant mutant dog, there would be many benefits. Not to mention that it can speed up Lin Jiwei's research progress. But he can also have an extra powerful bodyguard. With a mutant giant dog here, you don't have to deal with ordinary mutant animals yourself in the future. After pondering for a while, Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, if you can tame it, can you make it obedient? For example, if I wanted to kill someone, it will kill. This is just the most basic instruction. There is no problem. The evolved husky is much smarter than before and can understand most instructions. Lin Jiwei answered immediately. Also, as long as you feed it regularly, it will most likely listen to you. In that case, Shen Yi agreed. He is still willing to try such a low-risk experiment. Especially now I have a small problem that needs to be solved. Mutated black spider. If the mutant giant dog can really be obedient and get rid of the mutant black spider, then Shen Yi will think it is a good deal. If it can't do that, then it's pure waste, and there's no point wasting food to feed it. Then, Shen Yi used telepathy to scan the 3-kilometer surrounding area and found a mutant giant dog in a remote corner. It was lying in the corner, licking the bullet wounds on its body, looking quite pitiful. Can you find it? Lin Jiwei asked curiously. It also knew that Shen Yi's telepathic ability was much farther than its own perspective. If Shen Yi can't be found, it will be a bit troublesome. We found it, but don't worry, let's search this mall first. Shen Yi looked towards the shopping mall. This mall is mostly filled with brand name bags, brand name clothes, and the like, but there is little food, so there are no survivors hiding here. Shen Yi immediately started shopping from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various outerwear, and more. Put everything together with the hangers into the system space. You don't have to worry about changing clothes anymore. There are also women's high heels, underwear, long skirts, trousers, shorts, stockings of various colors, etc., which are also collected together with the hangers. After sweeping 4 floors and clearing out the entire luxury goods mall, Shen Yi was satisfied and left with Lin Jiwei to look for the injured mutant giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei couldn't help but be curious. Shen Yi, how big is your supernatural space? I don't know either. I can't see the end at a glance. Maybe it's infinite. Shen Yi said. Infinity? How is this possible? Lin Jiwei fell in his silence and shock. Ever since the strange black fog appeared, most of the scientific theories she had known before were destroyed. Some supernatural powers can barely be explained by scientific theories. But some supernatural powers have completely gone beyond the scope of science and are comparable to theology. Like Shen Yi's teleportation, this involves space travel, which is absolutely impossible with current human technology. But he only needs a thought to travel through time and space. It doesn't make sense. And this black fog, it's also extremely strange. Lin Jiwei studied it for a long time and found that the black fog did not belong to any known substance on Earth, and it was even a substance that she could not understand. Either this is a higher dimensional technology, or this is theology. But Lin Jiwei is very rational. When she finds that she can't figure out something no matter what, she will not waste time thinking about it, nor will she be discouraged by it. Just pretend that you haven't discovered this theory. When I have enough research data and my own abilities are strong enough, I will come back to solve this mystery. Otherwise, if you keep digging into a dead end, you will gain nothing and will only waste your time and energy. 10 minutes later, the two came near the mutant giant dog. Shen Yi put away his telepathy in advance to avoid alerting the giant mutant dog. He remembered that when he used telepathy to spy before, he was noticed by the mutant giant dog. This proves that the mutant giant dog should have a strong perception. But most of the time, it's just dumb and unresponsive. For example, Shen Yi had been staring at it all the way, but it didn't react at all. I don't know if it's because of the injury that my perception has decreased. I'll go over and try it. As long as Xiao Ha can recognize me, I can make it obedient. Lin Jiwei said. Be safe. Shen Yi was also ready to use teleportation and restraint to save the situation at any time. Lin Jiwei's expression didn't change much, and she seemed not surprised by Shen Yi's concern. Although they had only spent a short time together, Lin Jiwei had already understood Shen Yi's character through her strong insight. He is a very sophisticated, selfish, and sensitive person. For his own safety, he can kill without hesitation, even if it is a woman he has had a relationship with. As long as his safety is threatened, he will strike without mercy. But he is not so cold that he has no feelings. He just suppresses his emotions very deeply and will not be swayed by them. In other words, as long as he doesn't threaten Shen Yi's safety, he is actually a good person. Can you give me some food? I want to use it to tame Xiao. Lin Jiwei said. Shen Yi took out 2 pieces of raw steak from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately, Lin Jiwei took the steak and walked into the alley. In the alley, the mutant giant dog that was licking its wounds heard footsteps, suddenly raised its head, and looked at the person coming with a pair of emerald green eyes. When it saw who was coming, Its eyes flickered slightly, as if it had some emotional fluctuations. 74. Dog training? I don't know, but I have experience in training people. Xiaoha, come here. Lin Jiwei stood in place, holding a piece of steak in his hand and gently shook it towards the mutant giant dog. The giant dog moved its nose and stood up shakily. There were many wounds on its huge body that were bleeding. A lot of flesh was torn by bullets, revealing the white bones. If it were an ordinary mutant animal, it would have died from such serious injuries long ago. A strange emotion flashed in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She also has some little thoughts. She has raised this husky since it was young, for more than 6 years, and has a deep affection for it. If Xiaoha can still retain normal thinking and remember herself, she doesn't want to abandon it. The mutant giant dog limped towards Lin Jiwei, making a low whimpering sound that seemed to be squeezed out of its throat. Hearing this voice, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up with joy. This is the sound Xiaoha used to make when he was acting coquettishly. It actually recognized me. Xiaoha, do you want to eat? Lin Jiwei walked forward slowly with the steak. Shun Yi watched quietly, ready to use teleportation to save the situation at any time. This woman is really brave. For the sake of experiment, she is not afraid of death at all. Very smart, but also a very simple and pure person. Lin Jiwei's cleverness is not reflected in playing with people's hearts or calculating against others. Instead, he focused solely on research. Actually, the threat she posed to Shun Yi was small, because Lin Jiwei had no intention of vying for favor or power, nor did she have any ambition. Her thoughts were very simple. She was simply curious about Shun Yi's body and wanted to dissect Shun Yi and study him thoroughly. In comparison, although Jiang Nanyan is not as smart as Lin Jiwei, she prefers to scheme against others. Of course, Jiang Nanyan is very loyal and sensible. Even if he has many thoughts of vying for favor, he will not delay the work assigned to him by Shun Yi, nor will he make Shun Yi unhappy. This is also the reason why Shun Yi tacitly allowed her to compete for favor. It looks like it can be tamed, but I'm not sure if it will go crazy again in the future. Shun Yi used telepathy and quietly looked at the mutant giant dog without any hostility. Now, it was lying in front of Lin Jiwei, chewing steak and letting Lin Jiwei touch its head. 2 pieces of steak are not enough to fill the huge mutant dog's teeth. Especially now that it has been seriously injured, the faster it recovers, the more energy it will consume. Shun Yi looked at it for a while, and then decided to show up and test it. See if this mutant giant dog will attack him. If this beast is still hostile to him under Lin Jiwei's control, he must not let it stay. He is such a double-standard person. Drink! As soon as Shun Yi appeared, the mutant giant dog immediately turned its head and stared at it, making a low warning sound in its throat. The aura around it also became slightly darker. Obviously, it is hostile to Shun Yi. It should be said that they are hostile to strange creatures. But when Lin Jiwei patted its head, it suppressed its desire to attack and just stared at Shun Yi vigilantly with its pair of green eyes. That's right, be vigilant. It seemed to still remember that Shun Yi had once immobilized it in the research institute. Then, the mutant giant dog still feels scared when he thinks about the feeling of being unable to move even after trying his best. Yes, just be sensible. Shun Yi looked at the mutant giant dog, which was a little hostile towards him but had no intention of killing him, and expressed satisfaction. Although this was because Lin Jiwei stopped it, it was already very good that it could resist attacking itself. After all, they are animals and cannot be treated as humans. But the method of taming animals is actually similar to that of taming humans. It's the same combination of a big stick and a sweet date. Make it respect you and depend on you at the same time. Thinking of this, Shun Yi took a step forward and instantly appeared next to the mutant giant dog, scaring it. The mutant giant dog subconsciously wanted to stand up, but a flashlight shone on it, reflecting a shadow, and then its body, which was about to stand up, was instantly frozen. It's that feeling again. The mutant giant dog struggled hard, its green eyes staring at Shun Yi, who was so close to it, and it was obvious that it felt a little afraid. Maybe it was in a sane state now, and coupled with the serious injuries, it felt the threat of death. If Shun Yi kept shooting at its vital points with a gun at this time, he might be able to kill this giant mutant dog. Judging from the feedback of the physical strength consumed by the shadow binding, the mutant giant dog was obviously much weaker than yesterday. The physical strength consumed to immobilize, it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that although the resilience of this gene is very strong, it is not to the point where there is no solution. I think those special forces just don't want to take risks, otherwise they would definitely be able to kill the mutant giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in the black fog, it's very simple. There is no light source, so he just carries one with him. There are many flashlights in the supermarket, and there is system space, so you can use them whenever you want, which is not a big deal. Thinking of this, Shun Yi saw that the shock was almost over, so he took out a roast chicken from the system space, looked at the mutant giant dog, and said, "From now on, treat me as your master. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you will have meat for every meal." As he spoke, he threw the roast chicken next to the mutant giant dog. Smelling the aroma of the chicken, the mutant giant dog became visibly excited, making constant howling sounds, and couldn't wait to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility toward Shun-Yi was also eliminated by more than half, and its aura turned into neutral gray and a faint friendly white. Yes, very sensible. Shun-Yi nodded with satisfaction and released the shadow restraints. Although the mutant giant dog could not understand human language, it knew that it could not attack Shun-Yi. Otherwise, you will either be immobilized and unable to move, or there will be no delicious food. It glanced at Shun-Yi cautiously, then immediately lowered its head and ate the roast chicken on the ground in one bite. A roast chicken? It was gone before I could even taste it. Then, it looked at Shun-Yi eagerly again. After hesitating for a moment, he limped towards Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi was ready to use shadow binding at any time, and instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand. The mutant giant dog seemed to understand what to do. It lay down in front of Shun-Yi and lowered its head to make it easier for Shun-Yi to touch its head. The hostility of the mutant giant dog also completely dissipated, and there was a lot more white aura of kindness. Immediately, Shun-Yi took out a dozen roast chickens and 20 or 30 steaks and threw them to the mutant giant dog one by one. If you throw it all at once, it won't feel tamed. Let your pet know that you can only eat what I give you. You can't eat what I don't give you, and you can't steal it. This is also Shun-Yi's test of the mutant giant dog. If it can't resist the temptation of food and attacks itself, it proves that it has a rebellious nature and should be turned into dog meat soup. But the mutant giant dog was indeed rational. It stared at the food beside Shun-Yi. Although it was anxious and wanted to eat it, it did not snatch it away. Instead, it waited for Shun-Yi to throw it to it. It was obviously in awe of Shun-Yi's ability to hold it in place. After some feeding, the mutant giant dog became much more friendly towards Shun-Yi. Although they are not as loyal as Su Wanting and Su Yun and other women, at least they won't suddenly attack me. Generally speaking, there is a process for goodwill to turn into hostility. This process gave Shun-Yi enough time to react. I didn't expect you to be quite good at dog training. Lin Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Xiaoha is not only her first successful experimental subject, but also her pet for whom she has invested a lot of affection. She is very happy to be able to save him now. Dog training? I don't know much about it, but it feels similar to training people. I have a lot of experience in training people. Shun-Yi touched the mutant giant dog's head and looked at Lin Jiwei. 75. Rain, subdue the mutated black spider. Training people? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man seemed to be pointing at her, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, this is not good for you, and keeping it in mind will only affect your future performance. Okay, let's go home. As Shun-Yi spoke, he looked at the mutant giant dog whose injuries had recovered a lot. It seems that as long as there is enough food, its recovery speed will be faster. What a powerful and abnormal ability. If Shun-Yi had this ability, he would be invincible. The thing Shun-Yi has the most right now is food. When he's injured, he can recover by just eating. It's so cool for him. If he wasn't worried about turning into a monster, he would really like to inject a tube of genetic evolution potion. Come to think of it, mutant animals don't seem to feel particularly thirsty after breathing in the black mist for a few hours like us humans do. Walking on the way back to the community, Shun-Yi was drinking mineral water and suddenly glanced at the mutant giant dog. Although the mutant giant dog also needs to drink water, it is not like Shun-Yi and Lin Jiwei who need to replenish water after a while. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and answered, according to my previous research, most mutant animals will not feel hungry and thirsty all the time in the black fog. But after they mutate, the amount of water they need will increase accordingly. As for the way mutant animals replenish their water sources, it seems that they drink the blood of their prey. Then can they drink contaminated water? Shun-Yi asked. Most mutant animals can't drink it, but some will. But according to my research, if they drink contaminated water for a long time, even mutant animals will be affected to a certain extent. So, water is indeed the most important thing right now. It is very important to all living things. Shun-Yi whispered softly. Fortunately, the first supply he unlocked was mineral water, otherwise he didn't know if he could survive. If you don't inhale the black fog, you can survive for a while longer. But if I continue to live in the black fog, I probably won't be able to survive without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day. If I think about it this way, I'm afraid many more people will die next. The mountain city is slightly better because of its terrain. There are many tall buildings, and people can temporarily avoid the black fog. In some plain cities, if there were no national rescue, more than 80% of the people would probably die. If possible, Shun-Yi didn't want so many people to die. It would be of no benefit to him if all human beings died. Because there is no large population base, it will be difficult for him to find a woman who meets the system standards in the future. But as long as the survivors dare to go out and look for water, there is a high probability that they will find some drinkable water, right? Shun-Yi has not studied this aspect because he has no shortage of water. But people who lack water will definitely unite to find uncontaminated water sources, such as mineral water in supermarkets, groundwater, well water. I just don't know if the groundwater is polluted. Logically speaking, the black fog emerged from the cracks in the ground, that is, from underground. Then the groundwater must have been polluted long ago. But this is just a guess. Shuni cannot be sure that the ground is beneath the crack. To be metaphysical, he even suspected whether the crack led to other dimensions or subdivisions. After all, this black fog is too strange and mysterious. It's not like the Earth can produce it on its own. Of course, these are just some wild guesses with no real basis. I can only wait until I have the strength to go down into the crack and take a look myself. It looks like it's raining. Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei had just walked back to the gate of the community when a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. This is the first rain in the mountain city in nearly half a month. And the rainwater does not seem to be contaminated in the first place and is drinkable. Of course, Sheni would not take the risk to try it. But if the rain was a little heavier, ordinary people would have a better chance of survival. Speaking of which, if the rainwater is not polluted in the first place, then the rescue method for other cities would not be artificial rainfall, right? Shun, you seem to be thinking about something. It's not impossible. He even suspected that the sudden rain in the mountain city might be artificial rainfall. But it's just speculation. Now, it's time to get down to business. Arrived at the door of unit in Building 6. Before Shun E could say anything, the mutant giant dog suddenly stopped, staring at the upstairs with its green eyes and making a vigilant sound in its throat. Obviously, the stupid husky, whose injuries had recovered a little, was now able to sense the potential danger. There might be mutant animals upstairs. Lin Jue looked at the building in front of him and then turned on the perspective. Soon, she saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on the spider web, there was a large mutant black spider. Even though Lin Jiwei had seen many mutant animals, he was still shocked by the size of this black spider. How could an ordinary spider mutate to such a large size? Could it be that he has also undergone a secondary mutation like Xiaoha? Lin Jiwei murmured in surprise. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it is also a secondary mutation, then the research value is very high. Xiaoha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei seriously instructed the mutant giant dog. The husky tilted its head, probably not understanding what was meant at all. Although there is wisdom, it is not much. I'll lure it down, and you can command Xiaoha to launch a sneak attack later. Shun Yi said. Good. Research fanatic Lin Jiwei nodded immediately. She would not let go of such good research material. Even if Shun Yi didn't say it, Lin Jiwei would find a way to capture him or kill him. The corpses of mutant animals are also very valuable for research. Then, Shun Yi teleported to the door of the unit, took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space, aimed at the resting mutant black spider through telepathic vision, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets hit the mutant black spider, and most of them did not cause much damage. But one of the bullets happened to hit one of the black spider's eyes, and a ball of sticky liquid burst out instantly. The mutated black spider immediately let out a strange cry, perhaps out of pain or anger, and its several legs moved at the same time, moving quickly downstairs. Shun Yi deliberately waited until the mutated black spider saw him, attracted all of its hatred, and then used teleportation to pull it back. The mutated black spider seemed unaware of the husky in the black fog, and chased after Shun Yi aggressively, as if it was determined to kill him. Xiaoha, now go ahead. Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity and immediately waved his hand to give orders. The mutant giant dog, which was already eyeing the spider with eager eyes, pounced on the unsuspecting mutant black spider upon receiving the order. With one claw, it pressed it heavily to the ground. No matter how the mutant black spider struggled, it could not escape from Era's big claw. The power of the mutant husky completely crushes the mutant black spider. If the black spider's body wasn't so hard, this claw would have smashed it into a ball. Seeing this, Lin Jiwei immediately stepped forward to study the mutated black spider up close. This was the first time she encountered an animal with a secondary mutation. Xiao doesn't count because it is a man-made product. Who knows? At this moment, the mutated black spider struggled with several legs, suddenly opened its mouth, and spit out a white silk like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Lin Jiwei, who was unprepared. 76. Too fucking overbearing. White silk suddenly spurted out of the mutant black spider's fangs, and Lin Jiwei had no time to react and was totally unprepared, because normal spiders do not shoot spider silk from their mouths. The main place where spiders spray spider silk is the silk glands on their abdomen. Spiders secrete liquid proteins through these glands, and when this liquid protein comes into contact with air, it quickly solidifies into spider silk. Therefore, when the mutant black spider's abdomen was pressed to the ground by Era, Lin Jiwei did not deliberately take precautions. But she didn't expect that this mutated black spider was completely against common sense. Its spider silk is sprayed out from its chelicerae. Lin Jiwei wanted to hide, but it was too late. That white silk is extremely fast, and just like a sharp arrow, if it hits the flesh, it will penetrate instantly. At this critical moment, Shun Yi teleported over, grabbed Lin Jiwei, and pulled her into his arms. The white spider silk brushed against Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep bloody wound, which was even a little corrosive. But fortunately, it was only an arm injury and he is fine. Woof! The mutant giant dog saw its master injured and barked angrily, then raised a large claw and smashed down heavily, directly smashing the mutant black spider's head, and all kinds of liquids flowed all over the ground. The head exploded, and the mutant black spider's body struggled for a while before slowly losing movement. Shun Yi then retracted his gaze and looked at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms. He frowned and said, "Why are you so reckless? Use your brain. Even the weakest mutant monster can easily kill us humans. You are also a researcher. You should know more about mutant animals than I do and be more vigilant." I understand. Lin Jiwei covered his injured arm with one hand. For some reason, he was a little afraid to retort. It's not that I'm afraid of Shun Yi, but I have a very strange feeling in my heart. Is this what it feels like to be in love? This sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Jiwei's mind. Even though she had just had a brush with death, she still did not feel much fear. Instead, she was able to think calmly about her own experience. Go into the building first, and I'll disinfect and bandage your arm. Shun Yi glanced at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. The spider silk was actually corrosive. Although it was not very corrosive, a lot of the flesh on Lin Jiwei's arm was corroded away, making a sizzling sound. Even with such a serious injury, this woman didn't say a word. Her patience is too strong. The two men entered the building, but because the mutant giant dog was too big, they couldn't get in, so they could only lie down at the door. It stared at the corpse of the mutant black spider, as if it wanted to eat it. But before entering the building, Lin Jiwei warned it again and again that it must not eat black spiders. I don't know if the husky understood it, but it didn't eat it at that time. Coming to the building, Shun Yi discovered that the first floor had been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the bodies on the ground were cleaned up. It seems that Jiang Ningyan's shelter plan is very well done. It's only been half a day, and they've already started cleaning the building. Good. Shun Yi still prefers a clean environment. He took Lin Jiwei to sit on the sofa, cut the clothes on her arms with medical scissors, and began to disinfect Lin Jiwei with iodine. Fortunately, I went to the hospital before and bought a lot of medical equipment and medicines. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's injury is not treated, she might not be able to save her arm. Once infected, you may even lose your life. Be careful next time and don't be so reckless. As long as the person is alive, you can do whatever research you want. It's being held down by Xiaohe, and it can't possibly run away. Why are you so anxious? While using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect, Shun Yi chattered on and on to teach Lin Jiwei his way of survival. He would never do such a risky thing. No matter how weak the opponent is, as long as I take action, I will kill him with the power of thunder. Lin Jiwei quietly watched the man who was treating her wounds and bandaging her clothes, without saying a word. Only, there was a rare ripple in her calm eyes. It's wrapped. Take care of yourself from now on to see if it gets infected. If it does, I'm afraid you'll have to find a doctor to perform surgery on you. After Shun Yi bandaged Lin Jiwei's wound with a bandage, he glanced at her calm expression. This woman is so patient. During the whole process of bandaging, he didn't say a word and was in a daze the whole time. I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he's thinking about how to study that mutant black spider. What a research maniac. A research maniac who doesn't even care about his own life. I see. Lin Jiwei glanced away slightly and did not meet Shun Yi's eyes. Okay, now that the mutated black spider has been dealt with, you can rest today. Tomorrow we will choose a suitable building for you and install the generator and the experimental equipment you need. Shun Yi planned. But with a fuel generator, you need a lot of oil, and then you have to go to the gas station to get more gasoline. Husband. Just then, suddenly a voice came from behind. It was Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun, as well as Su Wanting and 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shun Yi had naturally seen them through telepathy a long time ago, so he was not surprised. Similarly, when they reached a distance of 20 meters, the 3 women also confirmed Shun Yi's identity through telepathy. Honey, all residents in this building have completed registration, and they are all willing to join our shelter. Not counting their families, we have already received 12 survivors. While reporting, Jiang Nanyan glanced at the beautiful woman sitting next to Shun Yi. Is she your husband's new woman again? He's actually injured? She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable looking at this new woman. It's not jealousy or enviousness. It's just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if when he looked into the eyes of this woman, all his little thoughts were seen through in an instant, making Jiang Nanyan feel as if he was naked. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The other survivors who followed were all shocked when they heard Jiang Nanyan call the man in front of her husband with a very respectful attitude. Turned out to be, this man is the one who really calls the shots. So, all the survivors secretly looked at Shun Yi, wondering why this pretty boy could make such a fierce female devil obey him. They saw with their own eyes Jiang Nanyan shooting someone to death. That cold expression, as if he regarded human life as worthless, frightened the other male survivors. But such a beautiful and cold woman actually called this young man husband, and her attitude was quite respectful. It completely refreshed the survivors' views. But then, what refreshed their three views was that the other two beautiful women with guns in their hands, also called the pretty boy husband. Suddenly, all the survivors were stunned. These three beautiful women are actually the women of this pretty boy. How is this possible? Isn't this against the law? Well, that's good. Let's continue. Find the residents of other buildings in this community as soon as possible and see if they are willing to join our shelter. If they're not willing to join, then drive them out. This community will be the base of our shelter from now on. No outsiders will be allowed. After Shun-Yi gave the order, he paused, glanced at the survivors, and said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, just shoot them to death. There's no need to save bullets. I have enough bullets here. Hearing this, the survivors' faces changed, and they were suddenly frightened. This man is so fucking domineering. This is a house that the residents bought themselves, and you're actually going to kick them out? Survivors who still retain some moral bottom line will inevitably feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, they were also a little relieved. Fortunately, I agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a pistol, they really had to be driven out of their home. As expected, being able to make a group of cold-blooded women obey him will only make this pretty boy even more brutal. 77. Insecurity, you have to know how to lick. Shun-Yi's show of force was very effective. The survivors looked at him with fear in their eyes. Yes, he said this on purpose in front of these survivors. The purpose is to awe the survivors. Only awe can scare them and let them know how terrible the consequences of betrayal are. Certainly, to rule the sanctuary, it takes more than fear. So after knocking for a while, Shun-Yi waved his hand, and a dozen bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles appeared on ground. He looked at the survivors and said, you are the first batch of survivors to join the shelter. These water and food are the rewards for your right choice. At the same time, as long as you can attract more survivors to join the shelter, you will receive more food and water as rewards. As Shun-Yi spoke, his eyes swept over the survivors who were in awe, shock, and fear. Judging from telepathic perception, these people have no hostility towards him. At most, they're neutral, and he does not want to provoke them. That's right, Shun-Yi has a gun in his hand. Only a fool would be hostile. There are few residents in this building who dare to fight to the death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased and hacked by 6 or 7 thugs. But people who are afraid of death are actually easier to control. Anyway, they don't need to have amazing fighting power. As long as they can do their general job well, that's enough. When necessary, I can just act as cannon fodder. Okay, let's divide up the food and water. As Shun-Yi spoke, a group of survivors rushed forward to get water, and some even said thank you to Shun-Yi with gratitude in their eyes. Very polite. Shun-Yi gave him a bottle of water. This attracted the attention of other people, and I secretly hated myself for not thinking of saying thank you. As expected, you have to know how to lick at any time. The main reason was that they were shocked by Shun-Yi's ability to create food and water out of thin air. Their brains froze for a moment, and they were unable to react. These survivors have never seen superpowers, let alone the existence of superpower fruits. They just felt shocked and unbelievable. With just a wave of his hand, more than a dozen bottles of water appeared. Is this a superpower? This man actually has superpowers. No wonder these 3 murderous female demons were so obedient. No wonder he could have a harem with so many beautiful women in the doomsday. Because of the end of the world, it seems that the emergence of superpowers is not particularly difficult to accept. So while the survivors were shocked and awed, they also quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Shun-Yi glanced at the crowd and used telepathy to check. It turned out that none of these survivors had any greed for his abilities. He also wanted to make an example of someone else. As a result, this group of people didn't give me a chance. Whatever. There will be a chance sooner or later. And with Shun-Yi's promise, these survivors were also very excited. As long as you invite people to join the shelter, you will be rewarded with food and water. This is an opportunity. By now, even those residents who had food stored at home have already eaten it up. If Jiang Nanyan hadn't knocked on the door today to tell them that the thug was dead, they might have stayed at home until they couldn't stand the hunger anymore, and then they would have risked going out. And now, they don't need to take any particularly big risks, nor do they need to risk their lives. As long as they invite people to join the shelter, they can get food and water. It's so easy. With more people in the shelter, everyone can stick together for warmth, and it will be safer. Therefore, these survivors, either out of awe or because they were cowardly, had no other intentions. No ambition, no big desires, just being able to survive is enough. Honey, I'll take people to other buildings to search for survivors. Jiang Nanyan responded immediately. She now also enjoys this feeling of being second to none and above everyone else. Even though I don't have 10,000 people under my command, as long as the shelter keeps developing, there's still a lot of potential in the future. It feels great to be in power. I'm a little addicted to John and cigarettes. Well, come out with me. Shun-Yi said this and led the way out of the unit door. I have to warn the husky first, so that these people won't be eaten by the husky when they enter or leave the unit. At this time, The mutant husky who was lying at the door waiting saw Shun Yi and immediately came over, wagging its tail desperately as if asking for a reward. There's a monster. A female survivor was frightened by the huge size of the husky and screamed, and subconsciously hid backwards. Even some male survivors were frightened, and their faces changed drastically. They retreated repeatedly and almost ran away. Don't expect this group of survivors to fight. But, seeing the mutant giant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun and the other girls subconsciously clenched their guns, with a look of nervousness and fear on their faces. But when they saw that Shunyi did not retreat, but walked in front of the monster, they did not hide in the building like the others, but watched the scene curiously. Since my husband is not afraid, it proves that I can definitely deal with this mutant monster. Then they don't need to be afraid. The three women trust Shunyi's power very much, and are even superstitious. The mutant giant dog might have been full, or it might have sensed that these survivors posed no threat to it, or it might have been because of Lin Jiwei's teachings. In short, it did not take these survivors seriously, nor did it show any hostility. Certainly, if Shun Yi wasn't in front of it, it would probably be another bloody scene. Well, that's a good performance. Remember, don't attack them next time. Shun Yi touched Era's head, pointed at Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting, and gave it instructions. Although the husky may not be able to understand human language, it can still understand the general meaning. The mutant giant dog glanced at Su Wanting and the other two girls with its green eyes, as if it had remembered them. Honey, what is it? Su Wanting swallowed and asked cautiously. It's my pet. Its name is Xiaohe. As Shun Yi spoke, he took out a few pieces of steak and threw them to Era. As long as you are obedient, you will be rewarded. Pet. Su Wanting, her two daughters, and other survivors were stunned. He actually kept a 5 or 6 meter long monster as a pet. This monster just lying there looks like a small hill. It's scary to look at. Normally it won't eat people, but you should try not to get close to it to avoid any accidents. Shunyi gave a reminder, just in case. Several women quickly agreed. Even without warning, they didn't dare to get close to this monster. If Shun Yi hadn't stood in front of them and touched the monster's head, they would have shot directly. Although a pistol probably can't kill this mountain-sized monster. Honey, then, can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan looked at the mutant monster cautiously. Even if one has telepathic powers and can sense that the mutant giant dog has no hostility towards him, any normal person would be scared to see such a huge monster lying at the door. Well, go ahead. Shun Yi nodded and put the headless corpse of the mutated black spider on the ground into the system space. Immediately, Jiang Nanyan led a group of survivors and walked carefully past the mutant giant dog. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the mutant giant dog had no reaction. The survivors discussed in low voices with lingering fear. How is such a terrifying monster subdued? I think it can flatten a van with just one claw. This kind of monster can actually be kept as a pet. Nima, what a pervert. The crowd, who were already in awe of Shun Yi, who possessed supernatural powers, now had no desire to resist. Not to mention how powerful Shun Yi's superpowers are. Just this pet he raised can easily beat them to death. But then I changed my mind. The boss of our shelter is so awesome, and he has such an awesome pet. So if we just do our job well in the future, won't we be safer too? At least I don't have to worry about encountering thugs like before. If any more thugs dare to come to our neighborhood, the boss's pets will eat them. This is also the effect Shunyi wants. It is necessary to make people who join the shelter feel awed and safe. In this way, the shelter can develop healthily and serve itself better. 78. Murong Shui's shock. Take a rest today. Tomorrow I'll see if the wound on your arm gets infected. If it doesn't, I'll help you install the experimental equipment. Shun Yi sent Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's home, gave her a few instructions, left some anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze, and left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to be his slave, he also had to recover from his injuries before he could be his slave. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei and hesitated, but still asked with concern, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Although the relationship between them is rather awkward. But now is the end of the world, so this kind of thing is not particularly difficult to accept. As a 2D anchor, Chu Xiaoxiao has also watched a lot of doomsday harem anime and novels, so relatively speaking, she can accept this kind of thing quickly. The most important thing is that she does not have the qualifications and power to reject Shunyi. It was rubbed by spider silk. Lin Jiwei replied concisely and casually. Spider silk? Is it a spider? Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Lin Jiwei hummed, not knowing what he was thinking about, and had no interest in chatting. Seeing that the woman was so cold, Chu Xiaoxiao said, "Oh," and decided not to try to please her anymore. She got up and went to wash up. Shun Yi was a bit of a germaphobe and loved cleanliness, so he provided each of his women with mineral water for daily washing. Leave Chu Xiaoxiao's home. Shun Yi used telepathy to go straight to the home of Doomsday, enthusiast Murong Shui. This is the highest rated woman so far. Whether it's figure, appearance, or temperament, they're all the best Shun Yi has ever seen. Therefore, he has been coveting Murong Shui's shelter for a long time. If Shen Yi hadn't been busy unlocking Lin Jue and Chu Xiaoxiao supplies and emptying the Virus Research Institute these 2 days, he would have taken action against her long ago. This woman is not at home. Shen Yi scanned the area with telepathy and found that there was no one in the lighted room on the 18th floor. Where did this woman go? It's the end of the world, and you still dare to go out and have fun? He focused his mind and scanned the entire building, looking for any trace of Murong Shui. This woman, please don't waste her time. Otherwise, Shen Yi would suffer a great loss. Shen Yi looked around and suddenly showed an unexpected expression. He found Murong Shui's figure. Only, this stranger Murong Shui is actually with his younger sister. The two were chatting and seemed to have a good relationship. I've only been away for a day. Why do I feel like so much has happened? Shen Yi frowned it. Does this woman have any bad intentions by approaching my younger sister and grandmother? He didn't think that a woman who had set up traps all over her house would become friends with his younger sister without any precautions. Thinking in his mind, Shen Yi used teleportation to come to the door. Instead of entering the room directly, he knocked on the door. Brother, you are finally back. When the door opened, Shen Su immediately rushed over happily, hugged Shen Yi's arm tightly, and pulled him into the house. After entering the room, Shen Su immediately introduced to Murong Shui. Sister Murong, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Shen Yi. Hello, Mr. Shen. Murong Shui stood up and gave Shen Yi a kind smile. Only, her heart suddenly contracted. The space-related mutant that I had seen before turned out to be Shen Su's brother. She was stunned. The changes in this life are too great. Shen Su showed up in the mountain city ahead of time and inexplicably moved into her own neighborhood. Obviously, Shen Su in the previous life would not appear until more than 2 months later. Moreover, her brother should have disappeared in her previous life. Shen Su came to the vicinity of Shanqing University just to look for her brother, and even the reason why she never left Shanqing University was also to look for her brother. But in this life, her brother is still alive. Murong Shui almost thought that Shen Su was also a reborn person. This is also the reason why she approached Shen Su. However, through conversation, she discovered that Shen Su had no memory of her past life, proving that she was not a time traveler. So, in other words, everything that is happening now is the butterfly effect. But how can the butterfly effect be so big? Although I have done some things that have affected the trajectory of my life, it is impossible for them to affect Shen Su, and the impact is so profound. Without mentioning Murong Shui's brainstorm at the moment, Shen Su was happily introducing Murong Shui to Shen Yi. Brother, this sister is Murong Shui. When you were not here before, the neighbor next door kept banging on our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or pay attention to him. But that person would bang on the door every once in a while, and my grandma and I were very scared. Then, Sister Murong Shui showed up and drove that bad neighbor away. Shen Yi frowned slightly. Then he released his telepathy and glanced at the neighbor's house next door. Result. The neighbor had died tragically in his home. He had a crossbow bolt stuck in his head. That crossbow arrow was exactly the same as the one in Murong Shui's home. Shen Yi withdrew his telepathy, looked at Murong Shui with some surprise, and said calmly, "Thank you. It's just a small favor, nothing." Murong Shui smiled with a kind attitude, but she was extremely nervous. It's not just tension, it's also shock and disbelief. Because during the conversation just now, she clearly felt the strong fluctuations emanating from Shen Yi again. It turns out that the one who used the perception ability to spy on him before was not that woman, but Shen Yi. In other words, this man actually has 2 superpowers. Murong Shui was shocked. He actually got 2 superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse. What kind of luck is this? With such good luck, why did he die so quickly in his previous life? Or, he didn't die in his previous life, but just left the mountain city early? That doesn't make sense. If he left the mountain city early, he should have gone back to find his family. It's impossible for him to disappear out of thin air. Otherwise, Shen Su wouldn't have come all the way to find him. It's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Murong Shui's brain was brainstorming, but she couldn't make sense of it for a while. Ms. Murong, I won't say any more polite words. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Shen Yi said with a smile. He was once again certain in his heart that this woman Murong Shui must be no simple person. Before, Shen Yi just thought that the other party was a serious doomsday enthusiast. But I didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill people. A woman who built a doomsday shelter, stockpiled a lot of food and water, prepared a lot of weapons, and dared to kill people. Why does she feel so much like a character in some novels? Shen Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Then, the 3 of them chatted for a while, and Murong Shui left on her own initiative, using the excuse that she was a little tired. Susu, take these supernatural fruits and eat them. Shen Yi took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the system space and gave them to Shen Su. They're all telepathic supernatural fruits. This ability is very practical. Although I don't need to go out and generally won't encounter any danger, I can still keep this ability as a backup. As for why it wasn't given before, it was because of the upper limit of supernatural powers. Shun Yi originally wanted to give his younger sister 2 more powerful superpowers. Although telepathy is practical, it is still a little weak and has little combat power. There is no need to occupy a supernatural space. But other supernatural fruits are not easy to find, so let's arrange the telepathic power first. I'll think of other ways later to see if I can break through the limit of my supernatural powers. Wow, bro, where did you dig up a tree with supernatural fruits? There are so many supernatural fruits. Shin Su's face was full of surprise. Shun Yi smiled, and then explained to his younger sister how to use telepathic abilities and how eating more supernatural fruits would allow one to level up. Then, he left some food and water, then left on the pretext of having something to do. Walk out the door. He went straight to Murong Shue's house on the 18th floor. 7-9. Shun Yi, are you a reborn person? Shun Yi was almost certain that this strange woman Murong Shue definitely intended to get close to his younger sister. As for the purpose, he had no idea. But now that the hidden danger has been discovered, we must nip it in the bud, or get rid of Murong Shue. Either subdue her and find out her purpose of approaching her family. Through a telepathic perspective, when Shun Yi saw Murong Shue hurriedly returning home, he immediately picked up the crossbow and opened all the traps in the house, preparing for battle. There's something wrong with this woman. She actually predicted that I would come to find her. Shun Yi didn't play any tricks with Murong Shue and teleported directly into her bedroom. There is only one trap in this room, which poses no threat to me. At this time, Murong Shue sat in the living room with an empty view, holding a crossbow in her hand, with a white fox lying on the sofa, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She could feel that the power that was spying on her was always there. I'm being targeted. That man finally came. Come out and talk about whatever you want. Murong Shue looked around and said in a cold voice. Her attitude was completely different from what it was before in front of Shin Su. As kind as he was then, he is as cruel now. Shun Yi stared at Murong Shue, and an idea came to his mind. This woman must have superpowers. She could sense her snooping, but she couldn't seem to see where she was. But this woman is very smart. The reason why she sits in the living room with a wide view is obviously to guard against her own sneak attack through teleportation. No matter from which angle Shun Yi suddenly attacked, this woman would be able to counterattack immediately. What a keen combat awareness. What was her previous identity? Moreover, he even noticed the limit of my teleportation distance. Shun Yi frowned, as if thinking about something. Although judging from Murong Shue's aura, she did not have any strong murderous intentions towards him. He could not let his guard down. Then, Shun Yi was in the bedroom, and he spoke to her through the door. Murong Shue, who are you? Exclamation point. Murong Shue was startled and quickly looked towards the bedroom. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the crossbow. People with space abilities are indeed difficult to deal with. And this person with space ability actually also has the ability of perception. The combination of these two superpowers simply doesn't make sense. Originally, there were so many mechanisms and traps in his room that even if someone with spatial ability broke in without vision, they could still plot against him. But if the opponent has perception abilities, then these traps will be useless. Murong Shue clenched her crossbow, stared at the bedroom, and said coldly, I don't understand what you mean by this sentence. What do you want to say? If possible, she really didn't want to fight with this kind of cheating guy, especially since the other party is actually Shun Su's brother. All of this was completely beyond Murong Shue's plan. Then let me ask you bluntly, why did you transform such a shelter in advance? Who told you that there would be a disaster? Shun Yi asked. He even speculated whether some high-level officials knew about the doomsday disaster before it happened. But this speculation was quickly overturned. Because even someone with a strong background like Lin Jiwei didn't know that the end of the world was coming, how could Murong Shue, an ordinary person who seemed to be alone, know about it? So there is definitely something wrong with her. I'm just a doomsday shelter enthusiast. I didn't know there would be a doomsday disaster, and no one told me. As for renovating this house, I just did it for fun because I have money. I didn't expect it would be put to good use. Murong Shue replied. This was the only reasonable explanation she had thought of a long time ago. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, it is better than exposing the secret of your rebirth. She didn't dare tell strangers about her rebirth. Yeah. However, Shun Yi didn't believe Murong Shue's reasons at all. It's totally untenable. Let me guess, you're not like in the TV series, a reborn person who came back from the apocalypse? As Shun Yi spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Murong Shue's expression. When he said the 3 words, reborn, Murong Shue's eyes suddenly shrank, but she tried her best to restrain herself from showing any strange expression. But just this one detail is enough to confirm it. He is actually a reborn person. Shun Yi was immediately shocked. Someone can actually be reborn. Is this the Destiny Girl? Or some rare, supernatural power? Shun Yi had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was mostly excited. If you can master the secret of this reborn person, you can avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. But at the same time, facing a reborn person, Shun Yi dare not underestimate him. Who knows if the other party has any powerful trump cards? It will be troublesome if you were to fight me to death. Then, Shun Yi directly used the mental connection, forcibly connected to Murong Shui, and teleported away from the 18th floor. It's always better to be careful. Through spiritual connection, remote communication is possible. Is this a psychic power? Murong Shui suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental force invading her mind, and she was startled. She quickly gathered her own mental strength and forcibly eliminated the external force. Damn it, she gritted her teeth secretly, showing an expression of disbelief. He actually possesses 3 superpowers. How is this possible? As a reborn person, Murong Shui has only obtained the 2nd superpower so far. Her expression changed constantly, and her eyes then fell on the white fox lying on the sofa. Xiaobai, it seems, I can only rely on you. At the same time, Shun Yi realized that his mental connection was instantly erased and frowned. This woman's mental power is so strong. He thought to himself, it seems that her ability should be to strengthen the mental aspect. After thinking for a moment, Shun Yi once again initiated a mental connection with Murong Shui and added a short sentence. Don't be so quick to refuse. I just want to talk to you. Shun Yi's voice rang in Murong Shui's mind. She frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment, but did not cut off the connection. She could feel that this mental power was weak and harmless, and was obviously only used for communication and was not offensive. It seems that his psychic ability is of auxiliary type, and its level is not high. It can only be used for communication. Murong Shui felt a little relieved. If this guy who possesses spatial and perceptual abilities also has powerful mental abilities, then I will have absolutely no chance of winning. How can a person who died long ago in his previous life be so strong in this life? Who is the one who is reborn? Murong Shui's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Suddenly, she remembered that Shun Yi had easily guessed her identity as a reborn person, and her heart suddenly tightened. Etc. Could it be that he is also a reborn person? Otherwise, why would he guess his identity? Thinking of this, Murong Shui asked Shun Yi directly through the spiritual connection. Shun Yi, are you a reborn person? 80, I want to sleep. Me? A reborn one? Shun Yi was stunned. How does this woman imagine? They actually thought I was a reborn person. After thinking for a while, he replied, I'm not, but you are. Shun Yi also completely confirmed the other party's identity as a reborn person from Murong Shui's question. All doubts turned into certainties. Murong Shui was obviously aware that her identity was exposed, so she immediately cut off her mental connection with Shun Yi. Let's stop chatting. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Now she just needs to be prepared. If Shun Yi really wants to hurt me, then even if he is Shun Su's brother, I will never tolerate it. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. At this moment, Shun Yi, who was hiding in the black fog, also frowned, hesitating whether to take action. He always felt that Murong Shui had a very powerful trump card. For example, her superpowers, or the white fox. Shun Yi's telepathy stared at the white fox, looking at it carefully. The size of this white fox is no different from that of a normal fox. The only difference is that it has 3 tails. This is also a mutated white fox. Moreover, it might be a very powerful mutant white fox. Otherwise, Murong Shui, a reborn being, wouldn't have spent money to support it. If I'm not careful, I might suffer at the hands of this fox. How can we take her down without getting hurt? Shun Yi fell into deep thought. A direct assault would definitely not work. He doesn't want to take any risks. There is another way. That is to teleport in, throw 2 grenades directly, kill Baihu and Murong Shui, and be done with it once and for all. But this is a bit wasteful. It's a waste of grenades, a waste of unlocked supplies, and even more of a waste of the value of a reborn person. Although I can't use grenades to blow her up directly, I can use them to threaten her. If she's not afraid of my threat, it proves that she is also capable of protecting herself from grenades. I will not touch her for now, and will look for trouble with her after she has developed for a while. If she's scared, I'll just go further now. Shun Yi quickly made a plan to test it with a grenade. He once again forced a mental connection with Murong Shui and added a warning. I have grenades. If you don't want to fight to the death, don't refuse to communicate. As his mental connection was continuously erased, Shun Yi felt that his mental energy was greatly depleted. If he takes the initiative to cut off the connection, the consumption will be very small, but if it is forcibly erased by the other party, the loss of mental power will increase exponentially. That's right, the ability of mental connection relies on mental power. Although Shun Yi did not obtain the ability to enhance his mental strength, his physical evolution ability allowed his mental strength to far exceed that of ordinary people, which enabled him to continuously and forcibly connect with Murong Shui. On the other side, Murong Shui was about to erase the connection again, but heard what Shun Yi said. Grenade. She looked incredulous. How could Shun Yi have a grenade? No, impossible. He must be cheating me. How could an ordinary college student have a grenade? This is ridiculous. However, despite her doubts, Murong Shui did not decisively cut off the connection this time. Although she was confident that she could survive the grenade explosion, the risk was still great. What's more, If the opponent has more than one grenade, then my situation will be even more dangerous. We have no grudges against each other, and I even helped your sister, but you threaten me like this? Murong Shui asked coldly, with a hint of anger and confusion in her tone. Shun Yi seemed not to hear her question, and continued, my grenade was picked up from a dead Special Forces soldier, and it is specially made. The explosive power is much greater than that of ordinary grenades. If it explodes in your house, one grenade will be enough to raise your house to the ground. Murong Shui was silent. This bastard. Listening to what he said, it didn't seem like he was trying to deceive me. Does he really have a grenade? Murong Shui took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenade. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have spatial abilities. Since you know that I'm a reborn person, you should be able to guess that I must have my own life-saving trump card. She paused, and her tone softened a little. I don't want to fight you. We have no grudges. There is no need for both of us to suffer. Murong Shui personally admitted her identity as a reborn person. And it was obvious that she didn't just say this casually, but she was determined to die together. Shinny pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no animosity between them. But can this kind of logic be applied in today's era? Those thugs had no grudges against Shun Yi before. Didn't Shinny kill them too? The threat posed by Murong Shui is much greater than those thugs. She is a reborn person, hiding a huge secret and deliberately getting close to her family. There was no way Shun Yi could ignore her. What if Murong Shui grows up quickly with the memories of her previous life, and the situation is reversed? I will be the one in the passive position. Although this was just Shun Yi's speculation, he always assumed the worst of others. In this world, only power could decide everything. Whether you're a good person or a bad person, strength is always the most important thing. Therefore, the unstable factor of Murong Shui must be resolved or controlled. At least make sure she can never threaten me. Only in this way can Shun Yi feel at ease. I don't want to be your enemy either. Shun Yi replied. Hearing this answer, Murong Shui's tense heart relaxed slightly. She really didn't want to fight to the death. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. Of course, the main reason is that my current strength is not strong enough. If Shun Yi was strong enough, he would not dare to threaten me like this. She just killed Shun Yi directly. Negotiation? I'm talking about Nima. Murong Shui's heart was boiling with rage, and she wished she could cut Shun Yi into pieces. But she still resisted the urge. After being reborn, she thought she could get rid of the grievances of her previous life and no longer be bullied by anyone. But he never expected that after only half a month, his identity as a reborn person would be discovered. And he was even threatened. What bad luck. If I were to be reborn again, I would definitely find this bastard first and kill him directly. Murong Shui thought with gritted teeth. In this life, she has already become decisive, cruel, and ruthless. She would no longer be indecisive like in her previous life, but learn to solve problems with the most direct means. However, faced with Shun Yi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress her anger and respond calmly. Now is not the time to be impulsive. When I become powerful, I will settle the score with you. She warned herself secretly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suppressing her anger once again, Murong Shui asked through the mental connection, since you don't want to be my enemy, then what do you want to do by keeping an eye on me? Sleep you. Shun Yi did not hesitate. 81. The spiritual connection has been upgraded. Is he really my brother? Murong Shui was dumbfounded. Stunned. She didn't expect Shun Yi to be so straightforward and direct. No, it's the end of the world now. Why are people still thinking about this kind of thing? You're still thinking about women when you can't even get enough to eat? Murong Shui was stunned. She always thought that Shun Yi was spying on her and monitoring her for the food in his house, or for the secret of his rebirth. Turns out, he just wanted to sleep with me? Do you have to be so vulgar? Murong Shui was stunned. She rubbed her forehead and couldn't help complaining. Your vision is so narrow that I never thought you would do this for such a dirty thing. Yes, it's the end of the world. Can't we have a bigger picture? Even if you say it's for the sake of becoming stronger, that's fine. You end up making such a big fuss just to sleep with a woman. In fact, I almost died for it. Murong Shui was amused and angry at the same time, and for a moment she didn't know where to start complaining. Of course, she also knows that she has a good figure and good looks, so it is normal for men to be attracted to her. However, Murong Shui always felt that Shun Yi was very capable and cautious, and that he was able to detect her identity as a reborn person through just a few words, which showed that he was also very smart. Such a smart and cautious person is either a hero or a tyrant. As it turned out, he was a pervert. Shun Yi also knew the reason why Murong Shui was speechless, but he still replied calmly. I never said that I have a big vision. You just made it up in your mind. I only have one request. I want to sleep with you. Murong Shui remained silent. Naturally, she would never agree to such a thing. Although Shun Yi's ability is not bad, and his appearance is just acceptable. But Murong Shui was not in the mood for romance. Now is the end of the world. It's the end of the world. What's the point of talking about feelings? Besides, feelings are the most unreliable. In the previous life, even my biological mother and stepfather betrayed me. So, she will never believe in any feelings again in this life. As long as you don't get involved in emotions, you can live comfortably. When you are strong enough, leave the mountain city. So, Murong Shui replied coldly. Change the conditions. I only have this one request. If you don't agree, you'd better keep one eye open when you sleep in the future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that a grenade will not suddenly appear at your bedside. Shen Yi threatened shamelessly. You are so shameless. Murong Shui cursed angrily. How could there be a man with a small head controlling a big head? The key is that he actually has 3 superpowers. If Shen Yi was a weakling, Murong Shui would never say a word and would kill him directly. It just so happens that this old pervert has very strong supernatural powers and incredible luck. I really can't afford to offend him at the moment. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, change your conditions. Even if it's just the supernatural fruit, I can find a way to help you find a few. No, I only asked for one thing, to sleep with you. Shen Yi was not moved at all. Anyway, as long as I capture her, won't all the supernatural fruits be mine? And Murong Shui's words further strengthened Shen Yi's idea. She actually found a few supernatural fruits. It seems that this woman has a lot of opportunities. If she can promise me a few supernatural fruits casually, then she must have hidden more. Murong Shui was so angry at Shen Yi's stubborn attitude that she trembled. How could there be such a shameless man? Have you never seen a woman? Murong Shui didn't know that Shen Yi had a system that could unlock supplies. So she felt that Shen Yi's behavior was incomprehensible and unreasonable. I can give you some time to think about it, but not too long. Shen Yi said generously. Consider. Murong Shui sneered angrily, and then said, aren't you afraid that I will stab you to death when you sleep in the same bed with me? I'm afraid, but I have a way to solve it. For example, you could take sleeping pills and make yourself unconscious. Shen Yi was naturally prepared. Among the pile of medicines he had looted from the hospital, there were hundreds of bottles of sleeping pills. Anyway, there is enough medicine. Murong Shui was dumbfounded. How did this shameless guy come up with such a shameless idea? How can he say these words without any shame? Let me take sleeping pills myself? Why don't you tell me to tie myself up again? Murong Shui felt that in her second life, she had seen all kinds of ugly human nature. But this was the first time she had seen someone as obsessed with women as Shen Yi, and so shameless. Refresh my cognition and gain new insights. She took a few deep breaths to suppress her anger. The defense was almost broken. The white fox tilted its little head, as if it was the first time it saw Murong Shui so angry. How about it? Have you thought about it? After about 10 minutes, Shen Yi, while eating fruit, sent out another invitation for double row. At the same time, his spiritual connection was also upgraded again. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 6. Spiritual connection. LV6. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. From level 3 to level 6, the distance has exceeded 1 kilometer. This distance is no worse than that of ordinary walkie-talkies. If you continue to upgrade, 100 kilometers should not be difficult. With a connection distance of hundreds of kilometers, it will be very convenient to keep in touch when you go out. I've thought about it. I refuse. I don't want to fall in love in the apocalypse. Murong Shui also gave her own answer at this time. She did think about it for a few minutes. But, no matter how she thought about it, she felt it was not worth it. If I am reborn and have to rely on selling my body to survive, then wouldn't it be a waste of my rebirth? I didn't say I wanted to date you. If you don't want to, we could just have one time together. Shen Yi said. Unlock the rewards first. See what supplies this reborn can unlock for himself. Maybe the reward is extraordinary. Murong Shui was stunned when she heard Shen Yi's answer and said, so, you came to me just to do that kind of thing? She thought Shen Yi wanted to fall in love with her and then rely on the relationship to live in her shelter and share food. But she found that she thought Shen Yi was too smart. Feelings, there are only those dirty things in his mind. How much yellow garbage is in this brain to do such a thing? No wonder he died so early in his previous life. He must have died from this. Is this guy really Shen Su's biological brother? The circuits of thought are completely different. 8-2, you are not a man at all. So childish. This guy Shen Yi is so childish. How could a normal person, in a doomsday world, not think about ways to get food and water, not improve his strength, but instead think about women? How childish. And being childish is not scary. The scariest thing is that such a childish person has the ability to overturn the table. This made Murong Shui speechless. Do I really have to compromise with a childish guy like Shen Yi? Otherwise, you can't really sleep with one eye open every day, right? Murong Shui had also thought about using Shen Yi's family to threaten him. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, she rejected it. Shun Yi has spatial and perceptual abilities, so it is easy for him to move his family. Not to mention, Shun Tzu's special abilities are not simple either. If the threat fails and instead forces Shun Tzu into a corner, that would be real trouble. So annoying. Murong Shui grabbed her hair anxiously. If Shun Yi wanted to fight her to the death, she wouldn't be so conflicted. The key is, the conditions Shun Yi proposed prevented her from risking her life, but she couldn't easily accept them. Choosing to compromise doesn't mean you have to risk your life. But this is hard for Murong Shui, who is reborn and has a proud character, to accept. But if he chose to fight to the death, Shun Yi would not confront him head-on, but would hide behind him and attack him secretly. This is even more uncomfortable. Just like now, although the two had been talking on the phone, Murong Shui was still unable to determine where Shun Yi was hiding. This guy is incredibly cautious. Whenever he dared to appear in her sight, Murong Shui would consider giving a try. Looking at the anxious Murong Shui, Shun Yi was very calm. Now that the initiative is in his hands, he will definitely seek the greatest benefit. Sleeping with Murong Shui is just the first step. Once she really drugs herself to death, Shun Yi can plunder her stored supplies. This is cognitive bias. In Murong Shui's opinion, Shun Yi's behavior was like that of a sex-hungry ghost. Let's talk it over. Can't we change the terms? Murong Shui said tentatively, and added, besides, how do I know if you are lying to me? What if you kill me while I'm knocked out? I doubt your character. I can't trust you. Her suspicion was justified. Judging from Shun Yi's current behavior, he is really not a good person. After all, Murong Shui had helped his family, but he still wanted to attack Murong Shui. This is also one of the reasons why Murong Shui is unwilling to compromise. I never thought of killing you, Shun Yi replied calmly. After all, you are a reborn person, and the information you know is the most valuable resource for me. Killing you directly would also be a loss to me. At this moment, Shun Yi really had no intention of killing Murong Shui. Your loss. Murong Shui's cheek twitched slightly, and she wanted to curse. Today was definitely the day when her defenses were broken the most. Encountered such a shameless person. Take a deep breath. Murong Shui directly cut off the mental connection. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's fight. She didn't believe that Shun Yi really wanted to fight her to death over something like this. It's no good for anyone if the fish die and the net is broken. Hang up again. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Since you are not willing to compromise voluntarily, I will do it for you. Shun Yi looked down and saw a stone at his feet, then picked it up. The next second, he teleported to Murong Shui's residence and threw the stone at her. In the back, Murong Shui keenly noticed the movement behind her, turned around quickly, and shot the crossbow arrow instantly. However, this arrow missed. She only saw a flying stone, and Shun Yi's figure had disappeared without a trace. Instant movement without CD restrictions cannot be captured by the naked eye. The stone approached Murong Shui at a rapid speed, but just as it was about to hit her, it strangely hovered in the air. Murong Shui gripped the crossbow tightly and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect Shun Yi's sneak attack to come so quickly. This guy is so hostile to others. No hesitation at all. This is obviously a warning to myself. This time he threw stones. What about next time? Maybe it's a grenade. Murong Shui clenched her teeth, her face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's a bit like Lin Jiwei's gravity control. Shun Yi looked at the stone he threw suspended in the air, thoughtfully. If it's just gravity control, it will definitely not be able to stop the explosion of the grenade. But since Murong Shui is confident that she is not afraid of grenades, it shows that the strength of her supernatural powers is far more than that. Shun Yi took out a bottle of mineral water, drank it all, then took the empty bottle and teleported again to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to see who could last longer. Damn bastard. Murong Shui once again blocked the mineral water bottle that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but curse inwardly. She already understood Shun Yi's intention. This guy wants to consume his mental energy. Shun Yi didn't give Murong Shui much chance to breathe. The elusive sneak attacks followed one after another. Empty water bottles, stones, and even various debris would fly over from a certain angle from time to time. However, no matter from which direction the attack comes, Murong Shui can always block every attack accurately, without any flaws on her body. Only, as she continued to release her supernatural powers for defense, beads of sweat began to appear on Murong Shui's forehead. Obviously, using her supernatural powers over and over again consumes a lot of her energy. As for Shun Yi, he had probably consumed about 1/6 or 1/7 of his physical strength. This woman must be reaching her limit. He exhaled lightly, observed the sweaty Murong Shui through telepathy, and made a judgment in his mind. I have to say, this woman has strong abilities and combat awareness. There was no flaw in his body. No matter from which angle he attacked, he couldn't break through her defense. But when it comes to a protracted war, Shun Yi doesn't think he will lose. He teleported into the room again, threw out a piece of debris, and continued to consume Murong Shui's energy. After several consecutive sneak attacks, Murong Shui was so tired that she was panting and her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Shun Yi once again forcibly established a mental connection. This time, the connection was successfully established with ease. It seems that using her supernatural power consumes her mental energy. Her abilities are probably psychic. Through the mental connection, Shun Yi sensed that Murong Shui's mental strength was obviously much weaker, and he secretly speculated in his heart. Then, he connected with her mentally and said calmly, "How long can your mental strength last? Just surrender. Shut up. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head on. What's the point of sneak attacks?" Murong Shui responded coldly, with suppressed anger in her tone. Shun Yi's attack method is so disgusting. The perception ability combined with the space ability is simply cheating. What's that? You'll soon be able to experience my abilities for yourself. Shun Yi didn't care. As he spoke, he suddenly launched another sneak attack. No moral ethics at all. Murong Shui was so furious. It's not that Shun Yi's sneak attack is so powerful. The objects he used for the sneak attack were just some garbage bags or something like that, which didn't do any harm when they hit him. But Murong Shui did not dare to be careless. What if it's a garbage bag this time, a stone next time, or even a grenade? This disgusting tactic even forced the usually calm Murong Shui to break down. She started cursing. "Asshole, you are not a man at all. Come out if you can. As long as you can beat me head on, I'll lie here and let you do whatever you want." 83. It's time to end the farce. If you have the ability, don't use your supernatural powers to defend yourself. Try to withstand my grenade with your physical body. If you can withstand it, I will leave now and never embarrass you again. Shun Yi said calmly. He was not angry at all because of Murong Shui's insults. After all, he didn't know what Murong Shui's trump card was, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to run out and confront her head on. What's more, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa also made Shun Yi careful all the time. If you fail because of showing off, you will be really stupid. Shameless. Murong Shui's face was pale. Obviously, she had overused her supernatural powers. But she knew in her heart that Shun Yi was right. This isn't a child's game. If Shun Yi really comes out to fight me head on, that would be stupid. Murong Shui originally wanted to provoke Shun Yi and make him reveal his flaws. However, this guy was extremely vigilant. Every time he threw something, he would teleport far away, making it completely impossible for him to capture his position. If she could lock on to Shun Yi's position, she wouldn't be so passive. I'll give you one more chance to think about it. If you're still unwilling to compromise, I might throw a grenade next time. Shun Yi issued another warning. As for why not use a pistol for a sneak attack, the reason is simple. Shooting requires aiming, and there will be a delay of several seconds. It would be dangerous if Murong Shui caught me because of this few seconds delay. There's no need to risk a full few seconds. In comparison, the current sneak attack method is safer. You can escape from the battlefield in an instant without any worries. It doesn't matter even if I can't sneak attack her. It is enough to keep Murong Shui in a state of mental tension at all times and use her supernatural powers constantly. At this time, hearing Shun Yi's warning, Murong Shui, who was already nervous, tightened the crossbow in her hand even more nervously. Her face was covered in sweat, and her complexion was as pale as paper, but her eyes were still as sharp as a knife. It was like a vicious wolf ready to pounce and bite Shun Yi at any time. This woman's willpower is too strong. He is indeed a reborn person. Even Shun Yi had to marvel at Murong Shui's tenacity. She is incredibly strong both physically and mentally. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a desperate situation, he would have compromised long ago. But Murong Shui was still holding on. Obviously, my spirit has reached its limit, but she still refused to surrender even if she died. A heroine. Fortunately, I'm not a good person, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to do it. Shun Yi murmured in a low voice. He has always been a decisive person. Once he makes a decision, he will carry it through to the end. Changing your orders every day will only lead to mistakes. Since Murong Shui has already been offended, there is no way he can ask for peace. Either she compromises today, or get rid of her completely today. Otherwise, if Murong Shui were allowed to leave with hatred, there would be endless troubles in the future. Even your own family may be in danger. Through telepathy, Shun Yi could clearly see that the aura emanating from Murong Shui's body was pure black. This strong hostility and murderous intent. If she's given any chance, she will definitely fight to the death with me. Because of this, it is even more impossible for Shun Yi to let her go. In between conversations, Shun Yi sneak attacked Murong Shui twice more. At this time, Murong Shui's face was as pale as paper, and she had to hold onto the sofa to barely stand. Obviously, she had already reached her limit. Damn it, if this continues, my spirit will collapse. Murong Shui was breathing heavily, and her face was as pale as paper. Because she has squeezed her mental power to the limit, her supernatural powers have broken through to level 2. This is overdrawing mental power to upgrade. This is the dumbest way to level up. But even so, it was of no avail for her after the breakthrough. Because her mental strength is no longer sufficient to support her to continue releasing her supernatural powers. Bang! Sudden, a bottle of water hit Murong Shui. She failed to defend against this sneak attack. Shen Yi's eyes narrowed. The opportunity has come. He quickly pulled out a grenade, but before taking action, he asked again, "Have you thought about it? This is the last chance." Shen Yi didn't want to take any more risks. If Murong Shui still refuses to compromise, then we have no choice but to solve this problem completely. Although the loss is a bit large, at least a major threat can be eliminated. Consider it. I'm testing you. Even if I let you come now, would you dare to sleep with me? Murong Shui leaned on the sofa and cursed coldly. Originally, she was just entangled and hesitant. But being teased by Shani like this, she got really angry. Don't fight for the bread. Fight for your dignity. If she doesn't get rid of this anger today, her rebirth will be in vain. I'm so pissed off. Shun Yi didn't waste any words. He just teleported over and threw a bottle of sleeping pills. Murong Shui subconsciously defended herself, but when she saw that it was sleeping pills, she clenched her fists in anger. Asshole, come out if you can. Let me beat you up. As long as you're willing to stand there and let me beat you up, I will agree to your request. And I don't take medicine. Her words were a disguised compromise. I just want to vent my anger. But Shunny didn't care whether she was angry or not. He had no intention of putting himself in someone else's shoes. Isn't it enough to just make yourself happy? It's the end of the world, and you're still worrying about whether others are happy or wronged all day long. That would be too tiring. As a human being, you have to have double standards to feel good. It's impossible to beat me up, forget it. If you are willing to compromise, then let me see your sincerity. Shun Yi remained calm. Although he had consumed a lot of physical strength by using his supernatural powers frequently today, he found that he had become more proficient in teleportation. Really? You still have to use your superpowers more often to improve them. He can now even teleport dozens of meters into the sky continuously. As long as you use the second teleport immediately before falling, you can add up the distance. In other words, as long as you react fast enough, you can really go to heaven, even though it's useless. I asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now, in the mental connection, Murong Shui cursed very badly. It was so dirty that Shun Yi almost cut off the connection unilaterally. Good job. I didn't expect such a beautiful and elegant lady could swear such dirty words. It seems that he is really angry. Come to think of it, if Shun Yi was teased like this by the bad guys, he would probably have a heart attack. Fortunately I'm a bad guy. What a relief. Murong Shui cursed for a long time until her mouth became dry and she finally stopped. It seemed like she had let out a lot of energy in one breath, and even the black energy on her body dissipated slightly. She simply sat down on the sofa, no longer on guard against sneak attacks, and didn't say a word, just sitting there. But Shen Yi did not dare to be careless. Who knows if Murong Shui is using herself as bait to lure me into the trap? He glanced out the window. The rain is getting heavier. It's time to end this farce. Shen Yi held the grenade and used teleportation again. 8-4. Innate X-Holy Body. Kill me if you can. If I could be reborn again, I would definitely settle the score with you first. Murong Shui noticed Shun Yi's appearance, but she did not resist and just lay on the sofa defenselessly. Just start. But Shun Yi did not let his guard down. He still kept a long distance from Murong Shui and was ready to use teleportation at any time. The closer we get to the final moment, the more we must not let our guard down. Okay, if you can be reborn, you can take revenge on me as you like, even abuse me. I will wait for you. Shun Yi's tone was indifferent. He only looks at this world. Be it in this new life or in the next life, don't even think about scaring me. Since I dare to kill you, I'm not afraid of any damn retribution. Hearing Shun Yi's words, Murong Shui's beautiful eyes moved, and she looked at him. Although I really want to kill this bastard with one knife. But I have to say, this bastard has a really good mentality. If you want to survive in this increasingly desperate world, you must at least have this mentality. Although Murong Shui hated Shun Yi, she never said that he was a bad person from beginning to end. Why? Because she herself is not a good person either. She had killed people too. After living her life again, Murong Shui deeply understood that only those who are cruel and bad enough can live longer. This is the law of survival in the doomsday. If we don't talk about the hatred between them, she actually admires Shun Yi's character. Cut the grass and root it out. Be free and do whatever you want. This is the kind of person Murong Shui imagines herself to be. She did the same in this life. As long as you take action, you will definitely silence them. Do whatever you want. For example, before the doomsday began, she borrowed more than 100 million yuan through various channels and built a doomsday villa. But she never thought about paying back the money. Those creditors had contacted her before, wanting to seek refuge there, but Murong Shui was too lazy to reply to them, and simply blocked them all. It's the end of the world anyway, so let the deadbeats be deadbeats. Do they really dare to block my door? If they really dare to come, just Just kill them all to prevent future troubles. After a few minutes of silence, Murong Shui suddenly asked, "Did you gain any physical enhancement abilities?" "Want to know? Become my woman, and I'll tell you." Shun, he was still considering whether to throw a grenade, because he saw that Murong Shui's hostility suddenly dissipated a lot. The black air slowly turned into gray air, even mixed with a hint of white air. What's going on? For some reason, he is no longer hostile to me. A congenitally masochistic holy body? The mood changes so fast, it's weirder than Cthulhu. You have already used 3 abilities, which proves that you can't have any physical enhancement abilities. Could it be a drug that can increase physical strength in a short period of time? Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi and analyzed thoughtfully. This scene does not give any sign that the two were fighting for their lives just a few minutes ago. You mean, everyone only has 3 powers? Shun Yi frowned and captured the key information. He already knew this information through Lin Jue, but Shun Yi always believed that as long as he acquired the ability to evolve his physical body, he would be able to accommodate more abilities. Same with everyone. But from what Murong Shui, the reborn person, said, it seems that the upper limit of human superpowers in the previous life was also 3. Could it be that no one ate the fruit of physical evolution in the previous life? Since Murong Shui mentioned that there is a physical enhancement ability, it stands to reason that physical evolution should also be included. If other people also eat the fruit of physical evolution, they should be able to accommodate more than 3 superpowers. Unless the fruit of physical evolution is so rare that even Murong Shui, a reborn person, has never heard of it. Of course, there's another possibility. That is, Murong Shui was too useless in her previous life, and she might not have come into contact with any strong people at all, so she doesn't know much information. This possibility is very high. If she was very awesome in her previous life, she probably wouldn't be reborn. Murong Shui didn't know what Shun Yi was thinking at the moment. She remembered very clearly that the most powerful person in her previous life could only obtain 3 superpowers at most. Some people have tried to obtain the 4th superpower, but their bodies exploded. Therefore, Murong Shui is very sure that humans can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least that's what she knew. Shun Yi has currently demonstrated perception abilities, mental abilities, and spatial abilities, which makes 3 abilities in total. If he has another ability to strengthen his physique, then he has 4 abilities. This is impossible. Then there's only one other possibility. Shun Yi raised the level of his spatial ability, and it reached at least level 5 or 6, so his physical energy consumption was reduced, and he could use it without hesitation. But this is also incredible. Murong Shui was forced into a desperate situation and overdrawn her mental strength before she managed to upgrade her ability to level 2. However, upgrading space-related abilities is several times more difficult than upgrading one's own abilities. The stronger the ability, the rarer it is, and the more difficult it is to upgrade to a higher level. Especially in the space and time departments, it is very difficult to upgrade one level, let alone reach level 5 or 6 in just half a month. It is impossible to level up so fast, even with cheats. If it were really so easy to upgrade rare and powerful superpowers, humans wouldn't have almost become extinct. Murong Shui remembered very clearly that the famous psychics in her previous life all possessed very common elemental powers. Because the common supernatural powers are easier to upgrade. At a higher level, you can use numbers to crush space and time abilities. For example, ice-type abilities. High-level ice-type ability users can freeze hundreds of meters of space with ease. Ordinary space ability users can only teleport dozens of meters and are no match for ice ability users. That is why Murong Shui didn't understand what Shun Yi's current situation was. Since he already possesses 3 superpowers, it is impossible for him to obtain a 4th superpower to enhance his physical condition. It is even more impossible to raise the level of spatial ability so quickly. So now there are only 2 possibilities. First, there's a person with recovery or enhancement abilities who is restoring his strength and enhancing his abilities. This possibility is very low because Murong Shui did not sense any other psychics nearby. Then there's only the second possibility left. Shun Yi should have taken some medicine or fruit that can improve his physical strength for a short period of time. She had actually heard of this kind of item in her previous life. It is also a relatively rare resource, and it only gradually appeared over the past 2 months of the apocalypse. And as soon as it appeared, it was controlled by those powerful psychics in the shelter. If Shun Yi has this kind of fruit or medicine now, then he is too lucky. Who is the one who is reborn? I have lived a new life and know so many opportunities, but I'm still not as strong as an ordinary and unknown person in my previous life. Could it be that this guy wasn't actually dead in his previous life, but was just hiding his abilities? He is actually a very powerful person? As she thought about it, Murong Shui felt something was wrong when she looked at Shun Yi. 85. Being restrained actually increases favorability. Murong Shui originally planned to fight a protracted battle with Shun Yi. She planned to rely on her powerful mental strength to slowly consume Shun Yi's strength and kill him. After all, the stronger the superpower, the more it consumes. Shun Yi has been using spatial and perceptual abilities. Logically speaking, his consumption should be much greater than mine. However, Murong Shui never expected that Shun Yi's physical strength would be so amazing. Not only did he not show any signs of fatigue, but he pushed himself into a desperate situation. It was this abnormal situation that made Murong Shui realize that things were not simple. Even if his rebirth brought about some butterfly effect, it would not make Shun Yi, an ordinary and unknown person in his previous life, become so powerful in this life. Unless he already possessed great power in his previous life. However, he never revealed his true strength, but hid in the dark, silently. Judging from Shun Yi's cautious and cunning behavior when he attacked him, this possibility is very high. Only this can explain why he is so powerful in this life. That's right. A person can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least I've never heard of anyone having a 4th superpower. Amidst her thoughts, Murong Shui answered Shun Yi's question. This is the advantage of being reborn. She knows more. No matter how strong Shun Yi is, he has to ask her for advice. Thinking of this, Murong Shui couldn't help but feel a little proud. Shun Yi was thoughtful. His eyes fell on Murong Shui. Since you know that I already have 3 superpowers, why did you give me the superpower fruit before? You want me to die? That's right. Murong Shui admitted it without any reservation. Since you threatened me, why can't I plot against you? Shun Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman is indeed not a good person. In this case, I won't have any psychological burden for my subsequent actions. Although he never felt guilty. Next, Shun Yi suddenly teleported and shortened the distance between himself and Murong Shui. At the same time, he directly activated the shadow binding, freezing Murong Shui and Bai Hu in place. It just so happened that the lights were on in Murong Shui's house, which met the conditions for shadow binding. Murong Shui, who was frozen, widened her eyes and looked at Shun Yi in disbelief. What's going on? This is another supernatural power. The 4th superpower. He actually has 4 superpowers. Rather than fear, Murong Shui was more shocked and unbelievable. She had just sworn that each person could only possess 3 superpowers at most. As a result, Shun Yi used his 4th supernatural power. This guy, what on earth is going on? Although your calculations are good, they are useless in the face of absolute strength. Shun Yi said calmly. After completely restraining the man and the fox, he felt much more at ease. But what surprised Shun was that the energy consumed by restraining the white fox was twice as much as restraining Murong Shui. This shows that this white fox is much stronger than Murong Shui. Really, this woman's trump card is related to this fox. But I don't know what the white fox's abilities are. Shun Yi stared at the white fox for a while, then turned to Murong Shui. In this situation, can you still turn the tables? As he spoke, he was still ready to teleport away at any time. If Murong Shui can break free, even if she is powerful, I will not provoke her today. Certainly, the reason why Shun Yi dared to get closer was because he sensed that Murong Shui had very little hostility towards him, and even had a hint of goodwill towards him. Especially now that she was tied up by herself, her favorability towards him actually increased a little. The more this masochist is abused, the more favorable he becomes, right? At this time, although Murong Shui was unable to move, her heart was filled with turmoil. Why does this man have 4 superpowers? How'd he do it? Even stronger than me, a reborn person. I can't understand it. I totally can't understand it. No wonder I am no match for him. No wonder this guy is so strong. He might actually have the ability to strengthen his physical constitution. Since I can break through the human body's limit and obtain the 4th superpower, it is possible to obtain the 5th. Thinking of this, Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi with a little more passion in her eyes. If I could also break through the upper limit of a human body and gain the 4th, 5th, or even 6th superpower, then my strength will definitely increase dozens of times. The reason why Murong Shui has only obtained 2 superpowers so far is not because she can only find 2 superpower fruits, but she didn't want to awaken some useless superpowers and limit her own abilities. Murong Shui's goal is to raise her upper limit and become stronger than she was in her previous life, so she selectively chooses powerful superpowers to obtain. But if Shun Yi can help me break through the limit, then I won't have to be restricted and can just stack all the abilities together. Anyway, having 1 more superpower is definitely not a bad thing. Thinking about it this way, having a relationship with Shun Yi is no big deal. Even living together is fine. Murong Shui can accept a man as long as he can make her stronger. There is nothing wrong with her sexual orientation, nor does she hate the opposite sex. The reason why she doesn't have a boyfriend is because her standards are too high and she hasn't found any man she likes. Especially after her rebirth, Murong Shui's vision has become higher. She looks down on ordinary men, even those men in her previous life who possessed powerful superpowers and status. As long as she wants, she can easily kill those people. This is why Murong Shui doesn't want to find a burden. In her opinion, finding a man is just finding a burden for herself, right? But the strength shown by Shun Yi made her change her mind. Fuck, Murong Shui, you masochist. Shun Yi looked at Murong Shui and found that the hostility in her had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a neutral gray aura. And in the gray, there's also a lot of white. In just a few tens of seconds, her favorability rating soared. I didn't do anything and was even prepared to use violence. But Murong Shui became more and more fond of me. There's a problem. This woman has a big problem. The harder you are on her, the more favorable she will be to him, right? Do you want to try slapping her a few times? Shun Yi pondered for a moment, then teleported backwards while freeing himself from the shadow restraints. You want to see what Murong Shui was thinking about. Given Murong Shui's current friendly attitude, she shouldn't suddenly attack. As for the white fox, he still controlled it. To prevent the fox from having any means to attack him. I agree to your request. You can sleep with me. But after sleeping with me, you have to help me gain more superpowers. As soon as the restraints were removed, Murong Shui immediately stood up and stared at Shun Yi with fiery eyes. As long as I can improve my strength and become the king in the doomsday, what does it matter if I get slept with? The body is also the capital for becoming stronger. Murong Shui is no longer a naive little girl of 16 or 17 years old. The reason why she has never had a boyfriend is because she feels that they're not worthy of her and cannot bring her enough benefits. If she needs money, she has it. She's not bad as long as she has status. There's absolutely no need to depend on men. After the apocalypse in her previous life, although she had a hard time, she was able to survive with her own strength without relying on men. So I haven't found a man. She didn't want to look for it in this life. But the secret of Shun Yi made her change her mind. Being with Shun Yi can make you stronger. That's enough. Shun Yi was silenced by Murong Shui's words. He is indeed worthy of being a reborn person. As long as the interests are big enough, everything can be negotiated. Even if you want to kill me 1 second, you'll be willing to sleep with me the next. Through telepathy, Shun Yi was very sure that Murong Shui was not plotting against him. She is really willing to trade her body. 86. Modify cognition, time ability. As long as you can help me gain more superpowers, I will be your woman in the future, and I will also use the secret information I knew in my previous life to help you become stronger. Murong Shui said seriously. As long as we are strong enough, we will have the final say in Shansheng from now on. No, it's not just Shansheng. We can make the decision for the entire Xia Kingdom, and even the whole world. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are not of the same race? Murong Shui's eyes were filled with passion and enthusiasm. Obviously, she's not a person who is content with her lot, and she is not just trying to survive. Her ambition is even greater than Shun Yi's. She wants to be the king in the doomsday, become the overlord, and even control the whole world. Shun Yi finally understood why Murong Shui's attitude suddenly changed. Because what she cares about is not herself, but her power to break through the upper limit of superpowers. What Murong Shui wants is power, not emotion. Rule the world? You're such a middle school student. Shun Yi complained in his mind, but held back and didn't say it out loud. In the apocalypse, it doesn't seem strange to have this idea. Especially since Murong Shui is a reborn person and has experienced the suffering of doomsday, it is normal for her to have ambitions. But he didn't expect that her ambition was so big. Don't you want to? Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi calmly. If Shun Yi had no ambition and just wanted to live a miserable life like he did in his previous life, then she would really look down on him. A man without ambition can be thrown away after use. Or, when my strength surpasses his, I can keep him in captivity and just provide him with food and drink every day, which can be considered as a way of repaying him. Well, this method works. After all, I am not a heartless woman, and I can be more tolerant towards my first man. In a short period of time, many thoughts emerged in Murong Shui's mind. The aura around her was also constantly changing, eventually becoming dominated by white and gray. Shun Yi saw this scene and confirmed that Murong Shui had no intention of taking action, so he slowly said, "First tell me what your special ability and trump card are." Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, glanced at the white fox that was still immobilized on the sofa, and then said, "My ability is mental telekinesis, and my mental power has also been strengthened. I can passively sense danger and can also detect the prying of perception-type abilities. Also, I can release my telekinesis to protect my body and block all attacks. If I use my full mental power, I can block bullets, and even grenade explosions can't hurt me." So strong? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. Murong Shui's special ability can be used for both attack and defense, which is very comprehensive. It is no worse than my own teleportation. No wonder she was so confident that she wasn't afraid of grenades. But Shun Yi didn't think this was Murong Shui's trump card. As a reborn person, it is impossible for her to have only one superpower. What else? Shun Yi continued to ask. Murong Shui paused for a moment and said, "My second ability is also spiritual. I can change a person's cognition and thinking through my eyes." Shun Yi was suddenly shocked. Oh shit, is there such a shameless ability? If he fell into the trap accidentally, he might become Murong Shui's puppet or slave. and I'm totally unaware of it. After all, cognition is modified. This is much more terrifying than hypnosis in the movies. Suddenly, Shunyi looked at Murong Shui with a much more vigilant look. He really is worthy of being a guy who has lived a second life. Murong Shui noticed Shunyi's attitude and explained, "Don't worry. The level of my ability is very low, and it is almost impossible to directly change a person's thinking, unless the other party does not resist at all. At present, I just use it as a perception ability. For example, I can focus my powerful mental power on my eyes, and then I can penetrate the black fog and obstacles and sense the existence of objects. Of course, the premise is that this object has spiritual fluctuations." As she spoke, Murong Shui's eyes slowly turned into a charming red, looking extremely strange. Shen-Yi immediately looked away and did not meet her gaze. He was not sure whether Murong Shui's words were true or false. After all, there was no real trust between them. You can even say there is hatred. After all, Shen-Yi almost forced Murong Shui to death before. She also knows that superpowers can be upgraded. It seems that in the previous life, this was no longer a secret. Shen-Yi was curious about how other psychics improve their ability levels. But he wanted to know more about Murong Shui's trump card. Although these two abilities are powerful, they're definitely not all her trump cards. Otherwise, why would she dare to think of ruling the world? "So what's your trump card? Don't tell me you don't have one," Shen-Yi asked. The enchanting red in Murong Shui's pupils faded away. She looked at the white fox on the sofa and said, "Xiao Bai, it is my last resort to save my life." Shen-Yi also looked at the white fox. He had previously guessed that this white fox was no ordinary person, but he was not sure what abilities a fox could have that could be used as a trump card by a reborn person. Xiao Bai, its ability is of the time type. Just like your space type, it is very rare, and in a sense, it is even stronger than the space type. Facing Shun-Yi's gaze, Murong Shui explained in detail. Xiao Bai can control time to a certain extent. For example, it can make your body's time flow faster, thereby consuming your lifespan. Shun-Yi was shocked. This ability was simply incredible. A fox actually has such a supernatural power. Is this reasonable? I feel like he's stronger than me, who's cheating. And Xiao Bai's time ability is not just that. It can also pause a person's time, just like the ability you used to free Xiao Bai and me just now. However, after Xiao Bai pauses time, the person being frozen will not feel the passage of time. When the time stop ends, he will still think he is in the same place as a few minutes ago. Murong Shui paused and continued. Of course, the ability of the time system is more than that. When Xiao Bai mutates to be stronger, it can also make a person's time flow backwards. For example, if your body is seriously injured or even dead, but as long as your body is rewound back to the time before you died, you'll be resurrected. Why? Shun-Yi frowned. This is fucking cheating. It's such a shame. It can attack, control, and assist. This is too comprehensive. Fine. Fortunately, this ability definitely has great limitations. Or maybe the white fox is simply unable to use this ability at the moment. Otherwise, Shun-Yi would have been caught long ago. Fortunately, Shun-Yi was always very vigilant and did not give the white fox any chance. Understanding Shun-Yi's shock, Murong Shui explained, although the time ability is very powerful, it also has great limitations. At least Xiao Bai has to touch you before he can use his ability on you. Besides, because the time ability is very strong, even if it is not used, it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. Xiao Bai is resting and recovering almost every moment, otherwise he might be exhausted to death. This is the price Xiao Bai has to pay for his weak abilities. If he upgrades a few more times, Xiao Bai's body won't be able to sustain it. Really, the stronger the power, the greater the limitations. It's like teleportation, which consumes a lot of physical energy. Even if ordinary people obtain teleportation, they cannot use it as frequently as Shun-Yi. Even an adult with a strong physique can only teleport 7 or 8 times a day at most. What's the point? It's so hard to escape. But if the level is raised, the time and space abilities will be very powerful. Especially the time ability. Maybe you don't even need to touch. You can directly freeze a person's time and kill a person's time. It's outrageous. 87. How to upgrade spatial abilities. Shen-Yi looked at the white fox with only vigilance, not envy. Although its time ability is indeed powerful, the cost is too high. If I had acquired this ability from the beginning, I might not even be able to leave the dormitory building. I also have to worry that my body won't be able to hold on and will break apart at any time. Not worth it. What is the difference between having superpowers that cannot be used casually and having no superpowers at all? Just like now, Shen-Yi can kill the white fox at any time. It doesn't even have the power to resist. The development cycle is too long. Not suitable for Shun-Yi. I will think about this powerful supernatural power when my physique is strong enough in the future. And Shun-Yi doubted whether there was any time-related supernatural fruit. Even if there is, it may be a split-time ability like his own teleportation, and it is impossible to be as comprehensive as the white fox. The directions of mutation in animals and humans are completely different. Murong Shui is very frank. At least the card she revealed really shocked Shen Yi. Even if Shen Yi is very cautious, he might still fall into the trap. If it were any other person with superpowers, he might have been ambushed without even realizing it. What other cards do you have? Tell me all at once. Shen Yi looked at Murong Shui. He didn't believe that Murong Shui had no other cards. No, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Murong Shui looked helpless and didn't seem to be lying. Certainly, I also know where some supernatural fruits will appear in the future. This is also my trump card. Shen Yi didn't quite believe it. He didn't believe that Murong Shui had told him all her cards. She must have a secret, but the aura of Murong Shui was wider than before, and it was obvious that there was no hostility or calculation in her. Even if she really had a secret, it probably wasn't to plot against me. In this case, Shen Yi did not ask any further questions. The information he had learned so far had already shocked him. If I didn't have a system, I would definitely not be a match for Murong Shui, the reborn person. Even with the system. If Murong Shui really had a trump card and was determined to fight to the death, Shen Yi was not sure he could take her down without getting hurt. Fortunately, there's no need to fight to the death now. As long as he develops well, Shen Yi is confident that he can surpass Murong Shui, because she has a limit on her abilities. But I don't. Although I don't know the specific reason. This is an opportunity. With so many thoughts in mind, Shen Yi asked a question that he had been curious about before. How do I upgrade my supernatural powers? You do not know? Murong Shui was stunned and looked at Shen Yi in confusion. Judging from the strength of the supernatural power displayed by Shen Yi, it is definitely not at level 1. Just the psychic ability that was communicating with me was definitely not level 1. Otherwise, the communication distance would be very close, and I could easily capture it. But Shen Yi's call distance was over 100 meters, or even farther. This cannot be achieved by a first-level supernatural power. I only know one way, which is to eat fruits of the same type to level up. As Shen Yi spoke, he casually took out a handful of fruit from the system space and started eating. Eat some fruit to calm down first. By the way, let Murong Shui, this arrogant woman, know that she has the ability. As expected, Murong Shui showed a surprised expression. So many supernatural fruits? All of the same type? How did you get them? Even if there are plant-type mutants who can cultivate it, it's impossible. She was stunned. Who is this guy, Shen Yi? Be perverted. Seeing Murong Shui's stunned expression, Shen Yi was very satisfied and continued. Answer my question first. Murong Shui looked at Shen Yi deeply, and then said, eating the same type of supernatural fruit can indeed increase the level of supernatural power. But this is the hardest and best way to upgrade. The difficulty is that it is very difficult to find the same type of supernatural fruit. After all, supernatural fruits are a very rare resource. Even after a few months, they're still rare. There are benefits, too. That is, you can eat the supernatural fruit to level up, and you don't need to consider any other issues. Other questions? Shen Yi was puzzled. Yeah. Murong Shui nodded slightly and said, just like just now, the reason why my mental power was able to upgrade was because I overdrew my mental power, even my vitality, and almost lost half my life, so I barely upgraded it. This kind of upgrade is very risky, and each upgrade will be more dangerous than the last. It is easy to lose your life during the upgrade process, and this risky upgrade method is also likely to leave sequelae and side effects. Of course, it's also because my mental power is relatively rare and powerful, so it's difficult to upgrade. If it were other elemental powers, it would be a little easier, but it's definitely not simple. At least it's much harder than eating the supernatural fruit directly. In other words, similar to honing oneself to the extreme, one's supernatural powers can be upgraded. Shen Yi pondered. This upgrade method is very similar to what Lin Jiwei had speculated before. There's something about that crazy woman. Almost. Murong Shui nodded. Besides this, are there any other ways to upgrade? I don't know how to upgrade all the superpowers, because each superpower has a different upgrade method. Murong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, for example, fire-type psychics. I heard that if you want to level up, you need to increase your affinity with flames, such as close contact with flames, or something like that. Anyway, in my previous life, I heard that a fire-type psychic burned himself half to death in order to increase his level. The only way to level up that everyone knows is to eat fruits of the same type, and to push your own abilities to the limit, breaking through between life and death. However, I also heard a piece of news in my previous life that the United States seems to have gathered the world's top scientists to develop a genetic drug that can help people with special abilities evolve, but also has certain side effects. I don't know if it's true. After all, I never left the mountain city in my previous life. Shen Yi understood. So that's how it is. Other upgrade methods are much riskier than directly eating fruits. Fortunately, I have a material system, so I can upgrade by destroying fruits without getting hurt. However, it took the United States gathering the world's top scientists to develop genetic medicine. It seems that this woman Lin Jiwei did it all by herself. Is she so perverted? So what happened to her in her previous life? Why didn't you help Xia country develop genetic medicine? Have you heard the name Lin Jiwei? Shen Yi asked tentatively. No, who is she? Murong Shui was puzzled. It sounded like a woman's name. Really? Since she is not famous, either Lin Jiwei's identity is kept absolutely secret, or something happened to her in her previous life, and she died in a research institute and was unable to make any contribution. In this life, it might be